Chapter 1. The daunting task of system activation. In the summer of 1995, in the state of Florida, United States, at Pine View Public High School, a serene morning unfolded outside the campus. The sun radiated warmth, casting a gentle glow over the picturesque scenery. A tree-lined path bore witness to a scene that appeared to be filled with warmth and harmony. The tableau featured two individuals. Point one was a strikingly handsome, tall young man, his robust physique exuding an aura of youthful vitality, clad in the school uniform of Pine View High. The other was an elderly woman, her posture slightly stooped, yet her golden curls and fashionable attire lent her twilight years a touch of vibrancy. The young man supported the elderly woman as they slowly made their way toward the crosswalk on the street ahead. Their height disparity rendered the sight somewhat comical. As the camera zoomed in, their conversation became audible. "Xiang," the elderly woman began, "there is no possibility between you and my granddaughter. You are 16, while she is merely 6. It would be wise for you to seek another aspiration. You have uttered that 421 times already." The boy replied calmly, "Is that so? Has it truly been that many?" The woman paused, momentarily taken aback, before raising her trembling right hand to point at him, exclaiming, "What on earth do you want?" "You have also repeated that 789 times," the boy said, a smile gracing his face. "My answer remains unchanged. I harbor no interest in your granddaughter. I merely wish to assist you across the street." The elderly woman cast her gaze toward the empty roadway ahead, then glanced at the signpost that read, "No motor vehicles beyond this point," and a profound sense of helplessness washed over her. Indeed, if the boy's calculations were correct, it had been that many times she, a highly esteemed professor of physics, had taken up a position as a visiting lecturer at her hometown's Pine View High School upon her retirement. This young man had joined the school at the same time, and, for 3 consecutive years, regardless of the seasons or the time of day, he had insisted on helping her cross the street. However, she had no need for assistance. She was in good health, relished her meals, and could walk 10 kilometers without issue. Why, then, did she require help to cross the street? Initially, she had approached him with caution, but over time, she realized that this young man harbored no malice, never engaged in any inappropriate behavior, nor uttered any irksome remarks. He was respectful and remarkably polite. Yet, as a person with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, she was genuinely curious about the motives behind this peculiar behavior exhibited by the Chinese youth named Xiang Yuan. She had taken the initiative to gather information and discovered that children in China often take delight in assisting elderly individuals across the street, frequently documenting these acts in their diaries and essays. Perhaps it was a manifestation of a unique educational philosophy. Thus, she found peace. If I must assist, then so be it. Consider it a contribution to education. After crossing the street, they arrived at the entrance of the campus. Xiang Yuan released his hold on the elderly woman that he gazed up at the sky, inhaling deeply, and said, "This is where I shall leave you. I apologize for any inconvenience I may have caused over the past 3 years. From now on, I may not have the time to assist you in crossing the road again." The elderly woman replied, "I did not expect you to be so unburdened. You bear no responsibility. Is there any change in your circumstances that requires assistance?" Having interacted for such a duration, a profound bond had developed between them. "It's nothing. I am merely heading off to play basketball." At that moment, a virtual interface materialized before Xiang Yuan. This interface bore the generic title of system. More specifically, it was designated as the All-Professional Basketball System. 3 years prior, when Xiang Yuan had just been reborn, this system had begun accompanying him. The era he originally hailed from was 2023 T. That time, he was suffocated by overwhelming debt, and on a dreary, rainy day, after being beaten by debt collectors, he purchased a bottle of fine liquor with his last remaining money and, after consuming it in one gulp, leapt from a height of several stories. Then, he was reborn. He returned to the age of 13. At 13, his family was still prosperous, and his parents had sent him to the United States for high school. Now, 3 years of high school had passed, and he was 16. Everything remained as it once was, that if he were to follow the trajectory of his former life. In 2 years, his parents' company would begin to decline. 5 years later, the company would face bankruptcy, accumulating debts in the millions, forcing his parents to tragically choose to end their lives. Then the creditors would relentlessly pursue Xiang Yuan, who would meander through life, often going hungry, while the girl he had grown up with married someone else. Ultimately, he would choose to follow in his parents' footsteps. Fortunately, fate granted him another chance at life. In this existence, he intended to alter everything. He could not rely on the memories and experiences of his past life to assist his parents in salvaging their company, as he lacked the aptitude for such matters and the downfall of His parents' business was a consequence of inevitable circumstances, not merely poor management. However, he possessed a system. He was determined to play basketball and become a superstar. In doing so, all his problems would be resolved. Yet, the system required the completion of 10 tasks before it could be activated. Over the past 3 years, in pursuit of activating the system, Xiang Yuan had been mentally and physically exhausted. Fortunately, he was nearing the completion of his tasks. He gazed at the system interface before him, which displayed System Activation Task. Task 10. Assist the elderly woman in crossing the road 1,000 times. Completed. Phew. Xiang Yuan exhaled, relieved that this absurd task had finally come to an end. Thus, only one task remains. Xiang Yuan's mind stirred, and a complete overview of the system activation tasks materialized on the interface. System Activation Tasks. Task 1. Blocked 1,000 times completed. Task 2. Had the ball stolen 1,000 times completed. Task 3. Missed shots 1,000,000 times completed. Task 4. Committed turnovers 1,000 times completed. Task 5. Fell during confrontations on the court 1,000 times completed. Task 6. Accumulated 10,000 kilometers of morning runs. Completed. Task 7. Body fat percentage below 12. Bench press over 80 kilograms. 100-meter dash under 13 seconds. Squat over 100 kilograms completed. Task 8. Join the school basketball team for over a year completed. Task 9. Rejected in confessions 1,000 times 999 times. Task 10. Helped elderly ladies cross the street 1,000 times completed. Only one task remains unfulfilled. Xiang Yuan, still unaware of the true purpose of the system, was on the verge of madness from the torment of these activation tasks. This system activation task had rendered Xiang Yuan a household name throughout Songjing High School, yet a figure of ridicule. For 3 years, aside from layups and dunks, he had failed to make a single shot. Additionally, he was frequently intercepted and blocked while he appeared adept at ball handling. He was prone to turnovers with every pass. Let us not forget his infamous nickname, the court mop. Yet, he was undeniably diligent whenever there was an opportunity to play. He would be present. He epitomized the classic case of being both inept and enthusiastic. Good morning. As he passed by the school gate, Xiang Yuan greeted the staff within. Wait. Just as he was about to step onto the campus, the staff called out to him, handing him a letter. Thank you. Xiang Yuan accepted the letter, expressing his gratitude. Who could have sent this letter? With a hint of curiosity, he opened it. The stationery was a delicate pink adorned with elegant lace that a gentle fragrance wafted forth, subtle yet captivating. As he walked, he began to read. Dear Xiang, your letter has been received. I sincerely appreciate your affection. You are a brave young man, and I am quite surprised that you would write me a confession. At your age, you are still in the bloom of youth, with boundless possibilities ahead. Many things may still be beyond your understanding. We belong to different generations and worlds, yet I genuinely wish you health and happiness as you grow. Additionally, from your letter, I gather that you are fond of basketball, so I have enclosed a limited edition Michael Jordan trading card. I hope you like it. If one day you become a superstar like Michael, perhaps we may have the chance to meet and become friends. The letter concluded here, signed with a name. That is an exceptionally radiant name. In 1995, she was named the Person of the Year by Entertainment Weekly. She has been repeatedly recognized as one of the sexiest women in the world. Jennifer Aniston. Upon reading the final word, an extraordinarily melodious sound suddenly resonated in Xiang Yuan's mind. Ding! The system activation task has been completed. The all-professional basketball system has been activated. Chapter 2. Losing means calling daddy. A brand new virtual interface materialized before Xiang Yuan's eyes. Host, Xiang Yuan. Physical attributes. Height, 201 centimeters. Weight, 97 kilograms. Points, 0. Badges, none. Special skills, none. Character card, 02. Ability evaluation. Offense, 38. Defense, 34. Organization, 23. Athleticism, 51. Finishing, 36. Basketball, IQ, 68. Entertainment value, 20. Leadership, 10. Attributes abridged. Note, each ability category contains more detailed attributes, such as mid-range shooting and three-point shooting under offense, rebounding and blocking under defense, and passing timing and court vision under basketball. IQ, among others. Comprehensive evaluation, 35. How tragic. Xiang Yuan gazed at the attribute interface before him, realizing that only his basketball IQ rating was somewhat acceptable, while the other abilities were utterly insignificant. This was achieved only under the guidance of the system, with diligent efforts to enhance his physical qualities. There was no other choice that he might as well explore the capabilities of the system. With a thought, Xiang Yuan opened the system's function introduction. System Introduction. The all-professional basketball system is dedicated to cultivating versatile basketball talents. This system encompasses all characters related to the NBA League from its inception up to 2023. The host can expend points to draw character cards from the system's card pool. The drawn character cards cannot be discarded or replaced. The attributes of character cards reflect the peak attributes of those characters. Upon utilizing a character card, the host will acquire the corresponding character's attributes, abilities, exclusive skills, and more. The system will adjust the effect of character cards on the host's abilities based on the host's physical condition and current ability values. The effects of character cards will automatically expire at 6 o'clock every morning. The host can earn points or attribute upgrade rewards by completing tasks issued by the system. Task point rewards can be used to draw a card from the pool, with different tiers of card pools requiring varying amounts of points. A bronze card pool draw costs 100 points. A silver card pool draw costs 500 points. A gold card pool draw costs 1,000 points. A platinum card pool draw costs 2,000 points. A diamond card pool draw costs 3,000 points. A master card pool draw costs 5,000 points. A supreme card pool draw costs 10,000 points. The character tiers in the card pool range from low to high: C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. For additional features, the host may explore and discover on their own. Ding! The Novice Gift Pack is now available. Novice Gift Pack. 5 opportunities to draw from the bronze card pool, 1 opportunity from the silver card pool, 1 from the gold card pool, 1 from the platinum card pool, and 1 from the diamond card pool. With a mere thought, Xiang Yuan witnessed the virtual interface transform once more. 7 distinct piles of cards, each radiating a different hue, were lined up before him, shimmering within the interface. These 7 piles corresponded to 7 card pools: the bronze card pool, silver card pool, gold card pool, platinum card pool, diamond card pool, master card pool, and supreme card pool. Xiang Yuan attempted to access the supreme card pool, that he was curious about the highest tier of cards, but to his surprise, he found it inaccessible. As he pressed forward, he ultimately discovered that he could only access the bronze and silver card pools at this time. It appeared that unlocking higher tier card pools required certain conditions to be met. With no other option, he decided to proceed gradually. Thus, Xiang Yuan selected the bronze card pool. Introduction to character levels and probabilities. Level character, probability 90. Level character, probability 8. A level character, probability 1. S-level character, probability 0.70. S-level character, probability 0.28. SS level character, probability 0.02. Drawing opportunities. 5. Xiang Yuan directly opted for the draw, noting that the system did not feature any 5 or 10 consecutive draws, nor a guarantee of a high-level character card after a set number of attempts. The pool, adorned with bronze patterns, ascended into the air as countless cards danced in the void. Eventually, a character card gradually materialized, landing within the system's card pack. Level character card, Jeremy Evans. Character description: a forward swingman, he was the 55th pick in the second round of the 2010 NBA draft, averaging 3.5 points, 0.4 assists, and 2.6 rebounds over his career. In his peak season, he averaged 6.1 points, 0.7 assists, and 4.7 rebounds, and he was the champion of the 2012 NBA Slam Dunk Contest. Badges. 1. Rebound Dog Silver Effect. Enhances the sense for rebounds, improving offensive rebounding capabilities. 2. Rapid Bounce Silver Effect. Strengthens jumping ability and dunking skills under the basket. 3. Helicopter Bronze Effect. Enhances alley-oop capabilities. Special skill, Dunk.to think he's a future player. This system's card pool is indeed profound. As for this player, what could be said? A rather conventional level character card, the only highlight being his impressive dunking ability. During the drawing process, Xiang Yuan held a small glimmer of hope if fortune favored him. Perhaps he would draw a 3S or double S character at an exceedingly low probability, which would be exhilarating. Alas, probabilities remain probabilities, and the existence of fortunate luck is indeed confined to legends and tales. After drawing this character card, Xiang Yuan ceased his endeavors. Currently, there are 4 opportunities remaining to draw from the bronze card pool and 1 from the silver card pool. He intends to find a suitable moment to cleanse himself with incense and a bath before proceeding with the card draw. Xiang Yuan exited the system interface, and a jubilant smile finally graced his face. The system had truly not disappointed him. The future holds promise. Now, he seeks to discover a fresh sensation of playing basketball. Thus, he leisurely made his way to the outdoor basketball court. Although he had been a member of the school basketball team for over a year, he was not entitled to use the indoor gymnasium, as he was not a primary member of the team. He was neither part of the first team the second team, nor even the third team, that he was merely a cheerleader for the Songjing High School basketball team. Even by American aesthetic standards, Xiang Yuan's appearance could be considered exceptionally striking. Thus, it is entirely reasonable to join the cheerleading squad. In fact, his primary objective was to fulfill the system activation task. Under the influence of the system prior to activation, it was impossible for him to score, rendering his aspirations of joining the basketball team unattainable. Consequently, he had to explore alternative paths, diligently honing his dance skills, and ultimately, through his charm and dance prowess, he secured a place in the school team. It is a story that brings tears to one's eyes. Xiang Yuan arrived at the outdoor basketball court. At that moment, only a handful of individuals were engaged in shooting practice. The arrival of Xiang Yuan immediately captured their attention. "Oh, isn't that Xiang Yuan? Back again for a game of basketball?" one remarked. "Oriental, you should return home and play with dolls. Basketball is not suited for you." "So, do you wish to be blocked a few times today, or do you think this court is dirty and need a bit of cleaning?" Laughter erupted among the group, their amusement palpable. Two individuals even staged a mock performance. One held the ball, feigning a shot, while the other leaped high, executing a dramatic volleyball-style block, forcefully sending the basketball towards Xiang Yuan's direction. Subsequently, the one who had been blocked dramatically fell to the ground, emitting comical sounds of dismay. This incited another fit of uproarious laughter. Afterward, one of the individuals, an African American, raised a middle finger at Xiang Yuan and said, "Go back to playing with dolls. This sport is not meant for someone like you." Xiang Yuan gazed at the basketball that had rolled to his feet, surrounded by peers who reveled in their mockery. His expression gradually hardened, becoming resolute and frigid. Having lived once more, he sought to ascend to the pinnacle, to defy fate itself, not to be belittled by these pitiful individuals. In the past, he had endured countless humiliations to fulfill the activation tasks of the system. However, at that time, he was powerless. The system had yet to awaken, and he had to bear the weight of indignity. Moreover, under the system's influence, his shooting had inevitably faltered, rendering him unable to take any tangible action against their taunts. Now, the system was activated. His physical prowess distinguished him among his peers. After a million repetitions, he had developed an impeccable shooting form. With the system's enhancement now at his disposal, he resolved that today, these ignorant youngsters would experience the mysterious power that hails from the east. Xiang Yuan gradually bent down, grasping the basketball that had rolled to his feet. Straightening his posture, he raised his other hand and beckoned towards the African-American youth who had just mocked him. A defiant smile gracing his lips. "Let us duel. Loser calls the winner, Dad." Chapter 3. No more pretense. I lay my cards on the table. The young African-American man accepted the challenge without hesitation. Given the implications of the title Dad, he felt a slight sense of seriousness about the confrontation. Although he harbored no doubt that Xiang Yuan stood no chance of defeating him. "You may attack first," he generously offered. Xiang Yuan was unceremonious, as the distinction between offense and defense was negligible. The others retreated to the sidelines, vociferously cheering for the young black athlete. Xiang Yuan remained unfazed, for he was confident that in no time, these individuals would silence their foul mouths. Xiang Yuan stood at the top of the key, directly facing the backboard, while a young African-American man occupied the space within the three-point arc. The duel was officially underway. The two competitors were playing to a score of 21 points. A shot taken beyond the three-point line was worth 2 points, while all other shots were valued at 1 point. The first to reach 21 points, with a lead of at least 2 points over his opponent, would emerge victorious. He took a deep breath. Xiang Yuan held the ball with both hands. Slightly lowering his body, he gazed intently at his opponent ahead, mentally analyzing the situation in search of a promising opportunity to break through. However, his adversary relinquished defense, retreating directly to the vicinity of the 3-second area. In one-on-one play, there are no restrictions regarding the 3-second rule. Thus, this action clearly indicated a strategy of waiting patiently to thwart Xiang Yuan's attempts at layups and dunks. From another perspective, it suggested a blatant belief that Xiang Yuan would fail to make a shot, hence the decision to leave him unguarded. Such behavior is an affront to anyone who cherishes the game of basketball. Nevertheless, for the young African-American player, this seemed entirely rational. After all, it was common knowledge that throughout his 3 years of high school, Xiang Yuan had not successfully made a single basket. Therefore, how could one possibly lose while playing against him? The young man had already begun to envision a scenario where Xiang Yuan would be calling him Dad. In truth, Xiang Yuan was no stranger to such circumstances. In the past, when others were still willing to engage him in half-court 3v3 or 4v4 games, he often found himself left unguarded. However, the present moment was distinctly different. Xiang Yuan's gaze instantly sharpened. In that case, let me show you the true power. Xiang Yuan dribbled the ball, arriving at the free-throw line. He steadied himself, bending his knees to exert power, while simultaneously raising his arms to leap, flicking his wrist to release the ball. A million practice shots had honed his shooting technique to perfection. Every movement was devoid of excess, flowing seamlessly and aesthetically pleasing. Swish. The basketball sailed directly through the hoop, the court resonating with the delightful sound of the net. A hush fell over the entire arena. The young African-American stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. Those observing from the sidelines also fell into silence, exchanging incredulous glances. In truth, this was merely a routine shot. However, it was far from an ordinary shot. It marked the first successful basket for Xiang Yuan in front of his high school classmates in 3 years. Xiang Yuan felt a pang of emotion, nearly overwhelmed by tears of bitterness. It had not been an easy journey. Who could possibly understand the trials he had endured over the past 3 years? At last, he had persevered and was on the brink of revelation. Overwhelmed with excitement, Xiang Yuan could hardly wait to vindicate himself. It was time for him to take action. Regardless of his bewildered opponent, he picked up the basketball from the ground and tossed it forward before positioning himself at the arc of the three-point line. This cannot be real. It must be an illusion. The young black man seized the basketball, taking his stance for the offensive play. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess, he silently proclaimed within, dribbling the ball effortlessly before charging towards the paint. His intention was to leverage his physical strength to overpower Xiang Yuan and execute a thunderous dunk to reclaim his dignity. It was well known that Xiang Yuan would falter at the slightest contact. However, as the young man lunged forward, he was unexpectedly met by Xiang Yuan, resulting in a direct physical confrontation. The young man felt a surge of triumph, ready to leap for a dunk, only to discover that Xiang Yuan remained steadfast before him. What is happening? Has he fallen? Xiang Yuan stood firmly in place. If he were to exert himself fully in confrontation, his current physical attributes would still fall short against the young black athlete. However, basketball adheres to its own set of rules. Xiang Yuan firmly locked down the position of the young black athlete, leaving him no room for maneuver. Consequently, the young man found himself with no dribble attempts remaining, forced to linger far from the 3-second zone. This position was quite awkward. A dunk was out of the question, and a layup seemed too distant. With no opportunity to dribble, his only recourse was to shoot. However, Xiang Yuan stood directly in front of him, closely guarding his body, arms raised high above his head, clearly intent on denying him any chance for an easy shot. After several feints, it became evident that Xiang Yuan was unfazed. Ultimately, the young man could only attempt a desperate shot. Unsurprisingly, the basketball barely grazed the backboard, failing to even touch the rim before bouncing out of bounds. The possession shifted. The young athlete, somewhat undeterred, believed that Xiang Yuan's previous successful shot was merely a stroke of luck. Thus, he once again created space. Though this time he positioned himself slightly further forward, denying Xiang Yuan the opportunity to shoot from the free throw line. Xiang Yuan, however, was indifferent. He had taken over 10,000 shots from every position, dribbling, pausing, and releasing. Swish. Another exquisite arc. The ball nestled perfectly through the net. 2-0. Subsequently, both sides exchanged possession, and the young African-American once again fell into the same pattern. Xiang Yuan seized the rebound, dribbled to the three-point line, and took a shot. 4-0. The expression on the young African-American's face darkened significantly. The spectators nearby expressed their discontent. What are you doing? Quickly put an end to this Oriental. Do you intend to replace him and become the laughingstock of our Songjing High School basketball scene? Show your prowess and defend. Shut up. I know. The young man bellowed, his gaze now serious. It was his turn to attack again. This time, he was no longer careless. He skillfully dribbled the ball, assessing Xiang Yuan's position and searching for an opportunity to break through. In truth, the young man's skills and physical attributes were quite impressive, making him a prominent figure on the campus basketball courts, with abilities close to those of a member of the school's third team. The consecutive scores by Xiang Yuan were merely a result of his overconfidence. Soon enough, Xiang Yuan revealed a flaw. The young man seized the opportunity, breaking through to the basket and scoring. Roar. He pounded his chest with both hands, venting the frustration that had built up within him. Xiang Yuan looked at him with amusement. In such a posture, one might mistakenly believe he had just clinched the NBA championship. Soon, The young African-American began to realize that there was truly little to celebrate, especially since he was currently trailing. The game continued. Once the young man focused earnestly, he adopted a vigorous defense, causing significant trouble for Xiong Yuan. With the current state of his skills and physical attributes, he found it challenging to take easy shots. Before long, the score evolved to 4-4. After several consecutive plays, the score shifted to 7-13. Xiong Yuan is trailing by 6 points. If this continues, he will have no choice but to call this young African-American man dad. Alas, Xiong Yuan sighed. What's the matter? The young black man chuckled. Looks like you're done for. You might as well call me daddy. I'll teach you how to play basketball properly. Ha ha ha. The surrounding individuals shared a moment of startled laughter. Initially, Xiong Yuan had hoped to interact with them as an ordinary person, but instead, he encountered alienation. He slowly spoke. Enough of the charade. I could easily outplay you. I'm laying my cards on the table. Prepare to call me daddy. With that, Xiong Yuan focused his thoughts, summoned the system interface, and opened the card pack. There lay the bronze character card, quietly awaiting activation. System, activate the Jeremy Evans character card. As soon as the words left his lips, the character card transformed into an invisible white light that merged with Xiong Yuan's body. Chapter 4. The effects of the character card ding. The host has successfully utilized the Jeremy Evans character card. Based on the host's physical condition, the overall inheritance rate of the character card stands at 63. In an instant, Xiong Yuan sensed a remarkable transformation within his entire being. His attributes experienced a comprehensive enhancement. Upon revisiting the system interface, he discovered modifications in the ability metrics. Ability ratings: offense 50, 12, defense 61, 27, organization 34, 11, athleticism 78, 27, finishing 56, 20, basketball IQ 69, 1, spectacle 58, 38, leadership 18, 8, overall evaluation 53. Though Jeremy Evans was drafted as the 55th pick in the second round, he is undeniably a legitimate NBA player. Some may regard a second-round pick as insignificant, but that perspective stems from ignorance. The NBA stands as the pinnacle of basketball leagues worldwide. A congregation of formidable talents where only a select few, fewer than 100 globally, are chosen each year in the draft. Achieving such a feat is far from simple. Thus, even with Xiong Yuan inheriting only 63 of the character card's abilities, his overall evaluation reached 53. According to the system's criteria, an overall score exceeding 60 signifies entry into the NBA threshold. Yet, before him stood merely a high school student. To win, all it takes is skill. However, none present took Xiong Yuan's words seriously. They believed he had lost his composure, speaking nonsensically and without thought. It was now Xiong Yuan's turn to attack. Xiong Yuan dribbled the ball with simplicity, executing only a couple of basic movements. Without any further embellishments, he stepped in from the three-point line, initiating a back-to-the-basket advance. The young African-American man was taken aback, feeling utterly disrespected. He was determined to make Xiong Yuan pay for his arrogance. However, reality dealt him a merciless blow. To his despair, he realized he could not budge Xiong Yuan. For reasons unknown, Xiong Yuan's strength seemed to have doubled. Initially, he had a slight advantage in terms of power, yet now he was being utterly dominated. You actually held back just now, the young man exclaimed in terror. Xiong Yuan remained silent, his back turned as he steadily advanced towards the basket. Before long, he had maneuvered himself into the key. Xiong Yuan feigned a move, and as the young black man leaped, he executed a deft scoop shot, securing a point with ease. The score stood at 8-13. How effortless. Mother no longer needs to worry about my ability to compete against the young black man. Xiong Yuan experienced an entirely different state, overwhelmed with joy. It was once again the turn of the young African-American to launch an attack. He now felt somewhat disoriented, realizing that he had been overpowered in strength. Thus, he resolved to outshine his opponent with skill. Holding the ball, he faced Xiong Yuan and executed a series of dribbling maneuvers that included a crossover and a back-to-the-basket move. It must be said, his fundamental skills were truly impressive. The opportunity had arisen. Xiong Yuan appeared to have revealed a flaw, and the young African-American seized the opportunity, dribbling with a swift change of direction as he surged towards the basket from the right flank. What does brute strength matter? Basketball is not merely a game of arm wrestling. The young man thought with a sense of triumph, simultaneously executing a layup motion. However, where was the ball? Upon glancing back, he discovered that the sphere had already been snatched away by Xiong Yuan. Xiong Yuan executed the steal with remarkable precision, Seizing the fleeting moment when the young African-American player was dribbling, he swiftly maneuvered to the side of the ball-handling hand and deftly intercepted the ball, without any discernible physical contact whatsoever. After Xiang Yuan intercepted the ball, he immediately dribbled beyond the three-point line and then advanced near the free-throw line. At that moment, the young African-American player, who had been stripped of the ball, had yet to realize what had transpired. By the time he reacted and attempted to defend, it was already too late. Xiang Yuan leapt effortlessly from the free-throw line, executing a jump shot that secured another point, bringing the score to 9-13. "I was careless. Consider yourself fortunate." The young black player remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, mistakenly believing that his own negligence in dribbling had merely afforded Xiang Yuan an opportunity. As he prepared for another offensive attempt, the young man summoned all his focus. Once more, he charged forward, this time employing a clever tactic. He positioned the ball in front of his body, deliberately avoiding any chance for Xiang Yuan to intercept from the side. "I knew I had underestimated him," the young man thought as he approached the basket, gripping the ball with one hand, ready to leap high for a powerful dunk. "Be careful. Watch out, he's behind you." "Ah, he jumped so high." The surrounding shouts reached his ears, but he was momentarily bewildered. What are they saying? However, it was not long before he comprehended the urgency of their cries. Thud. A dull sound echoed through the air. He stared blankly as the basketball was swatted away, soaring out of bounds like a volleyball, his mind a complete blank. "I was blocked on my dunk." He found it impossible to accept this reality. "You fouled me," he yelled, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan shrugged his shoulders and smiled disdainfully. He had committed a foul, hadn't he? The young black man glanced at his companions. The anticipated support was absent. Xiang Yuan's blocks are as clean and decisive as his steals. This is the basketball court, where the dynamics are governed by the rules of the game, and everything must be articulated through basketball. Xiang Yuan had committed no foul, thus, regardless of their disdain for him or their camaraderie with the young African-American, they could not contravene the rules. As the time for classes approached, students began to enter the campus in droves, the lively atmosphere attracting numerous onlookers, and the audience swelled in size. Should they hypocritically support the young African-American, once today's events spread, their standing on the court would be irrevocably compromised. Observing the expressions and demeanor of his peers, the young African-American finally grasped this stark reality. His dunk had been thwarted. With a flushed face, he stepped out of bounds and kicked the basketball towards Xiang Yuan. A chorus of boos began to emerge from the crowd. Xiang Yuan was not bothered. Being blocked in a one-on-one duel could be quite embarrassing, and he empathized with the young African-American player. Nevertheless, he felt exhilarated. As he advanced with the ball once more, he discerned that the young man's spirit was wavering, his frustration affecting his defense. Thus, Xiang Yuan opted not to employ the tactic of backing down this time. Instead, he dribbled with finesse, executing a simple feint that deceived the young man's defense. Seizing the opportunity while the young man was off balance, Xiang Yuan surged toward the basket and leapt with grace. The brilliant yet gentle sunlight streamed past the backboard, illuminating his forehead. His airborne silhouette became indelibly etched in the minds of the spectators. Bam! A one-handed axe dunk. Magnificent. Absolutely stunning. Oh my goodness. The atmosphere around them ignited at that moment, fueled by Xiang Yuan's spectacular slam dunk. Just as the crowd erupted in cheers for this dazzling display, a middle-aged man, approximately 40 years old, patted a high school boy on the back. "Let us go," the man said. The boy turned, puzzled. "Coach, aren't we watching anymore?" The middle-aged man nodded. "No need to watch. That Eastern player will undoubtedly win with overwhelming superiority, much like you do in your one-on-one matches with your teammates. He must be a member of the Songjing High School team. You will encounter him soon." "I understand," the boy replied, following his coach away from the scene. "Coach, is he very strong?" the boy inquired. "Yes, quite strong," the middle-aged man responded. "But I am stronger." The boy's declaration was drowned out by another wave of cheers. Chapter 5. The strongest player becomes a cheerleader morning. In the classroom, having just scored a victory against a young African-American player, Xiang Yuan was attending an art class. Art is considered a major subject in American high schools. The current lesson was music, with the teacher leading the students through an English song, accompanied by a beautiful melody. The classmates sang in unison, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Suddenly, an incongruous voice broke through. "My skate shoes, fashionable, fashionable, the most fashionable on my way home. I can't help but rub on this smooth floor. 1 step, 2 steps, 1 step, 2 steps, 1 step, 1 step like a minion, it's the devil's footsteps. It's the devil's footsteps. This was a Chinese song, and no one in the room could comprehend the meaning of the lyrics. However, the infectious rhythm quickly captivated the students, prompting them to hum along involuntarily. The teacher's face turned a shade of green. Xiang, get out. The typically mild-mannered, gentle, and humble music teacher unexpectedly lost his temper, leaving the students perplexed. As they endeavored to banish the infectious rhythm of a certain song from their minds, they couldn't help but wonder why Xiang Yuan, a student known for his excellent academic performance and unblemished conduct, would suddenly act in such a manner. In truth, Xiang Yuan had no desire to behave this way. However, during music class, the system had abruptly issued a task. The primary mission was to sing a song in class and successfully enrage the teacher, with a reward of 100 points. This was Xiang Yuan's first system task, and despite his lack of understanding regarding the task mechanism and the rewards involved, he felt compelled to complete it, no matter how arduous or socially mortifying the endeavor might be. Moreover, the system had clearly indicated that this was a primary task, which is universally acknowledged as essential. Neglecting it would preclude the emergence of subsequent tasks. After much contemplation, Xiang Yuan ultimately decided to perform the catchy tune My Skateboard Shoes by the artist Joseph Hahn, which had once enjoyed a surge in popularity. The result was immediate. The music teacher was indeed provoked. Once Xiang Yuan was expelled from the classroom and found himself in the playground, the system notified him that the task had been accomplished. With a fresh and enticing reward of 100 points in hand, Xiang Yuan resolved to save up his points for a grand opportunity. After all, he still had 4 chances for the bronze card pool and 1 for the silver card pool yet to utilize. With ample resources at his disposal, he felt at ease. It was class time, and the campus was relatively deserted. Xiang Yuan wandered aimlessly, unable to find a basketball to engage with. Just then, a classmate, panting and rushing towards the teaching building, spotted Xiang Yuan and hastily came to a halt. Xiang Yuan, aren't you supposed to be in class? Xiang Yuan had yet to formulate a response, for it would be rather unseemly to admit he had been dismissed by his teacher. Nevertheless, it mattered little. His classmate, without awaiting Xiang Yuan's reply, seized him by the arm, declaring, "You are just in time. The Daytona Beach Continental High School basketball team has come to compete in a friendly match. Many students are still in class, and aside from the team members, the teachers are granting no leave. The cheerleading squad is severely understaffed, and I've been dispatched to find someone. Come quickly to the gym." With that, he unceremoniously dragged Xiang Yuan toward the basketball arena. At that moment, within the gymnasium of Songjing High School, an exhilarating basketball game was unfolding. The competing teams were the Daytona Beach Continental High School basketball team and the Songjing High School basketball team. The term exhilarating might aptly describe the atmosphere, given the frequent displays of slam dunks. However, from a score perspective, such a description was rather misleading. As the first half neared its conclusion, the scoreboard displayed a disheartening score of 35-12, with the home team, Songjing High School, trailing by a staggering 23 points. The audience, lacking enthusiasm, hardly rallied to support their team. Some even expressed their discontent with jeers, as the Songjing team found themselves thoroughly outmatched. On the opposing side, a singular high school athlete darted across the court, executing thefts, shots, rebounds, fast breaks, assists, blocks, and dunks with remarkable prowess, seemingly omnipresent in every corner of the arena. This athlete was none other than the individual who had boldly proclaimed, "But I am stronger," earlier that morning. The truth was, he was indeed formidable. Against a one-on-one defense, he effortlessly maneuvered past his opponent to score. When faced with a double team, he adeptly evaded the defenders, either shooting or dunking for points. Even under a triple team, he skillfully passed to his teammates, facilitating their scoring opportunities. On defense, he stood like an impenetrable barrier. Attempting to score over him was a Herculean task. Fueled by this exceptional player, the Daytona Beach Continental High School team decimated the Songjing High School squad. The only opportunity for Songjing to accumulate points came during the brief moments when he was on the bench, striving to salvage some semblance of dignity in the scoreline. Soon enough, halftime arrived, with the score solidifying at 50-23. Songjing High School found themselves trailing by 27 points. As the intermission commenced, the star player of Daytona Beach Continental High School strode confidently toward the Songjing player area. Was it not enough to lead by such a margin? Did he seek to further humiliate the players of Songjing High School? The athletes of Songjing wore expressions of profound dismay, directing fierce glares at him. However, What they did not anticipate was that the individual before them appeared even more incensed. "Coach George, your Songjing High School is insulting us, the Daytona Beach Continental High School," exclaimed the player. Coach of Songjing High School? The players of Songjing High School felt a profound sense of injustice. The glaring scoreboard stood unwaveringly, a constant reminder of their humiliation. Yet now, they found themselves in the perplexing position of being the ones who seemed to inflict humiliation upon others. The individual before them appeared consumed by anger and grievance, leading the players of Songjing High to momentarily believe they were the ones in the lead. "What do you mean?" Finally, it was Coach George Yule of Songjing High who broke the silence. "We have come sincerely to engage in a friendly match with no hidden agendas. Yet you keep your strongest players off the court. What does this signify?" "What?" Coach George looked bewildered, glancing around as his mind raced. "There are no hidden strongest players here. All of Songjing High's best are present. In fact, Coach George wished there were a hidden star player. If such a talent existed, his basketball team would not have struggled to achieve commendable results in the state high school league." Just as Coach George was about to clarify that they had no hidden players, Xiang Yuan entered the gymnasium accompanied by a classmate. The student hurriedly pulled Xiang Yuan to Coach George. "Coach, I've brought someone. Hurry, it's time for the halftime performance. Xiang Yuan, take the other cheerleaders onto the court." Upon seeing Xiang Yuan approach, Coach George felt as though he had found a savior and quickly addressed him. To be fair, Xiang Yuan's dance skills were quite commendable, and Coach George held a favorable opinion of this cheerleader. Xiang Yuan nodded, preparing to change into the cheerleading outfit. No one anticipated that a student from Daytona Beach High, who had overheard the conversation, would suddenly explode with indignation. He pointed an accusatory finger at Xiang Yuan and then turned to Coach George, shouting furiously, "How dare you send your strongest player to be a cheerleader? You cannot claim this is not an insult to us. If I do not see him in your lineup for the second half, then there is no point in continuing this match." Chapter 6. The cheerleaders step onto the court. His words left Coach George and the members of the Songjing High School team utterly astounded. They stood in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances, each pair of eyes reflecting a profound disbelief. "Xiang Yuan, the most formidable player? It is truly absurd." Had these words not been uttered by such an extraordinarily talented athlete, one might have deemed the speaker to be deranged. The members of the Songjing High School basketball team had been diligently training in the gym, oblivious to the events that transpired on the outdoor court that morning. To them, Xiang Yuan remained the basketball underachiever, incapable of making shots, frequently intercepted, blocked, and prone to errors. At that moment, Xiang Yuan finally noticed the boy who seemed on the verge of confronting Coach George with harsh words. The more he looked, the more familiar the boy appeared. Suddenly, a name sprang to mind. He exclaimed, "You are Vince Carter." Carter nodded in acknowledgement and then inquired, "I witnessed your performance this morning. I hope you hold nothing back when you take the court. We shall meet there." With that, Carter turned and returned to the players' lounge of Daytona Beach Mainland High School. To be honest, Xiang Yuan longed to request an autograph from Carter. After all, he was Vince Carter, a superstar, a demigod, an enigma. Xiang Yuan had a profound admiration for Vince Carter even before his rebirth. However, after graduating from high school, he returned to his homeland and never had the opportunity for close interaction. Now, miraculously, this individual appeared right before him, seemingly still a youthful high school student. Such is the fortune of rebirth. Yet, soon, Xiang Yuan's exhilaration began to subside. He was a reborn individual, a man equipped with a system. In the future, he too would grace the NBA, competing alongside Carter on the same stage. Just as moments ago, Carter had placed him on equal footing, extending an invitation to battle. Xiang Yuan's mentality has quietly undergone a transformation. The seed of a strong heart has begun to sprout. Xiang Yuan turned to Coach George and declared emphatically, "Coach, I want to play basketball." Each word was articulated with unwavering determination. Coach George appeared somewhat troubled. The players on the court were supposed to be members of the first team, yet Xiang Yuan was not even a member of the third team. Typically, only in exceptional circumstances would such an elevation occur. However, if Xiang Yuan were denied the opportunity to play, it was likely to provoke the opposing team. And even if the game continued without interruption, the result would leave Songjing High School utterly humiliated. At that moment, someone rushed to Coach George's side and whispered a few words in his ear. Coach George's expression began to shift. He turned to Xiang Yuan and met his intense gaze, from which he discerned a profound eagerness and confidence. "Well, isn't this precisely an exceptional circumstance?" Ultimately, Coach George nodded and instructed, "Quickly head to the locker room and find a uniform." I will arrange for you to compete in the second half. By the way, what position do you play? Xiang Yuan's expression brightened as he exclaimed, Feng Wei, you're in. Excellent, hurry up. In the second half, you'll replace Adam Eve as a starter. I hope you won't let me down. Yes, coach. Soon, the second half of the match was about to commence. Typically, one would expect the home crowd to have vacated their seats after witnessing their team being trounced, yet the stands were still filled to capacity. This was largely due to the fact that, aside from a handful of diehard fans of the Songjing High School team, the majority had come to see Vince Carter in action. As the game began, the audience suddenly noticed a change among the players from Songjing High School. What is happening? Who is this yellow-skinned player? They murmured. Did Coach George really have another player available for such a critical moment? Surely, he must be throwing in the towel, using the absence of his main players as an excuse after a loss. Isn't that Xiang Yuan? Has Coach George lost his mind? They scoffed. A cheerleader who doesn't know how to play is taking the court? This is too much. I might just die from laughter. The stands erupted in derisive boos. Meanwhile, Coach George felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow, secretly praying for a miracle. Should Xiang Yuan fail to make an impression on the court, his reputation would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow. With the sound of the whistle, the second half commenced, with Daytona Beach Continental High School taking the first offensive move. The point guard for Daytona Beach crossed half court before swiftly passing the ball to Vince Carter, who stood at the left side of the arc, positioned at a 45-degree angle. As Carter received the pass and surveyed the field, a tall and sturdy figure loomed before him. Excellent, you've arrived, Carter remarked. Indeed. I have come, and I must express my gratitude. Without your encouragement, I would not have had this opportunity to play. Therefore, I shall give it my all. Xiang Yuan replied. All right, let us see who is stronger. Upon concluding his statement, Carter slightly bent his knees, pivoting on his right foot while taking a tentative step with his left, feigning to the left before swiftly dribbling. He transferred the ball to his right hand and suddenly accelerated, intending to breach Xiang Yuan's defense and penetrate directly into the paint. This maneuver had proven effective for Carter throughout the first half, as his initial burst of speed consistently outpaced his opponent, allowing him to exploit any slight shift in the defender's balance. However, this time, he was thwarted. Xiang Yuan had preemptively established a defensive position, preventing Carter from advancing. In a lapse of concentration, he halted the ball near the three-point line. Observing Carter's pause, Xiang Yuan promptly pressed his body against him, extending his arms to obstruct Carter's shooting angle. With no options available, Carter was compelled to find a way to pass the ball. Yet, the players from Daytona Beach Continental High School seemingly failed to anticipate this scenario. They were accustomed to Carter either driving to the basket or distributing the ball when double-teamed. Consequently, no one positioned themselves at the arc to receive the pass. Carter scanned the court, unable to identify a suitable teammate, and reluctantly directed the ball toward a teammate stationed in the left corner. The trajectory of the pass was all too evident, allowing a player from Songjing High School to seize the opportunity and intercept the ball, leading to a fast break and a successful layup. The score shifted to 50-25. With Songjing High School narrowing the gap by 2 points. Carter smacked his forehead in realization of his oversight. However, it also introduced an element of challenge. Daytona Beach Continental High School prepared to inbound the ball. Once again, the same strategy ensued, with Carter facing off against Xiang Yuan. The sequence of feints and probing steps was repeated. It was not that Carter's repertoire was limited, but rather that this approach was the most efficient and least taxing offensive tactic. A single successful defensive play did not signify a trend. So Carter sought to further assess Xiang Yuan's defensive capabilities. He feigned again before attempting to break through. This time, Xiang Yuan reacted more swiftly than before, positioning himself defensively and executing a timely intervention. The basketball was intercepted from Carter's grasp, and no other players were nearby. Xiang Yuan had long been prepared. He swiftly seized the opportunity, intercepted the basketball with agility, and dribbled it rapidly toward the front court. Xiang Yuan glanced over his shoulder and noticed Carter catching up, poised to block his shot. Consequently, he dribbled toward the basket and feigned a layup. Suddenly, an object soared by, and he marveled at the extraordinary height of the jump. As Xiang Yuan marveled, he deftly placed the basketball into the hoop. Chapter 7. Matching up against Vince Carter. With 2 successive defensive successes, Songjing High School managed to close the gap by 4 points. While it appeared to be merely a 4-point deficit, in reality, it was at least an 8-point difference. This was due to the fact that Daytona Beach Continental High School had failed to score during those 2 possessions. The average spectator might not discern the gravity of the situation, merely believing that Daytona Beach Continental High School had carelessly squandered 4 points. However, those who truly understand the game perceived it quite differently. He can defend against Carter. He is actually capable of defending that Vince Carter. From these two sequences, Coach George recognized Xiang Yuan's defensive prowess, noting his lateral quickness, positional anticipation, and lower body strength were all exceptionally commendable. Coach George was astounded, soon followed by a wave of delight. What a gem he had discovered, with Xiang Yuan's defensive skills and physical attributes. Securing a place in the second team would be effortless. With proper refinement, he could indeed claim a spot in the first team. Observations would continue. On the court, after being thwarted by Xiang Yuan for 2 consecutive possessions, Carter understood that Xiang Yuan was not someone who could be easily overcome. A fervent excitement surged through Carter's entire being, igniting every cell from head to toe. Daytona Beach Continental High School launched another offensive. Carter remained at the arc, eager for the ball. He had no interest in executing tactics. Having finally encountered a worthy opponent, it was not his style to miss the opportunity for a true contest. Thus, he sought to challenge Xiang Yuan's defense directly. Carter confidently held the ball with both hands, positioned below his left side at the waist. Xiang Yuan observed carefully, noting the absence of opportunities to intercept the ball. Should he recklessly advance to disrupt, it would undoubtedly create an opening for Carter to break through. Moreover, Carter's stance was indicative of a triple threat position, a posture that could give rise to numerous offensive variations. Just from this single pose, Xiang Yuan understood that Carter was fully engaged. This was the Vince Carter of his senior year. As a sophomore, he had already averaged an astounding 25 points and 11 rebounds per game, leading the Daytona Beach Mainland High School basketball team to an impressive record of 30 wins and 2 losses, frequently playing before packed crowds. Drawing the attention of scouts from all corners, a true prodigy. Now, he would only become more formidable. Carter, in his earnestness, exhibited the caliber of an NBA player. And even in his high school years, he was far beyond the level of a mere second-round draft pick. Thus, while Xiang Yuan had employed Jeremy Evans' character card, achieving a rating of 53, he still found himself at a considerable distance from Carter's prowess. Suddenly, Carter dribbled. With a simple change of direction in front of him, Xiang Yuan possesses a commendable basketball acumen, enabling him to anticipate Carter's direction of attack. However, his physical attributes fall short, rendering him unable to match the speed of his cognitive reactions. In a flash, akin to lightning, Carter burst past Xiang Yuan's left side. By the time Xiang Yuan's body reacted, Carter had already approached the vicinity of the basket. Beneath the hoop, 2 players from Songjing High School leapt into the air, endeavoring to thwart Carter's shot or layup. Yet, Carter executed a second leap after both opponents had ascended. As they descended, they could only watch in astonishment as Carter soared above them, deftly slamming the basketball into the hoop amidst a narrow gap. A wave of gasps erupted from the audience, a commanding dunk. Carter raised his hand, pointing toward the spectators, reveling in their adulation. Turning to gauge Xiang Yuan's reaction, he was taken aback to find that Xiang Yuan remained unfazed by the display of athleticism. Instead, Xiang Yuan was vociferously calling for a pass, sprinting towards the basket of Daytona Beach High School. To his astonishment, the players from Daytona Beach High School were encircled around Carter, neglecting their defensive duties. By the time they realized the situation, Xiang Yuan had already reached the basket, completely unguarded. The players from Songjing High School were not oblivious. One of them seized the basketball and executed a long pass from the baseline, propelling the ball into Xiang Yuan's hands. Xiang Yuan received the ball, pondered briefly, and then leapt directly, executing a powerful 2-handed slam dunk from a stationary position. Although Xiang Yuan's dunk may not have been as explosive as Carter's recent one, it was nonetheless captivating. The audience at the venue erupted in exhilaration, and the momentum that had once been lost by Songjing High School was somewhat restored. "Keep it going," Carter exclaimed to Xiang Yuan as they returned to their half of the court. Both teams scored 2 points, maintaining a 23-point deficit. Daytona Beach Mainland High School initiated their offense. This time, Xiang Yuan closely guarded Carter at the top of the arc, denying him an easy opportunity to receive the ball. However, after several movements and passes, the ball ultimately found its way to Carter's hands. Noticing Carter with the ball, Xiang Yuan intentionally took a step back, allowing Carter a degree of space. Xiang Yuan's actions were not an attempt to evade, but rather a realization that without this approach, he would merely be overwhelmed by Carter's advances. The undeniable truth lay in the fact that he could not match Carter's initial burst of speed. Even with the ability to anticipate his position, it proved futile. Thus, Xiang Yuan intentionally allowed Carter some space, simultaneously granting himself a measure of room to maneuver. With this space came the precious gift of reaction time. Coach George, observing from the sidelines, recognized Xiang Yuan's intent, nodding in approval and elevating his assessment of the young player. This lad possesses remarkable basketball intelligence, Carter mused inwardly. As a competitor, Carter could discern Xiang Yuan's strategy more acutely. However, creating such space had its pros and cons. Although it was somewhat distanced, the space was ample, prompting Carter to take a shot. As he initiated his shooting motion, Xiang Yuan leaped to contest the attempt. Clang! The basketball struck the rim, failing to secure the 2-point score. After the interior player from Songjing High School retrieved the rebound, he passed it to the point guard to advance into the front court. Xiang Yuan had already positioned himself in the front court. As the defender from Songjing High School dribbled into the offensive zone, Xiang Yuan advanced, intending to execute a feint screen. However, this was their first time playing together, and they exhibited no semblance of synergy. Consequently, the ruse failed, and a genuine screen was not established either. The tactical maneuver faltered, prompting the point guard to pass the basketball to a teammate near the left sideline. The teammate, upon receiving the ball, hesitated momentarily, lacking a favorable opportunity. Realizing the clock was running low, he reluctantly took a shot. The basketball absurdly struck the rim and ricocheted upward, fortuitously remaining in play rather than bouncing out of bounds. Thus, the ball was considered still in play. Xiang Yuan had long anticipated that his teammate would miss the shot, prompting him to surge towards the paint well in advance. At that moment, the badge belonging to Jeremy Evans activated. Badge, Rebound Dog, Silver. Badge effect, enhances rebounding awareness and improves offensive rebounding capabilities. With the enhancement of the badge effect, Xiang Yuan accurately anticipated the trajectory of the basketball. He leaped into the air before the ball had even descended, securing the offensive rebound with finesse. It was only after his landing that the other players attempted to jump for the rebound. This exemplifies a remarkable temporal advantage. Upon landing, Xiang Yuan did not pause. He immediately leaped for a shot. This was a close-range attempt, with minimal difficulty. The basketball was smoothly placed into the hoop. The score now stood at 52-31. With the gap continuing to close. Chapter 8. A new main quest. The match pressed on. Carter unleashed over 80% of his prowess to face the challenge. In contrast, Xiang Yuan displayed his utmost strength and an unwaveringly positive attitude. This game represented an unprecedented opportunity bestowed upon him. Vince Carter served as his benefactor. Otherwise, he would remain unaware of the arduous journey and numerous obstacles he would have to overcome to capture Coach George's attention and showcase his talents in a formal competition. Although Xiang Yuan did not possess any distinct advantage over Carter, he effectively managed to contain him on both ends of the court. This, in turn, allowed Xiang Yuan's teammates to perform with greater ease. While Daytona Beach Mainland High School was undeniably formidable, once Carter was restrained, their strength diminished significantly. Songjing High School, a seasoned powerhouse, boasted a solid overall capability. However, it lacked a star player capable of single-handedly altering the dynamics of the game. Thus, the match unfolded with exchanges of scores, each team responding swiftly to the other's baskets. Throughout the second half, under Xiang Yuan's defense, Carter achieved 7 successful shots out of 12 attempts and flawlessly converted all 6 free throws, amassing a total of 20 points. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan recorded 4 successful shots out of 8 attempts and also converted all 4 of his free throws, totaling 12 points. Notably, Xiang Yuan secured 7 offensive rebounds, showcasing his exceptional rebounding ability, particularly with the aid of his rebounding dog badge, which accentuated his prowess on the boards. Of those 7 offensive rebounds, 5 were transformed into points. Simultaneously, Xiang Yuan's teammates were invigorated, demonstrating a marked improvement over their performance in the first half. Ultimately, the match concluded with a final score of 81-67, as Daytona Beach Mainland High School emerged victorious by a margin of 14 points. This outcome was deemed acceptable by both teams, and the audience relished the exhilarating contest. They witnessed not only a thrilling game but also the brilliance of a star player like Vince Carter, alongside the burgeoning promise of the Songjing High School basketball team. Vince Carter concluded the game with an impressive tally of 37 points, 4 rebounds, 7 assists, and 2 blocks. In the second half, Xiang Yuan took to the court, achieving a remarkable double-double with 12 points and 11 rebounds. The devoted fans of Songjing High School instinctively multiplied Xiang Yuan's statistics by 2 in their minds. concluding that he could have amassed an impressive tally of 24 points and 22 rebounds for the entire match. They envisioned the emergence of a new star belonging to Songjing High School. Immediately after the game, Coach George summoned Xiang Yuan to his office. "Xiang," Coach George paused, uncertain of how to begin. He silently organized his thoughts and continued, "What has been going on with you these past 3 years?" This question proved somewhat challenging. It would be rather implausible to state that he was engaged in some systematic task. After a moment's contemplation, Xiang Yuan replied, "I have been employing a training method from ancient China." With no other recourse, he attributed it to the ancient and enigmatic civilization of the East, which seemed plausible enough. Upon hearing this explanation, Coach George was inclined to believe him, for Xiang Yuan's situation was indeed difficult to elucidate. And the mysteries of the ancient Eastern civilization were even more perplexing. "Well, regardless, your performance today was splendid. Our second team at Songjing High School is currently in need of a starting small forward. Would you consider it?" Xiang Yuan's performance throughout the entire half had already won over Coach George, who had silently elevated his anticipated position to that of the first team in his mind. In truth, he held a great deal of optimism for Xiang Yuan, a gesture that could be considered an exceptional promotion. However, Xiang Yuan was still a novice, having played merely 1.5 games. He had not even participated in the school's physical assessments. Moreover, his reputation within the basketball circles of Songjing High School was less than favorable, prompting Coach George to initially place him on the second team for further development before considering a transition to the first team. The players at Songjing High School were relatively skilled, yet they paled in comparison when faced with high school teams boasting star players like Carter. The mere presence of such an individual could dismantle the overall defense of Songjing High School, rendering them vulnerable. With Xiang Yuan now in the mix, although his offensive prowess might not be particularly sharp, his defensive capabilities were already commendable. If he could merely contain the opposing star player, the overall strength of Songjing High School would experience a qualitative leap. Coach George's arrangement was undoubtedly sound. However, a significant issue arose for Xiang Yuan, as the system unexpectedly issued a main quest. Main Quest 2. Join the first team of Songjing High School's basketball team today. Task reward, 100 points. This quest was one Xiang Yuan could not afford to overlook. If he failed to complete it today, who knew if it would become an insurmountable obstacle in the future? Thus, he had no choice but to strive with all his might. "Coach, you witnessed the game today. I am confident that my abilities warrant a place in the first team," Xiang Yuan asserted. "It is not a matter of your abilities but rather your qualifications. Rest assured. Spend a few days adapting to the second team. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will swiftly promote you to the first team," Coach George explained. "Please reconsider, Coach. I am already in my senior year. I wish to contribute to our school's basketball program as soon as possible," Xiang Yuan continued to plead. "This matter is not up for discussion. I must also consider the feelings of the current first team members. If I make too many exceptions for you, how will I lead the team in the future?" Coach George stated firmly. "Could you please think it over again? Is there truly no alternative?" Xiang Yuan asked, a hint of despair creeping into his voice. "There is none. Now, leave my office." Coach George's irritation was palpable. He felt that Xiang Yuan was somewhat oblivious to the rules and overly eager for immediate results. With no other recourse, Xiang Yuan had to exit Coach George's office. He feared that if he continued to press the matter, it would completely jeopardize his chances. What should he do? The task was stuck. It was disheartening. Xiang Yuan, lost in deep contemplation, could not devise a satisfactory solution. In truth, he understood Coach George's predicament. Ultimately, it was his insufficient reputation that placed them in this challenging situation. Had his past reputation not been so tarnished, Coach George would not have faced such difficulties now. How he wished for a swift means to elevate his standing. At that moment, Carter approached. Noticing his hard-earned rival sitting despondently at the sidelines, he felt compelled to offer his concern. "Xiang Yuan," Carter inquired. Having learned his name through their recent match, "What troubles you? Are you feeling unwell?" "It's nothing," Xiang Yuan replied. Xiang Yuan had no intention of divulging this matter to Carter. Although he could arrange for himself to participate in the game, the nature of this issue was entirely different. The problems faced by the school's team were not something that an outside star player should meddle in. If Carter were to assist in persuading Coach George, it would be akin to an elderly man choosing to hang himself, an absurdity. "By the way, I would like to consult you on a matter," Xiang Yuan pondered before speaking. "Feel free to ask. If it is within my knowledge, I shall certainly share it with you," Carter responded generously, having a favorable impression of Xiang Yuan. "Thank you." Xiang Yuan expressed his gratitude before inquiring, How can one swiftly enhance their reputation? Reputation? Carter considered for a moment and replied, play more games. If you perform well, your reputation will naturally follow. Xiang Yuan. This is likely nothing more than a platitude, offering no assistance to Xiang Yuan whatsoever. Carter also found the response rather unfruitful. He raised his right hand to his head, and then, as if struck by a revelation, exclaimed, "There's another way." What? Xiang Yuan felt little hope. A slam dunk. People adore watching slam dunks. If you execute a spectacular dunk, your reputation will soar swiftly, Carter declared. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope suddenly ignited in Xiang Yuan's eyes. Chapter 9. Who is truly insane? Hurry along, hurry along. What are we waiting for? Let us run. Quickly. Quickly. If we're late, there won't be any seats left. Songjing High School. As evening dismissed its students, many hurriedly traversed the path. Their destination was none other than the basketball arena of Songjing High School. And what was their purpose? Of course, to witness a match. Not just any match, but a rare slam dunk contest. It was said to feature the star player from Daytona Beach Continental High School, Vince Carter, competing against the renowned cheerleader from Songjing High School, Xiang Yuan. This news had just erupted, igniting a fervor across the campus. Vince Carter, a name that resonates profoundly within the realm of high school basketball. He had triumphed over Paul Pierce to clinch the championship at the National High School McDonald's Slam Dunk Contest this past March. Xiang Yuan is quite renowned within the basketball community of Songjing High School. In fact, his fame surpasses that of Carter within this particular circle. After all, good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. Moreover, the tales surrounding Xiang Yuan have persisted for 3 years. However, as of today, the protagonist of these 3 years of rumors has unexpectedly shifted. This morning, the incident involving Xiang Yuan at the outdoor basketball court began to circulate within a limited circle. The young African-American man was ridiculed to the extent that he requested leave to retreat home. Just as this matter had not yet fully disseminated, news of the friendly match between Songjing High School and Daytona Beach Mainland High School emerged. Those who had interacted with Xiang Yuan, heard of him, or were merely spectators were left astounded. Regarding Xiang Yuan's last match, did Xiang Yuan score? Xiang Yuan led the Songjing High School basketball team in closing the gap in the score. Xiang Yuan secured 2 pairs of shoes. What a fantastical occurrence. So extraordinary was this event that many found it hard to believe. It was only when the official announcement from the school team was released, complete with match statistics, that the truth of the matter began to dawn upon the populace. Concurrently, news was shared regarding a friendly dunk contest set to unfold at the gymnasium at 7 p.m. that evening. Spectators surged into the arena, and soon, the entire basketball court at Songjing High School was filled to capacity, with many left standing along the sidelines, even half of the court occupied by onlookers. Fortunately, as it was a dunk contest, only half the court was required for the competition. Look, it's Vince Carter. Upon witnessing one of the main attractions warming up, the fans erupted into frenzied cheers. Indeed, it was the very Xiang Yuan. The audience naturally spotted the other star of the event. Was it madness on my part? Or had Xiang Yuan lost his senses by competing against Carter in a dunk contest? Was it merely a ploy to generate hype? How absurd to think of a Chinese individual's dunking prowess. The overwhelming majority of spectators voiced their skepticism regarding Xiang Yuan's capabilities. Nevertheless, a handful of individuals expressed their admiration for his audacity. A Chinese individual, so brave. Fellow student, your willingness to step onto the court is commendable. Go, Xiang Yuan. Do not attempt overly complex moves. A successful dunk, regardless of simplicity, is not a loss. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, the announcer began to explain the rules of the contest. This dunk competition would draw inspiration from the NBA dunk contest, with slight modifications. As there were only 2 competitors, there would be no rounds. It was a direct final. Each participant, Xiang Yuan and Carter, would perform 3 dunks each. There would be 5 judges, 2 of whom were the coaches from Daytona Beach Mainland High School and Songjing High School, while the remaining 3 comprised a college scout attending to observe Carter and 2 sports journalists. Each judge would score a dunk on a scale from a minimum of 6 points to a maximum of 10, making the highest possible score for a single dunk 50 points and the lowest 30. A failed dunk would grant 1 chance for a retry, though failure would undoubtedly impact the score. Overall, the format appeared quite organized. With the rules explained, the 5 judges took their seats. It was now time for the 2 main protagonists to take the stage. Carter was the first to step up. The audience greeted him with enthusiastic cheers and applause. The judges signaled for Carter to commence. He positioned himself at the left baseline, held the ball with both hands, and, after a running start, leaped from a step away from the basket's center. A simple two-handed reverse dunk. Those familiar with Carter are aware that he exerted himself for this dunk. The action itself is not particularly simple, yet for Carter, it is a mere trifle. To him, it merely serves as a warm-up. Clearly, in light of an unfamiliarity with Xiang Yuan's dunking prowess, Carter intends to ensure that the disparity between them does not appear excessive. He harbors a genuine fondness for Xiang Yuan, the Chinese athlete, and wishes to forge a friendship with him. Thus, when Xiang Yuan invited him to partake in a dunking showdown, Carter readily acquiesced. Through their conversation, Carter discerned that Xiang Yuan aimed to leverage this opportunity to enhance his reputation. Consequently, despite Xiang Yuan's repeated assurances that he need not hold back, Carter, being who he is, had his own inclinations. He no longer felt the need to validate himself through dunks. Hence, he resolved to support Xiang Yuan. For Carter's dunk, the 5 judges awarded scores of 8, 8, 9, 8, and 8, culminating in a total of 41 points, which can be deemed quite standard. When it was Xiang Yuan's turn, he expressed gratitude, saying, "Thank you, good brother, but you truly need not go to such lengths. You will understand shortly." As they passed each other face to face, Xiang Yuan spoke to Carter, who simply smiled without uttering a word. Xiang Yuan chose silence, letting actions speak for themselves. It is worth noting that today, he embodies the character of Jeremy Evans, the man who triumphed in the 2012 NBA Slam Dunk Contest. This character comes with a unique skill, the art of dunking. As Xiang Yuan took the stage, the entire audience responded with fervent boos. Xiang Yuan remained unfazed, for he understood that the jeers would soon dissipate. Xiang Yuan, with a single hand gripping the basketball, positioned himself at the left 45-degree mark beyond the three-point line. He then commenced his approach, covering the distance to the vicinity of the paint in 3 strides. At that moment, he stood less than a step away from the hoop towering above him. Time seemed to suspend in that instant. The cacophony of the crowd's jeers, the encouragements, the judges' scrutinizing gazes, and Carter's eager anticipation all converged in Xiang Yuan's vision. Here it comes. Xiang Yuan took a deep breath. Ding. The host has activated the special skill of the character card, Dunk. Skill duration, 15 minutes. Skill cooldown, 12 hours. Xiang Yuan soared high into the air. His remarkable jumping ability, augmented by the attributes of his character card, allowing him to reach a height sufficient for executing a challenging maneuver. With a single hand gripping the basketball, he performed a near 180-degree spin mid-air, and as he descended, he swung his arm and emphatically slammed the ball into the hoop. An eerie silence enveloped the arena, the sound of the ball's impact distinctly audible. Moments later, an overwhelming wave of applause surged forth, as if it intended to lift the very roof of the Songjing High School gymnasium. The judges were left utterly astounded. Good heavens, what have I just witnessed? Someone, please tell me this is merely a figment of my imagination, a fleeting dream. This cannot be real. It cannot be. The majority of the spectators leapt to their feet, hands on their heads, eyes wide with astonishment. Even Carter was left speechless. Goodness, to execute such a feat. Why didn't you mention it earlier? He muttered, chastising Xiang Yuan while simultaneously applauding the breathtaking dunk. Chapter 10. The Explosive Dunk Contest. Xiang Yuan's latest dunk earned him an impressive score of 47 points from the judges. After this round, he surprisingly held an 8-point lead. Carter, recognizing Xiang Yuan's remarkable ability, decided it was time to reveal his own talents. For his next dunk, Carter approached from the front and leaped from just beyond the free throw line, executing a one-armed windmill with a flourish. While such maneuvers may seem elementary to those accustomed to the NBA Slam Dunk Contest and professional games, one must remember that this is merely high school. At this level, the dunk remains an exhilarating display of athleticism. Nevertheless, Xiang Yuan was aware that Carter had yet to showcase his full potential. This attempt garnered Carter a score of 45 points, further igniting the atmosphere in the arena. As Xiang Yuan prepared for his next performance, the previously prevalent boos transformed into cheers of encouragement. Clearly, his prior dunk had a profound impact. Now, let the excitement escalate even further. Xiang Yuan smiled faintly, contemplating a display of creativity in his dunk. Having watched numerous NBA Slam Dunk contests before his rebirth, he replayed the most impressive dunks in his mind, selecting those that suited his current physical capabilities. One particular move crystallized in his thoughts, Gerald Green's candle-blowing dunk from 2008. While the dunk's technical difficulty was not particularly high, being merely a straightforward two-handed slam, Its brilliance lay in the necessity of extinguishing a candle placed at the junction of the hoop and the backboard while executing the dunk. The fundamental requirement for this maneuver was an extraordinary vertical leap. Xiang Yuan felt that he could give it a try. During Carter's second free throw, he entrusted a classmate to purchase candles and a lighter from the school supermarket. Now, Xiang Yuan appeared on the scene holding the candle and the lighter. Observing that he was not carrying the ball but instead had a candle in hand and had moved the ladder beneath the hoop, the audience understood that an intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. Xiang Yuan carefully placed the candle at the junction of the basket and the backboard, then proceeded to ignite it. The audience, though vaguely sensing his intentions, remained uncertain. After completing this setup, Xiang Yuan removed the ladder and picked up the ball. Positioning himself at the three-point line, he sought out Carter, requesting his assistance in throwing the ball from beneath the basket to enable him to leap with full force. Deep down, he harbored some doubts about this maneuver. Carter readily agreed. Once both were in position, Carter signaled to Xiang Yuan that he could commence. Xiang Yuan commenced his approach, his gaze fixed intently upon the position of the hoop. As he reached the arc of the reasonable collision zone, he leapt gracefully into the air. At that moment, the ball launched by Carter ascended directly above the rim. Xiang Yuan seized the basketball with both hands and forcefully slammed it towards the hoop, while simultaneously expelling a breath towards the candle, which flickered unsteadily twice. Alas, Xiang Yuan's heart sank. His jumping height was still insufficient. When Gerald Green executed this maneuver, he had already soared above the rim upon takeoff, allowing him to blow directly at the wick of the candle with ease. In contrast, Xiang Yuan's inadequate elevation forced him to attempt blowing from a lower position, resulting in an insufficient airflow. As expected, the candle remained unextinguished. Xiang Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of regret. In the fleeting moment of his descent, he contemplated numerous thoughts. This action must be passed, and even if he attempted it once more, the likelihood of a similar outcome loomed large. He had overestimated the extent to which the character card could enhance his physical attributes. It was no wonder he could only inherit the abilities of a level 63 character card. To truly attain greater enhancements, he must diligently refine his physique and elevate his inherent qualities. Otherwise, even drawing an SSS-level character card would be a squandered opportunity. Xiang Yuan has come to comprehend a portion of the arduousness inherent in the system activation tasks. Were it not for the relentless pressure of these activation tasks, compelling him to diligently hone his physical fitness and stamina, how could he possibly find himself competing in a slam dunk contest with Carter at this moment? It is indeed essential to engage in rigorous training. Xiang Yuan resolutely made up his mind. As Xiang Yuan landed, he remained motionless for a moment, only to observe Carter rising onto his toes, cheeks puffed out, before forcefully exhaling towards the rim. The candle, invigorated by this newfound gust, swayed twice before ultimately extinguishing. Hooray! Carter flashed a mischievous smile at Xiang Yuan, discreetly signaling a gesture of victory. Wow, I adore this version of Carter, Xiang Yuan exclaimed internally. Due to the subtlety of the action, the audience's focus remained fixed on Xiang Yuan's dunk and the candle, oblivious to the fact that Carter had conjured a breeze. To the spectators, this maneuver appeared to have succeeded. A thunderous cheer erupted once more. Thank you, my friend. Xiang Yuan expressed his gratitude earnestly to Carter. It was nothing. Carter replied with a smile, the creativity was splendid. I certainly didn't wish for it to fail. Xiang Yuan, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, stepped off the court for a brief respite. His latest performance received scores of 9, 10, 6, 9, and 9 from the 5 judges. The audience did not hesitate to express their discontent, directing boos towards the judge who awarded the low score of 6. However, Xiang Yuan understood that the judge must have perceived Carter's movements, which led to such a dismal rating. Fortunately, the scouting judge refrained from offering any further explanation. Ultimately, Xiang Yuan garnered a total of 43 points, bringing his overall score to 90, while Carter secured 86 points. Xiang Yuan maintained a lead of 4 points. The moment had arrived for the final dunk, after which the victor of the day would be determined. Carter took to the stage. The audience erupted in cheers, eager for Carter to recreate the dazzling dunks he had performed in the McDonald's high school dunk contest. A windmill, an under-the-leg switch, a folded reverse dunk. Ultimately, Carter rose to the occasion, opting for an under-the-leg switch dunk. With a swift approach from the sideline, he executed the maneuver effortlessly. There was no doubt about it. The judges unanimously awarded him a perfect score of 10. This was the true prowess of Carter. A flawless 50. Now, Carter's total score soared to 136 points. Xiang Yuan must attain a minimum of 47 points to secure victory. Once again, it is his turn to take the stage. This time, he refrains from attempting overly challenging maneuvers. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolves to triumph through creativity. There is no alternative in terms of sheer strength. He simply cannot compete at this moment. Xiang Yuan approached the court staff and conversed with them. Subsequently, the staff transported another basketball hoop from the opposite half of the court using tools and positioned it alongside the existing hoop, with one hand gripping a ball. Xiang Yuan positioned himself at the sidelines. Everyone was acutely aware of his intentions. However, as this particular performance had never been executed before, an air of novelty enveloped the scene. "My sincerest apologies, McGee," Xiang Yuan silently offered to the creator of this dunk from his past life. He then commenced his run-up, first launching the ball in his right hand high towards the backboard, before executing a slam dunk with the ball in his left hand. As the ball rebounded from the backboard, he adeptly caught it with his right hand and thrust it into another hoop. This dunk was nothing short of ingenious. The crowd erupted in excitement. Chapter 11. The absurd C-level character card. Ultimately, the judges awarded scores of 9, 10, 10, 9, and 9 for Xiang Yuan's dunk, culminating in a total score of 47. The final scorecard displayed Carter with 136 points and Xiang Yuan with 137 points. In his own arena, Xiang Yuan triumphed over Vince Carter with a narrow margin of victory, securing his win in the dunk contest. Although the majority were aware that Carter had deliberately eased off, it mattered little to Xiang Yuan, for he had showcased everything he could at this moment. More significantly, he swiftly garnered acclaim during this dunk exhibition, greatly transforming the unfavorable impression that had lingered for the past 3 years. Xiang Yuan's performance in the formal competition this afternoon swiftly spread among the crowd. After the dunk contest, Coach George approached him again. "You did quite well, young man," Coach George stated directly. "Many people have begun to inquire why I have not included you in the school team. Upon reflection, considering you are in your senior year and this Intercontinental High School League will be your last, it is prudent for you to join the first team as soon as possible to facilitate an early integration. Thus, you shall skip the second team and advance directly to the first." In truth, Coach George had always intended to recruit Xiang Yuan into the first team. His previous reluctance stemmed from certain public pressures and concerns regarding potential discontent among the current team members, which could disrupt team unity. Now, however, who could possibly object? Why not try guarding Vince Carter? Go ahead and challenge him in a dunk contest. "Thank you, Coach. I will follow your arrangements," Xiang Yuan replied, filled with excitement. "All right. You may return for now and prepare. Report to the team tomorrow for physical assessments and official entry into the squad," Coach George instructed. "Understood, Coach." Xiang Yuan turned away from Coach George's office, feeling a tremendous sense of relief. He had finally completed the main quest, Task 2. The points rewarded by the system had already been credited to his account. Including the points from Task 1, Xiang Yuan now possessed a total of 200 points, sufficient to draw from the bronze card pool twice. However, Xiang Yuan intended to conserve them for the silver card pool. Xiang Yuan returned to the court. The audience had already dispersed. As Xiang Yuan gazed into the distance, he observed a group from Daytona Beach High School organizing themselves. He swiftly approached, seizing Carter, who was busy packing his belongings. "My dear brother, come on. Let me treat you to skewers and beer." Carter's eyes widened in disbelief. "What on earth? I considered you a friend, yet you betray me with such a proposal." Realizing the growing alarm in Carter's expression, as well as the astonished stares of those around them, Xiang Yuan suddenly recalled that in the United States, underage drinking is strictly prohibited. The laws governing this matter are notably comprehensive and rigorously enforced. For instance, the minimum drinking age law in America forbids individuals under the age of 21 from purchasing or publicly possessing alcoholic beverages. To Xiang Yuan, enjoying skewers and beer represented a genuine bond between good friends. However, to Carter, it appeared that Xiang Yuan was attempting to lead him into illegality. "I misspoke. What I meant to say was, let me treat you to fried chicken and hamburgers." Xiang Yuan quickly corrected himself. Carter's expression softened at this. "No, Xiang," he replied. "We must return shortly. You possess great potential, and at the end of the year during the high school championships, we are certain to cross paths again." Carter then left his contact information with Xiang Yuan before joining his group as they departed. Xiang Yuan had no choice but to bid farewell to Carter, holding on to his gratitude for the time being. This day had been filled with overwhelming experiences. Upon returning to his dormitory, He didn't even wash his face and collapsed straight into bed. At precisely 6 o'clock the following morning, Xiang Yuan was roused by the voice of the system echoing in his mind. Ding! The C-level character card, Jeremy Evans, has expired. All ability enhancements have ceased. During the usage of the character card, the host demonstrated exceptional performance, earning attribute rewards: Strength 2, Jumping 2, Rebound 1, Block 1, Interior Defense 1, Defensive Stability 2, Lateral Speed 1, Dunk 2. The host also received a badge reward: Explosive Jump, Bronze. Effect: slightly enhances under the basket jumping and dunking capabilities. As the system's voice faded, Xiang Yuan felt a shiver run through his body, as if everything had suddenly become dull and uninspiring. This sensation stemmed from the withdrawal of his strength, speed, and other attributes rather than any peculiar costs. Having experienced the exhilarating feeling of being filled with energy, this sudden return to a mundane state felt foreign and left him feeling exceedingly weak. Fortunately, the system rewarded him with 5 attribute points, allowing Xiang Yuan to further enhance his physical prowess and abilities. Xiang Yuan opened the attributes panel, observing the changes within himself. Host: Xiang Yuan. Height: 201 centimeters. Weight: 97 kilograms. Points: 200. Badge: Swift Leap, Bronze. Special skills: None. Character card: 02. Ability evaluation: Offense 39, 1. Defense 37, 3. Organization 23. Athleticism 53, 2. Finishing 37, 1. Basketball IQ 68. Aesthetic appeal 21, 1. Leadership 10. Attributes slightly altered. Comprehensive score 36, 1. This is quite challenging. Despite the substantial increase in attributes, the overall evaluation has only risen slightly. In truth, Xiang Yuan felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. It is important to note that this is a comprehensive score, not merely an assessment of individual categories. Had it not been for the myriad of experiences and exemplary performance he encountered yesterday, how could he possibly elevate his overall score by a point in a single day? Unsatisfied, Xiang Yuan rose from his bed and made his way to the bathroom. He meticulously attended to his personal hygiene, especially his face, utilizing facial cleanser and moisturizer to achieve a fair complexion. A fair face is more likely to attract attention. This touches upon a profound metaphysical issue. Once he completed his grooming, Xiang Yuan solemnly seated himself in a chair, clasped his hands together, and bowed 3 times towards the ancient and mysterious East. After performing this ritual, he felt a sense of tranquility and steadied himself in the chair. Preparing to draw a card, he decided to first draw from the bronze card pool, using it as a foundation. Today, Xiang Yuan intends to utilize his opportunity to draw from the silver card pool, as he is officially joining the basketball team at Songjing High School. He plans to perform exceptionally well during the physical fitness assessment to secure his position on the team. As the familiar animation unfolds, a character card is acquired. Upon closer inspection, Xiang Yuan discovered it to be a C-grade character card. His luck had not manifested, with a 90 probability for C-grade. It is exceedingly challenging to draw a card of any other tier without a stroke of fortune. Upon a closer inspection, Xiang Yuan found himself questioning the integrity of his own vision. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and turned his gaze once more towards the character card on the virtual interface. The outcome remained unchanged. C-class character card, Kevin Pegg. Character description: ticket salesman for the NBA's Denver Nuggets, with over a decade of experience. The tickets sold by him could encircle the United States. Special skill: salesmanship. Note: the highest rank for a ticket salesman is classified as C-class. Xiang Yuan was filled with indignation. No wonder it was called the all-professional basketball system. It turns out that ticket sellers are also considered a type of basketball profession. This profession is truly extensive. Chapter 12. A C-class card that can be upgraded to S-class. If he frequently draws such character cards, Xiang Yuan would have to bid farewell to his basketball dreams. Fortunately, the system has clarified in the notes that the highest level for such character cards is C-class. This implies that as long as he draws a B-class card, such characters will no longer appear. With tears welling in his eyes, Xiang Yuan sought a modicum of psychological solace. The prospect of drawing from the silver card pool filled him with trepidation. The previous cushion's effect had been overwhelmingly potent, leaving him to question his own abilities. After much deliberation, he ultimately resolved to draw from the bronze card pool instead. He would reserve the silver card pool for a time when his conviction was more resolute. Xiang Yuan rubbed his hands together, opting to draw once more from the bronze card pool. Heavenly spirits and earthly deities, I implore you, Supreme Lord Lousy, heed my urgent plea. Oh, heavens! Oh, divine presence! Grant me a high-tier card, even if it is merely of B rank. Xiang Yuan muttered to himself, closing his eyes as he silently counted to 66. Only then did he open his eyes and direct his gaze towards the newly drawn character card. Upon seeing the identical, unremarkable colors that mirrored the previous two cards, a chill of disappointment washed over him. It was not the ticket seller. It was not the ticket seller. Now that a C-level card had been confirmed, Xiang Yuan could only hope that no peculiar or bizarre character professions would emerge. Xiang Yuan's gaze fell, and then he beheld a name that left him utterly astonished. Steve Nash. Xiang Yuan. Is this character truly one that can be derived from a C-tier card? The attributes of character cards obtained from the system's card pool are always reflective of the respective characters at their pinnacle. Therefore, it is inconceivable that there would be any depiction of an elderly Nash or similar character concept. So why then does the legendary superstar Steve Nash appear in a C-tier card? Xiang Yuan gazed in astonishment at the ethereal figure of the Wind Child depicted on the card. However, upon reading the character's description, clarity washed over him. Unlike player cards that typically detail draft positions, peak statistics, and career achievements, this card presented the data from a coaching career. This was, indeed, a coach card. C-level character card. Steve Nash character description. Head coach of the Brooklyn Nets during the 2020-2022 NBA season. Overseeing 161 regular season games with a record of 94 wins and 67 losses, and a playoff record of 7 wins and 9 losses. Badges. 1. Mind Reader, Gold. Effect. Significantly enhances shooting accuracy for teammates receiving passes in open space. 2. Steady as a Rock, Gold. Effect. Increases the ability for driving layups, mid-range shots, and three-pointers. 3. Needle Threader, Silver. Effect. Enhances passing precision in tight spaces, breaking through defenses. 4. Mother Hen, Silver. Effect. Improves ball protection while dribbling. 5. Acrobat, Silver. Effect. Increases the success rate of flashy passes. 6. Come Here, Silver. Effect. Enhances passing or finishing capabilities after screens. 7. Intercontinental Missile, Silver. Effect. Improves long-range passing ability and accuracy from the backcourt to the frontcourt. Special skill, Coach skill, Star Isolation. Upon seeing these badges, Xiang Yuan realized he had struck gold. Head coach Steve Nash. Yet, the attributes and badges reflected the character's peak period. To elucidate, as this was a coach card, its primary function is to enhance coaching abilities. Nash's capabilities as a head coach were deemed insufficient, hence the C rating. This may raise questions. But Xiang Yuan felt no concern. Nevertheless, there exists only one Nash. Although he is a different incarnation of Nash, the system extracts only the peak attributes, skills, and badges of a character. Such instances are rare. The probability of drawing a character like this amid a vast sea of cards is exceedingly low. Yet today, Xiang Yuan had drawn this remarkable card. Xiang Yuan, while engaged in the bronze card pool, drew a C-grade card whose effects are sufficient to function as an S-grade character card. It seems that the mystical arts have indeed had their impact. Xiang Yuan was overwhelmed with excitement. However, once the exhilaration subsided, he was confronted with a dilemma. When should he employ this card? Undoubtedly, this card possessed remarkable strength. Following conventional wisdom, it would be prudent to reserve it for crucial competitions. Moreover, Nash's physical assessment data was rather unremarkable, even to the point of being considered mediocre. Given such attributes, coupled with the issue of inheritance, it seemed unlikely that this would significantly aid today's physical assessment. Yet, if he chose not to utilize this card, Xiang Yuan would have to rely solely on his current physical prowess for the evaluation. In that case, the outcome would be unpredictable. Xiang Yuan yearned to draw more cards. However, his card pack was already full. The character cards he wished to draw could neither be discarded nor replaced, and only after utilization could a position be vacated. Once employed, this effect would persist until 6 o'clock the following morning. After much contemplation, Xiang Yuan ultimately devised a solution. He summoned the character card of Kevin Pegg from his system card pack. Gazing at the amiable, rotund figure depicted on the card, Xiang chose to activate it. A flash of white light enveloped him, and the character card of Kevin Pegg merged with his very being. Ding! The host has activated the Kevin Pegg character card. Based on the host's physical condition, the overall inheritance rate of the character card stands at 30. Subsequently, Xiang experienced an overwhelming sense of weakness and lethargy. He found himself reluctant to move, preferring to remain seated rather than stand. Concurrently, an inexplicable desire to sell something began to stir within him. Xiang Yuan glanced at his attributes. Ability evaluation. Offense 22, -17. Defense 21, -16. Organization 13, -10. Athleticism 20, -33. Finishing 17, -20. Basketball IQ 30, -38. Aesthetic appeal 5, -16. Leadership 2, -8. Attributes abridged. Overall rating, 16, -20. Impressive, my friend. What kind of extraordinary physical prowess does this ticket seller possess? That with merely 30% inheritance, he managed to diminish Xiang Yuan's overall evaluation by 20 points. Fortunately, this situation aligned perfectly with his intentions. After completing this task, Xiang Yuan ventured to a pharmacy outside the school to procure a packet of laxatives. Upon returning to his dormitory, he hesitated for a moment before resolutely consuming the laxatives. In pursuit of optimal results, he ingested double the recommended dosage indicated on the package. The effects of the medication manifested swiftly. Xiang Yuan felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach and hurriedly dashed into the restroom. Xiang Yuan resided in a double-occupancy dormitory, sharing his quarters with a fellow international student named Su Xiangwen. As Xiang Yuan tended to rise early, he had occupied the bathroom for over an hour by the time Su Xiangwen awoke and sought to use the facilities. "Could you hurry up?" Su Xiangwen exclaimed impatiently, pacing at the door. "Please, just borrow another dorm's bathroom. I can't emerge at the moment." Xiang Yuan's faint voice echoed from within. "What is wrong with you? You seemed perfectly fine yesterday," Su Xiangwen inquired, perplexed. "I heard about your remarkable feat, dunking and outshining Carter. That was impressive. What has happened to you today?" "It might be an allergic reaction to something I ate. I've been experiencing severe diarrhea." Xiang Yuan fabricated a plausible excuse. "All right, I will find another dorm to use. Do you need me to fetch any medicine for you?" Su Xiangwen offered. "No, thank you. Just later. Please help me request a leave of absence. I fear I will be confined to the bathroom all day. By the way, you must inform Coach George on the basketball team that, given my current condition, I will be unable to participate in today's physical assessment." Xiang Yuan finally articulated the ultimate goal he had been striving for: to avoid any slip-ups in this endeavor. He truly invested considerable effort. Now, seated upon the toilet, he appeared ashen, suffering greatly from discomfort. Chapter 13. Earl Boykins taking leave from Shanjing High School is a formidable challenge. Deceiving the administration for a day off is utterly impossible. Thus, Xiang Yuan had no choice but to inflict suffering upon himself. When the homeroom teacher and Coach George sent classmates to verify Xiang Yuan's condition, they found him in the dormitory, as pale as a sheet, his legs trembling, struggling to maintain his stance. Consequently, at a significant cost, Xiang Yuan successfully postponed the physical assessment scheduled for today until tomorrow. The following day, he awoke at 6 o'clock, disturbed by the incessant chatter of the system in his mind, rendering any notion of sleeping in a distant memory. With a sense of resignation, Xiang Yuan rose from his bed. The effects of the C-grade ticket seller roll card had finally dissipated, and he felt a surge of vitality returning to his body. During the period of the roll card's influence, he had exhibited little in the way of performance, resulting in no rewards. For Xiang Yuan, the absence of rewards was, in fact, the most favorable outcome. He feared that in a moment of whimsy, the system might bestow upon him the dreaded sales skill. This formidable ability had enabled him, despite his debilitating weakness, to incessantly pester and eloquently persuade two classmates who had come to verify the situation, ultimately convincing them to purchase 2 packets of domestic specialty spicy strips. Even while unwell, he was compelled to sell. The 2 classmates, left with no choice, begrudgingly bought the spicy strips, only to return home and dare not consume them. Who could say if Xiang Yuan's dire stomach troubles were indeed the fault of those strips? Xiang Yuan could hardly fathom how those 2 classmates would evaluate him upon their return. He felt utterly ashamed to face the elders of Jiangdong. Putting such thoughts aside for the moment, he resolved to begin drawing cards. He meticulously followed the procedure, as yesterday's card draw had further solidified his faith in the arcane mystique of the game. The C-grade card, capable of being elevated to S-grade status, lay quietly in his card pouch, a source of delightful anticipation. He aimed to amass good fortune. He aspired to be the luckiest of players. Upon completing the procedure, Xiang Yuan opened the bronze card pool. He was left with merely 2 opportunities to draw from it. Initially, he had considered the 5 free draws provided by the system to be exceedingly generous, but his perspective had shifted dramatically. It was far from sufficient. Fortunately, He now possessed 200 points, which he had intended to save, but it seemed inevitable that he would have to use them to draw from the bronze card pool. He pondered how to accumulate more points, a matter that left him quite vexed. The system's tasks appeared to lack any discernible pattern, leaving him to navigate one step at a time. Regardless, he resolved to make today's draws. He hoped for a player card. Otherwise, he would be forced to waste the coach card featuring Nash. Today, he had to undergo a physical fitness assessment. There was no way to postpone it any longer. Otherwise, he would have a difficult time explaining himself to Coach George. Although the main storyline had been completed, offending Coach George would lead to dire consequences in the future. Moreover, Xiang Yuan was determined to make a mark in his basketball career, and joining the high school team was the most ideal starting point, enabling him to avoid many detours while increasing his exposure and recognition. Let the draws begin. Xiang Yuan made a resolute decision, and soon the results were revealed. His luck did not manifest explosively. He received a C-level card. However, fortune smiled upon him, for this was a player card, and notably, one well-suited for physical assessments. C-level character card. Earl Boykin's character overview. Standing at a mere 165 centimeters, a point guard, an undrafted player in the NBA, with a career average of 8, 9 points, 3, 2 assists, and 1, 3 rebounds. During his peak season, he averaged 15, 2 points, 4, 3 assists, and 2, 0 rebounds. Badges. 1. Giant Slayer, bronze. Effect. Slightly enhances shooting accuracy when defended by taller players. 2. Finisher, silver. Effect. Enhances mid-range and three-point shooting capabilities. 3. Blue Hands, bronze. Effect. Slightly improves dribbling stability and ball handling skills. Special skills. None. It is indeed Boykin's. This player epitomizes the shorter athlete, standing at only 1.65 meters, yet managing to thrive in the towering realm of the NBA for an impressive 13 seasons. One cannot help but acknowledge his remarkable strength. His scoring ability on the offensive end is formidable. Despite his height, Boykins possesses an exceptional grasp of rhythm, leveraging speed and direction changes to destabilize his opponents and capitalize on rhythm discrepancies for scoring opportunities. Boykins boasts a diverse array of scoring methods. He can drive to the basket, execute sudden mid-range jump shots, and shoot three-pointers, all with commendable accuracy. Importantly, achieving these feats at a height of 1.65 meters undoubtedly requires a unique set of advantages. Firstly, Boykins possesses significant strength, with a maximum bench press of an astounding 140 kilograms. To put this into perspective, the renowned botter, who famously challenged Shaquille O'Neal, managed a maximum bench press of only 150 kilograms. Furthermore, his leaping ability and speed are equally impressive. These attributes are the foundation of his success in the NBA. Today, these advantages will serve as Xiang Yuan's assets during the physical assessments. Xiang Yuan promptly activated the card. A brilliant flash illuminated the space, and a surge of unprecedented power coursed through his body. Ding! The host has utilized the Earl Boykins character card, based on the host's physical condition. The overall inheritance degree of the character card is 68. In the virtual interface, host, Xiang Yuan physical attributes, height 201 centimeters. Weight 97 kilograms points, 200 badge, swift leap, bronze, special skills, none character card, 12 ability evaluation, offense 69, 30, defense 44, 7, organization 56, 33, athleticism 73, 20, finishing 72, 35, basketball IQ 69, 1, aesthetic appeal 41, 20, leadership 10, attributes slightly below average, comprehensive evaluation 54. This is quite impressive. Thus, there is no need to fret about the physical test. Xiang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. With a light heart, he set out for a morning run, intending to acclimate himself to his current physical condition. The enhancement provided by the system's character card was truly remarkable. It primarily elevated his existing physical state and potential development within the limits of his bodily capabilities, ensuring that nothing exceeded what his body could endure. For instance, if Xiang Yuan stood at a height of merely 1.7 meters but weighed over 200 pounds, no matter how much the character card enhanced him, the system would not artificially inflate his jumping ability. Similarly, if he harbored any underlying health issues, such as weak knees, fragile Achilles tendons, brittle bones, or insufficient muscle tension, the system would refrain from augmenting his attributes. The distinction between gradual improvement and hasty advancement is significant, highlighting the role of inheritance. In fact, When compared to the enhancement of physical qualities, the improvement of badges and special skills appears even more crucial, as these pertain solely to the refinement of basketball techniques. After his morning run, Xiang Yuan attended his classes as usual. Even though he had joined the school basketball team, his academic responsibilities remained paramount. Following his afternoon classes, Xiang Yuan arrived at the basketball gym at the designated time and sought out Coach George. "Is your body fully recovered?" Coach George inquired as he led the players through their training. Noticing Xiang Yuan's entrance into the gym, Xiang Yuan nodded and said, "Thank you for your concern, Coach. I'm feeling quite well now." "All right, everyone gather around." Coach George clapped his hands, summoning the members of the school team. Present were all the members from the first, second, and third teams. Among them were two newly joined members of the third team, who would be undergoing physical assessments alongside Xiang Yuan. The third team serves as a reserve squad, and the path to becoming a member of the first team and participating in official matches is fraught with challenges yet to be faced. Xiang Yuan, once a cheerleader, underwent a remarkable transformation, seamlessly transitioning into a member of the first team. Although it was widely acknowledged that he possessed the capability to match the renowned player Vince Carter, many of his teammates harbored jealousy and a sense of indignation. This sentiment was particularly pronounced among the reserve members of the third team and those first-team players whose positions were threatened by Xiang Yuan's ascent. They eagerly anticipated his physical evaluation, hoping for an embarrassing outcome. Chapter 14. Xiang Yuan's physical assessment data following a series of tests. Coach George received Xiang Yuan's physical assessment report. Name: Xiang Yuan. Gender: male. Nationality: China. Age: 16 years. Grade: senior year of high school. Barefoot. Height: 201 centimeters. Height in shoes: 203. 3 centimeters. Weight: 97 kilograms. Wingspan: 206 centimeters. Body fat percentage: 9. 7 standing reach: 267 centimeters. Vertical jump: static 82 centimeters. Vertical jump: running 97 centimeters. Maximum bench press: 98 kilograms. 100-meter sprint time: 12. 7 seconds. 34-meter sprint time: 3. 45 seconds. Baseline shuttle run: 11. 8 seconds. In addition to these fundamental static and dynamic physical capabilities, a shooting assessment was conducted. The results revealed that, under no defensive pressure, Xiang Yuan achieved a shooting percentage of over 65 for mid-range shots and over 56 for three-pointers. Upon reviewing Xiang Yuan's assessment data, Coach George's eyes gleamed with excitement. He envisioned the emergence of a burgeoning 5-star high school talent. The newly joined members of the third team paled in comparison to him. Amid his exhilaration, Coach George felt a tinge of regret. He pondered repeatedly why such a physically gifted and skilled player had remained in obscurity over the past 3 years. 3 years ago, shortly after Xiang Yuan commenced his studies, Coach George noticed this towering individual from China. He had already perceived the latent potential within Xiang Yuan. As the narrative unfolded, we are all aware of the ensuing events. Ultimately, Coach George had to relinquish his aspirations of having Xiang Yuan join the team. However, he clung to a flicker of hope, which led him to acquiesce to Xiang Yuan's request to join the cheerleading squad. At long last, Xiang Yuan's talent is on the verge of being realized. Albeit belatedly, he is grateful for the opportunity that remains. With summer fast approaching, the Intercontinental High School Basketball League is set to commence shortly thereafter. Songjing High School is situated in the state of Florida, where the competition is fierce. This year, the frontrunner for the championship is undoubtedly Daytona Beach Mainland High School, spearheaded by Vince Carter. In the realm of high school basketball, the impact of a star player is even more pronounced than in the NBA. While it is exceedingly challenging for a singular star player to lead a team to victory in the NBA and high school basketball, a player of such caliber can genuinely elevate the entire team to a new echelon. This time, Coach George, who had previously only dared to dream of touching the championship trophy, has begun to harbor a faint desire for this year's title. Regardless, Xiang Yuan's ascent to the first team is now a certainty. The next step involves fostering team cohesion and preparing for the high school basketball league. Upon joining the first team, Xiang Yuan, in addition to pursuing his regular high school studies, dedicates his days to training with the team at the gym. During these training sessions, Coach George and the first team players have discovered something quite peculiar. Although Xiang Yuan trained with great diligence, he did not appear to be exceptionally strong. Just a few days ago, everyone believed that he was merely conserving his strength during training and had yet to showcase his true potential. After all, his match against Carter and the physical assessment data were tangible evidence that no one could dispute. However, as time passed, differing opinions began to emerge. Thus, on the 10th day since entering the first team of the school team, Adam Eve, who had been displaced from the starting position by Xiang Yuan, formally challenged him. Despite Xiang Yuan's offensive, athletic, organizational, and finishing evaluations increasing by 1 point after utilizing the Boykin's character card, bringing his overall rating to 36.5. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Without the use of character cards, Xiang Yuan's true abilities barely qualified him for the first team. Therefore, if he were to engage in a genuine contest with Adam Eve, who had been in the team for 3 years, he would undoubtedly fall short. Consequently, Xiang Yuan utilized another opportunity from the bronze card pool, leaving him with only one chance remaining. Fortunately, luck favored him, and he drew a C-grade player character card. After employing it, his overall rating soared to an impressive 55 points. With the enhancement from this card, he utterly dominated Adam Eve, winning 3 games of 21-point singles while allowing Adam to score a mere 8 points in total. Adam Eve, thoroughly impressed, willingly accepted his role as Xiang Yuan's substitute thereafter. Yet, Xiang Yuan was not satisfied with merely defeating Adam Eve. He felt compelled to maximize the effects of the character card, especially since his opportunities for drawing were dwindling. Thus, he issued single-match challenges to all members of the first team, defeating each one with the same overwhelming prowess. This was still insufficient for him. He led the second team members in a full-court 5v5 match against the first team, ultimately guiding the second team to a victory with a score of 74-66. Following this series of performances, the doubts within the team evaporated entirely, and even Coach George felt a twinge of guilt over his previous skepticism towards Xiang Yuan. From that point forward, no one dared to formally challenge him. Even during one-on-one training sessions, where many had previously bested Xiang Yuan, the consensus shifted. Everyone believed he was merely holding back. They not only ceased to question his abilities but also felt a sense of gratitude. For the prior defeat had indeed been a severe humiliation. Before long, a month had swiftly passed. Under the guidance of professional training and through diligent daily practice, Xiang Yuan made remarkable strides in both physical fitness and basketball skills, advancing at a pace far surpassing that of his self-directed training, without relying on the system's character card. His statistics saw a notable enhancement. Upon revisiting the system interface, Xiang Yuan's attributes were recorded as follows: offensive rating, 42, defensive rating, 40, organization, 27, athleticism, 57, finishing, 42, basketball IQ, 68, aesthetic appeal, 24, leadership, 11, with an overall evaluation of 38.8. This improvement could certainly be described as significant. At this juncture, summer vacation at Songjing High School commenced. Coach George intended to retain all members of the first team for training during the break. Having recognized the potential for championship victory this year, he was determined to seize the opportunity. With Xiang Yuan now in his 4th year, it was crucial to capitalize on this favorable moment. After his graduation, the journey would have to begin anew. All first-team members acquiesced to Coach George's request. However, the pivotal Xiang Yuan did not consent. His heart yearned to return home. Prior to his rebirth, he had rarely spent time with his parents, often utilizing the funds they provided to travel during holidays. It was only after their departure that he was filled with regret, lamenting the insufficient moments spent with them. His character was undeniably resilient. Even under the weight of considerable debt in his previous life, he had not succumbed to despair. The loss of his parents was the primary catalyst for his diminished will to live. Thus, since his rebirth, he had resolved to forego travel during holidays, choosing instead to return home and cherish the time spent with his family. This time would be no exception. Despite Coach George's fervent efforts, he could not persuade Xiang Yuan. Reluctantly, Coach George assigned Xiang Yuan training tasks for the vacation before allowing him to return home. Chapter 15. Returning home. Xiang Yuan's home is located in Heb City, Heilongjiang Province. He is a native of northeast China. The fertile black soil has nurtured his tall and robust physique, while also cultivating his generous and resilient character. In July, Heb begins to warm gradually. Xiang Yin stepped out of the airport corridor and immediately spotted his mother, who had come to greet him. Mom. Xiang Yuan navigated through the bustling crowd, swiftly arriving by his mother's side. Oh, Sha Yuan, have you lost weight? In his mother's eyes, a child studying away from home would invariably endure hardships. However, in reality, Xiang Yuan's weight had increased by nearly 2 kilograms since the beginning of the semester. Isn't it what you've been thinking? Xiang Yuan jested playfully. I believe it is you who has truly slimmed down. Xiang Yuan scrutinized his mother. who stood at a height of around 1.60 meters, clad in a casual suit, with a pair of glasses perched on her nose. At the age of 40, the passage of time had begun to leave subtle traces upon her face. However, due to favorable family circumstances and diligent self-care, these signs were not particularly pronounced. She still radiated vitality, exuding an aura of a formidable woman. Is that so? Quite splendid. His mother appeared to be in high spirits. And father? Upon noticing his father's absence, Xiang Yuan surmised that he was likely preoccupied with company matters, yet he couldn't resist inquiring. The company has been quite busy lately. He is temporarily tied up, but he will definitely return in the evening, his mother responded. Come on, let's get into the car. We shall dine at a hotel tonight to welcome you. What hotel? It's far better to eat at home. I can showcase my culinary skills for you this evening. As they exited the airport corridor and approached their car, Xiang Yuan placed his luggage in the trunk and promptly settled into the passenger seat. Speaking up. We are still going to the hotel, his mother insisted. Your Uncle Tang's family will also be attending, and Ji Xian has just returned from the United States. Subsequently, his mother began to express her grievances. Tell me, what were you thinking? Ji Xian went to America to study with you. And not only did you neglect to care for her, but I also heard you were pursuing American beauties? What is so captivating about those girls that you would be so infatuated, disregarding the lovely girl right beside you? Let me be clear. I do not acknowledge any American girls. I only recognize Ji Xian as my future daughter-in-law. You better extinguish any other notions and sincerely apologize to Ji Xian. Treat her well from now on, understand? As his mother unleashed this torrent of complaints, Xiang Yuan wore a pained expression, pursing his lips in silence. In his mind, a tall figure with fair skin and striking beauty emerged, Tang Ji Xian, his childhood sweetheart. The Xiang and Tang families have been close friends since the era of Xiang Yuan's grandfather, leading to a childhood spent together. Often playfully remarked upon by the adults as a match made in heaven. In truth, barring unforeseen circumstances, the two were destined to walk down the aisle together. However, in Xiang Yuan's previous life, a series of unfortunate events led to Tang Jixuan ultimately abandoning him. While this action could be understood, it nonetheless left a profound wound in Xiang Yuan's heart. Thus, in this lifetime, his feelings for Tang Jixuan have undeniably shifted. He does not intentionally neglect her. He simply has not yet determined how to approach her. As a result, he chooses to evade the situation for the time being. Furthermore, his pursuit of the American campus beauty is merely a means to accumulate heartbreaks and activate his system, rather than an earnest desire to engage in a romantic relationship with her. Unexpectedly, Tang Jixuan escalated the matter to his mother. All right, I understand. Xiang Yuan interrupted his mother's incessant chatter. As long as you understand, she replied, turning to retrieve an exquisitely packaged gift box from the back seat of the car and handing it to Xiang Yuan. I knew you wouldn't have the foresight to prepare a gift for a girl. This is the latest women's handbag from Louis Vuitton. You can say you bought it for her while in America. Do you comprehend? All right, I understand, Xiang Yuan responded helplessly. The latest Louis Vuitton handbag costs no less than several tens of thousands of yuan. His mother was truly generous. With no alternative, Xiang Yuan could only accept passively. Yet, the thought of that enchanting figure brought him a headache. Oh well, he decided to take things one step at a time. An hour later, Xiang Yuan returned home. After ensuring he was settled, his mother hurried off to her company, with barely a moment to spare for conversation. As she put it, she needed to assist Xiang Yuan's father to ensure he would be free in time for their evening engagement. Xiang Yuan felt no fatigue at all. After a brief respite, he was overwhelmed by a profound sense of ennui. In this era, the internet was merely emerging, with fewer than 40 million users worldwide. In his country, computers were a rarity, let alone smartphones. Frankly speaking, Xiang Yuan lacked any entrepreneurial flair or business acumen. Otherwise, in this age, even a modest venture related to the internet would surely yield success. Nonetheless, he could devise a strategy to encourage his parents to abandon their current business pursuits in favor of investing in the burgeoning internet landscape. This was something to contemplate further down the line. At present, plagued by an acute sense of boredom, Xiang Yuan yearned to engage in activities that might alleviate his emptiness. Consequently, he descended the stairs and wandered aimlessly in the vicinity. Xiang Yuan's residence is situated in an upscale neighborhood, in proximity to a prestigious institution, HEB University of Industry. Renowned in China, Xiang Yuan strolled into the university campus, observing the diverse array of students and savoring the warm atmosphere that starkly contrasted with that of America. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself at the entrance of a gymnasium. Upon seeing the venue, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Over the past 3 years, basketball had gradually become an indispensable part of his life. To put it simply, a day without playing basketball left him feeling utterly restless. Since he was already there, he decided to step inside and see if he could join a game. As he entered the gymnasium, he was struck by its impressive size and comprehensive facilities. The moment he walked in, an extraordinary ambience enveloped the arena. A significant portion of the crowd had congregated around one of the half-court basketball hoops, tightly packed in layers, creating a barrier that rendered the area nearly impassable. The majority of the spectators were Chinese, with a small contingent of foreign students interspersed among them. At that moment, the Chinese attendees appeared notably silent, their expressions grim. In contrast, the foreign students were brimming with enthusiasm, incessantly cheering and shouting phrases like "give it your all" and "dominate the Chinese." A thrilling spectacle was about to unfold. Xiang Yuan exerted tremendous effort to finally squeeze into the inner circle, gaining a clear view of the situation at hand. Chapter 16. What if we win? On the court, a 3v3 basketball match was underway. One team comprised 3 Chinese university students, while the opposing team consisted of 3 American exchange students, 2 African Americans, and 1 Caucasian. The classic rule of reaching 21 points was still in play. The current score stood at 18-3, with the exchange students holding a decisive lead. It was merely a matter of time before they claimed victory. Xiang Yuan inquired and learned that this contest between domestic and foreign participants had already unfolded in 5 matches, each one culminating in a resounding victory for the international students. The origins of this incident lay in a casual game of basketball, where teams were formed through the process of passing the ball. The initial configuration consisted of a black international student, A, paired with 2 Chinese university students, pitted against another team comprising 2 foreign students and 1 Chinese student. At first, it was merely an informal 3v3 street basketball game, commonplace in urban settings. However, A, driven by an overwhelming desire to win, found himself outmatched by the opposing team. After suffering 5 successive defeats in a race to 7 points, A, in a moment of frustration, exclaimed that the Chinese players were woefully inadequate at basketball. This remark detonated like an atomic bomb among the Chinese students, igniting their tempers. This was a matter of pride, leaving no room for compromise. In truth, A's comment stemmed from exasperation, and he instantly regretted his words. Yet, once spoken, they could not be retracted. The atmosphere became charged with anger, and more people began to gather, sensing that a brawl was imminent. At this critical juncture, a university sports instructor happened to be nearby and swiftly intervened to prevent the brewing conflict. However, the matter could not simply be dismissed, and someone suggested resolving the dispute through basketball. Did you not claim that Chinese players are weak? Let us settle this on the court. This proposal resonated with both parties, and thus an international-level 3v3 basketball match was organized. Although the domestic students acknowledged the prowess of their foreign counterparts, they were unprepared for the extent of their strength. They believed that by enlisting members of the university basketball team, endowed with height, skill, and practiced teamwork, they could at least hold their own, if not secure victory. Yet, reality delivered a harsh blow to the Chinese participants. The 3 international students, each endowed with explosive athleticism, rendered the university team utterly inadequate, overwhelming them with ease. At that moment, A, the instigator of the debacle, reveled in his triumph. He called for the ball in the low post, backing down the Chinese defender with his formidable strength, gradually pushing him towards the basket. Once beneath the hoop, he unleashed his power, shoving the defender aside, and, seizing the moment when the defender's balance faltered, leaped with force, executing a thunderous 2-handed dunk. The basketball crashed through the hoop, striking the defender's chest and resonating deeply within the hearts of the Chinese onlookers. The score stood at 21-4. 3 international students dominated the game once again, leaving the Chinese spectators utterly speechless. After suffering 6 consecutive defeats, there were no words left. No one remained. Truly, no one at all. The strongest players in this school have already faced defeat. What more could anyone say? Today has been an unabashed humiliation. In this era, due to the underdeveloped internet and the scarcity of television broadcasts, most people possess a limited understanding of the caliber of American basketball. Many are merely aware of the existence of the NBA, cognizant of the impressive skills of its players, yet they remain oblivious to the extent of their prowess. These 3 international students, by their own admission, claimed they would not even make it onto a collegiate team in the United States. Yet, these very individuals have thoroughly overwhelmed the basketball team of the entire industrial university. How formidable must the players of American college teams be? And what are those in the NBA? It is indeed unimaginable. Is there no one left to challenge us? International student A, with an air of arrogance, raised his chin and addressed the onlookers. You are weak, yet you refuse to acknowledge it. Look at the outcome. Learn from this, haha. Student A, buoyed by his triumph, let slip his brashness once more. His teammate tugged at his shirt, cautioning him to temper his bravado should a conflict arise, regardless of the consequences. The three of them would undoubtedly bear the brunt of it. The spectators, however, refrained from resorting to violence for having lost on the basketball court. They deemed it unworthy to also lose their dignity. We, as a proud nation, cannot afford such disgrace. Everyone disperse, said the physical education teacher, who had intervened to prevent conflict and later assumed the role of referee, his face stern as he addressed the surrounding crowd. You, he pointed at several members of the school basketball team, should be ashamed. Go back and practice diligently. The team members hung their heads in shame, preparing to leave. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Wait. The crowd turned to see a tall figure stepping forward. This individual appeared to be over 6 feet 3 inches tall, with a well-proportioned physique, solid muscles, and a handsome face characterized by sharp brows and piercing eyes. Anger glinted in his gaze as he strode to the center of the court. It was Xiang Yuan. You there, bring me 2 players who can actually play, and let us form a team. Xiang Yuan called out to the members of the school team who were about to leave, speaking in a tone that brooked no dissent. Who are you, and what qualifications do you have to dictate to us? The team members, already filled with indignation, responded with increasing hostility. Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I can lead you to victory. Xiang Yuan retorted with a cold smirk. Such arrogance. I have never seen you in the basketball team before. You must be new here. Perhaps you should just go back, for you cannot contend with those 3 foreign players. The onlookers also attempted to offer their counsel in a gentle manner. Xiang Yuan ceased his words and, lost in his own thoughts, approached the African exchange student, seizing the basketball from his grasp. Before the student could even react, Xiang Yuan dribbled the ball with determination, charging towards the hoop. With a remarkable leap, he soared into the air, executing a one-handed slam dunk that left the spectators in awe. The sheer height of his jump astonished everyone present. Nothing could showcase one's prowess better than a spectacular dunk, nor ignite the crowd's enthusiasm more fervently. The onlookers were suddenly filled with renewed hope. The members of the school team exchanged glances, realizing that such a feat was beyond their own capabilities. It seemed this unknown Chinese student truly possessed remarkable skill. They shared a silent understanding, and soon 2 players stepped forward. Given the circumstances, what was the harm in attempting once more? After all, what if they emerged victorious? Chapter 17. The First Lead. Xiang Yuan acquainted himself with 2 teammates, both of whom were members of the university's basketball team. One was named Ji Fei, approximately 185 meters tall, playing the shooting guard position. The other was Sun Jinghao, around 195 meters tall, occupying the power forward position. However, in a 3-on-3 game, the boundaries of positions are rather ambiguous, with few restrictions. The 7th 3-on-3 match, which held great significance for honor, commenced swiftly. Initially, it was Xiang Yuan's team that began the offensive play. Ji Fei positioned himself at the center circle, while Xiang Yuan stood at the left side of the arc's summit, and Sun Jinghao took his place at the right 45-degree angle. Ji Fei passed the ball to Sun Jinghao, who then returned it to Ji Fei. As Ji Fei commenced dribbling, Sun Jinghao advanced to set a screen for him. The 2 frequently executed this screen and roll tactic during their time on the university team, a highly effective offensive strategy. However, the essence of the screen and roll lies in dismantling the opponent's defense. Following the screen, the ball handler can choose from numerous options upon circumventing the teammate who set the screen. If the defenders switch, the screener ends up behind the opposing defender, creating an opportunity for a pass. Alternatively, the screen can generate a shooting chance. This tactic itself is devoid of any flaws. Yet, the efficacy of its execution relies heavily on the capabilities of the 2 involved players, encompassing skills such as the ability to read defenses, shooting proficiency, passing accuracy, physicality, and finishing at the rim. Conversely, the defensive abilities of the opponents will significantly influence the success rate of the tactic. Unfortunately, Ji Fei and Sun Jinghao lacked the requisite skill to breach the defense of the 2 foreign players opposing them. After executing the screen, they discovered that, although the defender had changed, the new defender remained closely attached, leaving no openings. Such circumstances had transpired numerous times in previous matches. The robust physique of the opposing defender obstructed Ji-Fei's path to the basket and his passing lanes. In a moment of urgency, he hastily attempted a shot, barely catching a glimpse of the basket. Alas, as Ji-Fei released the ball, he regained some clarity, realizing that the shot had no chance of success. However, it was too late for regret. As anticipated, the ball barely grazed the edge of the rim with a clang before bouncing back out. It was the same outcome yet again. The outspoken African-American exchange student A contemplated this as he leaped, ready to secure the rebound. However, upon ascending, a shadow suddenly loomed behind him. It was Xiang Yuan, soaring high, reaching for the moon, who snatched the rebound right above his head. Before A could even react, Xiang Yuan executed a deft layup off the backboard, scoring the first point for the team. 1 o'clock. This marked the first time in 6 games that the team composed of Chinese players had taken the lead. My apologies. Ji-Fei quietly offered to Xiang Yuan after the play concluded. Had it not been for Xiang Yuan's timely intervention, they would have squandered this offensive opportunity. No worries. Just remember to pass me the ball on the next offensive possession, Xiang Yuan replied nonchalantly. Understood, Ji-Fei affirmed. As the possession shifted, it was now Xiang Yuan's turn to defend. The opposing team initiated the play, and after 2 passes, the ball found its way into the hands of African-American exchange student A, who was stationed in the low post. He was indeed the pivotal player among the trio, having scored over 10 of the 21 points in each of the previous matches. Xiang Yuan had long recognized this situation and thus willingly assumed the defensive responsibilities. The black international student, upon seeing Xiang Yuan approach to guard him, curled his lips into a disdainful smirk. Although the impressive dunk and recent rebound had demonstrated that this Chinese player possessed notable skills, he still did not consider him a worthy opponent. Leaning into Xiang Yuan, he initiated a back-to-basket play, a maneuver he had perfected and relied upon with great success. A singular skill, he believed, could conquer all challenges. His core strength was formidable. As long as he could secure the ball in the low post, he would bulldoze into the paint, where scoring became a mere formality. It could be said that he was a player who thrived on physicality, and within this campus, there was truly no one who could withstand his force. Thus, he had long exploited this tactic to his advantage. However, to his astonishment, this strategy faltered. After several attempts to back his way into the paint, he realized he had not moved an inch. He could not overpower Xiang Yuan. He tried once more, yet still found himself thwarted. Confusion set in. Having relied on this method for so long, he had neglected to develop any other offensive techniques. Consequently, when this approach failed him, his mind blanked, leaving him uncertain of his next move. After a few tentative gestures from the opponent, Xiang Yuan ceased any further movements, which struck him as rather peculiar. However, he was not one to let such a golden opportunity slip away. Seizing the moment with remarkable swiftness, he deftly intercepted the ball. Following the steal, Xiang Yuan promptly passed the ball to Ji-Fei. Upon receiving the pass, Ji-Fei swiftly advanced beyond the 3-point line and then returned the ball to Xiang Yuan, who was still positioned near the key. After Xiang Yuan received the ball, the black international student finally reacted. However, it was already too late. With a simple jump shot, Xiang Yuan sent the basketball soaring in a perfect arc, finding its way through the hoop. 2 o'clock. Splendid. What a play. Keep it up. Witnessing this unexpected lead, the atmosphere among the spectators brightened, and they began to rally behind Xiang Yuan and his team. The African exchange student A was filled with frustration. His teammate, African student B, approached him, perplexed, and inquired, "What's wrong? Can't you hold your ground against him?" Though reluctant to admit it, African student A nodded in acknowledgement. This posed a significant problem. African teammate B furrowed his brow. African student A was their linchpin. His low-post plays were their team's advantage, providing a steady scoring option or drawing defensive attention, allowing the ball to be passed out for others to score. However, with this strategy now rendered ineffective, their advantage had diminished considerably. Fortunately, the other 2 players still held an edge in their respective matchups. The exchange student team initiated their attack once more. This time, African student A refrained from seeking the ball in the low post. He was not foolish. He recognized that he could not overpower Xiang Yuan and chose not to engage in futile attempts. Instead, he positioned himself at the 3-point line, feigning readiness to receive the ball for a long-range shot, intending to draw Xiang Yuan away, allowing his 2 teammates to advance. However, what he did not anticipate was that Xiang Yuan had no intention of acknowledging him at all. Xiang Yuan stood just within the free throw line, intently observing the opposing team's two players, ready to assist with defense at a moment's notice. The African-American student, player A, was filled with indignation. "Do you look down on me? Pass the ball. I'm open, send it my way." At that moment, the ball was in the possession of a Caucasian student. Upon hearing the call, the Caucasian player noticed that player A was indeed unmarked and passed the ball to him. "No, don't pass it to him. Player B." Another African-American teammate exclaimed in protest. Unfortunately, it was too late. The ball had already reached player A's hands. He took a peculiar stance at the three-point line and launched into an awkward jump shot. The basketball wobbled as it soared through the air. Chapter 18. A crushing victory. Swish. The ball grazed the rim and sailed out of bounds. Indeed, Xiang Yuan's assessment had proven to be exceedingly accurate. Xiang Yuan observed the black international student A and sensed that his shooting was likely unstable. Consequently, he deliberately allowed him space to test his abilities, and indeed, his intuition proved accurate. With a sigh, his black teammate B turned to the white international student and remarked, "You are merely a freshman, so you may not be familiar with him. His three-point shooting percentage is far too low. In the future, should you see him attempting a shot near the arc, refrain from passing him the ball." The white international student nodded in resignation. After the ball went out of bounds, possession shifted. Once more, Jifei initiated the play, dribbling a few times before passing the ball to Xiang Yuan. Immediately, international student closed in on him, his eyes ablaze with determination, fixated on Xiang Yuan. He was resolute in defending this shot and reclaiming his pride. Xiang Yuan remained indifferent to the thoughts of his opponent. Noticing the proximity of his adversary, he held the ball with both hands, pivoted on his left foot, and took a substantial step to the right, executing a probing move, a variant of the triple threat stance. The African exchange student, A, was entirely focused on his defense, convinced that Xiang Yuan intended to penetrate the penalty area from the right. Consequently, he shifted his weight to the right, establishing a defensive posture. Now was the moment. Xiang Yuan retracted his steps, executing a cross dribble followed by a swift change of direction, breaking through to the opposite side. Oh no, he was deceived. A sense of dread washed over the African-American exchange student. Xiang Yuan broke through the defense, dribbling directly towards the basket. At that moment, the Caucasian exchange student released his guard on Sun Zhenghao and swiftly moved to provide assistance against Xiang Yuan. With a keen eye for detail and acute hearing, Xiang Yuan observed the opponent's approach for reinforcement. He executed a sudden stop-and-fake jump shot, prompting his adversary to leap into action. Seizing the moment, he swiftly passed the ball to Sun Zhenghao, who had already maneuvered to the basket, currently unguarded. Sun Zhenghao received the pass and effortlessly scored a single point. The crowd erupted with even louder cheers. "Next time, I won't let you succeed," exclaimed the African exchange student A, gritting his teeth at Xiang Yuan. Indifferently, Xiang Yuan chose to disregard this vexatious individual. The exchange student team mounted another offensive, with African exchange student A still positioned at the three-point line. Xiang Yuan felt a sense of perplexity. The African exchange student, A, must surely be aware of his own shortcomings in shooting. The first miss could be attributed to a moment of impulsiveness, yet continuing to employ the same flawed technique was puzzling. Unable to fathom the reasoning, he ceased to ponder it further, maintaining his position to assist his teammates with defensive support. At that moment, a Caucasian exchange student deftly maneuvered past Sun Zhenghao's defense and prepared to shoot. Xiang Yuan swiftly moved to provide assistance. The height of the Caucasian student was comparable to that of Sun Zhenghao, approximately 195 meters, while Xiang Yuan towered slightly above him, thus exerting considerable defensive pressure. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Xiang Yuan spotted African exchange student A racing towards the paint from beyond the three-point line. In a moment of inspiration, he executed a bounce pass to A. "Haha, gotcha," exclaimed the jubilant African student, reveling in his moment of triumph. He leapt into the air, intending to execute a one-handed dunk to release his pent-up emotions. However, as he soared upward, an unexpected shadow loomed in the previously open space. A large hand suddenly joined his own on the basketball. The two forces collided directly. The ball, caught in their contest of strength, fell to the ground. Quick as a flash, Jifei seized the opportunity, retrieving the ball and dribbling towards the three-point line. Simultaneously, Sun Zhenghao, who frequently coordinated with Jifei, instinctively moved to create a barrier, blocking the path of African exchange student B, who was defending Jifei. Upon reaching the three-point line, Jifei took a deep breath. Resolute not to squander this chance following the block, he steadied himself, aimed, and launched the ball. The basketball traced a flawless arc through the air. The three-pointer was successful. 5-0. A wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the spectators. The expressions of the three exchange students darkened significantly. They had dominated these Chinese students on numerous occasions. Yet now they found themselves on the receiving end of such overwhelming pressure. In the subsequent round, the trio exerted every ounce of effort, managing to scrape together a single point. However, during Xiang Yuan's offensive possession, after executing 2 screenplays, he found himself near the basket. He feigned a couple of movements before executing a hook shot over his shoulder. The ball danced precariously on the rim twice before ultimately falling through the hoop. The Xiang Yuan team has secured another point. The international student team struggles to defend against Xiang Yuan, while simultaneously finding it exceedingly difficult to penetrate his formidable defense. With Xiang Yuan's towering height, and in the absence of the 3-second defensive rule, his mere presence near the paint serves as an unwavering anchor, ready to assist teammates in defensive maneuvers at any moment. Moreover, the inability of the African international student A to shoot renders long-range scoring an unfeasible strategy to counter Xiang Yuan's collaborative defense. Should African international student A attempt to pick and roll, Xiang Yuan adeptly switches his defense, leaving the other 2 players in a similarly uncomfortable predicament. Even if they pass the ball back to African international student A, he requires time to establish a post-up position, a duration ample enough for Xiang Yuan to exchange defensive roles with Ji Fei or Sun Zhenghao. This illustrates the consequences of an overly simplistic offensive strategy. When this method falters, it significantly impacts the overall game. Ultimately, despite the international student team's relentless efforts, they managed to score a mere 5 points. The final score stands at 21-5. Xiang Yuan's team emerged victorious. Attentive individuals on-site meticulously recorded the statistics, revealing that Xiang Yuan achieved an impressive tally of 13 points, 6 assists, 5 rebounds, 3 steals, and 2 blocks in this match. The trio of international students ultimately succumbed to defeat. Although they had previously triumphed in 7 games, those victories were secured in the absence of Xiang Yuan. Upon the arrival of Xiang Yuan, they suffered a dismal defeat. They realized that no matter how many matches they played, victory was unattainable as long as this newcomer from China was present. Chinese students, too, possess formidable talents. As they departed, the brash African exchange student A gave Xiang Yuan a thumbs up in commendation. His words were merely impulsive. In truth, he bore no genuine disdain for the Chinese, for otherwise he would not have chosen to study in China. Thank you. Return and practice your shooting. Perhaps we can play together sometime, Xiang Yuan courteously replied. The 3 international students exited the basketball court. Xiang Yuan also wished to leave, yet he found himself unable to do so. He was encircled by numerous onlookers among the students. What year are you in? One inquired. Which college do you belong to? Another asked. Could you share your contact information with us? Ji Fei and Sun Zhenghao approached Xiang Yuan, extending their hands in greeting. You simply must join the university basketball team, Ji Fei exclaimed with palpable excitement. Sun Zhenghao nodded in agreement, gazing at Xiang Yuan with eager anticipation. The surrounding students shared in this sense of expectation. Xiang Yuan found himself in a predicament and had no choice but to explain that he was not a student of this institution, merely an ordinary high school student residing in a nearby community who happened to pass by. High school student? You simply must apply to our university. I will immediately seek out the academic office to arrange for your special admission. Upon hearing this news, everyone became increasingly elated. Chapter 19. Xiang Yuan's childhood sweetheart Xi Xian. Let me tell you, today I saw an incredibly handsome guy at school. What? You just entered university and already wish to pursue romance? In a hotel, a tall, graceful young lady stood before the window, radiating beauty. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age, with an oval face, elegantly arched eyebrows, and a pair of bright, expressive black eyes. Her smile was as radiant as a flower, and she held a sleek black flip phone, engaging in lively conversation with her best friend on the other end. The black casing of the phone accentuated her hands, which resembled pure jade. The device was the latest Motorola 8900 flip phone, a luxury item indicative of her affluent background. This enchanting young lady was none other than Tang Zhixian, Xiang Yuan's childhood companion. She had come to the hotel with her parents, awaiting a meeting with Xiang Yuan's family. Before long, Xiang Yuan's family arrived at the hotel. Tang Zhixian's parents promptly approached them, engaging in warm conversation. The moment Tang Zhixian laid eyes on Xiang Yuan, a spark of joy flickered in her beautiful eyes, only to dim almost instantly. She forcibly halted her steps, suppressing the elation in her heart, and donned a mask of indifference as she greeted Xiang Yuan in a deliberately subdued tone. You have arrived. In truth, she longed to rush over, grasp his arm, and sweetly call out Yuan Gu in a teasing manner. Yet, she refrained. After all, she was Tang Jixian, a proud little princess. To remain close to Xiang Yuan. She had even followed him to America, and yet, he had grown increasingly aloof towards her. How could this be? A torrent of resentment brewed within her, manifesting as misty tears in the corners of her eyes. She silently stomped her foot, resolving not to acknowledge Xiang Yuan any further. Sighing inwardly at Tang Jixian's demeanor, Xiang Yuan understood her feelings all too well. Having lived 2 lives over the past 3 years, he had indeed treated her with excessive coldness and cruelty. In retrospect, before his rebirth, Tang Jixian had not outright abandoned him. Rather, she had consistently professed her desire to face challenges together. At that time, the Tang family's fortunes had also plummeted, rendering them unable to assist the Xiang family. Meanwhile, Tang Jixian's beauty attracted the attention of many wealthy suitors, yet she remained indifferent to them, solely wishing to be by her Yuan Ji's side. However, during that period, the Xiang family had completely fallen from grace, and Xiang Yuan had succumbed to despair, his temperament becoming increasingly volatile, at times even resorting to excessive drinking. Xiang Yuan repeatedly turned Tang Jixuan away, shattering her heart time and again. Ultimately, Tang Jixuan married a wealthy heir whose fortune exceeded $1 billion. On the day of the wedding, Xiang Yuan caused a scene at the banquet, only to be violently expelled by security. Shortly thereafter, he took his own life. Following this, Xiang Yuan was reborn. Feeling unworthy to face Tang Jixuan, he chose to neglect her for 3 long years. Upon reflection, it became clear that Tang Jixuan had committed no wrongdoing. Now, 3 years later, having gradually mended his heart, Xiang Yuan resolved to bid farewell to the past. Upon encountering the adorable yet pitiable Tang Jixuan, he was finally overwhelmed by a surge of affection for her. After exchanging pleasantries with Xiang Yuan and Tang Jixuan's parents, he magically produced the handbag his mother had purchased from behind him. Here, a gift for you, specially bought in America, Xiang Yuan said. Placing the present in Tang Jixuan's hands, he silently rejoiced, grateful that his mother had thought to buy this gift. Otherwise, after neglecting her for 3 years, he would have been at a loss for words to mend the rift. Seeing the gift, Tang Jixuan felt a surge of emotions, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Who could fathom the struggles she had endured over the past 3 years? The tall and handsome Xiang Yuan, who had cared for and cherished her since childhood, had suddenly turned his back on her. She had pursued him to America, only to discover he was chasing after the campus beauty there. Although the American beauty had not accepted his affections, Tang Jixuan's heart had already been wounded. When she confronted him about it, he coldly remarked that he had always regarded her as a sister. She was left speechless. Indeed, they had never been engaged, nor had they officially defined their relationship as a couple. Yet, they were so deeply familiar with one another that an instinct told Tang Jixuan something was amiss. However, after 3 years of observation and waiting, she still could not uncover the reason behind his behavior. She sensed that Xiang Yuan was evading her, and the complexity in his gaze troubled her. Moreover, she understood that he was not genuinely pursuing those American beauties. Each time he attempted to court the most elusive ones without any real engagement, he seemed unfazed by failure, even appearing somewhat pleased. She found it utterly perplexing. Yet now, all that seemed irrelevant. She had received a gift from Xiang Yuan. More importantly, she had glimpsed the emotions in his eyes. A woman's intuition is formidable from his gaze. She discerned guilt, relief, and a familiar affection that had been absent for 3 long years. Her Xiang Yuan had returned. Look at you. Your brother gave you a gift. And yet here you are, crying like this. How pathetic, Tang Jixuan's mother remarked as she approached and embraced her daughter. A beautiful and wise woman. She deeply understood her daughter's feelings for Xiang Yuan. Seeing the two seemingly on the path to reconciliation brought her immense relief. Just as Xiang Yuan's mother held Tang Jixuan in high regard, Tang Jixuan's mother also had a favorable impression of Xiang Yuan. He was handsome, academically accomplished, of good character, and came from a respectable family. Their families had long-standing ties. Ultimately, a mother tends to grow fonder of her daughter's suitor the more she observes him. Although she was unaware of the specifics of their past, reconciliation was undoubtedly a positive development. Xiang Yuan, it's all your fault. Why haven't you apologized to Jixuan yet? Xiang Yuan's mother interjected. I apologize. Xiang Yuan raised his hand in surrender. Zhixian, I am truly sorry for the distress I have caused you. The words spoken by Xiang Yuan were sincere and heartfelt, encapsulating the entirety of his complex emotions towards Tang Zhishuan, both before and after his rebirth. His feelings were profoundly intense. The parents of both parties were taken aback, sensing a maturity in Xiang Yuan reminiscent of an adult. Suddenly, Tang Zhishuan, who had initially shed silent tears, could no longer contain her emotions and burst into a loud cry. As she wept, her tears resembled delicate blossoms in the rain, prompting both families to hastily retreat to a private room in the hotel, closing the door behind them. The adults from both sides felt a palpable awkwardness, ultimately placing the entire burden of responsibility upon Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan could only wear a forced smile, enduring countless critiques. It was not until Tang Zhishuan ceased her weeping that he felt a sense of liberation. After shedding tears, Tang Zhishuan also felt a wave of embarrassment. Hence, she vented her frustrations on Xiang Yuan once more, and only then did the matter truly come to a close. The two families gradually restored their harmonious and joyful atmosphere. Xiang Yuan's father was engaged in a business conversation with Tang Zhixian's father. Xiang Yuan's mother and Tang Zhishuan's mother were engaged in a conversation about handbags and cosmetics. Meanwhile, Tang Zhishuan sat sweetly beside Xiang Yuan, her curiosity bubbling forth as she peppered him with a myriad of questions. By the way, Brother Yuan, I heard that before I returned to the country, you joined the first team of the basketball team at Songjing High School? This remark captured the attention of everyone present. Chapter 20. Should I give him to you? The parents gathered had never heard Xiang Yuan speak of his involvement in basketball before, and their curiosity was piqued. Lacking knowledge of the sport, they listened intently as Tang Zhishuan provided them with an enlightening overview of the basketball world, detailing aspects that even Xiang Yuan was unaware of. It was only during his first year of high school that Xiang Yuan began to play basketball, prompting Tang Zhishuan to quietly take an interest in the sport and immerse herself in its intricacies. Xiang Yuan was once again profoundly moved. When the parents finally grasped the concept of what it means to be a member of an American high school varsity team, they were somewhat astonished. Are you planning to pursue basketball? Xiang Yuan's father inquired, furrowing his brow. Xiang Yuan's father was a slender man with pronounced features, exuding an aura of unspoken authority. His expression clearly revealed his disapproval of the situation. His long-standing plan had been to send Xiang Yuan to the United States for advanced studies, aiming for admission into a prestigious business school, after which he would return to assist in the family business and ultimately inherit it. Unexpectedly, Xiang Yuan had taken to basketball in the U.S., much to his father's discontent. Observing the look on Xiang Yuan's father's face, Tang Zhishuan stuck out her tongue and quickly defended him, saying, Uncle Xiang, Brother Yuan's involvement in basketball does not hinder his studies at all. In fact, it greatly benefits him. In American society, individuals with strong athletic abilities are often perceived to possess a profound sense of collective honor, teamwork skills, and leadership qualities, along with a resilient character and high stress tolerance. Therefore, many esteemed universities, including the renowned Ivy League schools, actively recruit students with athletic talents, which gives Brother Yuan a significant advantage. Xiang Yuan's father had indeed heard of the Ivy League's illustrious reputation. Realizing that Xiang Yuan might have the opportunity to enter an Ivy League school through his athletic prowess, he ceased to question his son's choices. After offering a few reminders about not neglecting his studies, the topic was laid to rest. The meal, which began with initial tension, concluded in a harmonious atmosphere filled with laughter and joy. Most importantly, Xiang Yuan and Tang Zhishuan had reconciled. As Tang Zhishuan departed with her parents, the smile on her face was sweeter than ever. Xiang Yuan's heart was undeniably stirred. However, it is still early. He is merely 16 years old, and Tang Zhishuan is even his junior by 2 months. This is not the moment to contemplate romance. For Xiang Yuan, who has been reborn, the most pressing concern is to diligently hone his basketball skills, enhance his physical fitness, and refine his technique, all in pursuit of entering a prestigious basketball school and ultimately achieving his aspiration of reaching the NBA. Should he fail to join the NBA and become a star player earning a substantial salary, he would be unable to alter the dire fate of his family's impending bankruptcy. Such an outcome would mirror the misfortunes of his previous life, a scenario he is determined to avoid at all costs. Basketball represents his greatest hope. Since their reconciliation, Tang Zhishuan has reverted to her proud little princess demeanor, frequently seeking out Xiang Yuan to spend time together whenever she has the opportunity. Xiang Yuan finds herself utterly powerless. Yet paradoxically, there exists no one capable of restraining her. Xiang Yuan often lamented that his heart was still too tender, having unwittingly opened Pandora's box, thus releasing the mischievous little sorceress into his life. Every day, Tang Jixuan would either insist on engaging him in conversation, drag him out for shopping excursions, or compel him to join her for meals and movies. Among these pursuits, the most excruciating was undoubtedly accompanying the little sorceress for meals. As Xiang Yuan needed to maintain his body fat percentage, he dared not indulge in those tempting, calorie-laden delights. In contrast, the little sorceress was unperturbed. She sampled every delectable treat in sight, albeit in moderation, and miraculously, she remained impervious to weight gain. Xiang Yuan was engulfed in torment. He was, after all, a connoisseur of delicacies. Yet now, he found himself unable to indulge, as sumptuous dishes danced tantalizingly before his eyes, a source of exquisite agony. It seemed as though he was destined to compensate for the previous 3 years of deprivation. For days on end, the little sorceress had dragged him into a whirlwind of merriment. Eventually, having exhausted most of their entertainment options, she suggested that Xiang Yuan take her to play basketball. This proposal resonated with his inclinations. He had refrained from training for many days just to accompany her. Before returning home, he had assured Coach George that he would maintain a rigorous training regimen daily. Alas, he had broken that promise. Fortunately, in this era devoid of smartphones, Coach George could not berate him through a video call. The little sorceress proposed visiting a nearby university basketball court, as she had a dear friend studying there whom she wished to introduce to him. Xiang Yuan pondered for a moment. Indeed, there were no suitable training venues nearby, so he acquiesced. The two made their way to the basketball arena at the University of Engineering. Nearly 2 weeks had elapsed since Xiang Yuan last graced this place, where he triumphed over an American exchange student. Xiang Yuan pondered that the university campus was so vast that no one would likely recognize him. The little sorceress's close friend was in class and wouldn't be able to join for a while. Thus, Xiang Yuan took it upon himself to practice shooting hoops at the court with the basketballs they had just purchased from the mall. The little sorceress, reluctant to participate, feared that exercising would cause her to sweat and ruin her makeup, so she chose to sit nearby and observe. Whenever she witnessed Xiang Yuan score several consecutive baskets, she would erupt in cheers. "Wow, handsome guy, you've finally returned." As Xiang Yuan was taking a shot, a sudden gasp echoed around him. A girl appeared by his side, seemingly around 16 or 17 years of age. She possessed a delicate, straight nose, rosy cherry lips, and pearly white teeth that glimmered with radiance. Her skin was as white as snow, and her beauty was unparalleled. The girl's long eyelashes fluttered, and coupled with her lively, expressive eyes, she exuded an air of innocent charm and vivacious allure. She circled around Xiang Yuan twice, scrutinizing him from head to toe, her mouth murmuring in astonishment. "Handsome guy, how old are you this year? Do you have a girlfriend?" Xiang Yuan was taken aback. The girl before him appeared to embody the archetype of a refined and unattainable school beauty, and he had not anticipated her boldness in speaking. Just as he found himself at a loss for how to respond, the little enchantress rushed over. "Qingxi, what are you up to?" The girl turned her head, and upon seeing Tang Jixuan, she excitedly pulled her over, exclaiming, "Jixuan, look, this is the handsome guy I mentioned to you the other day. Isn't he striking? Should I offer him to you?" Her words struck Xiang Yuan like a thunderbolt. It became evident that the two were mere strangers. Yet she had already claimed him as hers, even going so far as to present him as a gift. "Qingxi, what nonsense are you spouting?" Tang Jixuan's cheeks flushed, a mix of embarrassment and mortification. Goodness, how had she come to be acquainted with such a friend? She felt utterly ashamed to face anyone. Chapter 21. Coach, may I play as center? Throughout the summer, aside from spending time with his parents, Xiang Yuan devoted the remainder of his days to the little enchantress. Later, he also welcomed the addition of the charming little which named Rong Qingxi into their circle. Whenever Xiang Yuan trains at the basketball court of the university, the little sorceress inevitably calls Rong Qingxi to join him. Occasionally, Xiang Yuan engages in practice matches against the university students, during which the two cheer for him from the sidelines, attracting envious glances from the entire audience. Soon enough, the summer vacation arrives. Xiang Yuan returned to the United States with Tang Jixuan. During this summer vacation, his comprehensive evaluation score increased by a mere 2 points, reaching a total of 40. However, during this time, the system provided several side quests, allowing Xiang Yuan's points to accumulate to 500. This enabled him to draw from the bronze card pool 5 times or the silver card pool once. Upon returning to school, Xiang Yuan faced a harsh reprimand from Coach George as it was evident that he had gained weight. with his body fat percentage rising by 2 points. Indulging in delightful culinary experiences with the little witch, despite his efforts to control his appetite, he found it exceedingly difficult to resist the temptations of delicious food. Consequently, this led to the current predicament. Xiang Yuan had nothing to say, merely hanging his head in resignation under the scolding. Once Coach George had vented his frustration, he gathered the entire team to announce an important matter. The Florida Inter-High School Basketball League was about to commence. September 10th marked the day of the match between Songjing High School and Coral Reef High School. Songjing High would host the challenge. This match had not garnered much attention, as neither team boasted any renowned star players. In the fiercely competitive landscape of Florida, there were numerous exciting games awaiting coverage from reporters and plenty of talented players for scouts to discover. Thus, only the local basketball journalists from Sarasota were primarily focused on this match. Prior to the game, Xiang Yuan had exhausted his final opportunity to draw from the bronze card pool. This was his inaugural official match with the Songjing High basketball team. And as a starting player, he needed to take it seriously and strive to shine on the court. In this draw, he merely hoped for a standard C-level player, desperately wishing to avoid receiving a role like a ticket seller. Otherwise, he would be left with no choice but to resort to using his last resort Nash card. To his astonishment, however, fortune smiled upon him, and he drew a B-level player card with an 8 probability. B-level character card, Mehmet Okur player profile, selected 9th overall in the second round of the 2001 NBA draft, with a career average of 13, 5 points, 7 assists, and 0 rebounds per game. In his prime, he averaged 18 points, 4 assists, and 1 rebounds. Badges: 1. Dominator of the paint, bronze, slightly enhances defensive capabilities and paint protection. 2. No backing down, bronze, slightly improves defense against back-to-the-basket moves. 3. Space creator, silver, increases shooting accuracy for three-pointers and long-range jump shots when playing as a center. Special skill, three-point shooting. It was him. In his previous life, as a devoted fan of the old Rockets during the Yao McGrady era, Xiang Yuan harbored a deep-seated hatred for this player. Back then, the Utah Jazz were the Rockets' playoff nemesis, and Okur's defensive prowess posed significant challenges for the Rockets. He would often align his body in a straight line, impeding Yao Ming's shots. Consequently, the Rockets, despite appearing formidable, were eliminated by the Jazz, failing to advance beyond the playoff rounds. Now, however, Xiang Yuan could only exclaim in awe, "What a delightful surprise!" Xiang Yuan directly utilized the character card, but to his astonishment, the inheritance level of Okur's card stood at a remarkable 73. This circumstance would significantly enhance Xiang Yuan's capabilities. Initially rated as a B-level character, coupled with the high inheritance level, Xiang Yuan's overall evaluation soared to 59. What does this imply? With just a few more points, he could enter the NBA draft. However, upon examining the refined attributes, Xiang Yuan discovered that this character card predominantly enhanced his interior defense, low post defense, rebounding, and three-point shooting. This indicated that to fully harness the potential bestowed by Okur's card, it would be most advantageous for Xiang Yuan to play as a space-oriented center, fortifying the defense in the paint while creating offensive space. Before the match commenced, Xiang Yuan approached Coach George somewhat hesitantly and inquired if he could play as the center for this game. Coach George, taken aback, raised an eyebrow at the unconventional request. "Why?" he probed. Xiang Yuan explained, "I've heard that their center possesses formidable offensive skills, yet lacks speed. I also feel that my three-point shooting is particularly on point today. If I assume the center position, I can draw their defense out, and if they fail to respond, I can take the shot." After contemplating, Coach George found the rationale somewhat convincing. The opposing center was indeed a traditional big man with considerable prowess in the paint. His initial strategy had been to implement a one-on-one defensive approach supplemented by help defense. Never had he considered deploying a swingman like Xiang Yuan to guard him. Yet, now that Xiang Yuan had proactively suggested it, Coach George took a moment to assess his physique and deemed it a viable option. Crucially, Coach George intended to establish Xiang Yuan as the team's cornerstone. As the focal point, the strategies should revolve around his style of play. Consequently, Coach George amended the lineup, assigning Xiang Yuan to the center position and submitted the updated roster. Soon, the game commenced. At the tip-off, Xiang Yuan leaped with extraordinary agility. Securing possession of the ball, he passed it to his point guard, swiftly advancing to the vicinity of the opponent's paint. "Interesting, is it a slide against me?" Luther Mazel, To have a seemingly frail Eastern player occupy the center position? Very well, I shall dominate you. The opposing center muttered as he approached Xiang Yuan, locking in on him defensively. Yet, as he settled into his defensive stance, Xiang Yuan vacated the paint, moving up to the arc to set a screen for his point guard. Futile. The opposing defender maneuvered around Xiang Yuan, yet remained closely tethered to the point guard from Songjing High School. Concurrently, Luther Mazel advanced his position, allowing him to deftly disrupt both drives and mid-range shots. At that moment, he observed that Xiang Yuan remained stationary. Under ordinary circumstances, as a center, after executing a screen, one would typically descend back into the paint to engage in offensive play or prepare for positioning to secure rebounds, regardless of the screen's effectiveness. However, Xiang Yuan stood motionless at the arc, beyond the three-point line, with no defenders in sight. The point guard, recognizing this opportunity, without a moment's hesitation, returned the ball to Xiang Yuan. The opponents were unaware that Xiang Yuan's original position was that of a swingman. In other words, swoosh. Xiang Yuan deftly executed a precise arc-top three-pointer, propelling Songjing High School into the lead. Luther Mazel exclaimed, "Is it reasonable for a center like you to venture beyond the arc for a three-pointer?" As possession shifted, Mazel dashed into the paint, extending his hand to demand the ball. He sought to reclaim his dominance on the offensive end. Observing Xiang Yuan's complexion, he instinctively belittled the strength of his opponent. An Eastern player capable of shooting three-pointers? He thought, "I shall utterly dominate you in the paint." The boastful king, Luther Mazel, received a pass from his teammate and, brimming with confidence, charged towards the basket, believing that Xiang Yuan would be easily overpowered by his formidable strength. However, after a few attempts to assert his dominance, he found himself perplexed, unable to displace Xiang Yuan. Consequently, he unconsciously increased his force, causing his movements to become somewhat distorted. Xiang Yuan was pushed aside. Haha. The outcome remains unchanged. He was filled with pride and was about to make a layup when the sharp whistle pierced the air. Offensive foul. The referee signaled. What? How could it be an offensive foul? How did you make that call? He yelled in frustration. The referee ignored him. Songjing High School took possession. Mazel, while retreating, argued with the referee. His speed was already inferior to Xiang Yuan's. With the delay, by the time he crossed half court, Xiang Yuan had already reached the paint. A teammate sent a precise pass, and Xiang Yuan caught the ball, springing into the air for a magnificent two-handed dunk. The score was 5-0 at the start. Chapter 22. Victory amidst the lively commentary and the voices of the guests. The match between Songjing High School and Coral Reef High School was in full swing. Commentator: Coral Reef High School is on the offensive. Their interior core has already committed a foul at the beginning. I wonder how this will affect the flow of the game. Luther Mazel entered the paint, positioning himself behind Songjing High School's center, demanding the ball. His position, caught between low and high post, was not ideal for a back-to-the-basket play. Songjing High School's center, Xiang Yuan, exhibited remarkable core strength. I have never encountered a high school student of Asian descent with such powerful core stability. Guest: I have inquired about the roster of Songjing High School. I heard that Xiang Yuan plays as a swingman. Commentator: This might be the brilliance of Coach George. The only player capable of containing Luther Mazel at Songjing High School is Xiang Yuan. By restricting this interior core, they have seized control of the game. Luther Mazel began to back down for an isolation play, but this time he was wise, refraining from forcing his way in. He couldn't budge Xiang Yuan. Unable to penetrate the paint, he turned for a jump shot. There was little space. Xiang Yuan's defense was impeccable. Under duress, the basketball ricocheted off the rim. Xiang Yuan secured the defensive rebound and passed it to point guard George Harry. What is he doing? The center is running back? Xiang Yuan evaded Mazel's defense. That Mazel was far too slow. Xiang Yuan sprinted beyond the three-point line. Receiving the ball, he shot again, another three-pointer. The ball swished through the net. Xiang Yuan had scored 8 points in quick succession. Yes, this Xiang Yuan seems exceptionally talented, yet he possesses no notoriety? Commentator: He just joined the Songjing High School basketball team this year. All I know is that he was previously a cheerleader. Beyond that, I am not well informed. Guest: Ridiculous. Is the staff of the Songjing High School basketball team incompetent? At this moment, the coach of Coral Reef High called for a timeout. Having suffered an initial blow of 0-8, the coach's expression darkened ominously. Prior to the game, he had failed to conduct proper research and was unaware that Songjing High had produced a player of such caliber as Xiang Yuan. Initially filled with confidence, he now felt as though he had been struck a heavy blow. Luther, if you cannot match the opposition's strength, Do not confront them head-on. Focus on setting screens for your teammates. We cannot allow Xiang Yuan any more open shots. If you struggle to keep up, you must provide support. Luther, your primary duty is to guard our paint. Come on, lads, lift your spirits. Song Jinghai is merely a defeated foe. They are of no consequence. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. Although Luther Mazel felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, he did not dare to defy his coach. Instead of demanding the ball during offensive plays, he engaged in setting screens. The effectiveness of his screens was notable, given his imposing physique. After setting a screen, he rolled into the paint, and his teammate, quick on the uptake, delivered a beautiful lob pass right into Luther's hands. Seizing the moment, Luther executed a powerful two-handed dunk, securing 2 points. Upon landing, he let out a roar, releasing the pent-up fury within him. Xiang Yuan chuckled. Have the tactics been altered? Very well. Then I shall adjust my defensive strategy accordingly. In the ensuing rounds, Xiang Yuan ceased to shadow Ma Zaire relentlessly. Instead, he engaged in setting screens, positioning himself centrally and slightly behind to thwart any attempts by the opponent to penetrate or exploit the screens. The adversary did manage to create a couple of shooting opportunities. Yet, due to the considerable distance, they only succeeded in scoring once. This performance remained within an acceptable range. However, Xiang Yuan also found himself unable to secure any relatively effortless three-point shots. For him, this posed little concern, although he was playing the center position today. This merely indicated that he would excel more in that role. It did not diminish his inherent ability to function as a versatile swingman. Xiang Yuan's mid-range shots, breakthroughs, and three-pointers exposed numerous defensive flaws in Coral Reef High School, leaving them in a state of despair. Luther Mazel was on the verge of tears, as the opposing center exhibited an astonishing versatility, attacking with the finesse of a guard and a forward, while demonstrating a defensive prowess that surpassed most centers he had encountered. Thus, propelled by Xiang Yuan's brilliance, Songjing High School concluded the first half with a commanding lead of 43-26. In a mere 15 minutes of playtime, Xiang Yuan astoundingly recorded 20 points, 2 assists, and 4 rebounds. The home crowd of Songjing High School was utterly ecstatic. Before the match commenced, no one had anticipated that Songjing High School could secure such a significant lead. Furthermore, no one had foreseen the remarkable prowess of Xiang Yuan. Fortune favored them. At long last, Songjing High School was on the verge of having its own basketball star. In stark contrast, the atmosphere at Coral Reef High School was one of palpable gloom, with both coaches and players bearing grim expressions. After much contemplation, the coach of Coral Reef High School ultimately made a resolute decision. Luther, in the second half, when Xiang Yuan takes the court, you shall remain seated. I will have Carlo replace you. Coach. Luther Mazel, who had been seated, sprang to his feet in protest. There is no need for further discussion. Can you keep up with Xiang Yuan? The coach waved his hand dismissively. Mazel's face flushed crimson, rendering him speechless. As the second half commenced, everyone was astonished to discover that the core center of Coral Reef High School, who had averaged 8 points and 7 rebounds last year, was inexplicably absent from the game. Clever, but ultimately futile. Observing this arrangement, Coach George cast a triumphant glance towards the coach of Coral Reef High School, a smug smile adorning his face. Following the adjustments to the lineup, it was evident that Coral Reef High School's strategy had yielded some effect. The newly introduced center was faster than Mazel, making it increasingly difficult for Xiang Yuan to secure easy three-point shots and mid-range opportunities. However, this challenge did not daunt Xiang Yuan. He swiftly adapted his strategy. Although the opposing center was quicker, he was notably inferior in strength and physique compared to Mazel. In fact, bolstered by his role card, Xiang Yuan possessed a greater strength than Mazel. Faced with the current center, he enjoyed a clear advantage in power. Thus, he began to forcefully penetrate the paint, leaving the opposing center struggling to mount an effective defense. Xiang Yuan's shooting accuracy beneath the basket soared above 80. The opposing coach found himself in a state of despair, and with Ma Zaire incessantly clamoring, he had no choice but to reintroduce Ma Zaire into the game. Upon witnessing Ma Zaire's return to the court, Xiang Yuan commenced his sprint towards the perimeter. Although his shooting percentage from beyond the arc began to wane, hindered by fatigue and defensive pressure, it did not impede Songjing High School from extending their lead. Indeed, Xiang Yuan single-handedly dismantled the entire roster and game strategy of Coral Reef High School. Ultimately, as the match concluded, the score settled at 79-54, with Songjing High School securing a resounding victory by a margin of 25 points. Xiang Yuan achieved an impressive performance, hitting 11 out of 18 shots, including 4 three-pointers, and converting 3 out of 4 free throws, culminating in a splendid total of 29 points, alongside 4 assists and 9 rebounds. Following the game, local reporters encircled Xiang Yuan eagerly. Chapter 23. The soaring fame. This match encapsulated the essence of the entire high school basketball regional tournament. From September to December, under Xiang Yuan's leadership, Songjing High School emerged as a formidable contender, securing a place in the championships with an impressive winning percentage exceeding 80%. During this period, the system introduced several side quests related to statistics and outcomes, allowing Xiang Yuan to amass a considerable number of points. Xiang Yuan expended a portion of his points to draw from the bronze card pool 8 times, resulting in 4 C-grade players, 1 B-grade player, 1 C-grade ball boy, 1 C-grade assistant coach, and 1 C-grade scout. After numerous matches, Xiang Yuan's prowess experienced a significant enhancement, culminating in the acquisition of a silver badge. It can be asserted that, at this juncture, Xiang Yuan's innate abilities have ascended to the level of a 4-star high school athlete, even without the utilization of character cards. Throughout the past 3 months of competition, he has averaged 21, 7 points, 3, 7 assists, and 8 for rebounds per game. Among the many thrilling encounters, the most remarkable was his performance against Alexander Dreyfus Arts High School. In that match, while wielding the B-grade character card Cassius Young, he astonishingly amassed 36 points, 8 assists, and 16 rebounds in a single game, thereby shattering the single-game scoring and rebounding records for players of Songjing High School, etching a significant mark in the school's history. At this point, Xiang Yuan had garnered a modest reputation within the high school basketball sphere of Florida, though still trailing far behind Vince Carter. He had undoubtedly emerged as a star player. During the winter break, Xiang Yuan chose not to return to China. This period was of utmost importance, for in March, the championship tournament would commence, a competition that held the key to Xiang Yuan's future. Although Xiang Yuan's prowess has now reached the threshold of a 4-star high school student, the media has temporarily assigned him a rating of merely 3 stars. The primary reason for this assessment is his limited exposure and insufficient fame. Additionally, his performance has not been particularly stable, while he has dazzled in certain matches with stellar displays and remarkable statistics. There have been instances where his performance has been rather conventional, lacking the necessary dominance. Therefore, it is imperative for him to train alongside his team, fostering cohesion and enabling his teammates to acclimatize to his rhythm. Simultaneously, he must enhance his physical attributes and refine his skills. Only then will Songjing High School advance further in the upcoming championships, and Xiang Yuan will gain greater visibility. Moreover, he has made arrangements with Carter to meet in the finals. To achieve this goal, Xiang Yuan has exerted tremendous effort, to the extent that even his coach has urged him to take a break. The winter vacation in American high schools is brief and swiftly passes. By February, Xiang Yuan returned to his homeland to celebrate the spring festival before rapidly making his way back. Throughout the winter break, through diligent training, he has significantly improved his physical capabilities and various skills. By March, a qualitative transformation in his attributes had occurred. Post, Xiang Yuan physical, height 201 centimeters, weight 97, 5 kilograms points, 1,000 badges, explosive jump, bronze, spatial messenger, silver, special skills, none character card, 12 ability evaluation, offense 58, defense 57, organization 43, athleticism 64, finishing 52, basketball IQ 69, spectacle 36, leadership 21, attributes slightly varied, overall assessment 50. Upon reaching this overall assessment, the system has unlocked the golden card pool. Xiang Yuan glanced at the introduction of the golden card pool and discovered its enticing allure. Golden card pool, introduction to character levels and probabilities. C-level characters, probability 8 B-level characters, probability 41 A-level characters, probability 27, 51 S-level characters, probability 18, 69 SS-level characters, probability 2, 70 SSS level characters, probability 0, 30 chance of draw 1. Upon seeing the golden card pool, Xiang Yuan felt a surge of confidence for the upcoming tournament. Currently, his only concern was the insufficiency of his points. Fortunately, after numerous matches, he had begun to discern certain patterns. Whenever significant competitions arose, the system would present various tasks, such as achieving a specific score, securing a certain number of rebounds, or winning the match while meeting the statistical requirements. These tasks varied in difficulty, serving as a stable avenue for Xiang Yuan to accumulate points. In March, the tournament commenced. Xiang Yuan is brimming with confidence, eager to showcase his prowess in the championship. Indeed, the reality aligns with his aspirations. Xiang Yuan has been fervently dominating the championship, averaging an impressive 24.8 points, 5.2 assists, and 9.7 rebounds per game. He has even delivered a remarkable performance, achieving a staggering triple-double of 30 points and 20 rebounds in a single match. Xiang Yuan led the previously feeble Songjing High School through a series of formidable challenges, astonishingly propelling them into the top 4. In the semifinal match, Songjing High School encountered significant adversity, trailing by as much as 17 points at halftime. However, Xiang Yuan experienced a remarkable resurgence in the second half, amassing 21 points and 8 rebounds. Ultimately, he concluded the game with an impressive double-double of 31 points and 13 rebounds, guiding Songjing High School to a stunning comeback victory over the prestigious Hairui School. This match unveiled to the world the prowess of this player from China, showcasing his audacious spirit, unwavering resilience, indomitable fighting will, and formidable individual capabilities. In the semifinals, Xiang Yuan further demonstrated his remarkable composure under pressure. The matchup featured Songjing High School against the esteemed William Turner School. Prior to the game, few believed that Songjing High School stood a chance of victory. This was due to William Turner School's long-standing reputation as a powerhouse, boasting a roster filled with elite talent, including 2 3-star and 1 4-star high school players. Their objective this year was firmly set on capturing the championship. Despite Songjing High School's impressive journey to the semifinals, William Turner held them in low regard, fully aware that their only notable asset was Xiang Yuan. They believed that Xiang Yuan had yet to reach the echelon of Vince Carter. Thus, they devised a strategy to deploy their strongest defensive players and implement a targeted double team to effectively neutralize Xiang Yuan, which they anticipated would secure an effortless victory. Their reasoning was sound. However, they were utterly unprepared for the fact that they could not contain Xiang Yuan at all. Before the match, Xiang Yuan utilized a character card, which he had drawn from the silver card pool offered by the system many days prior. After employing this card, he activated an invincible mode. No matter how frequently the William Turner School rotated players or what defensive strategies they employed, they were utterly incapable of containing Xiang Yuan. Ultimately, he achieved a triple-double with 29 points, 10 assists, and 14 rebounds, leading his team to victory by a narrow margin of 3 points, thus advancing to the finals. The attention surrounding the tournament was significantly greater than that of the previous regional competition. Xiang Yuan has truly captured the attention of major media outlets across Florida. Consequently, renowned publications are vying to report on him, and his fame is soaring. Presently, Xiang Yuan's composite score stands at 50, a rating derived from a comprehensive evaluation of his career. This score differs from the assessments provided by external media. For a player at the high school level, a score of 50 is indicative of elite capabilities. Based on his performance in the championship, the media has awarded Xiang Yuan a score of 89, placing him 5th in Florida and 10th among the high school seniors nationwide from the class of 1995, marking him as a near 5-star recruit, with the only drawback being his limited number of games played. In comparison, Vince Carter boasts a score of 98, ranking 2nd in the nation. The top position is held by none other than that man. Chapter 24, The Finals, Here I Come. On March 25, 1996. The Florida High School Basketball League Championship is about to commence. One side is led by Vince Carter in the Daytona Beach Mainland High School, while the other side is spearheaded by Xiang Yuan and the Songjing High School. Major media outlets have gathered at Miami's American Airlines Arena, which is filled to its capacity of 19,600 enthusiastic spectators. Among the audience, fans of Daytona Beach Mainland or Carter's supporters make up the majority, with a smaller contingent representing Songjing High School. Before the game, Xiang Yuan approached Carter. Over the past few weeks, Carter has been keeping an eye on Xiang Yuan, and they have met privately several times, fostering a growing friendship. Now, seeing Xiang Yuan triumphantly reach the finals to face him, Carter feels immense joy. He recognizes that in Florida, Xiang Yuan is the only player capable of rivaling him. However, this time, he will not yield to Xiang Yuan. He is determined to secure the championship for his alma mater. As Xiang Yuan approaches, Carter rises to greet him, shaking his hand before wrapping him in a warm embrace. "Congratulations on making it this far," Carter exclaims. "Thank you, brother," replies Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan did not utter the same words to Carter, for he understood that Carter's ascent to this point was inevitable. In his previous life, It was during this very year that Carter led the Daytona Beach Continental High School to victory. However, in this incarnation, the champion Carter is destined to face formidable challenges. For he has arrived. This time, I shall not hold back. Let us compete fairly, declared Carter. Indeed, I too shall not relent, and in this contest, I shall grow even stronger. You must be cautious, Xiang Yuan replied with great fervor. The two embraced once more before turning and returning to their respective teams. What Xiang Yuan and Carter were unaware of was that their conversation had been meticulously recorded by a nearby journalist using a miniature camera and a voice recorder, ultimately serving as a testament to the bond between the two in the days to come. Xiang Yuan returned to the team and sought out Coach George. Coach, if I were to play as a shooting guard or small forward in this match, what would our chances of victory be? Coach George pondered for a moment before responding. Less than 30%. And what about if I played as a center or power forward? Not even 40%, he replied candidly. Coach George understood that Daytona Beach Mainland High School was exceptionally formidable, and although Xiang Yuan was indeed strong, he was not yet a match for Carter. In truth, it was already an extraordinary achievement for Songjing High School to reach the finals. While Coach George harbored aspirations of winning a championship, he was acutely aware that, at present, the prowess of Songjing High School simply could not compete with that of Daytona Beach Mainland High School. Xiang Yuan was well aware of this fact, yet he was unwilling to concede so easily. He remained a 4-star high school student, and this competition was pivotal for his advancement to 5 stars. Achieving this status would open a vast array of opportunities for his college selection. After a brief moment of contemplation, he turned to Coach George and inquired, "What if I played as the point guard?" Coach George appeared somewhat bewildered, responding with confusion. "What did you just say?" Xiang Yuan reiterated, "I ask, what are our chances of victory if I play as the point guard?" Only then did Coach George comprehend the gravity of Xiang Yuan's inquiry. A point guard? A towering figure over 2 meters, a versatile forward, now aspiring to assume the role of a point guard? Frankly, Coach George had never considered this possibility. He had never witnessed Xiang Yuan occupy the position of point guard before. Now, in this paramount match, Xiang Yuan unexpectedly expressed his desire to take on the role of point guard. Coach George was baffled by Xiang Yuan's thought process. However, as he gazed into Xiang Yuan's eyes, he perceived an unwavering resolve, reminiscent of the inaugural game of the entire high school basketball league. In that match, Xiang Yuan, who had never played as a center, boldly volunteered for the position and successfully contained the opposing team's star center, leading his team to victory. Could he possibly recreate that moment? Coach George's mind raced with contemplation. If Xiang Yuan were to match up against Carter, he would not possess an advantage in other positions. Under optimal circumstances, only 2 or 3 would be evenly matched, leading to an overall disadvantage. However, if Xiang Yuan were to assume the role of point guard, with expectations for his performance, this would indeed be a point of strength. The point guard position is pivotal for energizing the entire team. Should Xiang Yuan excel, it would enhance aspects such as spatial selection and tactical coordination, thereby neutralizing the disadvantages faced against other players aside from Carter. Consequently, 1 point of advantage would be attributed to Songjing High School and another to Daytona Beach Continental High School, while the remaining positions would largely balance out. The clever strategy of Tianji's horse racing. Coach George pondered for an extended period, with each calculation reinforcing his conviction, causing his face to gradually flush with the burgeoning flame of hope. Is it truly possible? Coach George lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Xiang Yuan. "Just watch me," replied Xiang Yuan. "All right. Under normal circumstances, the odds of victory for Songjing High School are exceedingly slim," Coach George decisively concluded. "Fortune favors the bold. Today, you will play as point guard." Immediately, Coach George convened the entire team, realigning positions and devising new tactics based on the adjustments. The other players of Songjing High School raised no objections. They had grown accustomed to Xiang Yuan's fluid positional changes, though this would be the first time he played as a point guard. Once all arrangements were in place, Coach George submitted the team roster. Soon, the time for the match arrived, and the players from both teams were introduced. The arena's large screen first displayed the lineup for Daytona Beach Continental High School. Center, Bill Elliott. Power forward, Leo Steven. Small forward, Vince Carter. Shooting guard, Locke Toby. Point guard, Paul Marion. As the screen illuminated and the announcer voiced the introductions, the players from Daytona Beach Continental High School emerged one by one. When Carter took to the court, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Following the introduction of Daytona Beach Continental High School's lineup, the roster for Songjing High School was unveiled. Center, Josh Harp. Power forward, Colin Reed. Small forward, Adam Eve. Shooting guard, Elijah Walton. Point guard, Xiang Yuan. Upon seeing Xiang Yuan's position, the audience was momentarily bewildered, suspecting a clerical error by the event staff. After all, Xiang Yuan had long been perceived as a forward in the eyes of both the audience and the media. Everyone had anticipated witnessing the matchup between Xiang Yuan and Carter. Yet now, unexpectedly, Xiang Yuan had shifted to the role of point guard. Amidst the audience's skepticism, the commentator took the initiative to inquire with Coach George, who provided an affirmative response. Upon the commentator revealing this information to the public, a tremendous uproar erupted in the venue. The spectators perceived that Xiang Yuan had succumbed to fear. They hurled insults, calling him a coward and suggesting he should return home to nurse, thereby expressing their discontent and disdain. Xiang Yuan paid no heed to the cacophony of voices surrounding him, his gaze unwavering and his steps resolute. Amidst the announcements echoing throughout the venue, the spectators' skepticism, and Carter's bewildered stare, he strode confidently into the arena. Chapter 25, Point Guard Xiang Yuan Ding. The host has activated the Steve Nash character card. Based on the host's physical condition, the overall inheritance degree of the character card stands at 65. Xiang Yuan glanced at his attributes and discovered that his overall evaluation had reached an impressive 65. This marked the highest value he had achieved since the system's awakening. Concurrently, the system unveiled both main and side quests. The main quest required him to score at least 25 points, 5 assists, and 5 rebounds in the finals against Daytona Beach High School, offering a reward of 1,000 points. The side quest called for him to attain over 10 assists, with a reward of 500 points. Another side quest aimed for him to secure the championship, granting a unique opportunity for a special reward draw. One could only say that, true to the nature of the finals, the rewards bestowed by the system were extraordinarily generous. As the players from both teams entered the arena, the match commenced. During the opening jump ball, the center of Songjing High School, Josh Harp, timed his leap perfectly, securing possession for his team. The ball landed in the hands of Adam Eve, who surveyed the court before passing it to Xiang Yuan. Songjing High School had long established Xiang Yuan as the core of their strategy, so his teammates were accustomed to delivering the ball to him. Had it not been for this foundational understanding, Coach George would not have readily consented to let Xiang Yuan assume the role of point guard, as it could disrupt the overall rhythm of the team. Xiang Yuan advanced the ball into the front court. Opposing him was Paul Marion, the point guard from Daytona Beach Mainland High School. As he observed the towering figure of approximately 2 meters before him, a peculiar sensation welled up within him. Was it truly reasonable for someone of such height to play the role of a point guard? Standing at merely 186 centimeters, Paul realized that if Xiang Yuan were to shoot right in front of him, he would be utterly incapable of providing any form of interference. He concluded that Xiang Yuan, a makeshift point guard, surely lacked the finesse in dribbling and ball handling skills. Thus, he fixated intently on Xiang Yuan's hands, searching for a flaw to exploit for a steal. However, to his astonishment, Xiang Yuan's dribbling was remarkably fluid, exhibiting no apparent weaknesses. In truth, it was the influence of the Nash card's emblem, the old hen silver, that was at play. Xiang Yuan skillfully dribbled forward, executing a series of crossovers beneath his legs. He feigned a drive to the left, and as Marion shifted his weight in that direction, Xiang performed a behind-the-back dribble, swiftly retracting his body to initiate a breakthrough to the right. How absurd. Do you look down upon me? Despite Marion's weight shift, his control over his body was remarkable. He quickly regained his balance and laterally moved to obstruct Xiang's path to the right. Yet, just as the cold smirk was beginning to form at the corners of Marion's mouth, Xiang unexpectedly executed a crossover dribble, surging once more to the left. It turned out that this drive was merely a feint. Alas, at this moment it was too late for Marion to defend. He could only watch helplessly as Xiang passed him by. Xiang Yuan, after breaking through the defense, surged towards the basket. The opposing center leaped in an attempt to thwart Xiang Yuan's advance. However, owing to Xiang Yuan's towering stature and long reach, which rendered him nearly equal in height to the defender, executing a successful block proved to be a formidable challenge. The center could only lean forward in a desperate bid to disrupt Xiang Yuan's shot. Xiang Yuan used his body to lean against the defender, creating a measure of space. He then executed a left-handed scoop shot. The basketball circled the rim before ultimately falling through the hoop. Beep. The whistle sounded. signaling a two-point shot with a free throw opportunity. Xiang Yuan approached the free throw line and confidently sank the shot. The coach of Daytona Beach Mainland High School furrowed his brow. Indeed, the maneuver executed by the opposing Songjing High School was quite astute. Yet, it mattered little, for they had Vince Carter on their side. As possession changed, Daytona Beach Mainland High School dribbled across half-court, likewise entrusting the ball to their pivotal player, Carter. Faced with Adam Eve, a forward from Songjing High School, Carter feigned a simple move, utilizing his lightning-quick first step to surge past him and near the paint. Spotting Josh Harp stationed beneath the basket in preparation for defense, Carter leapt into the air. The height of his jump was nothing short of breathtaking. A shadow fell over Harp, and an ominous premonition gripped him. Sure enough, Carter's figure emerged mid-air before Harp, who could only watch in awe as Carter executed a one-handed slam dunk into the hoop. It was a stunning display of athleticism, leaving Harp as mere backdrop to Carter's brilliance. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers. The back and forth of the game continued, with one side scoring a three-point play while the other countered with another dunk. Though the match had only just commenced, the atmosphere was palpably electrifying. Yet, after completing the dunk, Carter bore no signs of elation. He relished competition. The forward from Songjing High School posed no real defensive challenge to him. Unhurried in retreating to defense, Carter opted for an all-court press strategy without waiting for the coach's directive. His intentions were not solely to lead the defense, but to engage in a conversation with Xiang Yuan. Why? Carter approached Xiang Yuan, his demeanor turning serious as he posed the question. Xiang Yuan was acutely aware of what Carter was probing. Personal rivalry pales in comparison to the true essence of competition, which lies within teamwork. Xiang Yuan declared, as the point guard, I shall elevate Songjing High School to new heights. If you aspire for an effortless victory in this match, you must first inquire whether we, at Songjing High School, consent to it. Carter was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a bold proclamation from Xiang Yuan. The team absorbed his words, and a smile gradually blossomed upon their faces. Very well, let us engage in a contest of teams, they declared. We, at Daytona Beach Continental High School, are resolute in our pursuit of victory. As they conversed, the players from Songjing High School had already advanced the ball past the half-court line. Soon after, Xiang Yuan crossed the midcourt, the ball firmly in his grasp. This time, however, Carter stood directly in his path. Upon seeing Carter approach to defend him, Xiang Yuan chuckled. Brother, it seems you have yet to grasp my intent. With that, he raised his hand, signaling a 1 to his entire team. This was one of the strategies Coach George had outlined prior to the game. Recognizing the signal, Josh Harp, who had just been dunked on, moved up to set a screen for Xiang Yuan. Carter was momentarily delayed by the screen. Despite his vigorous efforts to catch up to Xiang Yuan, the latter had already dribbled toward the left side at a sharp 45-degree angle. Meanwhile, the point guard from Daytona Beach Continental High School, having been forced to change his defensive assignment due to Carter's sudden shift, could only pivot to guard the small forward from Songjing High School, as Xiang Yuan capitalized on the screen to drive forward. The small forward from Songjing High School dashed toward the basket. Consequently, the point guard from Daytona Beach Continental High School had no choice but to abandon his pursuit of Xiang Yuan, opting instead to thwart the opposing player's easy layup opportunity. Their center, caught off guard by this tactical shift, failed to adjust in time. Thus, Xiang Yuan found himself with a clear shot from the left side at a 45-degree angle. Without hesitation, he executed a quick stop, leapt, and released the ball. The basketball sailed effortlessly through the net. Xiang Yuan maintained his shooting posture, turning to glance at Carter. Behold, this is what we call teamwork. Chapter 26, A Duel with Carter. Carter remained silent. He recognized that his sudden change in defense had indeed disrupted the team's overall rhythm. In the next play, Carter feigned a drive, drawing the defense of the players from Songjing High School, then executed a deceptive shot, scoring effortlessly. As possession shifted, Carter refrained from defending Xiang Yuan this time, instead returning to his customary defensive position. Noticing Carter's lack of defense against him, Xiang Yuan extended 2 fingers, signaling a one-on-one play. Upon witnessing this gesture, the players from Songjing High School all spread out, creating space for Xiang Yuan to seize his opportunity. Faced with the point guard from Daytona Beach Mainland High School, Xiang Yuan's advantage in isolation was evident. He dribbled near the center circle and proceeded with a smooth jump shot, effortlessly securing 2 points. Turning back, Carter executed another driving layup, also scoring 2 points with ease. The two exchanged scores back and forth. One would score, and then the other would follow suit. Sometimes a shot would clang off the rim here, only for the opposite side to experience the same misfortune. Thus commenced a thrilling contest. Time ticked away, and while both teams' scores continued to rise, the gap between them remained unchanged. Clang. Xiang Yuan's shot clanged off the rim, the basketball bouncing away from the edge of the hoop, landing a considerable distance away. Just as a player from Daytona Beach Mainland High intended to secure the rebound, a shadow darted past him, snatching the ball from his grasp and effortlessly slamming it through the basket. An emphatic follow-up dunk. Some spectators in the arena had already risen to their feet, their cheers and encouragement resonating throughout the entire venue. Xiang Yuan gently massaged his fingers, which throbbed slightly after executing a powerful dunk, a smile gracing his lips. This was precisely the effect he had desired. Following this impressive play, his teammates from Songjing High School were invigorated, displaying remarkable determination and momentarily gaining the upper hand over Daytona Beach Continental High School. After several more exchanges, the first half came to a close. The progression of the match had astonished the majority of spectators. Many had anticipated that Songjing High School would be utterly overwhelmed by Daytona Beach Continental High School, easily subdued. However, to everyone's surprise, Songjing High School had adopted a tactical shift, catching their opponents off guard. The scoring in the first half was predominantly achieved by the core players of both teams, with Carter amassing an impressive 22 points. Xiang Yuan scored an impressive 27 points. During halftime, the commentators and guests took over the discourse. In the first half, Songjing High School gained a temporary lead thanks to Xiang Yuan's stellar performance. It appears that his role as a point guard has proven surprisingly effective. Could this be a hidden trump card of Coach George? I must admit, my respect for Coach George has grown, as he dared to unveil such a strategy only when reaching the finals. It is worth noting that Xiang Yuan, the core of Songjing High School, is in his senior year, and his high school basketball career is nearing its conclusion after this match. Thomas, what are your thoughts on this matter? The commentator turned to pose this question to today's guest. I observed from my seat as Thomas initially made a humorous remark before stating, I believe this is not a hidden trump card, but rather a spontaneous decision. Coach George must have meticulously studied the opponent and discovered this crucial strategy for overcoming a stronger adversary. Thomas continued, however, the effectiveness of this lineup and tactic heavily relies on Xiang Yuan's performance. In just a few months, Xiang Yuan has ascended with comet-like speed, transforming from an obscure player into a four-star high school athlete. His journey is nothing short of legendary. I once gathered information about him, and guess what? Thomas paused, tantalizing the commentators and audience alike. What? The commentator promptly inquired, eager to maintain the momentum and engage the audience. Thomas replied, before this year, he couldn't even play basketball. What? The commentator exclaimed in disbelief. How is that possible? In truth, he was aware of this fact, but feigned ignorance to stir the audience's emotions. Clearly, the audience was captivated by this revelation, their curiosity piqued. The reality is astonishing. It is said that during his first 3 years at Songjing High School, he didn't make a single mid-range shot. Thomas stated, that is utterly outrageous. There's no way someone could go 3 years without making a single mid-range shot. The commentator exclaimed, I also find it hard to believe, but I've interviewed many of Xiang Yuan's classmates, and they all confirm this. Thomas replied with a hint of resignation. The tale of Xiang Yuan has piqued the curiosity of many, prompting them to seek out the spectators from Songjing High School in an effort to ascertain the veracity of the events. However, the responses they received were far from unanimous. The audience engaged in prolonged discussions regarding the matter until the commencement of the second half of the match. In this latter segment, Daytona Beach Mainland High School made strategic substitutions. The player tasked with defending Xiang Yuan was no longer the original starting point guard, standing at 186 meters, but rather a robust substitute exceeding 190 meters in height. It appears that the coach of Daytona Beach Mainland High School possesses considerable acumen. Although they sacrificed a point guard position, the team had always relied minimally on this role, thereby mitigating the overall impact on the game. The introduction of a tall, tenacious defender could significantly curtail Xiang Yuan's shooting opportunities and exert greater physical strain on him, effectively neutralizing at least half of his prowess. Conversely, should Xiang Yuan choose not to guard Carter, any player from Songjing High School would yield identical results in defending against Carter. This tactical arrangement proved effective. Xiang Yuan's shots became increasingly challenging, and Daytona Beach Mainland High School implemented a double-teaming strategy, frequently placing him in situations where he faced two defenders ready to converge. Nevertheless, such challenges were unlikely to thwart Xiong Yuan, for today, he embodied a significant portion of Steve Nash's prowess. As Xiong Yuan dribbled the ball, he meticulously observed the dynamics of the court. Noticing that he was gradually being pushed into a corner, his opponents seized the opportunity, and the nearby defenders swiftly converged to trap him. Unbeknownst to them, Xiong Yuan had anticipated this move long before. He also observed a minuscule gap that had emerged as the defenders approached to encircle him. Indeed, the defenders from Daytona Beach High School had executed their strategy commendably, remaining vigilant in obstructing passing lanes as they closed in on Xiong Yuan. The minuscule opening they left was nearly unavoidable. However, it was also exceedingly difficult to detect and exploit. Yet, for Xiong Yuan, this challenge posed no difficulty. Badge, Acrobat Performer, Silver, activated. With a deft flick of his wrist, Xiong Yuan sent the basketball soaring through the narrow gap like a nimble swallow. The pass was ethereal, graceful, and utterly spectacular. Colin Reed, the power forward for Songjing High School, nearly failed to catch the ball. Fortunately, with the second half just commencing, his focus remained commendable, allowing him to barely secure the catch. Upon receiving the ball, Colin found himself unguarded. 2 points were effortlessly secured. What a thrill! Chapter 27, Confronting a Crisis of Endurance. The double-team strategy appeared to have little effect on Xiong Yuan. Coach Charlie Brinkhoff of Daytona Beach Continental High School should possess greater acumen than this. Why not assign Carter to guard Xiong Yuan? At this level, I could coach as well. The audience supporting Daytona Beach Continental High School expressed their discontent. It is precisely because our Xiong Yuan is too formidable. No strategy seems to restrain him. Prepare yourselves for defeat. The supporters of Songjing High School were elated. Prior to the match, their aspirations for victory were but a flicker, yet as the game progressed, their confidence swelled immensely. Thus far, Songjing High School maintained the lead, and the situation appeared exceedingly promising. With the enhancement of the Nash character card, Xiong Yuan has increasingly excelled in the role of point guard. Various badges come into play. For instance, the needlework, Silver, allows Xiong Yuan's passes to traverse tight spaces, while the intercontinental missile, Silver, enhances the accuracy of long passes from the backcourt. Xiong Yuan, through his precise and enigmatic passing, continuously assists his teammates in scoring. While his own scoring figures remain stagnant, his assist tally surges, quickly reaching 8, with merely 2 more assists needed to complete his secondary objective. However, despite Xiong Yuan's consistent ability to facilitate his teammates' success, Daytona Beach Continental High School appears unfazed. With no player at Songjing High School capable of containing Carter, even double-teaming proves ineffective. Consequently, Carter showcases his prowess on the court, executing both penetrating drives and impressive dunks, thereby enabling Daytona Beach Continental High School to maintain a tight grip on the score. As time progresses, the match escalates into a fevered climax. With 10 minutes remaining, the tactical acumen of Daytona Beach Continental High School finally reveals its intended effectiveness. Xiong Yuan skillfully dribbled the ball into the front court, only to be met once again with a double team. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of an open space in the right corner. Without hesitation, he executed a behind-the-back pass, sending the ball swiftly towards Elijah Walton, who stood ready. However, this time, Elijah Walton's reaction was a fraction too slow. His hand slipped, failing to secure the catch, and the ball rolled out of bounds. A blunder. Elijah Walton was filled with frustration, yet he found himself powerless to rectify the situation. Xiong Yuan felt a tinge of regret. It was undeniably a prime opportunity for a 3-point shot. However, he recognized that occasional errors on the court were a natural part of the game. Back on defense, he exclaimed, swiftly making his way back to his half of the court. Yet, at that moment, Carter had already dashed forward, and astonishingly, not a single player from Songjing High School had returned to their own half. Observing this situation, Xiong Yuan relinquished his attempt to defend. Daytona Beach Continental High School had narrowed the score. No worries, my brothers, let's keep our spirits up. Xiong Yuan rallied his teammates as it was now Songjing High School's turn to attack. Josh Hart prepared to inbound from the baseline, passing the ball to Xiong Yuan. After receiving the pass, Xiong Yuan dribbled past the halfway line. Yet again, the same scenario unfolded. Before he could even call for a pick and roll, 2 opposing players rushed in to double-team him. This time, Xiong Yuan noticed that his small forward, Adam Eve, had managed to create an open opportunity. As the ball approached, he identified the gaps between the 2 defenders and executed a bounce pass. However, Adam Eve's reaction seemed slightly delayed. He failed to secure the catch. and the ball slipped from his grasp. By the time he retrieved it, the prime opportunity had evaporated, with the defenders now firmly positioned in front of him. Admirable sought to pass the ball again, but found no viable options available, hesitant to risk a turnover with a reckless pass. He was left with no choice but to attempt a solo play. After failing to break through the defense, he took a desperate jump shot, which inevitably clanked off the rim. Xiang Yuan found himself ensnared, deprived of the opportunity to seize the front-court rebound, which was swiftly claimed by the opposing team. Daytona Beach Mainland High School advanced the ball past half-court, where Carter executed a clever backdoor cut along the baseline, evading his defender. He then glided beneath the hoop, signaling to the ball handler, who understood the cue and lofted the ball high towards the rim. It happened so swiftly. The players stationed beneath the basket scarcely had time to react before witnessing Carter soar into the air. With a resounding thud, he executed a magnificent alley-oop dunk. Daytona Beach Mainland High School had narrowed the gap, trailing by a mere 4 points against Moshring High School. Xiang Yuan furrowed his brow. When holding an 8-point lead, he felt a considerable advantage, believing that victory in this final was within reach. However, his perspective had shifted. The situation seemed to be taking an unexpected turn. The game continued. This time, during a half-court inbound, Xiang Yuan faced relentless defensive pressure. As the 5-second limit for the inbound pass loomed, Admirable, responsible for the pass, hastily threw the ball toward the front court, intending to deliver it to the nearing Elijah Walton. At that moment, a shadow suddenly darted from behind Elijah Walton, snatching the basketball midair. It was Carter. Following the steal, he charged towards the basket, overpowering the swiftly approaching Admirable, and successfully executed a layup. Just like that. Following a brief 6-0 surge, the gap between the two teams had narrowed to a mere 2 points. Xiang Yuan realized that the situation was indeed amiss. He discerned where the problem lay. His teammates, inherently less skilled than the players from Daytona Beach High School, were expending considerably more stamina, energy, and focus in both offense and defense. Consequently, their physical endurance, willpower, and concentration were faltering. Even Xiang Yuan himself, besieged by double teams, was experiencing a decline in his physical condition. In contrast, the Daytona Beach High School team, not needing to exert themselves excessively in their offensive and defensive maneuvers, had not reached a state of weakness. Thus, it was only natural that they were closing the gap in the score. Beep. The referee signaled for a timeout. Coach George called for a pause, and Xiang Yuan recognized the issue, as did his coach. However, despite identifying the problem, finding a solution proved to be quite challenging. Coach George called for an extended timeout this time, allowing for tactical arrangements while also providing the players an opportunity to rest and recuperate. Xiang, how is your stamina at the moment? Coach George inquired. The pivotal figure, Xiang Yuan, must not falter. Should he fall, the entire match would collapse. Coach, I'm still capable. At this moment, Xiang Yuan expressed profound gratitude for the activation tasks imposed upon him by the system over the past 3 years. Particularly the grueling challenge of running 10,000 kilometers, which significantly enhanced his physical endurance. Very well, after the timeout, Elsie will replace Hap, and Jerome will take Reed's place on the court. He orchestrated the substitution of 2 bench players for 2 starters. Subsequently, Coach George began to devise strategies tailored to this new lineup. You two take a breather and restore your stamina, he instructed Hap and Reed after outlining the tactics. Eve and Walton, persist a little longer. Once they regain their energy, I'll grant you a respite. Let's go, gentlemen, give it your all. With that, the timeout concluded. Chapter 28, The Decisive Moment. The commentators continued their diligent coverage of the match. Songjing High School introduced 2 substitute players. This shift revealed the fatigue issues plaguing the players of Songjing High School. In such a critical final, the courage displayed by Coach George in substituting 2 seldom utilized players is commendable, though the outcome remains uncertain. Fortunately, their core player, Xiang Yuan, appeared to be in good form. As both teams took the court, let us refocus on the contest. A new offensive round for Songjing High School. What is happening? Xiang Yuan is not receiving the ball in the backcourt. Elijah Walton has taken possession and advanced into the front court. Xiang Yuan has positioned himself low. What is going on? Is he no longer playing as the point guard? He now faces Leo Steven, the power forward from Daytona Beach Mainland High School. Xiang Yuan has received the pass. He is preparing for a back-to-the-basket play. Oh no, it's a feint. Xiang Yuan receives the ball, refraining from dribbling, and directly executes a spin move for a shot. Leo Steven is deceived. Xiang Yuan pivots back and charges toward the basket. He lays it in, and the ball goes through. Songjing High School has secured 2 precious points, temporarily stabilizing the situation. I am utterly perplexed. What position is Xiang Yuan actually playing? Daytona Beach Continental High School was caught off guard by Xiang Yuan. The strategies originally devised for defending against him at the point guard position were rendered ineffective. Meanwhile, the power forward Leo Steven, who found himself unexpectedly tasked with guarding Xiang Yuan, was easily outmaneuvered, conceding 2 points. It appeared that Xiang Yuan was now intent on playing the power forward position. Coach Walsh from Daytona Beach Continental High School wore a perplexed expression, grappling with the unpredictability of the situation. As Daytona Beach Continental High School launched their offense, they discovered Xiang Yuan still positioned at point guard, rather than taking up a defensive role at power forward. Observing this development, Coach Brinkhoff signaled from the sidelines. The team executed a play that culminated in the ball reaching their center, Bill Elliott. The player defending Elliott was a substitute from Songjing High School. Elliott feigned a back-to-basket move, then swiftly drove to the hoop, scoring effortlessly. The substitute defender from Songjing High School was utterly unable to stop him. However, the players and coaches from Songjing High School appeared unfazed by this lapse. When it was Songjing High School's turn to attack, the ball was once again in the hands of Elijah Walton, who brought it past half-court. This time, the players from Daytona Beach Continental High School closely monitored Xiang Yuan, eager to decipher his next move. "Come on, Xiang Yuan, let us duel," Carter exclaimed, visibly excited at the prospect of Xiang Yuan playing small forward. Unfortunately, it seemed that Xiang Yuan had no intention of taking on that role. Strangely, 2 newly substituted players from Songjing High School suddenly crowded around Xiang Yuan, resulting in 3 offensive players converging at nearly the same spot. Such an odd scenario typically belongs to informal street basketball, yet here it unfolded on the grand stage of a high school championship. Had Coach George lost his mind? What sort of strategy was this? At that moment, Elijah Walton unexpectedly passed the ball to Nick Elsey, who was positioned to the right of Xiang Yuan. Elsey, facing a defender, suddenly saw Xiang Yuan spring into action, darting past him. Prior to Xiang Yuan's move, Elsey had already begun to shift laterally. Consequently, when Xiang Yuan's defender attempted to keep pace, he was momentarily obstructed by Elsey, causing a slight delay. In the midst of this screen, Elsey deftly passed the ball to Xiang Yuan. Simultaneously, Mark Jerome, who had been standing to Xiang Yuan's left, had already maneuvered over to entangle Elsey's defender, preventing him from switching onto Xiang Yuan. Thus, Xiang Yuan found himself with a clear shot. With Carter leaping from the baseline towards him, Xiang Yuan swiftly ascended, flicking his wrist. It was a 3-pointer. Carter was almost upon him, but failed to reach in time. The ball swished through the net. Carter's pupils constricted. He suddenly felt that Xiang Yuan truly possessed the potential to thwart his pursuit of the championship. Previously, although he admired Xiang Yuan and acknowledged his capabilities, he had never believed that Songjing High School had the strength to defeat them. Even when trailing, he remained unperturbed. For he was aware that the other players from Songjing High School were relatively weaker, and as the game progressed, they would undoubtedly reveal numerous flaws. However, Xiang Yuan's performance today was utterly unexpected. Now, with this peculiar strategy emerging, Carter felt a slight wave of pressure wash over him. Beep. Daytona Beach Mainland High School called for a timeout. Coach Brinkhoff gathered Carter and the others together. "Do not panic. This strategy is actually quite simple, merely a chaotic brawl. Alternatively, it could be termed an isolation tactic. Everything is a fade. The sole truth is that it revolves around Xiang Yuan's individual plays. They have lost all other offensive methods, relying solely on Xiang Yuan to execute each attack." Thus, addressing Carter, Coach Brinkhoff instructed, "From now on, you will guard Xiang Yuan." "But coach, what if Xiang Yuan passes the ball?" Carter inquired. Coach Brinkhoff waved his hand dismissively, stating, "The situation has changed. With the introduction of 2 substitutes, his teammates' offensive capabilities have diminished significantly, rendering them inconsequential. Therefore, if you can contain Xiang Yuan, it is tantamount to neutralizing all of Songjing High School's offensive strategies." "Understood, coach," Carter affirmed. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. Xiang Yuan discovered Carter appearing before his eyes. Xiang Yuan turned his head to glance at Coach Brinkhoff. He understood that Coach Brinkhoff had already seen through the tactics of Songjing High School. However, there was no alternative. They could only attempt to salvage the situation with desperate measures. Xiang Yuan no longer relies on his teammates to create opportunities for him. Since the opponents have already seen through his strategies and assigned Carter to defend against him, those subtle tactics have lost their significance. Xiang Yuan versus Carter. These two pivotal players from their respective teams finally faced off in the climactic moments of the championship match. To be candid, at this juncture, Xiang Yuan appears to be slightly outmatched by Carter. Under Carter's vigilant defense, Songjing High School's strategies have faltered, rendering Xiang Yuan's offensive maneuvers increasingly arduous. During this period, Songjing High School substituted two of their key players, replacing them with two rested starters in place of two bench players. Meanwhile, Daytona Beach Mainland High School maintained the integrity of their lineup, gradually whittling down the point deficit before ultimately taking the lead. With less than 3 minutes remaining in the game, Songjing High School also brought in their full starting lineup, and Xiang Yuan returned to the point guard position, narrowing the gap once more. The teams exchanged blows, engaging in several intense rounds of play. The ferocity of the contest hushed the crowd as spectators remained riveted, intent on missing not a single detail of this extraordinary spectacle. With just 12 seconds left on the clock, Carter executed a jump shot near the free throw line, putting Daytona Beach Mainland High School ahead by 2 points. At this moment, Songjing High School had exhausted their timeouts. Xiang Yuan gazed at Carter, both seemingly attuned to the thunderous rhythm of their respective heartbeats. Songjing High School initiated the serve. The ball landed in Xiang Yuan's hands, while the players from Daytona Beach Continental High School closely shadowed him. From Songjing High School, Josh Harp stepped forward to provide a screen for Xiang Yuan. Following him were Colin Reed, Elijah Walton, and Adam Eve. The fire of determination blazed in their eyes. Before them lay a chance for a decisive victory, an opportunity to seize the championship. They were resolute in their quest to triumph and etch their names in history. With the assistance of his teammates, Xiang Yuan advanced to the half-court of Daytona Beach Continental High School. Only 3 seconds remained on the clock. Time was slipping away as Carter rushed towards him. Xiang Yuan took a shot from beyond the three-point line. The basketball soared towards the hoop, spinning as it approached. It circled once, twice, thrice. Chapter 29. A championship ode to you. The basketball spun atop the rim for a full 3 revolutions. This sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. As the ball's motion slowed, time itself seemed to decelerate. The audience rose in unison, their eyes fixated on the ball, breaths held in anticipation. A profound silence enveloped the arena, where even the faintest sound of a falling pin could be heard. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, the basketball hovered precariously on the outer edge of the rim. None could predict whether it would ultimately nestle within the hoop or tumble away. In that moment, an unexpected shout erupted from the crowd. The exclamation sliced through the tension like an axe severing a taut chain. Reacting instinctively to the sudden commotion, Josh Harp, the center for Songjing High School, momentarily lost his composure. Fueled by adrenaline, he leapt into action. Driven by an impulsive desire to ensure the basketball found its way into the hoop, thereby sealing victory against their rivals. At that instant, the ball appeared to be descending towards the rim's exterior, seemingly destined to miss. However, it remained precariously positioned above the hoop, not yet outside its bounds. In such circumstances, any offensive player who interfered with the ball would be penalized for a violation, rendering Xiang Yuan's shot moot, regardless of its outcome. Witnessing this precarious situation, Xiang Yuan felt as though his heart had been gripped tightly, his breath momentarily suspended. The championship seemed to drift further away. Yet, fortune often favors the tenacious. In that fleeting moment, Bill Elliott, the center for Daytona Beach Continental High School, who was equally on edge, sprang into action upon observing Josh Harp's movement. Intent on thwarting Songjing High's chance to secure the rebound and prevent a putback, the limits of human reflexes were about to be tested. In this fleeting moment, neither individual possessed the intellect to contemplate the nuances of interference. They acted purely on instinct. Although Bill Elliott initiated his jump later, his physical prowess, height, and leaping ability surpassed those of Josh Harp. Thus, despite his fractional delay, both players made contact with the basketball almost simultaneously, which, amidst their fierce contest, slipped from the hoop and fell to the ground. The resounding thuds of the basketball rebounding off the floor echoed throughout the arena, reminiscent of countless heartbeats converging into a singular rhythm. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the conclusion of the match as the timer reached its final seconds. A wave of confusion erupted among the spectators. What transpired? How should this play be adjudicated? It must be deemed interference, but the contentious question remained. Who was responsible? Were these two players truly unable to avoid such a fundamental error? The familiar refrain of "I could have done that too" echoed, yet one might ponder. In such a tense situation, could they have maintained their composure? Anticipation for the replay mounted. The trio of referees found themselves equally bewildered. After years of officiating, They faced an unprecedentedly complex situation. They convened to deliberate, yet could not ascertain which player had touched the ball first. Ultimately, they resorted to reviewing the video footage. The clarity of recordings from 1996 was far from pristine, presenting a genuine challenge for the officials. For a full 10 minutes, they scrutinized the replay from various angles, attempting to capture that critical moment. The audience, too, viewed the footage on the large screen for the same duration, yet opinions remained fiercely divided. Supporters of the Monsignor Pace High School contended it was a defensive interference, while those backing Daytona Beach Mainland High School argued it was an offensive interference. Tensions escalated, nearly leading to conflict. Ultimately, after vigorous discussion, the referees reached a consensus and rendered their final decision. They concluded that due to the center of Daytona Beach Mainland High School's height, long arms, and extended fingers, it was his fingertips that first made contact with the basketball, resulting in defensive interference. Xiang Yuan's decisive shot counts. Songjing High School has clinched the championship. The entire arena erupted with enthusiasm. Cheers, curses, tears, and arguments intertwined in a cacophony, each person's expression a unique reflection of their emotions. The players of Songjing High School celebrated with wild abandon. Xiang Yuan sat slumped on the ground. It was only at this moment that he truly felt an overwhelming wave of exhaustion wash over him. He had essentially played the entire match. Even with the enhancement from Nash's roll card, his stamina had long been depleted, sustained only by sheer willpower. To be candid, before his rebirth, Xiang Yuan's resolve was not particularly strong. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to end his own life. However, after being reborn, he underwent a transformative change, emerging with an indomitable spirit. It could be said that it was solely through his efforts that Songjing High School managed to extend the match to its final moments, ultimately seizing the opportunity for a game-winning shot. On the other side, Carter sat dazed on the floor, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. He knew that Xiang Yuan's decisive shot was impossible to make. Thus, he watched helplessly as the championship title slipped away from his grasp. But who could he blame? Blame Bill Elliott? In such a tense situation, it was unreasonable to overly criticize a high school student under immense pressure. Blame his teammates? Carter understood that they had given their all, performing to the best of their abilities in both offense and defense. Blame himself? He had done everything within his power in this match, shooting 16 out of 22. Including 2 out of 3 from three-point range and a perfect 8 out of 8 from the free throw line, amassing 42 points, 7 assists, and 9 rebounds. Blame Xiang Yuan. Ah yes, blame Xiang Yuan. Who asked this kid to emerge out of nowhere and play as a point guard, throwing Daytona Beach High School strategies into disarray? Without prior preparation, it was nearly impossible to execute flawlessly, no matter how well one adapted on the spot. Statistically, Xiang Yuan's performance of 36 points, 17 assists, and 8 rebounds was irrefutable evidence of his prowess. This kid was unscrupulous. He had received so much help from Carter. Yet he had the audacity to snatch the championship from under his nose. Carter's teeth ground in frustration. At the same time, he felt a sense of mutual respect between strong competitors for Xiang Yuan. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the very Xiang Yuan who had incited his ire suddenly rose from the floor and walked straight towards him, plopping down beside him. "Hey, Carter," Xiang Yuan said, draping an arm around Carter's shoulder. "I apologize for taking your championship." Carter shrugged off his arm but did not push it away, resigning himself to the situation. "Are you deliberately trying to gloat?" he asked. "No," Xiang Yuan replied. "I came to tell you that I now owe you 10 hamburgers or pizzas, and you can redeem them from me anytime." 100, Carter retorted. "All right then, 100 it is," Xiang Yuan chuckled. "Additionally, I intend to offer you a championship of even greater significance. Would you like that?" Xiang Yuan's expression suddenly turned serious. Chapter 30. The Great Deceiver Emerges. The following day, Florida's major newspapers and sports magazines were saturated with coverage of the match between Songjing High School and Daytona Beach Mainland High School. The headlines varied wildly. A stunning dark horse. The most controversial champion in high school basketball history. Shocking actions by Songjing High School in the finals. Referees' hair-raising decisions. 10 minutes of replay footage. Last-minute victory. Counter-victory? Self-sabotage. Florida's best high school player, Vince Carter, from cheerleader to 5-star scholar. The untold stories of Vince Carter and Xiang Yuan. What position suits Xiang Yuan? Forward or point guard? This match was nothing short of a roller coaster, filled with suspense. The audience was captivated. Even those who could not attend in person and relied solely on news reports were left in awe. The final play was particularly intricate, generating endless discussions. Following this match, Xiang Yuan's fame spread far and wide. Whether in high school or college, in Florida or other states across America, those in the know could readily recognize his name. The media finally ceased to hold back their accolades. Xiang Yuan achieved the remarkable distinction of becoming a five-star high school basketball player, marking him as the first individual from China to attain such an honor in the United States, thus etching his name in the annals of history. Regrettably, at that time, knowledge of American high school basketball was scant within his homeland, leaving Xiang Yuan's achievements, apart from those recognized by his family and the Tang family, largely unacknowledged. As May arrived, all attention shifted toward the NBA, the pinnacle of basketball excellence. In the 1995 to 1996 season, the legendary Michael Jordan led the Chicago Bulls to an unprecedented record of 72 wins and 10 losses, establishing the best record in history. During this season, Jordan boasted an impressive shooting percentage of 49.5, averaging 30.4 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 steals, earning the titles of scoring champion, All-Star Game MVP, and regular season MVP. By June, Michael Jordan had guided the Chicago Bulls into the NBA Finals, where their adversaries were the Seattle Supersonics, led by the formidable duo of Gary Payton and Shawn Kemp. Throughout the 6 games of the Finals, Jordan averaged an astounding 27.3 points, 5.3 rebounds, 4.2 assists, and 1.7 steals, ultimately securing both the championship and the Finals MVP award. Xiang Yuan was acutely aware that Jordan had embarked on his journey towards a second consecutive championship, further solidifying his divine status in the realm of basketball. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan found himself at a significant crossroads. Having fulfilled the requisite credits for his 12th grade, he was now poised to select a university. In fact, he could have applied as early as December. However, at that time, he lacked the recognition and not a single prestigious institution had extended an olive branch to him. Yet, the tides had turned dramatically. He was now the recipient of multiple invitations from esteemed universities, including Ivy League powerhouses such as Harvard University, the University of Pennsylvania, Brown University, and Cornell University, alongside other renowned institutions like Duke University, Georgetown University, the University of Florida, and Florida State University. Xiang Yuan's parents wished for him to select one among several Ivy League institutions. However, after careful consideration, Xiang Yuan eliminated all Ivy League schools from his options. The reasoning was quite straightforward. The Ivy League does not offer athletic scholarships, which subtly underscores a lack of emphasis on sports. Xiang Yuan aspires to cultivate his basketball career. Yet joining the Ivy League would prove to be the most regrettable choice. Among other institutions, the University of Florida, Florida State University, and Georgetown University are willing to extend full scholarships, alongside several lesser-known universities that are also prepared to offer such financial support. Conversely, traditional powerhouses like Duke University and the University of North Carolina are reluctant to provide full scholarships, although they acknowledge Xiang Yuan's impressive performance. They harbor concerns regarding his physicality as a Chinese athlete. They believe that while he has excelled in high school, he may struggle to adapt to the rigors of collegiate competition, potentially failing to secure a starting position on the team. In truth, the willingness of the University of Florida and Florida State University to offer full scholarships is significantly influenced by Xiang Yuan's local roots, as these institutions tend to favor homegrown talent. Georgetown University's readiness to grant a full scholarship is indeed a surprising development. However, in contrast, nearly all elite programs have extended full scholarship offers to Carter. In his previous life, Xiang Yuan, like Carter, was honored as Florida's High School Player of the Year. At that time, many believed he would enroll at the University of Florida or Florida State University upon graduating high school. However, Carter disappointed his hometown supporters by opting for the University of North Carolina. This decision was met with considerable skepticism from many. Xiang Yuan is also aware that in his previous life, Carter led the University of North Carolina basketball team to the Final Four for 2 consecutive years in 1997 and 1998, yet ultimately fell short of the championship title. In this life, Xiang Yuan intends to alter this outcome, for he has once proclaimed that he owes Carter a championship. Xiang Yuan had already made up his mind. Thus, he made a special trip to Daytona Beach to seek out Carter. Upon arriving at Carter's home, he found Carter engaged in a discussion with his parents regarding school choices. Carter's parents were quite open-minded, allowing him the freedom to select the school of his preference. At that moment, Carter was indeed torn. On one hand, The University of Florida and Florida State University were both sincere in their offers and held the distinction of being his hometown institutions. On the other hand, he harbored a deep fascination for the alma mater of his idol, Michael Jordan. At present, he found himself ensnared in a dilemma. The arrival of Xiang Yuan provided him with the liberation he sought, as he wished to hear Xiang Yuan's perspective. Moreover, Xiang Yuan had previously mentioned his intention to bestow upon him a champion of greater significance. At that time, he had intended to seek clarification on the meaning of those words, but time had eluded them, and they were left exchanging their residential addresses and contact information, promising to converse at a later date. Now was the perfect opportunity to seek clarity. Carter's parents graciously welcomed Xiang Yuan before excusing themselves to grant the two some privacy. Xiang Yuan, what did you mean when you said you would return to me a champion of greater significance? Carter inquired. In truth, you have already surmised it. Have you not? Xiang Yuan replied. NCAA? Carter responded. Xiang Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Which school do you intend to apply to? Carter's tone had also taken on an air of excitement. If both he and Xiang Yuan were to enter the same institution, their combined efforts might indeed carve out a niche for them in the NCAA. The thought of their collaboration painted a picture of boundless possibilities. What school do you plan to apply to? Xiang Yuan retorted. At present, I am inclined towards the University of North Carolina. Why don't you apply to North Carolina with me? Carter proposed. Xiang Yin shook his head and retrieved a bundle of newspapers from the backpack behind him, tossing them to Carter. These newspapers had been meticulously prepared prior to his arrival, containing numerous articles that tarnished the reputation of the University of North Carolina. Among them were reports detailing the basketball team's feeble performance in the post-Jordan era. Carter furrowed his brow as he perused the content. By the time he finished reading, any fondness he had for the University of North Carolina had completely dissipated. Then let us support the University of Florida together, Carter declared. Xiang Yuan secretly chuckled to himself, thinking, you underestimate me. In my 2 lifetimes, I shall not allow you to have the upper hand. His strategy had succeeded. North Carolina was Carter's primary choice, while the others were merely reluctant alternatives. Thus, he could choose any of them. Therefore, Xiang Yuan suggested, you never truly wished to apply to the University of Florida. So let us do this. This time, heed my advice, and we shall both apply to Georgetown University, embarking on a joint venture. What do you say? Carter contemplated for a moment. Aside from North Carolina, the other universities of similar caliber held little distinction for him. If he could partner with Xiang Yuan, then so be it. He would also apply to Georgetown University. Chapter 31, The Golden Generation of 96. Xiang Yuan intends to choose Georgetown University for a multitude of reasons. Firstly, Georgetown University extended an invitation to him and unexpectedly offered a full scholarship. Secondly, Allen Iverson was one of Xiang Yuan's favorite players prior to his rebirth. Thirdly, with Allen Iverson announcing his participation in this year's NBA draft and Georgetown lacking a successor, Xiang Yuan sees an opportunity. Fourthly, he must seek a relatively open-minded coach. Based on the remarkable story of Coach John Thompson and Iverson at Georgetown, Xiang Yuan has reason to believe that he is a progressive coach who would be amenable to his occasional unconventional requests regarding position changes. Lastly, none of the aforementioned reasons truly encapsulate his motivation. The genuine reason is that Tang Jixuan received an offer from Georgetown University, and she harbors a deep fondness for Washington, D.C. Xiang Yuan could hardly fathom the depth of sorrow that would have befallen the enchanting little which had he chosen another institution. Thus, despite his previous determination to compensate for the debt he owed to Tang Jixuan, he ultimately opted for Georgetown University, inadvertently escorting a future all-star along with him. When the University of North Carolina, Florida State University, and the University of Florida received the news that Vince Carter intended to select Georgetown University, their admissions officers simultaneously overturned their desks in disbelief. What is this? Did you not assert that there was a 99% chance Carter would join us at North Carolina? The North Carolina representative bellowed at the staff before him. I cannot fathom how Xiang Yuan could alter the course of events. The staff member replied, feeling aggrieved. Xiang Yuan? Isn't he Carter's adversary? Indeed, but no one anticipated the depth of their camaraderie. Did our institution not recruit Xiang Yuan? Did we fail to offer him a scholarship? Yes, the coach believed that while Xiang Yuan exhibited promise, he was merely a Chinese student whose physique might not withstand the intensity of NCAA competition, hence the reluctance to allocate a scholarship. Foolishness. This is arrogance and prejudice. The staff member fell silent, head bowed. A similar scene unfolded across numerous prestigious institutions. Nonetheless, the reality remained unchanged. Xiang Yuan from Songjing High School and Vince Carter from Daytona Beach Mainland High School simultaneously announced their commitment to Georgetown University. Coach John Thompson of Georgetown was overjoyed. This was nothing short of a serendipitous windfall. Initially, Georgetown had little hope of securing Vince Carter, so they settled for extending a full scholarship offer to Xiang Yuan. To their astonishment, acquiring Xiang Yuan also brought along Carter as an unexpected bonus. Currently, the team faced the impending loss of Allen Iverson, while their overall strength remained formidable. Coach John Thompson, having served in his role for many years, understood deeply that a team devoid of a core player would forfeit its chances at competing for the NCAA championship title. He had even contemplated retirement. However, fate had bestowed upon him two exceptionally gifted young men. Indeed, Coach John Thompson bore no prejudice against Xiang Yuan. He had meticulously analyzed game footage collected by the team's scouts. He was convinced that Xiang Yuan's talent and potential were sufficient to secure a place on the NCAA stage. Consequently, he communicated his insights to the university's administration. Recognizing Thompson's extensive coaching experience and his adeptness in identifying player capabilities, the administration heeded his recommendation and extended an invitation along with a scholarship to Xiang Yuan. Little did they know, this would yield a double boon, a joyous stroke of luck. However, it is not yet the time for young John Thompson to contemplate his future. In 1996, the NCAA Big East Championship featured the remarkable Georgetown University team, led by Allen Iverson, competing against the formidable University of Connecticut Huskies, spearheaded by Ray Allen. Xiang Yuan and Carter watched the match together, a contest that was nothing short of exhilarating and spectacular. Both teams were locked in a fierce battle, with the score remaining tight until the final moments. With mere seconds left on the clock, the score stood at 74-73, with Georgetown University's team holding a slender one-point lead. Subsequently, Ray Allen drove to the basket from beyond the three-point line, and despite being closely guarded, he launched a shot from near the free throw line, managing to score while nearly losing his balance. Following this, Allen Iverson pushed the ball up the court and, with about 5 seconds remaining, shot from the free throw line. However, the ball struck the right side of the rim and bounced away. A player from the Georgetown team secured the rebound but was unable to convert the putback. Thus, Georgetown University's team suffered a disappointing defeat in this crucial match. After witnessing the game, a fierce determination ignited within both Xiang Yuan and Carter. They had unofficially aligned themselves as members of Georgetown University's team. The disappointment of seeing their team lose such a pivotal game, and consequently missing out on an automatic berth in the NCAA tournament, weighed heavily on their spirits. Nevertheless, this setback motivated them, as both resolved to elevate Georgetown University's team to greater heights. On June 26th, the NBA draft commenced. Reminiscent of the draft Xiang Yuan experienced in his previous life, Allen Iverson was selected as the first overall pick by the Philadelphia 76ers. That same year, the well-known coach, Stephen Marbury, was chosen fourth by the Milwaukee Bucks. Ray Allen was selected fifth by the Minnesota Timberwolves. As in Xiang Yuan's earlier life, the draft had barely concluded when the Milwaukee Bucks proposed a trade with the Minnesota Timberwolves, bringing Ray Allen to Milwaukee while Marbury headed to Minnesota. Meanwhile, Steve Nash was chosen 15th by the Phoenix Suns. Of course, one could not overlook that iconic figure. The Charlotte Hornets, holding the 13th pick, struck a deal with the Los Angeles Lakers the day before the draft, trading the 13th pick for Vlade Divac. After the Hornets selected the player the Lakers had coveted with the 13th pick, the trade was officially finalized. This 13th pick ultimately became the Lakers' everlasting 824 Kobe Bryant, a true emblem of the golden generation of '96. Xiang Yuan watched the entirety of the draft conference broadcast in the United States. In his previous life, despite his deep passion for basketball, he returned to his homeland after high school, where there was no television coverage of the draft. Consequently, he never had the chance to witness this historic draft event with his own eyes. In this life, he has rectified that regret. After watching the draft, his heart remained restless for a long time. He understood that, with the assistance of the system, he would eventually find himself at the draft, ascending to the NBA League, the pinnacle of basketball. This was once a mere figment of his imagination. Taking a deep breath, he focused his thoughts and activated the system. The virtual interface that appeared before him exuded a futuristic aura, symbolizing his illustrious future. Chapter 32, Special Reward Items. Host, Xiang Yuan Body. height 201 centimeters, weight 91. 3 kilograms points, 3,200 badges, explosive jump, bronze, space envoy, silver, come here, silver, special skills, none character card, 0-2 ability evaluation, offense 56, defense 63, organization 52, athleticism 67, finishing 59, basketball IQ 70, aesthetic 43, leadership 36, attribute subject to slight variation, overall assessment 57, having accumulated experience from the high school league championships. Coupled with a remarkable performance in the final game utilizing the Nash card, Xiang Yuan's skills have significantly advanced. An overall assessment of 57, with an additional 3 points, would suffice to qualify for the NBA, even as a late-round draft pick or an undrafted player. Gazing at the system interface, Xiang Yuan envisioned his future. Suddenly, he recalled an important detail. He had secured the championship in the finals against Daytona Beach High School, completing all tasks issued by the system. Among them was a side quest, the reward for which was a chance to draw a special item. He wondered what it could possibly be. Xiang Yuan was filled with curiosity. With a mere thought, the virtual interface of the system began to transform, revealing a colossal wheel in the void. It was the special rewards wheel. Xiang Yuan gazed at the roulette, noticing an array of diverse patterns adorning its surface, which seemed to exceed 100 in number. These designs bore no textual descriptions, suggesting that only upon selection would one uncover the true nature of the items obtained. Beneath the roulette were 2 buttons, one designated to initiate, and the other to halt. Xiang Yuan's thoughts coalesced as he pressed the activation button. The wheel in the void began to spin, and a pointer emerged directly above it. The wheel whirled rapidly, but after a moment of contemplation, Xiang Yuan decisively pressed the stop button. This mechanism was purely reliant on chance, requiring no further delay. The speed of the wheel diminished instantaneously. After a few seconds, the wheel came to a complete halt. Xiang Yuan focused his gaze, noticing that the pointer indicated a design depicting a human foot. On the heel of the foot, a conspicuous rupture of the Achilles tendon was evident. Simultaneously, a prominent cross mark adorned the illustration. Xiang Yuan received information about a special reward. The special reward item is a foot injury exemption card. Effect: when the host encounters a foot injury, this card can be used to exempt one instance of foot injury. What a marvelous item! Xiang Yuan had always been troubled by the specter of injury. Injuries, after all, are an inevitable aspect of athletic pursuits. Although he is still young, in good health, and currently unencumbered by any issues, a profound anxiety lingers within him. The systematic approach to character card development, while scientifically sound and considerate of his physical limits, with its restrictions on the inheritance of enhancements, still leaves him unsettled. The strength conferred by these cards does not truly belong to him. It is merely a transient augmentation. Thus, he harbors a genuine concern that he might, at such a tender age, succumb to injuries due to the relentless strain on his body, leading to an untimely retirement filled with regret. However, a glimmer of relief has emerged. He no longer needs to dwell on such worries. With the acquisition of additional injury exemption cards, all concerns seem to dissipate. The allure of special rewards is undeniable. As he closed the special reward roulette, his gaze shifted eagerly to the 3,200 points he possessed, stirring a sense of anticipation within him. Currently devoid of character cards, he pondered whether to indulge in a golden card pool for a thrill. No. He still has one free opportunity to draw from the golden card pool. With this thought, he cast aside his hesitation and promptly opened the golden card pool. Xiang Yuan gazed upon the exquisite golden patterned card pool, imbued with an aura of opulence. This card pool was undeniably enticing. As he drew forth, the pool ascended into the air, countless cards danced in the void, and ultimately, a character card gradually solidified, landing within the system's card pack. Grade A character card, Antoine Jameson. Character synopsis: a versatile forward, Jameson was the 4th overall pick in the first round of the 1998 NBA draft. Over the course of his career, he averaged 18, 5 points, 1, 6 assists, and 7, 5 rebounds per game, peaking at an impressive 22, 2 points, 1, 9 assists, and 8, 9 rebounds during his finest season. He was honored with selections to the NBA All-Star team on 2 occasions. Badges: 1. Pick and pop shooter, silver. Effect: enhances the success rate of shots taken immediately after receiving a pass from a pick. 2. Post punisher, bronze. Effect: slightly increases the success rate of back-to-the-basket plays. 3. Corner three-point shooter, bronze. Effect: slightly enhances the accuracy of three-point shots taken from the corner. 4. Big fish in a small pond, bronze. Effect. Slightly improves scoring ability in the paint when matched against shorter opponents. 5. Graceful 1, silver. Effect. Enhances the success rate of hook shots taken after receiving the ball in the low post. 6. Brawler, bronze. Effect. Slightly increases strength and speed during battles for position in the paint. This was indeed a valuable draw, with a probability of 27.51 for obtaining an A-grade character. This was quite commendable. It seems fortune smiled upon me today. Shall I indulge in another exhilarating draw? Xiang Yuan pondered for a moment and ultimately decided against it. At present, there were no competitions to engage in, and it felt more reassuring to retain his points. After watching the draft conference, he found himself with little to occupy his time in the United States. He bid farewell to Vince Carter and embarked on his journey back to his homeland, accompanied by Tang Jixuan. Recently, this little enchantress had become increasingly clingy. Ever since Xiang Yuan chose Georgetown University, her gaze towards him had grown sweet enough to be toothsome. Whenever Xiang Yuan found himself without a task, she would not leave his side for a moment. The two took a flight home. Both of their parents were exceedingly busy upon their return. Each set of parents made a conscious effort to spend time with them, inquiring about various matters. However, it did not take long before their presence became scarce. In truth, at this juncture, both Xiang Yuan's and Tang Jixuan's families were experiencing a downturn in their businesses. Moreover, the industries of the two families had little in common, rendering mutual assistance impossible. As their parents became increasingly overwhelmed, they naturally had little time to tend to the affairs of their children. Tang Jixuan, on the other hand, relished the peace and enjoyed frequent moments by her beloved brother's side, finding immense joy in it. Yet, a shadow loomed over Xiang Yuan's heart. In this lifetime, he was still young, and his parents had not yet permitted him to involve himself in business matters. Leveraging the advantage of his rebirth, he had attempted to propose several suggestions, such as venturing into the internet industry, developing instant messaging software, acquiring real estate in certain locations, and investing in specific stocks. Yet all were dismissed by his parents as mere childish whims. Xiang Yuan could only feel anxious, yet found himself devoid of any effective solutions. He certainly could not disclose that he was reborn. After all, these industries were bound to flourish in the future. Such a revelation would most likely lead his parents to urgently send him to the hospital, seeking possible treatment for his delusional speech. Xiang Yuan harbored a strong desire to purchase a few stocks for himself. However, his parents adhered to a rather conventional approach to education, which left him with limited pocket money at his disposal. Consequently, he found himself reliant on basketball as his primary means of income. Xiang Yuan's ambition is to spend 1 or 2 years in university, establishing a notable reputation with the aim of entering the lottery picks of the draft, ultimately aspiring to join the NBA. Furthermore, it is crucial for him to elevate his overall assessment score above 70. Only then, with the enhancement of his character card, can he truly secure a position in the NBA. Thus, he must train diligently. Consequently, within the gymnasium of H City Industrial University, a figure can frequently be seen practicing tirelessly on the court at 9 a.m., accompanied by a beautiful girl. Honestly, who can rise early in the morning to practice basketball? It is simply unattainable, isn't it? Chapter 33. The 4 and 8 on this day, Xiang Yuan was honing his skills in the gym. Suddenly, Rong Qingxi, a close friend of Tang Jixuan, came to visit. The use of suddenly is warranted, as Rong Qingxi used to visit frequently to spend time with the little enchantress. Yet it had been several days since her last appearance. Tang Jixuan explained that she is now the president of the student council, burdened with numerous responsibilities each day. Xiang Yuan relished the tranquility, while Rong Qingxi possessed a vivacious personality, often teasing him to the point where he could scarcely respond, necessitating Tang Jixuan's intervention. Today, for reasons unknown, she hurried over, her demeanor fraught with urgency. Xiang Yuan, has anyone from school been looking for you? Rong Qingxi gasped as she approached him, and Tang Jixuan, forgoing her usual greetings with her best friend to pose her question directly. No. Why would anyone be looking for me? Xiang Yuan replied, puzzled. That's a relief indeed. Rong Qingxi exhaled deeply, her hand resting on her chest, causing Xiang Yuan to feel slightly lightheaded. Xiang Yuan reluctantly averted his gaze and inquired, what is it? Rong Qingxi replied, the school is organizing a basketball competition, which will be conducted by department. The rules permit the inclusion of an external player, provided they are a university student. I immediately thought of you and rushed over, fearing someone else might snatch you away. Tang Jixuan playfully chided her friend. Couldn't you have just made a phone call? Rong Qingxi, with a mischievous smile, retorted. Wouldn't that seem less sincere? Right, handsome? Xiang Yuan found himself momentarily at a loss, uncertain whether to acquiesce. What is there to hesitate about? Qingxi is my dearest friend. If you refuse her, I shall go home and tell on you. Tang Jixuan insisted, applying gentle pressure on Xiang Yuan. All right, I agree, Xiang Yuan conceded, unable to resist the little witch's charm. Wonderful, Rong Qingxi exclaimed, her joy palpable. She then nudged Tang Jixuan's arm, her expression playful, and whispered conspiratorially. Your brother Xiang Yuan really listens to you. When will he start calling you something else? Tang Jixuan's cheeks flushed crimson. She furtively glanced at Xiang Yuan, convinced he could not overhear Rong Qingxi's words. Regaining her composure, she placed her right hand on Rong Qingxi's waist and playfully pinched her soft flesh. Ouch, ouch. Rong Qingxi feigned agony, then retaliated, and the two of them erupted into laughter, reveling in their spirited banter. Xiang Yuan stood there, maintaining an appearance of tranquility. Yet the corner of his eye frequently darted towards the two individuals engaged in light-hearted banter. Both individuals towered above 1.7 meters. Their figures not resembling mere slender reeds, but rather possessing alluring curves, their forms graceful and captivating to behold. After a brief exchange of laughter, and once they reaffirmed that Xiang Yuan would indeed assist in the competition, Rong Qingxi took her leave. Upon returning to the courtyard, she promptly sought out the individual responsible for selecting players for the basketball team within the academy. At that moment, the official was in his office, conversing with a Caucasian man exceeding 1.9 meters in height. The man lounged in a chair opposite the official, nonchalantly puffing on a cigar, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Blake, your demands are exceedingly high. Is there any possibility of lowering the price? The official implored. The Caucasian shook his head dismissively. No, the price is non-negotiable. If your School of Economics and Management cannot meet my terms, I shall seek opportunities elsewhere. To be candid, had it not been for your student council president, I would not have even considered your institution. Your team's capabilities are woefully inadequate and would adversely affect my statistics. The official's expression darkened at these words. But he refrained from expressing his frustration, for it was undeniably true that their School of Economics and Management was lacking in talent. Without securing a sufficiently skilled foreign aide, they risked finishing at the bottom of the standings. The individual before him, Teddy Blake, despite his haughty demeanor, was indeed a formidable player, ranking among the best in the entire school. With the International College abstaining from this basketball competition, these exceptionally skilled foreign students had become highly coveted by various colleges. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the office. Come in, the official called. The door swung open, and Rong Qingxi entered. Upon seeing her, Blake, who had been reclining casually in his chair, rose with a smile, a hint of lewdness flickering in his gaze. He extended his hand toward Rong Qingxi, saying, Beautiful Miss Rong, it is a pleasure to meet you. Rong Qingxi feigned ignorance of the gesture, merely nodding in acknowledgement before striding directly to the official, inquiring, What is he doing here? Oh, we were discussing the possibility of him becoming a foreign aide for the School of Economics and Management. Your official believes my asking price is too steep, Blake interjected, stepping forward. However, if the lovely Miss Rong would accept my invitation to dinner, I would gladly play for your academy free of charge and ensure that you secure a position within the top 10. Rong Qingxi shot him a disdainful glance before turning to the official, stating, There is no need to look for anyone else. I have already found our foreign aide. The official, taken aback, exclaimed, You found someone? What is their capability? Do not treat this matter lightly. This competition is of utmost importance. You were present during the dean's meeting. We must not be hasty in our selection. Although the person in charge harbored a certain disdain for Teddy Black, his abilities indeed ensured that the School of Economics and Management would not find itself languishing in the bottom 3. Rest assured, this foreign recruit possesses formidable skills. And he is Chinese. Rong Qingxi contemplated for a moment, then pointed at Black, stating, He is at least twice as competent. Upon hearing this, Black was incensed. What? Miss Rong, you may decline my invitation, but you cannot belittle my capabilities. In your country, I refuse to believe there exists a university student who surpasses me by double. Your disbelief stems from a narrow perspective, but that does not negate the existence of others, Rong Qingxi retorted without hesitation. All right, Black exclaimed thrice in frustration, clearly agitated. In that case, I shall join the School of Materials Science and Engineering. You shall regret this. With that, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. What a lack of decorum. Rong Qingxi rolled her eyes, pondering the audacity he had to pursue her. Qingxi, Given the outcome has turned out this way, if the foreign recruit you selected proves inadequate, I cannot bear the responsibility, the person in charge lamented. Fear not, Rong Qingxi replied confidently. The individual I have chosen is a 5-star high school student from America. What? The person in charge looked perplexed, shaking his head in confusion. Observing his reaction, Rong Qingxi felt compelled to delve into her knowledge gleaned from her friends to enlighten him on the concept of a 5-star high school student in America. After listening, the person in charge's eyes sparkled with excitement. You actually know such an impressive peer? If our college performs well this time, I shall credit you for it. In a lighter mood, he jested with Rong Qingxi. Qingxi, tell me the truth, is this person your heartthrob? Rong Qingxi's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she playfully responded, not quite. He is the object of affection of my best friend. If he were to become my heartthrob, I would certainly seize him, haha. Chapter 34. The College Cup Men's Basketball Tournament, mid-July, HB University. The College Cup Men's Basketball Tournament has officially commenced, featuring a competition among 20 colleges within the university. In the first round, each college competes in a match, with the victor earning 1 point and the loser none. The second round sees the top 8 colleges, determined by points, advance to the quarterfinals, followed by the semifinals and the finals. The schedule is straightforward, yet the intensity of the matches is palpable. Such tournaments are rarely held. Thus, the vibrant male and female students throughout the campus are brimming with enthusiasm and anticipation. Whether players, cheerleaders, or spectators, everyone is abuzz with excitement, particularly the competitors, who, from the moment they learned of the tournament, have been training tirelessly. After more than a month of rigorous practice and team building, each athlete is filled with determination to secure a commendable standing for their respective college. However, at this moment, the faces of the economics and management college players are etched with frustration. President, who exactly did you recruit? It has been over a month, and we have yet to see him. One might think our external aide is a mythical figure. Another player exclaimed. Indeed, just look at the external aides from other colleges, consistently training with their teams. Without fostering cohesion and understanding, how can we expect to achieve success? It is one thing to skip training, but he should have made an appearance by now. After these initial matches, we will be on the court, yet we haven't even caught a glimpse of him. The players exchanged their grievances, each voice echoing their dissatisfaction with the elusive external aide. It is understandable for the economics and management college players to harbor such sentiments, as Xiang Yuan has indeed been conspicuously absent, although he promised Rong Qingxi to serve as their external aide. Xiang Yuan is not inclined to sacrifice his precious time for this endeavor. Xiang Yuan requires specialized training. He has long since consulted professional trainers in the United States to devise a comprehensive training regimen for the entire holiday, which he must meticulously follow. Training alongside others would undoubtedly disrupt his own plans and rhythm, an unacceptable prospect for Xiang Yuan, who is determined to carve out a name for himself at Georgetown University. However, he is not one to go back on his word. If he is to serve as a foreign aide, he will do so solely during the matches. Given Xiang Yuan's prowess, even without team cohesion, his mere presence on the court would represent an insurmountable advantage for the entire student body at HEB Industrial University. After all, he is the man who sees the championship right from under Vince Carter. Yet, the players from the School of Economics and Management remain oblivious to this background, and thus are filled with resentment towards Xiang Yuan. Rong Qingxi is at a loss for how to handle the situation, repeatedly reassuring her teammates that Xiang Yuan will undoubtedly arrive before the game. As fate would have it, Blake sauntered over at that very moment. He circled near the School of Economics and Management's team and mockingly addressed Rong Qingxi. Hey, beautiful, where is your foreign aide? I heard there is someone twice as good as me, yet all I see are a bunch of misfits. Who are you calling a misfit? Say that again if you dare. The students from the School of Economics and Management were incensed, unleashing a barrage of insults. Rong Qingxi hurried to defuse the situation. She certainly did not want it to devolve into chaos. Where on earth is that infuriating Xiang Yuan? She thought, stamping her foot in frustration. Why are you insulting me for no reason? A gentle voice interrupted, and a small shadow appeared above Rong Qingxi's head as she looked up to meet Xiang Yuan's gaze. His handsome face and confident yet gentle eyes made her heart skip a beat. Realizing her surprise, she quickly pinched him hard. Ouch! Xiang Yuan grimaced, jumping back. Qingxi, what are you doing? Tang Zhishuan's voice chimed in. Though Rong Qingxi was her close friend, she would not tolerate her friend bullying her beloved brother. Rong Qingxi's face flushed slightly as she waved her hand dismissively. Ask him why he has been MIA for so long and only shows up right before the match. Does he understand the pressure I'm under? As she spoke, she adopted an utterly aggrieved expression, for she truly felt a bit oppressed. It was no easy feat for a girl to be the student council president, especially under such circumstances. Seeing her distress softened Tang Jishuan's heart, and she redirected her ire towards Xiang Yuan, stating, I told you to train with them for a day. Can't you adjust your plan? If you don't help Qingxi secure a spot in the top 5, I will hold you accountable. The threats from young girls are always imbued with a gentle pressure, leaving Xiang Yuan with no choice but to smile wryly in acknowledgement. Oh, is this your foreign aide? A Chinese? At moments of warmth, there inevitably emerged some bothersome flies. And that Blake reared his head once more. I thought you had found an exchange student from another school, but it turns out to be a Chinese. He must be twice as strong as I am. How amusing. Ha ha. Blake clutched his stomach, feigning breathless laughter. After a while, seeing no one paid him any heed, he reluctantly ceased his mirth. Hey, I'm Blake. What is your name? He inquired, gazing at Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan. All right, in the upcoming match, I shall utterly crush you, Blake declared. Oh, then we shall meet on the court, Xiang Yuan replied, perplexed, unsure from where this brash individual had emerged. Not wishing to engage in conversation with him, he merely responded casually. Excellent, you have accepted my challenge, proving that at least you are not a coward. We shall meet again, Blake proclaimed, then made what he believed to be a rather suave gesture before turning to depart. This is our foreign aide, Xiang Yuan. With the odious fly finally gone, Rong Qingxi hurried to the task at hand, introducing Xiang Yuan to his teammates. He is rather difficult to come by. Truly a towering figure. Indeed, though I wonder about his true capabilities, he might just be a pretty face. He is merely tall. He looks younger than I am. It's not that I doubt the prowess of our Chinese compatriots, but I genuinely question this fellow's strength. Xiang Yuan? That name seems familiar. Yet I can't quite place it. Perhaps I've heard it on the street. Haha, the name is as common as Zhang Wei, too many to count. For such an extended period, Xiang Yuan has been absent, and the members of the School of Economics and Management are not inclined to extend him any courtesy. Thus, they voiced their doubts incessantly. It was only out of consideration for Rong Qingxi's presence that their remarks remained somewhat restrained. Otherwise, their words would have been far more severe. Xiang Yuan scratched his head and smiled, saying, It is indeed my fault for not training with everyone, but I shall not apologize. We shall meet on the field. As long as you possess a sense of collective honor, I guarantee that the School of Economics and Management will reach the top 8. Xiang Yuan intended to express his aspiration for the championship. However, as a newcomer, he felt hesitant to speak too boldly, opting instead for a more modest approach. Yet, such humble words resonated with the members of the School of Economics and Management as nothing short of audacious. Chapter 35, A Dimensionality Reduction Strike. Xiang Yuan found himself in isolation. At present, in the eyes of his peers from the School of Economics and Management, he was perceived as a person lacking in discipline. Erratic, arrogant, and haughty. However, Xiang Yuan paid little heed to their judgments, for he believed that when the time came for the match, they would come to understand his true worth. The first round of the competition had commenced, and with only 5 courts available for full matches, the games were set to take turns. Observing the unfolding contests, he found, as he had anticipated, that the skill levels were indeed disappointing. It was not that Xiang Yuan held a reverent admiration for foreign basketball. He simply could not deny the significant gap between domestic basketball standards and those of the United States. Among the teams, there were indeed foreign exchange students. Yet their abilities were rather mediocre. As university students, their technical skills and physical prowess lagged far behind those of students competing in American high school leagues. This disparity was understandable. Not everyone possessed the capability to join a high school basketball team, and those who did often did not seek to study abroad. Thus, these foreign students relied on their superior physical attributes to gain a slight advantage over their domestic counterparts. In such matches, unless his teammates were utterly inept, Xiang Yuan would undoubtedly dominate the court. To claim a place among the top 8 would indeed be an act of humility. The competition format consisted of 2 halves, each lasting merely 10 minutes. Within approximately half an hour, all 5 matches concluded. Following this, the next game involved the School of Economics and Management facing off against the School of Electronic and Information Engineering. The players from both teams entered the arena. Xiang Yuan cast a glance at his opponents, noting that the tallest among them stood approximately 1.92 meters, while the shortest measured around 1.76 meters. His teammates' average height was similarly comparable. Within the opposing lineup, there was also a black foreign player. At this moment, the foreign player was intently fixated on Xiang Yuan, seemingly lost in thought. After a brief moment of contemplation, he suddenly appeared to recall something, pointing at Xiang Yuan and exclaiming, "You are that Chinese guy." Xiang Yuan felt utterly perplexed. As long as his mind and eyes were functioning normally, anyone could discern that he was undoubtedly Chinese. However, the implications of being perceived as black were far more complex. Xiang Yuan did not remember him, but he was distinctly remembered by the other. This African-American was Samuel Jamie, a foreign exchange student who had played a 3v3 match with Xiang Yuan during last summer's vacation. The experience of that 3v3 game left a profound impression on him, ensuring that he recalled Xiang Yuan's appearance. Conversely, Xiang Yuan had encountered numerous individuals of African descent. Unless they were familiar, he found it difficult to differentiate among them, rendering him oblivious to the identity of the person before him. As the other pointed at himself and called out, Xiang Yuan could only greet him briefly before returning to his half of the court to prepare for the game. "Jamie, do you know him? Who is he? Is he from our school?" In the team from the School of Electronics and Information Engineering, someone inquired curiously upon witnessing this exchange. Samuel Jamie shook his head and replied, "I'm not well acquainted with him. I've merely played one game against him." "Oh, is he formidable? Should we keep a close watch on him?" Jamie's expression darkened as he hesitated before speaking. "Back then, he could easily dominate me, and now, I feel he has grown even stronger." "What? How is that possible?" "You must be joking. I have never heard of such a person." Jamie must surely be jesting. "Haha, Jamie, if you wish to instill pressure upon us, there is no need to fabricate such tales. Although we appreciate your assistance, we will not let our guard down." Exactly. I may not be well read, but do not deceive me." Initially, Jamie's teammates dismissed his words, but as they observed his serious demeanor, their skepticism began to waver. Could he truly be that formidable? What was up with Jamie, raising someone else's stature while diminishing his own? The individual appeared quite tall. Indeed, he might require special attention. Let us assess the situation. Surely, Jamie had mistaken the identity of the person. After all, he was merely from the School of Economics and Management, even if he were exceptionally skilled. How much impact could he truly have on his own? Regardless of the thoughts swirling in each individual's mind, the match commenced with the sound of the whistle. This game was exceedingly straightforward, lacking even a coach, let alone any tactical arrangements or positional distinctions. It was simply a matter of stepping onto the court and playing ball. The appearance of Xiang Yuan in such a prestigious event is akin to an NBA superstar gracing a game in the development league. Note, a superstar, not an ordinary player. As the game commenced with the jump ball, it was naturally Xiang Yuan who took on this responsibility. He barely leapt, effortlessly directing the ball to a teammate. As the teammate attempted to advance the ball past the half-court line, they noticed the opposing players had encroached into their half to mount a defense. In a conventional match, this would be classified as an aggressive full-court press. However, in this context, it can merely be termed as defense. Furthermore, this defensive strategy is frequently observed. Xiang Yuan had just watched several matches from other academies, and it became evident that over half of the game time was dominated by this style of defense. The crux of the matter is that no one seems capable of countering this defensive approach, as the ball handling skills across the board are remarkably subpar. Xiang Yuan's teammate mishandled the ball twice under the pressure of the opposing defender's tackles. Xiang Yuan smiled helplessly. He had anticipated that the level of this competition would be subpar. Yet he never expected it to be this inadequate. The opposing player intercepted the ball and darted swiftly toward the front court, executing a three-step layup. However, the execution of this layup was rather unsteady. Xiang Yuan noticed that his opponent had taken 4 steps, yet the referee failed to observe this infraction. 2 points secured. The opposing player was momentarily elated. However, before the joy could fully settle, he witnessed a pair of large hands emphatically slamming the basketball against the backboard, a resounding block. With an impassive expression, Xiang Yuan swiftly dribbled past the half-court line after executing a block. The defenders who confronted him were effortlessly surpassed with a mere step. He soon arrived beneath the basket, where he faced 2 opposing defenders. With a graceful half-hook shot, he sent the ball soaring. Neither defender could reach it as they leapt, helplessly watching the basketball glide through the hoop. Subsequently, as the opposing team initiated their offense, Xiang Yuan positioned himself just outside the 3-second area on his side of the court, effectively extending his defensive influence across nearly the entire half, save for the 3-point line. The opposing players hesitated to penetrate the interior, resorting instead to long-range attempts. However, their success rate from beyond the arc was disheartening. Making 3 out of 10 shots was considered a remarkable achievement. Particularly, the foreign player on the opposing team became Xiang Yuan's primary focus of defense. Under his vigilant guard, the opponent either faltered with turnovers or failed to convert their shots, with any hopes of a breakthrough utterly extinguished. Initially, the players from the School of Economics and Management neglected to pass the ball to Xiang Yuan. During their offensive plays, they would recklessly dribble, attempting to penetrate only to resort to shooting when thwarted, often resulting in clanking shots against the rim. Xiang Yuan remained unfazed, effortlessly seizing rebounds as if they were mere trifles. After securing a rebound, he immediately launched into an offensive maneuver, requiring no assistance from his teammates for a pass. Before long, after just a few exchanges, the players from the School of Economics and Management were utterly astonished. They had come to a profound realization of Xiang Yuan's prowess, a talent that undeniably warranted an air of superiority. Their emotions were a blend of exhilaration and embarrassment, as they collectively offered apologies for their previous remarks. Xiang Yuan waved his hand dismissively, indicating his disinterest in expending energy on such trivial matters. Consequently, in the subsequent rounds, whenever the School of Economics and Management initiated an attack, the ball would invariably find its way into Xiang Yuan's hands. Xiang Yuan showcased his remarkable skills with an array of techniques including jump shots, drives, post plays, three-pointers, and hook shots, leaving both teams in awe. The School of Electronic and Information Engineering employed a double-team strategy. However, it proved largely ineffective as Xiang Yuan possessed numerous ways to counter it, which hardly impeded his offensive prowess. Should a triple team be deployed, he would merely elevate the ball above his head and pass it to a teammate, resulting in a 4-on-2 scenario where his teammates were far from inept, likely converting at least 5 or 6 out of 10 such opportunities. Upon conclusion of the match, the School of Economics and Management triumphed over the School of Electronic and Information Engineering with a score of 57-22, earning a well-deserved point. In the aftermath, the players from the School of Economics and Management were left astounded as they gazed upon the statistical report compiled by Rong Qingxi, which indicated that Xiang Yuan had amassed an astonishing 37 points, 7 assists, and 28 rebounds, an absolute display of dominance. Chapter 36. The championship within reach in the ensuing days. Xiang Yuan adhered to his training regimen with unwavering dedication. Whenever the School of Economics and Management had a match, he would carve out time to participate, effortlessly scoring 20 or 30 points and securing numerous rebounds, leading his team to victory by margins of 20 to 30 points, all while breaking a sweat before returning to his training. Under Xiang Yuan's leadership, the School of Economics and Management surged forward, achieving consecutive victories that left everyone astonished. With the season barely halfway through, the team had effectively secured a place in the top 8. During this period, Xiang Yuan's reputation soared throughout the campus. In subsequent matches, the attendance at games featuring the School of Economics and Management doubled compared to others, with the majority of spectators coming to witness Xiang Yuan's exploits. Once the top 8 was confirmed, Xiang Yuan opted out of the remaining matches, agreeing with his teammates to reappear for the quarterfinals. His teammates, now utterly devoted to Xiang Yuan, showed no signs of dissent. Consequently, in the following 7 matches, he did not take to the court, which left the audience rather disappointed. Without Xiang Yuan, the School of Economics and Management managed to win only one of those 7 matches, including a loss to the School of Materials Science and Engineering. In that game, Blake was a formidable force, achieving 39 points and 16 rebounds. Afterward, Blake boasted that Xiang Yuan's absence was due to fear of being defeated, which would tarnish his image. While most regarded this claim with skepticism, a small faction actually believed it, acknowledging Blake's undeniable strength. Xiang Yuan remains unfazed. The School of Materials Science and Engineering has also advanced to the top 8, and there is a possibility that the two may face each other. At that moment, it will be a matter of strength. Ultimately, in the first round of the competition, the School of Economics and Management achieved a remarkable record of 13 wins and 6 losses, securing second place on the leaderboard and advancing to the quarterfinals. The School of Economics and Management, initially predicted to finish at the bottom, has orchestrated a stunning turnaround. The top of the leaderboard is occupied by the School of Materials Science and Engineering, bolstered by the presence of Blake as a foreign aide. In the quarterfinals, Xiang Yuan took to the court once more, competing against the 6th-ranked School of Civil Engineering. He scored 32 points, leading his team to victory and into the semifinals. In the semifinals, facing the 3rd-ranked School of Mechatronic Engineering, Xiang Yuan amassed 41 points, triumphantly advancing to the finals. The final match pits the School of Economics and Management against the School of Materials Science and Engineering. This time, it is finally a direct confrontation between Xiong Yuan and Blake. In this match, Blake has also garnered quite a bit of attention, gradually amassing some supporters, though far fewer than Xiong Yuan. Nevertheless, this has significantly boosted Blake's confidence. Eagerly anticipating the final, Blake is determined to defeat Xiong Yuan and prove to Rong Qingxi who the true champion is. In his mind, Blake fantasizes about making that girl beg to be his girlfriend. Before a multitude of spectators, the final of the HEB Industrial University Cup men's basketball tournament officially commences. The players take their positions on the court. Blake and Xiong Yuan stand at center court, preparing for the jump ball. "Kid, get ready to be dominated." Blake gestures tauntingly at Xiong Yuan. "What are you? I wouldn't even acknowledge you as my father." Xiong Yuan was not known for his patience, and the incessant buzzing of Blake was akin to that of a bothersome fly, provoking in him a desire to swat him away with a single, decisive strike. Particularly after Rong Qingxi had informed him prior to the match that Blake had been persistently harassing her, Xiong Yuan felt compelled to teach him a lesson. Thus, fueled by personal grievances, he resolved to exert his utmost effort in this competition. After extensive and scientific training, Xiong Yuan's physical attributes and overall performance had seen a notable enhancement, elevating his rating to an impressive 59. What does this signify? It indicates that a player capable of competing in the NBA was now participating in a league of amateurs. In truth, during the preceding matches, Xiong Yuan had merely been toying with his opponents, averaging a remarkable 33 points per game. When he decided to fully commit, he offered Blake not a single opportunity during the jump ball. Securing possession, the ball swiftly found its way into Xiong Yuan's hands. As Blake approached him for a one-on-one defense, Xiong Yuan showed no leniency towards him. With a simple triple threat move, he pivoted and surged into the paint, leaving Blake trailing behind. He then forcefully executed a layup against the help defense, scoring while drawing a foul in the process. Turning around, Blake attempted to take on Xiong Yuan in an offensive isolation, only to discover the challenge was insurmountable. Ultimately, he was forced to take a difficult shot, which Xiong Yuan effortlessly blocked. In the next possession, Xiong Yuan backed down against Blake and executed a graceful turnaround jumper, scoring with ease once more. Despite Blake's height exceeding 195 meters, all his previous opponents had struggled to score under his defense, often resorting to passing the ball away. Now, facing Xiong Yuan, Blake despairingly realized that his defense was utterly ineffective. On the other hand, he also found himself hopelessly confronted by Xiong Yuan's defense, akin to facing an immovable mountain, completely insurmountable. Xiong Yuan relentlessly scored with every conceivable method before him. In contrast, he found himself thwarted in a myriad of unexpected ways, blocked, stripped of the ball, and his attempts at strong shots met with failure. Blake's complexion grew increasingly grim, transforming into a shade reminiscent of liver. Particularly upon witnessing the excitement radiating from Rong Qingxi on the sidelines, Blake felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. In this state, he had lost all semblance of rational judgment. Becoming entrenched in a narrow-minded obsession, his mind was consumed by a singular thought: to score directly over Xiong Yuan in a one-on-one situation. Thus, when his teammates called for the ball during offense, he refused to pass. When teammates set screens, he disregarded the opportunity to drive through. Even in defense, when teammates sought to assist, he scolded them away. Time ticked away relentlessly. As the first half neared its conclusion, Blake finally resorted to an unorthodox shooting stance, forcing a shot that fortuitously ricocheted off the backboard and into the hoop. It went in. Yes, 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 Blake shouted in frenzied celebration, oblivious to the awkward expressions of his teammates. He had ensnared himself within the confines of a self-imposed scenario from which he could not extricate himself. For him, this single basket was a source of exhilaration 100 times greater than winning the championship. Poor child, he was on the brink of being driven mad by Xiong Yuan. Xiong Yuan chuckled and shook his head. It seemed that Blake was fortunate. Otherwise, Xiong Yuan had genuinely intended to shut him down completely, to dominate him and relieve his frustrations for Rong Qingxi. As the first half concluded, aided by the player Blake, the School of Economics and Management led the School of Materials Science and Engineering by a substantial 30 points. Under normal circumstances, the other players from the School of Economics and Management would not possess the strength to rival those from the School of Materials Science and Engineering. And even with Xiong Yuan on their side, such a lead would be implausible. However, Blake's interference in the game, fixated on challenging Xiong Yuan, rendered his teammates unable to touch the ball, thus resulting in this outcome. Given the state of the match, it could already be declared a foregone conclusion. In the second half, the School of Materials Science and Engineering swiftly sidelined Blake, preventing him from participating. Consequently, Blake erupted in a fit of rage, even going so far as to overturn the score table. The leadership of the School of Materials Science and Engineering turned pale at the sight. Ultimately, Blake was escorted away from the scene by officials from the International College. With Blake absent and still holding a 30-point advantage, Xiang Yuan refrained from exerting himself, casually playing in the second half, allowing the School of Materials Science and Engineering to close the gap slightly, all while maintaining a high emotional intelligence. At the conclusion of the match, the School of Economics and Management triumphed with a score of 56-39. They surprised everyone, emerging as the dark horse to claim the championship of this year's College Cup men's basketball tournament. At the moment the game ended, Rong Qingxi dashed onto the court, leaping into Xiang Yuan's embrace, delivering a warm hug amidst the gaze of all present. In the background, Tang Jixuan's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment and confusion. Chapter 37. Enrollment. The Georgetown University marvels. Before entering university, Xiang Yuan had assisted his college basketball team in clinching a championship title. Mere days after this event, under the incessant urging of Tang Jixuan, the two set off from HEB to embark on a journey to the south. Their parents were unconcerned, allowing them to venture forth, believing that once the two graduated, marriage would naturally follow. Such an attitude was considered remarkably progressive for the late 1990s. However, privately, Xiang Yuan and Tang Jixuan had yet to solidify their relationship. Tang Jixuan, despite her affection for Xiang Yuan, preferred to wait for him to initiate the conversation, as her inherent shyness and a touch of pride restrained her from taking the initiative. Xiang Yuan, on the other hand, was reluctant to make any premature decisions for several reasons. His youth, the nascent stage of his basketball career, the uncertainties surrounding his family's business, and the lingering effects of his past life experiences that still influenced him, necessitating more time. Thus, they continued to interact as siblings, each occupying separate rooms during their travels. Upon their return from the trip, it was late July. After resting for 2 days, they boarded a flight back to America. August heralded the beginning of their university life. On the day of enrollment, Xiang Yuan met up with Carter and, along with Tang Jixuan, they entered the campus of Georgetown University together. The enrollment process was straightforward, devoid of any noteworthy complexities. Notably, Xiang Yuan and Carter were assigned to the same dormitory, indicating a lasting connection with this enigmatic entity. Once settled, Tang Jixuan went out with her roommate for dinner, while Xiang Yuan treated Carter to hamburgers and pizza. After their feast, Carter patted his belly and sighed contentedly. Having devoured 2 hamburgers and a pizza, which is equivalent to 5 hamburgers, you still owe me 93 more, he exclaimed with a laugh. Don't worry, I won't forget a single hamburger, Xiang Yuan assured him, to which Carter promptly added, and the championship. Indeed, the championship, Xiang Yuan echoed. They exchanged smiles, their eyes brimming with a shared desire for victory and anticipation for the future. The following day, both Xiang Yuan and Carter received notifications to report to the Georgetown University basketball team. Following the initiation ceremony, Coach John Thompson organized an internal scrimmage. Although both Xiang Yuan and Carter were recipients of full scholarships, it was essential to assess their adaptability to the rigorous demands of the NCAA. First impressions were paramount, and both were keenly aware of the significance of this forthcoming challenge. Xiang Yuan's current overall evaluation has reached 59, which is indeed sufficient to adapt to the intensity of the NCAA, yet it only qualifies him as an average player. Consequently, he opted to expend 100 points to draw from the bronze card pool, acquiring a C-level player card. Xiang Yuan utilized the player card and was astonished to discover that his inheritance level had remarkably reached 85. This clearly indicates that his physical prowess has made significant strides. Following the scrimmage, John Thompson Jr. felt quite pleased. Both individuals proved to be immensely valuable. Ultimately, John Thompson Jr. resolved to place Carter directly into the starting lineup of the Georgetown University Hoyas, filling the void left by Allen Iverson's departure. As for Xiang Yuan, he would initially commence as a substitute, with potential adjustments to be made based on his performance. In truth, John Thompson Jr. harbored his own thoughts regarding Xiang Yuan. Georgetown University holds a storied legacy of producing exceptional centers, with legends such as Ewing, Mourning, and Mutombo having emerged from its ranks. However, as the 1990s dawned, the scarcity of quality centers led the traditionally center-focused Hoyas into a downer. Now, Xiang Yuan has emerged, being one of the future cornerstone players of the team. John Thompson Jr. has reviewed all of Xiang Yuan's game footage. Although Xiang Yuan predominantly played forward during his high school years, he showcased impressive capabilities as a point guard in the final championship match. Nevertheless, John Thompson Jr. intends to position Xiang Yuan as a center. Xiang Yuan's height is barely sufficient for the center position. However, the esteemed John Thompson believes that Xiang Yuan's skills provide a distinct advantage in this role. Regrettably, the current team is severely lacking in centers. Over the years, during this scarcity of traditional centers, he has consistently sought innovative methods for developing and utilizing non-traditional centers. During the match between Songjing High School and Coral Reef High School, Xiang Yuan played the center position. Young John Thompson watched the video of that game no less than 10 times, repeatedly. Xiang Yuan's defensive prowess in the center position left a profound impression on him. However, what captivated young John Thompson even more was Xiang Yuan's unconventional offensive style as a center. His ability to create space on the court and his sharp three-point shooting truly dazzled young Thompson. He envisioned a scenario in which, during a stunning team's offensive play, Xiang Yuan would set a pick for Vince Carter, who would then drive into the paint for a layup or a slam dunk. Should he encounter double-team defense, Carter would pass the ball back to Xiang Yuan, who would then elevate for a three-point shot, securing 3 points for the stunning team. How delightful! In young John Thompson's mind, Xiang Yuan had already assumed the role of the starting center for the stunning team. Now, he merely needed to observe for a while, cultivate the players' chemistry, devise a few tactical combinations for Xiang Yuan and Carter, and after a few games, if the results were promising, it would naturally lead to Xiang Yuan being elevated to the starting center position. Xiang Yuan harbored no feelings of disappointment, as such sentiments were quite natural. Carter's reputation had long since permeated the air, and the members of Georgetown University's Hoya team had heard whispers of Carter's prowess well before. They respected this illustrious high school player, recognized as the best in the nation, and welcomed him with open arms. As he was specially recruited to take over Allen Iverson's position, leaving no room for dissent. In contrast, Xiang Yuan had only recently emerged onto the public stage. Although he had showcased his talents in several spectacular games, many still regarded him as a mere upstart, lacking the widespread acclaim necessary to command respect. Thus, his path to the starting lineup hinged upon his performance. Therefore, Carter's ascension to the starting position posed no issues. While Xiang Yuan's immediate inclusion would not bode well for the Georgetown Hoya team, nor necessarily for Xiang Yuan himself. Nevertheless, he remained confident that as time passed and he played more games, his place in the starting lineup would become a certainty. Thus, he felt no urgency. In fact, it was Carter who sought to advocate on Xiang Yuan's behalf, only to be gently dissuaded by him. After Xiang Yuan elucidated the reasons to Carter, Carter acquiesced to the outcome, regardless of the circumstances. Xiang Yuan and Carter are now members of the Georgetown University Hoyas. The 1996 to 1997 NCAA season is about to welcome the formidable Florida Twin Stars. Chapter 38, the first NCAA game. Xiang Yuan and Carter embarked on their collegiate basketball journey together. During training and scrimmages, each showcased their prowess, quickly earning the admiration of their Georgetown University teammates. The intensity of college training, competition, and professionalism, coupled with superior logistical support, surpassed that of high school, leading to a remarkable advancement in Xiang Yuan's abilities. Furthermore, during this period, his height increased by 1 centimeter, reaching an impressive 202 centimeters. His overall evaluation finally soared to 60 points. However, Xiang Yuan noted a concerning trend. The rate of increase in his overall score had noticeably diminished. Upon reflection, he identified 2 potential reasons. Firstly, his recent lack of card draws had limited his progress, as utilizing a C-grade character card yielded minimal attribute enhancements. A single use would only increase his overall score by 0.2 to 0.3 points. Secondly, as his skills improved, achieving greater strength became inherently more challenging. Each incremental gain was now far more arduous than before. Nonetheless, a score of 60 was satisfactory, positioning him among the elite within the team, second only to Carter. A month later, Coach John Thompson promoted Xiang Yuan to a starting position, surprisingly assigning him to the center role. He did not voice any objections, recognizing that his current standing did not afford him the privilege to negotiate with the coach. Gratefully, he accepted this role, drawing upon his prior experience as a center and proudly donning a silver badge, which was well suited for the position. Coach Thompson devised several strategies centered around him and Carter. And after practice, the results proved quite promising. Thus, Xiang Yuan's collegiate life became a fulfilling blend of academics and training, leaving little time for companionship with Tang Zhishuan. Much to her growing discontent. Regrettably, Xiang Yuan could only resolve to compensate her in the future. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye. Over 3 months had passed. By this point, Xiang Yuan and Carter had developed a solid rapport with their teammates, establishing a budding chemistry. The Georgetown University team was poised to embark on their season with a fresh lineup. Late November heralded the commencement of the NCAA men's basketball regular season. The NCAA's conference regular season spanned approximately 4 months, not due to an abundance of games, but because of the students' academic commitments, resulting in each team typically playing 2 or 3 games per week. Consequently, each school within the conference would face each other twice, once at home and once away. This format often fostered rivalries, adding to the excitement of the NCAA experience. A prime example of such rivalry is the renowned clash between Duke University and the University of North Carolina, where matches draw immense crowds, with both the on-court action and fan fervor reaching fever pitch. For the Georgetown University team, their arch-rival in the Big East Conference was the University of Connecticut Huskies. Last season, their journey ended in the conference semifinals, a setback attributed to the Huskies. This season, while Georgetown had lost Allen Iverson, the Huskies were without Ray Allen. The circumstances for both teams were quite similar. Georgetown bolstered their roster with Xiang Yuan and Vince Carter, whereas the Huskies were led by Richard Hamilton. Anticipation ran high for their upcoming clash, promising to be electrifying. Indeed, as per the regular season schedule, their first encounter would see Georgetown hosting the University of Connecticut Huskies. The league certainly knew how to orchestrate thrilling matchups. This highly anticipated match saw tickets snatched up days before the event. On the day of the game, the arena was filled to capacity with fervent fans from both teams. The gymnasium of Georgetown University was completely packed. At that time, the MCI Center, now known as Verizon Center, had yet to be constructed, so the game was held in the former venue. This match marked the inaugural NCAA game for both Xiang Yuan and Vince Carter. The attention surrounding the NCAA far surpassed that of high school competitions, particularly given the intense rivalry at stake. In addition to the passionate supporters, former players from both teams made appearances, along with a smattering of celebrities from various circles, and scouts from NBA teams. The atmosphere was electric with excitement. In such a scenario, it is natural for players to feel a surge of anxiety, as performing under the gaze of so many spectators can be daunting. Fortunately, both Xiang Yuan and Carter had already grown accustomed to the spotlight during their high school years, and both were players born for grand stages, thus unaffected by such pressures. The match was about to commence, and the players began to take the court. For the Georgetown Hoyas, the starting lineup was as follows: point guard, Victor George shooting guard, Vince Carter small forward, Jeremy Williams power forward, Bobcat Ovi center, Xiang Yuan head coach, John Thompson Jr. The University of Connecticut Huskies featured the following starting lineup: point guard, Darren Seaver shooting guard, Richard Hamilton small forward, Reed Johnson power forward, Creek Young center, Rivers Knight head coach. Carl Horn. Upon witnessing the starting lineups of their respective teams, the audience erupted into fervent discussions. "You see, I told you, Carter is definitely in the starting lineup," exclaimed a Hoyas supporter. As if that needed to be said. "Unless the coach has lost his mind," another chimed in. "It seems the coach might indeed be a bit off, allowing Xiang Yuan to start, especially at the center position." "Was he a point guard?" "Who said that? I recall him playing small forward," another retorted. "Nonsense. I've seen him play at Songjing High. He was indeed a center. Regardless, he is playing center now." Meanwhile, the Huskies fans engaged in vigorous discussions about their team's lineup, their words laced with skepticism regarding the newcomer, Richard Hamilton. Xiang Yuan was acutely aware that the masked hero of the future possessed extraordinary strength, with a mid-range jump shot accuracy that was truly formidable. However, in this particular match, he was up against Carter. Xiang Yuan felt confident in Carter's defensive capabilities. Even if he could not completely neutralize Hamilton, it was of little concern, for Carter's offensive prowess was even more incisive. In their matchup, it was evident that Carter held the advantage, or at the very least, the two were evenly matched. Thus, Xiang Yuan glanced at his opponents and teammates. The key to securing victory in this match lay firmly in his hands. Xiang Yuan's emotions surged with excitement. Since that high school match, he had not participated in a game of such significance. His hands tingled with anticipation. Moreover, the system, which had long been dormant, suddenly reawakened, presenting Xiang Yuan with a set of tasks. Chapter 39, the first Brotherhood Connection main quest for achieve victory in an NCAA regular season game. Task reward, 500 points. Special reward, 1 chance to draw. Side quest, limit Richard Hamilton's scoring to below 20 points. Task reward, 1 chance to draw. Side quest, secure over 10 rebounds. Task reward, 200 points. Upon seeing the rewards, Xiang Yuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and he turned his eager gaze towards Carter. For the first side quest, he would have to rely solely on Carter. Xiang Yuan would never approach the coach to request a switch to the shooting guard position. As Carter was warming up, he suddenly felt a strange warmth radiating from his back. Turning his head, he met Xiang Yuan's gaze, causing him to shudder in fright. My dear friend, who has always been accompanied by a beautiful girl yet is not in a romantic relationship, could it be? A sense of dread washed over Carter as he involuntarily tensed. Even before the match commenced, beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead. Good buddy, Xiang Yuan called out affectionately as he approached. Carter flinched, instinctively taking a step back. Is there something you need, Xiang? Xiang Yuan cast a peculiar glance at Carter and said, I have come to inform you that I am at odds with Hamilton, the player you are matched against. You must ensure to guard him closely during this match. Carter replied, Is that all? Xiang Yuan expressed his confusion, saying, Is this all there is to it? Do you have anything else? Carter replied, Then allow me to pose a question to you. Answer me, and I shall assist you in thwarting Hamilton. Xiang Yuan Dao, what is the question? Go ahead and ask. Carter pondered for a moment and then inquired, Do you have feelings for Tang Jixuan? Xiang Yuan, is it Tang Jixuan who prompted your inquiry? Goodness, even you, with your prominent brows and striking eyes, have turned against the revolution. Carter replied, Not quite. It is merely my curiosity, dear brother. You are indeed quite the gossip. Xiang Yuan wore a look of exasperation. I certainly enjoy it. But I am not in a hurry to ponder such matters. I shall let nature take its course. Very well, I understand. I will ensure that Hamilton is kept at bay. Carter sighed in relief. How perplexing, he added. Xiang Yuan scratched his head and walked away. The competition commenced shortly thereafter. The responsibility for the jump ball at center court naturally fell to Xiang Yuan, who played the center position. Ever since he acquired the rapid bounce badge, he had not lost a jump ball, unless he faced an opponent who was significantly taller or had a much superior vertical leap. The center from the Eskimo Dogs possessed neither advantage. The awe-inspiring team secured possession of the ball. It was passed to the point guard, Victor George. In the NCAA, positional roles are more distinctly defined than in high school, with many strategies meticulously arranged according to player positions. Victor George dribbled toward the strong side, where defensive personnel were more abundant, then passed the ball to Jalen Williams on the weak side, where defenses were less concentrated, before swiftly darting toward the weak side himself. Upon witnessing this, Xiang realized it was a straightforward pick-and-roll tactic. He advanced near the free-throw line to set a screen for George. Williams, quick-witted and agile, passed the ball to George, who dribbled towards the basket and scored with a layup. This was a tactical collaboration resulting in points. Unlike during their high school days, both Xiang and Carter were no longer the unequivocal focal points of the team. During the game, the ball was no longer simply handed to them upon crossing half-court. Nevertheless, Xiang believed that as time progressed and the season unfolded, this situation would inevitably change. It was now the turn of the Eskimo Dogs to mount an offense. Just as they initiated the play, Hamilton noticed Carter had already closed in on him. What was going on? Was it truly necessary? Hamilton felt perplexed. Although he had secured a position within the Eskimo Dogs, he was not yet a star player. Despite having emerged as a top talent in high school, he still found himself overshadowed by Vince Carter's illustrious reputation. Observing Carter's defensive demeanor, Hamilton momentarily felt as though he had already ascended to the status of a collegiate star player. Had Carter discerned my playing style? A sense of unease washed over Hamilton. Hamilton's forte lay in executing offensive maneuvers through off-ball movement to elude defenders, followed by receiving a pass from a teammate and then executing a mid-range jump shot. His accuracy in mid-range shooting was astonishingly high. However, at that moment, Carter was glued to him like a piece of gum, making it exceedingly difficult for Hamilton to shake off the defense and find an open shot. Nonetheless, he remained calm. He possessed an abundance of stamina and patience. Recognizing the situation, the Eskimo Dogs temporarily abandoned their strategy centered around Hamilton's mid-range shots. Over on their side, the point guard dribbled the ball into the front court and passed it to the small forward Reed Johnson, stationed at the left corner of the three-point line. After executing a shot fake, Johnson drove towards the paint, compelling Xiang to step up for help defense. At that moment, the opposing power forward, Klyk Young, had just arrived in the front court. He cut in from the midline, and Johnson delivered the ball to him. Young took off for a dunk. The defense of the team was already too late to respond. Jalen Williams rushed forward to contest, but was knocked to the ground, as he was positioned within the restricted area, thus failing to draw a foul. "Quick, pass the ball," Carter's voice rang out, as Xiang Yuan observed. Carter had already begun his sprint towards the opponent's half. Without hesitation, he seized the basketball and positioned himself behind the sideline, executing a long pass that found its way into Carter's hands. Upon receiving the ball, Carter deftly sidestepped the hastily approaching defender, penetrating into the opponent's paint. From a spot just inside the free throw line, he leapt high into the air, forcefully slamming the basketball through the hoop. It was a magnificent dunk, a testament to Xiang Yuan's assist. This marked the inaugural connection between the two brothers in an official game. It symbolized the first collaboration of the Florida Twin Stars in a competitive setting. Upon landing, Carter's face radiated exhilaration. He extended his arms forward and backward, raising a finger from each hand, directing an enthusiastic gesture towards Xiang Yuan in the backcourt. Xiang Yuan also responded from afar. Meanwhile, the fans of the Thunder team were in high spirits. "Behold, our new twin stars have arrived. Although Allen Iverson is no longer with us, we have gained the Florida Twins." The Thunder fans could not be happier. The future of the Thunder team is indeed promising. Fans of the Eskimo Dogs team exchanged glances, their hearts tinged with bitterness. Despite having triumphed over the Thunder team in the Eastern Conference Finals last season, they ultimately failed to claim the NCAA championship. This year, they lost Ray Allen and only managed to acquire Richard Hamilton. While Hamilton is indeed a commendable player, the absence of comparison is no solace. The Thunder team has fortuitously recruited two formidable additions, one of whom is the coveted Vince Carter. It is truly perplexing why their own institution has been so miserly, failing to offer Xiang Yuan a full scholarship. Many are now aware that Carter was lured to Georgetown University by Xiang Yuan. Numerous athletic directors from various universities now harbor regrets. No one is truly lacking in a few scholarship funds. Securing talented players is what truly matters. Such biases lead to their own undoing. All they can do now is pray that Xiang Yuan does not achieve remarkable success. Otherwise, they risk facing the ire of their own fans. Chapter 40. The Thunder team's tactics, however, Xiang Yuan is destined to disappoint them. Turning back, Carter remained fixated on Hamilton, while Xiang Yuan firmly anchored himself in the paint. Even without utilizing roll cards, Xiang Yuan's defensive prowess is already formidable, as the opposing center is rather unremarkable. Merely an ordinary college player, a role that falls short of NBA standards and poses little threat to Xiang Yuan. The Eskimo Dogs team executed 2 consecutive plays without generating favorable opportunities. As the 35-second shot clock dwindled, they were left with no choice but to attempt a hurried shot. Judging by the trajectory of the ball, it was clear that the shot had veered off target. Xiang Yuan stood resolutely beneath the hoop, firmly establishing his position. The center of the Eskimo Dog team endeavored in vain to secure a favorable spot for rebounding, yet his efforts were fruitless. The basketball struck the rim, only to bounce back out. Xiang Yuan keenly identified his position and leapt swiftly into the air. He secured the rebound, a moment of triumph. Suddenly, the audience erupted in astonishment. How could they have so much faith in Xiang Yuan? His speed was astonishing. What were the members of the Eskimo Dog team doing? The spectators gasped, for it was Carter who had astutely anticipated the trajectory of the shot the moment the opposing player released the ball, discerning that it would not find its mark. Simultaneously, he noted that Xiang Yuan had effectively positioned himself for the rebound. Without a moment's hesitation, he transitioned from defense to offense, sprinting towards the front court. As Carter took a couple of strides, Hamilton finally realized the situation and hurriedly pursued back to his own half. At this point, Xiang Yuan had already claimed the rebound. A quick glance revealed that Carter had advanced into the opponent's half. "This Carter truly has unwavering faith in me," he mused, while his hands remained in motion. He promptly executed a long pass, delivering the ball precisely to Carter's path. Carter seized the ball and executed another resounding dunk. Magnificent. Yet again, it was a brotherly connection. As Carter returned to his half, he exuberantly high-fived Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan appeared to be brimming with excitement. Yet internally, he could not help but smile wryly. Carter utilized him as if he were Nash, although he had not equipped the Nash character card. Once the opponents fortified their defense, the precision required for such passes escalated, leaving Xiang Yuan uncertain of his success in future attempts. Fortunately, the Eskimo Dog team was not lacking in intelligence. After suffering 2 consecutive long passes that led to fast breaks, they began to pay closer attention. And the astonishing team could no longer exploit such simple fast break opportunities. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential, as both players possessed capabilities that transcended this. In the ensuing match, Xiang Yuan and Carter began to employ the pick-and-roll strategy, a tactic that Xiang Yuan had cherished during his high school days when he played as a center using the Oku character card. Although Xiang Yuan no longer had the Oku card, he had acquired the badge's space creator, Silver, and Come Here, Silver, thus greatly enhancing his advantage during screens. In fact, this was a commonly utilized strategy specifically devised by coach John Thompson for this dynamic duo. This time, Xiang Yuan's teammate was Carter, amplifying the efficacy of the tactic. Consequently, the court often witnessed the mesmerizing sight of the astonishing team's point guard advancing past half court, subsequently passing the ball to Vince Carter. As Carter dribbled at the arc, Xiang Yuan, playing the role of center, would rush up to set a screen. Following the screen, if Carter drove towards the paint and the defense shifted, he would either opt for a smaller defender or return the ball to Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan, after setting the screen, would roll towards the basket. Should that prove unfeasible, he would instead reposition himself to the three-point line, ready to receive Carter's pass for a three-point shot or a mid-range attempt. This strategy posed significant challenges for the Eskimo Dog team. The reason the Utah duo commanded such respect within the league was due to their unpredictable and potent pick-and-roll tactics. Admittedly, the pick-and-roll executed by Xiang Yuan and Carter paled in comparison to that of the Utah duo. Yet it did not hinder their ability to dominate in collegiate competitions. Once again, after Xiang Yuan set a screen for Carter, he noticed Hamilton moving to guard Carter while the center also advanced to assist. Seizing the opportunity, he retreated to the three-point line, and Carter, understanding his intention, executed a behind-the-back pass, delivering the ball to Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan effortlessly sank a three-pointer, activating the effect of the Space Messenger badge, and the ball swished through the net. This marked his third three-pointer of the game, bringing the score to 21-13. The coach of the Eskimo Dogs called for a timeout. The commentator exclaimed, "How long has it been since I've seen a center make 3 three-pointers?" The guest interjected, "Xiang Yuan is indeed a promising space-oriented center. It is no wonder that coach John Thompson Jr. has swiftly discovered how to utilize him." The commentator concurred, "Indeed, during high school, Xiang Yuan seemed capable of playing any position. However, such versatility is typically confined to high school. I previously worried that he would struggle to find his niche in college, potentially becoming a marginal player and squandering his talent. It appears that his decision to attend Georgetown University and to be coached by John Thompson Jr. was indeed his most prudent choice." The guest added, "Certainly. A space-oriented center like him will significantly aid the Hoyas' efforts. His pick-and-roll strategy with Carter is likely to propel Georgetown further in the coming period." However, the guest hesitated. "What is it?" The commentator inquired with curiosity. "I believe Xiang Yuan's talent and prowess extend beyond what we've seen. If his collegiate career continues in this manner, he risks becoming merely a competent starting space-oriented center, perhaps even struggling to make it to the NBA," the guest remarked. "That will depend on him. I know John Thompson Jr. He is neither a rigid coach nor one who neglects his players' potential. If Xiang Yuan possesses that level of skill, he will not go unnoticed," the commentator replied. "Let us hope so. The American basketball scene requires fresh talent, and I believe this young Chinese player represents an opportunity for us to penetrate the Eastern market. I hope David Stern recognizes this," the guest concluded. "Haha. Your concerns are quite profound, yet this is beyond our control. For now, let us refocus on the game and see how the Eskimo Dogs respond after the timeout." With the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court, and soon it became evident how the Eskimo Dogs intended to counteract the situation. Their strategy was simple yet effective: a zone defense. After the Eskimo Dog team adopted a zone defense strategy, the pick-and-roll tactics of Xiang Yuan and Carter became significantly less threatening. Moreover, following the timeout, the Eskimo Dog team restructured their offensive strategy in response to the Odd team's defense, which, to some extent, liberated Richard Hamilton. He began to showcase his sharp mid-range shooting ability, consistently scoring and gradually narrowing the point gap. When the Eskimo Dog team reduced the deficit to just 3 points, Coach Thompson called for a timeout. As the players sat on the bench, Coach Thompson articulated his tactical arrangements. "Next, we will primarily position ourselves in a 1-4 low setup, where one player holds the ball at the top of the key while the other 4 players are stationed on either side of the basket and at the corners of the three-point line. a formation ideally suited for star players to execute isolation plays. Carter, the floor is yours. Show them your prowess. Carter nodded, his eyes ablaze with determination. Xiang, you will take a breather now. Coach Thompson made yet another adjustment. Chapter 41. Isolation play. The zone defense of the Eskimo dog team proved effective. The odd team reacted swiftly, calling a timeout to make necessary adjustments. Let us observe how the young coach John Thompson adapts. The odd team has substituted Xiang Yuan for a backup center. What could be the reason behind this? Xiang had been performing admirably on the court, accumulating 11 points. 4 rebounds and 4 assists. It is surprising that he was taken out in such a crucial moment. Could it be due to a disagreement with the coach? Coach Thompson's decision indeed leaves one perplexed. Now, as the game resumes, let us momentarily set aside our thoughts of Xiang Yuan and see what tactical approach the odd team will employ next. Xiang Yuan sat on the sidelines, observing Carter leading the players in their fierce contest, feeling a twinge of discomfort within. Coach Thompson did not elucidate the reasoning behind the decisions made. In college, for freshmen, the coach's directives are absolute and must be obeyed unconditionally. Moreover, the coach bears no obligation to provide explanations to the players. Xiang Yuan found himself devoid of any means to influence the match, resigned to sitting idly and watching the game unfold before him. In his mind, he endeavored to review the events, hoping to discern any mistakes he may have made or areas where his performance fell short, yet he discovered this effort to be fruitless. Occasionally, he cast furtive glances at the coach, only to find him sitting there with a grave demeanor, intently observing the dynamics of the game. Leaving no clues to be gleaned from his expression, Xiang Yuan's heart weighed heavily upon him. Although his performance was commendable, he was acutely aware that displeasing the coach could profoundly impact his prospects in college, thereby influencing his future pathways. Regardless of Xiang Yuan's thoughts, the match on the court grew increasingly intense. The audience quickly discerned that the new tactics of the Jingtan team were rather simplistic, revolving around the star player engaging in isolation plays. This was Coach John Thompson's signature approach. It was unlikely that other coaches from different schools would design an isolation strategy for a freshman participating in his very first NCAA game. Yet, Coach Thompson had chosen to do just that. Moreover, the results appeared promising. The other players on the Jingtan team, despite feeling a bit awkward psychologically, dutifully adhered to Coach Thompson's tactics. They were not freshmen. Each had played under his guidance for at least a year, and thus they understood his temperament well. Failing to execute his strategies properly would undoubtedly result in severe reprimands, and in more serious cases, might lead to prolonged bench time. Carter was quite familiar with this style of play. Though he internally lamented for his brother, he recognized that he currently held no privileges. The isolation strategy was merely the first step towards acquiring such privileges within the team. Good brother, just wait until I secure my position, and I will surely advocate for you, Carter thought resolutely. Thus, he unleashed over 100% of his potential, dribbling past defenders, executing spin layups, performing powerful dunks, holding for jump shots, taking quick pull-up shots, and executing fadeaway jumpers. Carter showcased nearly all of his offensive repertoire. The Eskimo Dogs team struggled to withstand Carter's explosive offensive onslaught, resorting to desperate measures to score more points. Often, just as the Eskimo Dogs managed to secure 2 points, Carter would respond with an immediate 2-point counter, leaving the Eskimo Dogs unable to retaliate swiftly when he scored. In this back-and-forth exchange, the point differential between the two teams widened once more. Before long, the first half came to a close, with the score standing at 36-28. Carter exited the court, gasping for breath. While isolation plays proved effective, they were an immense physical trial for the star executing them. The University of Connecticut Eskimo Dogs were by no means a weak team. Their overall strength was formidable. At this juncture in Xiang Yuan's previous life, the Eskimo Dogs were on the rise, dominating the Big East Conference in the years to follow. Thus, after an extended period of isolation plays, Carter's stamina began to wane significantly. Coach, let us employ pick-and-roll strategies in the second half, he suggested. As Carter, drenched in sweat, hurriedly approached Coach Thompson with a suggestion. He hoped that the coach would recognize his exhaustion and reinstate the pick-and-roll strategy, thus allowing Xiang Yuan to take the court. He was acutely aware that being unable to participate in such a significant match would be a tremendous blow to Xiang Yuan. Good brother. Xiang Yuan cast a grateful glance at Carter. Turning his gaze toward Coach Thompson, he earnestly wished for the coach to consider Carter's proposal. To his dismay, however, Coach Thompson remained expressionless, completely disregarding Carter's words. Xiang Yuan's heart sank. It seemed that there was little hope left for this competition. He was bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Everything had been going smoothly, so why had he suddenly been benched? Xiang Yuan was utterly perplexed by the situation, and Carter found himself equally at a loss. After the halftime intermission, both teams re-entered the field. Xiang Yuan remained seated on the bench, an odd sight indeed, as it seemed Coach Thompson had no intention of allowing him to take the court. Observing the lineups for the second half, the commentator expressed his bewilderment. I, too, found this arrangement perplexing. Xiang Yuan had been performing admirably. Could it be an injury? The guest shared his confusion. There is no injury. During halftime, I confirmed this with Georgetown University, who stated it was merely the coach's decision. The commentator replied, it appears that Coach Thompson may not have faith in Xiang Yuan. And if that is the case, the young athlete's future remains uncertain, the guest lamented. The audience was equally baffled by Coach Thompson's strategy. However, as fans of the Eskimo Dogs, they were pleased with Xiang Yuan's absence, considering that initially, his screenplays with Carter had forced a change in their defensive tactics. Conversely, for the fans of the Amazement team, Xiang Yuan was merely a freshman, while Coach Thompson was a revered coach of many years. The loyalty of the fans was quite clear. As the second half commenced, the Amazement team implemented slight tactical adjustments. Yet the essence of their strategy remained rooted in isolation plays. Coach Thompson placed immense trust in Carter, centering nearly all offensive maneuvers around him. Carter lived up to this trust with a stellar performance on the offensive end, while simultaneously ensuring Hamilton was tightly guarded, denying him any easy shot opportunities. Carter had not forgotten his promise to Xiang Yuan. Soon, 8 minutes had elapsed. After exhausting considerable energy on both ends of the court, Carter began to show signs of fatigue. The pace and pressure of college basketball far surpassed that of high school. In the NCAA, elite players from their high school days congregated, making it clear that even star athletes could not maintain their high school vigor throughout the entire game. As fatigue set in, Carter's focus waned. During a dribble drive, he made an error, the ball striking his foot and bouncing away, where it was swiftly seized by a member of the Eskimo Dogs, who launched a fast break and easily scored 2 points. The gap had narrowed to just 6 points. During this period, taking advantage of Carter's exhaustion, Hamilton continued to score, bringing his tally to 14 points, a sight that made Xiang Yuan's heart ache. In the subsequent possession, Carter committed another passing error, allowing the deficit to dwindle to 4 points. At this juncture, predicting the outcome of the match became increasingly difficult. With only 12 minutes remaining, Coach Thompson called for a timeout. He then beckoned Xiang Yuan, saying, Xiang, are you ready to enter the game? Chapter 42. Another Stars isolation play. Coach Thompson's unexpected words left Xiang Yuan momentarily stunned. He pointed to his own nose, gazing incredulously at the coach. Me? Coach Thompson nodded and replied, Are you not prepared? I am ready, coach. I have been ready for quite some time. Xiang Yuan quickly responded with enthusiasm. Very well. You will substitute for Carter. With that, he turned to Carter and said, You are out of stamina. You may rest on the sidelines now. Carter nodded, acknowledging his fatigue. Continuing would indeed be futile. Fortunately, Xiang Yuan was finally set to take the court. Coach, what tactics will we employ after Xiang Yuan replaces Carter? Victor George inquired. Coach Thompson feigned surprise and replied, After substituting Carter, we will, of course, continue with the same tactics we employed while Carter was on the court. What? We are still relying on star isolation plays? Xiang Yuan was taken aback, soon replaced by a surge of excitement and gratitude. It turned out that Coach Thompson did not harbor any reservations about him, nor did he intend to keep him sidelined. Rather, he genuinely regarded him as a player of equal caliber to Carter. When Carter's stamina waned, Coach Thompson would substitute him in to fulfill a similar role, thereby maintaining the most effective star isolation strategy currently in play. As a newcomer, a freshman, a young man of Asian descent from China who had faced considerable skepticism, this was an immense vote of confidence. It was almost beyond comprehension. Coach, I moved beyond words. Xiang Yuan stood in silence. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. In the remaining 12 minutes, should our team, the Astonishment Squad, falter under your leadership, you may as well take a seat on the bench, Coach Thompson admonished sternly. Yes, Coach, Xiang Yuan replied, straightening his posture and speaking with conviction. It appears that this match demands our utmost vigilance. With only 12 minutes left, the Astonishment Squad holds a mere 4-point lead. Given the circumstances, there is no alternative left. Xiang Yuan accessed the system interface and opened the card pouch. There lay a character card in serene repose. An A-grade character card, Antoine Jameson. If not now, when? An invisible beam of white light penetrated into Xiang Yuan's body, causing him to shudder as an overwhelming sensation flooded through him. This was an A-grade card, belonging to the 4th pick of the first round. One can only imagine the extent of enhancement this card would bestow upon Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan opened the virtual interface and glanced at his own statistics. Ability ratings: offense 78, 11, defense 79, 13, organization 67, 8, athleticism 76, 8, finishing 75, 7. Basketball IQ 71, 1, aesthetic appeal 60, 14, leadership 46, 6, slightly adjusted attributes. Overall rating, 69, 9. Jameson played as a power forward, a role that bore some resemblance to Xiang Yuan's current position as center. Thus, he refrained from requesting a position change from the coach. Instead, he resolved to play at his own pace, filled with confidence due to these enhancements. As the timeout concluded, Xiang Yuan took to the court alongside his teammates. "Look, Xiang Yuan is on the court," exclaimed the live commentator. At this juncture, under such circumstances, Coach Thompson is indeed audacious. Does he genuinely fear losing this match? A guest analyst interjected. Not necessarily. It primarily depends on the strategy the amazement team will adopt next. Vince Carter evidently lacks stamina. The previous isolation plays are no longer feasible. I predict the amazement team will position Xiang Yuan at the high post for assistance, subsequently executing some give-and-go plays. Your reasoning is quite sound. Indeed, there is no more suitable strategy than this. If Xiang Yuan can maintain a certain shooting percentage from beyond the arc, the amazement team may very well uphold their 4-point advantage. Wait, what does this mean? What strategy is this? The live commentator gasped once more. Why does it seem so familiar? The guest remarked, equally astonished. Isn't this merely an isolation play? Has Coach Thompson truly lost his mind? The commentator was taken aback. This is treating Xiang Yuan as if he were Carter. But the question remains, is Xiang Yuan truly that formidable? The guest appeared incredulous. Continuing, the guest stated, "The illustrious Coach John Thompson has made such a daring decision. I retract my previous statement. Coach Thompson does not merely tolerate Xiang Yuan, he is exceedingly fond of him. He has orchestrated this strategy, alternating between Carter and Xiang Yuan for isolation plays. This is the simplest, most direct, and effective tactic. Yet it is also the most challenging to execute, because this strategy demands a high level of skill from the player responsible for isolation if their ability falls short. The strategy becomes a farce." Indeed, the live commentator concurred. "I learned a saying in China, whether it's a mule or a horse, let us take it out for a walk now." Let us observe whether Xiang Yuan's performance justifies Coach Thompson's trust. The game commenced. The amazement team initiated their offense. Since Xiang Yuan was playing the center position, the amazement team did not adopt a 1-4 formation. Victor George dribbled the ball into the front court. Xiang Yuan dashed to the forefront, positioning himself within the arc of the 3-point line on the right side of the half court, outside the free throw area. Upon establishing his position, he used his body to shield the defender and raised his hand to signal for the ball. In truth, his teammates harbored a deep-seated skepticism regarding his capabilities. While they maintained a modicum of respect for Carter, their confidence in Xiang Yuan was utterly lacking. Alas, the coach's directive was for Xiang Yuan to engage in a one-on-one play. After Victor George lofted the ball to Xiang Yuan, he created space by retreating to the 3-point line, ceasing to move, and merely stood by, awaiting the unfolding of Xiang Yuan's anticipated misstep. Upon receiving the pass, Xiang Yuan found himself guarded by Rivers Knight, the center of the Eskimo Dogs. To be frank, Rivers Knight held Xiang Yuan in low regard. In his eyes, Xiang Yuan was merely a soft player who relied on opportunistic 3-point shots. Backing him down? What a joke. He was determined to show Xiang Yuan the true meaning of a block. However, before he could fully indulge in his fantasies, Xiang Yuan commenced his back-to-the-basket maneuver. A surge of formidable power surged through, causing Rivers Knight to nearly lose his footing and tumble to the ground. What? Rivers Knight could scarcely believe what had transpired. At that moment, Xiang Yuan pushed forward twice, then collected the ball, pivoting to execute a shooting motion. Unbalanced, Rivers Knight instinctively leaped into the air. Caught off guard, a wave of dread washed over him. Indeed, it was a feint. Xiang Yuan turned his body around, facing an unguarded hoop, and elegantly executed a layup, securing 2 points. Damn it, I've been deceived. Rivers Knight seethed with frustration. Next, it was the turn of the Eskimo Dogs to mount an offense. In a bid to restore his pride, Rivers Knight energetically positioned himself in the paint, aiming to contain Xiong Yuan or devise a strategy to seize an offensive opportunity to retaliate against him. However, to his dismay, the advantage he once had in the paint had now entirely evaporated. Xiong Yuan dominated the melee, entirely suppressing any offensive opportunities for his opponent, making it exceedingly difficult for them to even receive the ball or engage in tactical plays. While he effectively positioned himself against Rivers' Knight in the paint, his peripheral vision remained keenly attuned to Hamilton's movements. After the Eskimo dogs executed their tactical run, they found themselves with scant promising opportunities. In the final moments, the ball found its way into Hamilton's hands. Without the luxury of time for contemplation, Hamilton faced the defense and launched a mid-range jump shot. Success! A surge of joy filled Hamilton's heart as the shot felt impeccable, its arc flawless, seemingly destined to find the net. However, Xiong Yuan did not acquiesce. Suddenly, a shadow loomed before Hamilton, obscuring his view of the hoop. A pair of large hands materialized in midair. With a resounding slap, a fierce block was executed. Beep. 35 seconds, shot clock violation. Chapter 43. Stars shine over Georgetown. In the aftermath of the game, major media outlets vied to report on this spectacular match. Stars shine over Georgetown, the new hope of Georgetown University. The Eskimo team embarking on a path to ascendancy. The astounding team conquers a long-standing rivalry. A prodigy from China. North Carolina, do you harbor regrets? Coach Thompson, I have no desire to retire. Meanwhile, post-match, a trio of statistics lay before the NBA scouts. 21 points, 4 assists, 5 rebounds. These were Vince Carter's numbers. 19 points, 5 assists, 3 rebounds. These figures belonged to Richard Hamilton. Both players were the focal points of the scouts' attention, and their performances in the inaugural NCAA contest were indeed deserving of such scrutiny. However, today's circumstances were somewhat extraordinary. On the scouts' tables, another statistical report was presented, seemingly taking precedence over those of Carter and Hamilton. Prior to the game, many scouts had not prepared to focus on the star of this report. 29 points, 5 assists, 13 rebounds. Outshining Carter and Hamilton, this player was crowned the most valuable player of the match. In the final 12 minutes on the court, he amassed an impressive 16 points and 7 rebounds, leading Georgetown University's astounding team to a decisive victory over the University of Connecticut Eskimos by a margin of 10 points, marking a triumphant start to the 1996 to 1997 NCAA regular season. Position, undetermined. Height, 202 centimeters. Strengths, solid fundamentals, intricate interior skills, diverse offensive capabilities, strong three-point shooting. Adept both inside and outside. High shooting percentage, proficient in pick-and-roll and low-post isolations, with commendable tenacity and attitude. Weaknesses, inconsistent performance, unpredictable, ambiguous position, unclear playing style. With proper development, he could evolve into the cornerstone of a team. However, should he falter in growth, his lack of pronounced functionality may hinder his ability to secure a place within a team. This report belongs to Xiong Yuan. Scoring 29 points in an NCAA game is no trivial feat. Xiong Yuan's performance in this match caught the attention of scouts and successfully garnered the trust of both the head coach and his teammates. His talent and statistics began to feature prominently in the notebooks and databases of various analysts. While a single game cannot convey too much, the regard in which he is held now is vastly superior to what it was previously. For this, Xiong Yuan is profoundly grateful to Coach Thompson. Without the coach's faith in him, he would have had little opportunity to showcase his abilities fully. The outcome could very well have mirrored the commentator's words, relegating him to the status of a mere spatial-oriented center, ultimately denying him a chance at the NBA after 4 years in college. However, the situation has changed. Too many have now recognized Xiong Yuan's capabilities, making it impossible for him to remain overlooked. Following this match, several of his attributes saw an enhancement, with his overall rating increasing by 2 points to a commendable 62, along with the acquisition of a badge. His prowess has ascended to a new level. To celebrate Xiong Yuan's remarkable performance, Carter treated him to a meal, which was not counted among the previously owed hamburgers and pizzas. Xiong Yuan was not one to be stingy. After all, it was only fitting to treat Carter to a few meals. Considering he had successfully guarded against Hamilton during the match and had gone to great lengths to create opportunities for him on the court. After their meal, Carter was ushered back to his dormitory by Tang Jixuan, who then took Xiong Yuan on a leisurely stroll around the campus. In November, the temperatures in the Washington area hovered between 5 to 15 degrees Celsius, and the two were clad in long trench coats, walking side by side along the campus paths. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing with it a refreshing chill. Tang Zhishuan tightened her collar to shield herself from the cold air, and then subtly leaned closer to Xiang Yuan, seeking warmth and protection from the wind. Her heart was filled with a sense of warmth and sweetness. Yet there remained an element of regret. Her brother Xiang Yuan had yet to voice his intentions regarding their relationship. Xiang Yuan's fame is steadily rising. American girls tend to be more liberated, and today, while watching the competition, Tang Zhishuan heard many young women in the audience excitedly exclaiming that they wanted Xiang Yuan to be their boyfriend. This left Tang Zhishuan feeling increasingly anxious. Xiang Yuan has remained silent about his feelings. Could it be that he still harbors affection for the American campus beauty? Contemplating his past behavior, a shadow enveloped Tang Zhishuan's heart. Just then, her phone rang. Upon answering, she discovered it was her close friend, Rong Qingxi, calling. The two engaged in conversation, and it was not until over half an hour later that Tang Zhishuan finally ended the call. Xiang Yuan curiously inquired, "How much would that cost in phone fees?" Tang Zhishuan replied, "I am not certain, but the Qingxi family is not lacking in funds, so it is of no consequence." "Oh, I see." Xiang Yuan pondered, indeed. Like attracts like, this little sorceress's close friend also hailed from a prosperous background. In his previous life, he had heard of Rong Qingxi but had never encountered her. Upon returning to China after graduating high school, he was quickly engulfed in his family's financial turmoil, leaving him with little time to spare. "What industry does her family belong to?" Xiang Yuan inquired. "The fashion industry, I believe," Tang Zhishuan replied after a moment's thought. "I've never heard specifics. Just some casual remarks she made during our conversations." Suddenly, Tang Zhishuan donned a fierce expression and exclaimed, "Why are you so concerned about her?" "Concerned? I merely asked out of curiosity," Xiang Yuan responded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Humph." The little sorceress fixed her gaze on Xiang Yuan intently. "You've certainly gained quite a few fans lately. So, is there a foreign girl you fancy? Should I help you make an introduction?" "That's quite an unfair accusation." Xiang Yuan quickly capitulated. "I've already told you that my pursuit of the American campus beauty was merely to bolster my psychological resilience. It was a form of specialized training. Now, during competitions, I am seldom affected, thanks to that training. I have no interest in foreign girls whatsoever." At that, Tang Zhishuan's cheeks flushed, and she refrained from further comment. Xiang Yuan understood the implications behind Tang Zhishuan's words, but he preferred to refrain from addressing the matter at that moment. Instead, he contemplated how to shift the conversation. Coincidentally, a group of Caucasian female students passed nearby. "Isn't that Xiang Yuan from the impressive team?" one of the girls exclaimed, having recognized him. American female students are quite passionate about sports, and this particular girl had recently watched the match between the impressive team and the Eskimo dogs, leaving a lasting impression of Xiang Yuan in her mind. In the eyes of these American girls, Xiang Yuan, tall, robust, fair-skinned, with chiseled features and remarkable athletic prowess, could undoubtedly be regarded as a handsome gentleman. Consequently, the group of girls squealed with excitement as they surrounded him, pushing Tang Zhishuan aside, clamoring for his contact information while seizing the opportunity to feel his muscles. Among them, two girls even professed their affection for Xiang Yuan on the spot, nearly coming to blows over their rivalry. Although Xiang Yuan had freed himself from Tang Zhishuan's troubles, he found himself ensnared in new predicaments. Tang Zhishuan had long been sidelined, witnessing the scene before her. Her complexion darkened with fury as she turned and departed. Chapter 44. The conclusion of the regular season following this match. Xiang Yuan not only garnered greater renown but also secured a more stable position within the team. Coach Thompson granted Xiang Yuan and Carter a measure of autonomy, allowing them to deviate from the established tactics during games and select their own offensive strategies. Furthermore, he devised several collaborative plays specifically for the two, clearly indicating his intention to construct a new team centered around them. This was precisely the scenario Xiang Yuan had hoped for. Xiang Yuan and Carter did not disappoint Coach Thompson as trust. Under their leadership, the Georgetown University Bulldogs remarkably navigated the crisis of losing their core player and surged through the NCAA Big East Conference regular season with an unstoppable momentum. The once revered Florida Twin Stars had now transformed into the formidable Georgetown duo. By December 2nd, Vince Carter had participated in 28 games, averaging 16 points, 5 rebounds, and 8 assists per game. It is noteworthy that in the NCAA, due to the brevity of games and the 35-second offensive clock for each possession, Achieving spectacular statistics is quite challenging. In Xiang Yuan's previous life, Carter's freshman season averages hovered around 10 points and 4 assists per game. The impressive statistics he achieved were inextricably linked to Xiang Yuan's influence. During this period, Xiang Yuan also played 28 games, averaging 7 points, 2 assists, and 9 rebounds. Fueled by their exceptional performances, the Georgetown Bulldogs astonishingly concluded the season with a record of 27 wins and 1 loss. During this time, Xiang Yuan's overall rating had reached 67, and he had completed several side quests issued by the system, earning 800 points. He had refrained from drawing from the card pool, opting to save his points for a more significant opportunity. Since his overall rating had surpassed 60, the system had unlocked the platinum card pool, and Xiang Yuan gazed longingly at the enticing probabilities of drawing from it. Additionally, the rewards from the first NCAA regular season task had granted him 2 special draw opportunities, which he utilized entirely, resulting in 1 exceedingly rare knee injury waiver card and 1 clutch shot guaranteed card. Xiang Yuan has only now come to realize that this extraordinary reward pool is indeed far more enticing than the character card pool. Regrettably, the opportunities for drawing from this special reward are exceedingly scarce, leaving much to be desired. He hopes that the system will provide greater support in the future, bestowing more rewards of this nature. Time swiftly advances to March 1997. The final regular season match of the Big East Conference is set to take place on March 2nd at the Harry A. Gamble Pavilion, home of the University of Connecticut's Huskies. The challengers in this contest are none other than the Georgetown University Hoyas, who had previously faced off against the Huskies during the season opener. This matchup serves as a fitting conclusion to the regular season. The league truly understands the importance of drawing crowds. In their opening game, Georgetown University, employing star player isolation tactics, managed to triumph over the formidable University of Connecticut, solidifying their reputation as a powerhouse. Given that these two teams could only meet twice throughout the regular season, the Huskies have been eagerly awaiting this day for 4 long months. Finally presented with the opportunity to seek vengeance on their home court, the University of Connecticut's Huskies have also enjoyed an impeccable regular season, boasting an impressive record of 26 wins and 2 losses, currently standing second in the regular season standings. Under the guidance of head coach Jim Calhoun, Richard Hamilton has experienced remarkable growth, showcasing his accurate and consistent mid-range shooting along with vigorous and effective movement, averaging 8 points per game, surpassing the averages of both Xiang Yuan and Carter. Hamilton has now emerged as one of the most sought-after star players in the Big East Conference. This game marks the second encounter among the 3 most representative star players of the entire Big East Conference. To the spectators, it promises to be an electrifying clash and explosive spectacle. Tickets were sold out long in advance, and the atmosphere on that day is anticipated to be exceptionally vibrant. The match was exceptionally thrilling, surpassing even the excitement of the opening game. The Eskimo Dogs team has increasingly refined their tactics centered around Hamilton, employing incessant screens, positioning, and coordination to create shooting opportunities for him. In his quest for vengeance, Hamilton relentlessly sprinted throughout the game, resting merely 3 minutes during the 40-minute contest. He scored an impressive 31 points, utterly captivating the home crowd. Unfortunately, his dazzling performance failed to sway the Georgetown University team, known for their astonishment. There was no specific assignment to limit Hamilton's scoring, allowing Xiang Yuan to refrain from exhausting Carter with excessive defensive efforts. This fortunate circumstance meant that Hamilton's stamina might have overwhelmed Carter in the first half had he been pressured. Free from defensive burdens, Carter unleashed his offensive prowess, executing 4 thunderous dunks through baseline drives and showcasing a spectacular windmill dunk during a fast break following a steal. He concluded the game with a well-rounded performance, tallying 21 points, 4 assists, and 6 rebounds. Prior to the match, Xiang Yuan utilized a C-grade player character card. For him at this stage, even with a legacy level exceeding 90, the enhancement effects of a C-grade card were negligible, potentially even resulting in decreases in certain attributes. This card was acquired during a period of boredom when he spent 100 points to randomly draw from the bronze card pool. As for its usage in this game, it was inevitable that the card would eventually be employed, and it contained a badge that Xiang Yuan particularly favored. This badge, known as Stamina Boost, Bronze, offers a modest enhancement to a player's endurance, aiding them in sustaining performance throughout the match. Consequently, with the assistance of this badge, Xiang Yuan nearly completed the entire game. In this match, Xiang Yuan also achieved 21 points and 4 assists, alongside an impressive 13 rebounds. Under the combined pressure of both players, Hamilton's 31 points were rendered futile, as he, a lone warrior, ultimately could not overcome the formidable duo from Georgetown. The University of Connecticut Huskies suffered a narrow defeat by a mere 5 points. Following this encounter, Georgetown University concluded the regular season with an impeccable record of 28 wins and 1 loss, while the University of Connecticut Huskies boasted an impressive 26 wins and 3 losses. The regular season of the Big East Conference has finally come to a close, solidifying the standings and revealing the 8 teams that have advanced. The top 8 teams, ranked accordingly, are led by Georgetown University, captained by Xiang Yuan and Carter, followed by the University of Connecticut under Hamilton's leadership, and subsequently Marquette University, Villanova University, the University of South Florida, the University of Cincinnati, Syracuse University, and the University of Notre Dame. With the top 8 teams established, the stage is set for the fiercely competitive Big East Conference Tournament, playoffs, that lies ahead. Chapter 45. New grudges or old feuds. The NCAA schedule is notably rigorous, with the tournament commencing merely 2 days after the conclusion of the regular season. This prestigious tournament features the top 8 teams ranked within the league, which are then matched in a crossover format, the first-ranked team against the 8th, the second against the 7th, and so forth, for a new round of competition, to heighten suspense and excitement, as well as to generate increased broadcasting revenue. The tournament format is established as a single elimination system. This format, where a single game determines the victor, intensifies the stakes, occasionally resulting in stronger teams being bested by their weaker counterparts. However, should a team possess overwhelming strength, the likelihood of an upset remains minimal. On March 7th, Georgetown University faced off against the 8th-ranked Notre Dame. Prior to the match, no one anticipated an upset by Notre Dame. The media overwhelmingly predicted an effortless victory for Georgetown. And indeed, the outcome was as expected, with Georgetown securing a decisive win by over 20 points. In the second half, both Xiang Yuan and Carter did not even take to the court, much to the discontent of fans who had come specifically to witness the duo in action. Ultimately, the spectators attributed the loss to Notre Dame's evident weaknesses. On March 8th, Georgetown prepared to encounter their next adversary, the Villanova Wildcats. Notably, Villanova had been a formidable team the previous year, boasting a player from the illustrious 1996 class named Clay Kittles. In Xiang Yuan's past life, Clay Kittles, with his slender frame, long arms, and an elegant playing style characterized by precise three-point shooting, earned the nickname the Mosquito among fans and was ranked over 400 in the media's list of the top 500 NBA stars. During last year's draft, Clay Kittles, a Villanova alumnus, was selected as the 8th pick in the first round by the New Jersey Nets, surpassing even the likes of Kobe and Nash. With Clay Kittles' departure, coupled with several senior players retiring, Villanova's prowess significantly diminished, and they were expected to miss the playoffs entirely. However, last summer, they recruited a forward from Patterson High School, revitalizing their strength and returning to tournament contention. This new recruit, Tim Thomas, had garnered attention with an impressive average of 25, 3 points and 14.5 rebounds per game during his senior year, earning a spot on the McDonald's All-American team. He subsequently joined Villanova, becoming a starting player and leading the Wildcats into the tournament. Tim Thomas's talent was undeniable. He had begun to shine in the Big East, drawing attention second only to Carter, Xiang Yuan, and Hamilton. As for the pregame predictions, they were no longer one-sided. While the vast majority still favored Georgetown for victory, a small faction recognized the potential for Villanova to triumph. In this match, under Xiang Yuan's persistent assurances, Coach Thompson heeded his strong recommendation to position him as a small forward. Coach Thompson had also resolved that should the outcome prove unsatisfactory, he would revert Xiang Yuan to the center position. The question remained, why did Xiang Yuan seek to match up against Tim Thomas as a small forward? In truth, the reason is quite simple. Xiang Yuan had prior knowledge of Tim Thomas from his previous life, thus he was aware of the latter's vulnerabilities. Tim Thomas possesses formidable offensive skills, displaying versatility and a penchant for maneuvering near the three-point line, where his shooting accuracy is notably high. However, his defensive capabilities are rather lacking. During the NCAA regular season, the offensive prowess of the forwards matched against Tim Thomas was not particularly formidable, which rendered his defensive shortcomings less conspicuous. The Amazons had faced the Wildcats in 2 encounters, during which Tim Thomas excelled. scoring 18 points in one game and 20 in another. At that time, Xiang Yuan played the center position and thus did not directly contend with Tim Thomas. In this match, however, Xiang Yuan was set to engage him head-on. As the game commenced, the spectators and media were astonished to discover that Georgetown University had opted for a tactical shift. The original power forward assumed the center role, while the small forward transitioned to power forward. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan, initially positioned as center, moved to play as small forward. This alteration took everyone by surprise. Georgetown, originally the favored side with a stable lineup and no injuries, seemingly had no reason to alter their formation. Yet, they did so nonetheless, leaving many perplexed. However, once the game began, sentiment shifted dramatically. That's about Thompson transformed into admiration for Thompson. This encapsulates the emotional journey of the fans and media. In this match, Xiang Yuan relentlessly targeted Tim Thomas from the very beginning, achieving an astonishing success rate. Under the relentless offensive onslaught from Xiang Yuan, Tim Thomas found himself struggling to defend, thereby exposing his inherent shortcomings in defensive capabilities. In his previous life, Tim Thomas managed to establish himself in the NBA primarily because his defensive deficiencies were somewhat masked by the formidable defensive skills of his teammates, allowing him to fully unleash his offensive prowess. However, during his time in the NCAA with the Wildcats, he was thrust into the role of the team's core player. Among his teammates, there were none capable of compensating for his defensive vulnerabilities. The coach of the Wildcats was well aware of this reality. Yet he could do little more than hope for a temporary reprieve. Little did he anticipate that Xiang Yuan would discern this flaw so early in the game. Although Tim Thomas possessed considerable offensive talent, Xiang Yuan's offensive capabilities were equally formidable, complemented by his adequate defensive skills. Thus, the Wildcats' defensive line was decisively breached. Observing this predicament, Coach Thompson naturally refrained from altering his strategy, allowing Xiang Yuan to continue his play as a small forward. Throughout the game, Tim Thomas managed to score 19 points under Xiang Yuan's defense, including 2 three-pointers. While 19 points may seem commendable, comparisons reveal the stark disparity. Xiang Yuan amassed 36 points, far surpassing Thomas's total, along with 3 assists and 7 rebounds. Notably, Xiang Yuan also recorded 4 blocks. Although Carter's performance did not shine as brightly as Xiang Yuan's, he still contributed a respectable 18 points and 6 assists. Ultimately, the game concluded with Georgetown University prevailing over Villanova University with a score of 61-49, triumphantly advancing to the finals of the Big East Conference Championship. Their opponents in the final will be determined between the old rivals, the University of Connecticut Huskies and the Marquette University Golden Eagles. Will it be a new grudge or an old vendetta? All will be revealed after the match on March 9th. Chapter 46, Hamilton versus Hamilton. On March 9th, the results of another semifinal were announced, with the University of Connecticut Huskies securing a safe victory, setting the stage for a rematch with Georgetown University in the NCAA Big East Conference Championship Final. This perfectly illustrates the notion that enemies often cross paths. On March 10th, at the home arena of the Georgetown University Stunners, a throng of spectators, media representatives, scouts, and others with various intentions filled the venue to capacity. Those without tickets refused to depart, gathering around the large screen outside, creating an impenetrable crowd. Major media outlets had secured advantageous positions early on, eager to report on the events unfolding within the arena. In the locker room of the Eskimo Dogs, head coach Carl Horn was addressing his players. "Gentlemen, we have come a long way to reach this point. Last year, we were the champions of the Big East. This year, I firmly believe we retained that championship spirit. Although we faced Georgetown twice and suffered defeats, the margins were narrow, indicating we have every opportunity to seize victory. We merely lack a touch of fortune. Hamilton, unleash your full potential. And the rest of you, stay focused and deliver a commendable performance. Today, our lineup remains unchanged. If you give your utmost, victory shall be ours. Let us go, team, let us rally." After delivering his motivational speech, Coach Horn took a sip of water, contemplating whether all arrangements were in order. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within him, as if a significant matter had been overlooked. He sat there, pondering, unable to pinpoint what was amiss. Soon, it was time for the match. Never mind, let it be, he thought, rising to lead the Eskimo Dogs onto the court. As he took his place on the bench, he glanced up at the large screen within the arena. Displayed prominently was the starting lineup for both teams. He scanned the names briefly, familiar as they were, Yet upon returning his gaze, an unsettling realization struck him. Quickly, he looked up again, scrutinizing the screen more intently. There it was, the starting roster for the Georgetown University Stunners. He read from the bottom up. Point guard, Victor George, shooting guard, Xiang Yuan, small forward, Vince Carter. Power forward, Jeremy Williams, center, Bobka Ovi. Carl Horn thought, what is this? How has their center, Xiang Yuan, been shifted to the shooting guard position? What new strategy is Georgetown employing? Xiang Yuan, having transitioned to the shooting guard position, made this decision upon his own request, as well as that of Coach Thompson. The impetus behind this choice was, of course, his recent indulgence. Yesterday, upon the confirmation that their opponents in the finals would be the University of Connecticut Huskies, he contemplated deeply and realized that victory was not assured. Yet, Xiang Yuan craved triumph. A defeat would mean the forfeiture of a direct berth to the NCAA championship. Although, given his and Carter's prominence alongside the impressive prowess of Georgetown University's remarkable team, the likelihood of being selected for the tournament was high. He was unwilling to take such a gamble. Thus, with a heavy heart, Xiang Yuan relinquished 1,000 points to open a golden card pool. The outcome was rather favorable, as he drew an A-level character card. Remarkably, this A-level card featured none other than Richard Hamilton. Xiang Yuan was momentarily speechless. Hamilton versus Hamilton? There was no choice. The points had already been spent and could not be reclaimed. Ultimately, upon reflection, it seemed rather favorable. Xiang Yuan glanced at the badges on Hamilton's character card, most of which pertained to shooting, finishing, endurance, and movement. Intriguing indeed. Thus, after showcasing an impeccably accurate mid-range jump shot to Coach Thompson prior to the game, Xiang Yuan's request to play as a shooting guard was granted. Here it comes, the classic positional switch by Xiang Yuan. Haha. Just behold the expression on Coach Carl Horn's face. Utter bewilderment, indeed. Coach Thompson truly indulges Xiang Yuan. Who could have anticipated such a tactical shift? It is likely that the Eskimo dogs will be caught off guard. I am genuinely curious as to what position Xiang Yuan actually plays. What position? The absence of a defined position is Xiang Yuan's position. As the audience and media expressed their amusement, the finals of the 1996 to 1997 Dado League officially commenced. The jump ball was secured, leading to an off-ball movement, a teammate's screen creating space, and a mid-range jump shot that swished through the net. A flawless execution of strategy. A conclusion that, while not explosive, was nevertheless aesthetically pleasing. This was the tactic most adeptly employed by the University of Connecticut's Eskimo dogs. The twist, however, was that this offensive sequence belonged to Georgetown University. Hamilton rubbed his eyes. How was it that this Xiang Yuan seemed like a mere replica of himself? When it came time for UConn to attack, the same strategy unfolded, the same movement. Yet, there was a difference. Xiang Yuan stands slightly taller than Hamilton, having grown to a height of 202.3 centimeters over the past few months. Additionally, he possesses a remarkable leaping ability. Despite being momentarily obstructed by an opposing player, Xiang Yuan managed to leap and contest a shot, grazing the basketball with his fingertips, which resulted in a slight deflection and ultimately prevented the ball from entering the hoop. Turning around, he executed the same strategy once more, successfully scoring 2 points with a mid-range jumper. As the play continued, this time he failed to touch the ball, allowing Hamilton to score 2 points. Yet again, Xiang Yuan found the net with another mid-range shot, only for Hamilton to miss his attempt on the subsequent play. Once more, Xiang Yuan succeeded with a mid-range jumper, and without turning again, the Eskimo Dogs team called for a timeout. Coach Carl Horn realized that continuing to contest Xiang Yuan in this manner would render the game futile. The spectators, having witnessed several sequences of play, felt as though they had only observed a single round, finding the experience rather bizarre. As the timeout concluded, Hamilton positioned himself as a small forward. Upon seeing the situation, Xiang Yuan couldn't help but smile. So this is how it's going to be, he mused. What impact could this possibly have? Consequently, Georgetown University adhered to their established strategy, alternating between Xiang Yuan's mid-range shots and Carter's drives, occasionally employing other tactics. Georgetown's performance surged, while Connecticut found themselves in a state of frustration. Hamilton, unfamiliar with the small forward position and facing the formidable Carter, struggled to find his rhythm. Coach Carl Horn attempted to implement several new strategies, yet to little avail. Georgetown's tactical shift truly bewildered the Connecticut team. As time passed, the halftime break approached, and the atmosphere in Connecticut's locker room became eerily silent. The coach could only offer motivational platitudes to uplift the players, but they proved largely ineffective. In the second half, Connecticut hoped that Xiang Yuan would exhaust himself with his relentless movement. Yet to their surprise, he remained invigorated and his mid-range shooting continued to be precise. Although Hamilton was not fatigued, he could not match Xiang Yuan's efficiency. Ultimately, the match concluded, bringing this highly anticipated final to an end. Throughout the game, Carter delivered an impressive performance, contributing 22 points, 6 assists, and 10 rebounds. However, Xiang Yuan's display was even more remarkable, as he made 17 of 23 shots, including 1 three-pointer, and converted 1 of 2 free throws, amassing 36 points, 2 assists, and 3 rebounds. Georgetown University triumphed with a final score of 79-71, securing the Big East Conference Championship and earning an automatic berth in the NCAA tournament. Chapter 47, March Madness. Post-game interview segment. Reporter, Xiang Yuan. Congratulations to you and your team on winning the championship. Xiang Yuan. Thank you. Reporter, your performance in this match was truly exceptional. Would you mind sharing your feelings at this moment? Xiang Yuan. Silence is permissible. Reporter, Xiang Yuan. Reporter, well, it appears that our student Xiang Yuan is quite overwhelmed with emotion. Now, please elaborate on why you chose to play as a shooting guard in this match. The reporter has transformed the invitation into a directive. Xiang Yuan. I felt quite confident in my mid-range shots today. Fortunately, that was a reasonable response. The reporter took a breath and continued to inquire. Having secured your qualification for the NCAA championship, what are your aspirations moving forward? Xiang Yuan. No cavities? No. I meant the championship title. Reporter. All right. Thank you, Xiang Yuan. Now, let us interview the next contestant. The Great East Conference tournament has concluded. Yet the NCAA championship is just beginning. The members of Georgetown University's Hoya team have been granted a rare few days of respite. The absence of training is quite delightful. Xiang Yuan spent 2 days reveling with Carter before returning home to visit his parents. Business at his parents' company has been declining steadily, leaving them exhausted and devoid of time to attend to Xiang Yuan. Observing their plight, he reminisced about various aspects of his past life, which weighed heavily upon his heart. Although, according to the timeline of his previous existence, they had 2 or 3 years before facing complete bankruptcy. Xiang Yuan was unwilling to witness his parents endure such relentless toil and despondency any longer. It appears that he must expedite his plans to enter the NBA. His initial intention was to complete 2 years of college before entering the NBA draft, but now it seems his progress is exceeding expectations, as is the familial pressure. Thus, he resolved to fulfill his promise to Carter and strive for the pinnacle of basketball excellence. After making this decision, Xiang Yuan returned swiftly to the United States. Soon, within the gymnasium of Georgetown University, a figure diligently training every day emerged. Seeing his close friend working so hard, Carter could no longer remain idle. And thus another figure joined him in the gym. Coach Thompson observed all of this with a silent nod. The future is promising. This year's championship will leave the entire NCAA in awe of Georgetown University. Time fleetingly passed during the frenzied training sessions. Before long, all the league tournaments had concluded, and the 64 teams participating in the March Madness tournament were announced. Following the first 4, the regional divisions were finalized. Georgetown University was allocated to the Eastern region as the top seed. The intensity of this single elimination tournament escalated the anticipation surrounding March Madness. The nature of the knockout format imbued the matches with a thrilling unpredictability, often leading to underdog victories, which heightened the spectators' excitement. In truth, many college teams exhibit a relatively weak tactical execution. Players predominantly rely on their physical prowess and innate talent. Teams like Georgetown and the University of Connecticut, known for their tactical acumen, are rather rare in the collegiate landscape. Consequently, Georgetown found itself at a significant advantage, showcasing remarkable stability that minimized the likelihood of being bested by lower-seeded teams throughout March Madness. Moreover, Georgetown's prowess extended beyond mere tactical sophistication. If the competition were to pivot towards raw talent, both Xiang Yuan and Carter were formidable in their own right. In the initial 2 rounds, Georgetown dispatched the 16th and 6th seeds with remarkable ease, advancing to the Sweet 16. On March 26th, during the Sweet 16 match, the Georgetown duo unleashed their full potential, overcoming Kansas State University to progress further. On March 27th, Georgetown triumphed over Florida Atlantic University, securing a place in the Elite Eight. By March 29th, they had reached the Final Four, facing minimal challenges along the way. The Final Four commenced on April 3rd, with Georgetown pitted against the University of Arizona, led by the formidable Mike Bibby. In a previous life, Xiang Yuan had witnessed Arizona emerge as the NCAA champions that season. However, with Xiang Yuan's arrival, a different outcome was destined to unfold. The reputation of the Georgetown duo had become widely recognized, and in this pivotal match, Xiang Yuan returned to the center position. Truthfully, Mike Bibby harbored concerns about Xiang Yuan potentially assuming the point guard role, not out of fear of Xiang Yuan himself, but rather due to the fact that he had not played as a point guard throughout the entire NCAA season, leaving teams without pertinent strategies or insights on how to counter him in that capacity. The variable positioning of Xiang Yuan during the match has undoubtedly caused considerable distress among the coaches of various teams. Upon seeing Xiang Yuan take the center position, the University of Arizona could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Although their center may not be exceptionally formidable, it was presumed that he would not be overwhelmed by Xiang Yuan's prowess. The focus then turned to Mike Bibby's performance. It must be said that Mike Bibby delivered an impressive display in this match, scoring 23 points while also securing the highest number of rebounds for his team with 9, along with 6 assists and 4 steals. Alas, the Georgetown duo proved to be just that, the Georgetown duo. Throughout the game, they executed their pick-and-roll strategy to perfection. Together, Xiang Yuan and Carter amassed a remarkable 52 points, 13 assists, and 19 rebounds. Ultimately, Georgetown University triumphed over the University of Arizona with a score of 84-79, advancing to the NCAA championship final. The fans of Georgetown University erupted in a frenzy. After failing to qualify for the tournament last year and losing Allen Iverson, the fans had almost lost hope, bracing themselves for another year of not even making it to the regional championships. Yet, fortune smiled upon them, as they unexpectedly found themselves in the NCAA championship final. Xiang Yuan and Carter have now emerged as two of the most illustrious figures at Georgetown University. Whenever the duo strolls through the campus, they are met with throngs of enthusiastic fans, compelling Xiang Yuan to take his evening walks in solitude. On April 4th, another semifinal match concluded, with the University of Kentucky securing a ticket to the finals. The NCAA championship of the 1996 to 1997 season is set to commence on April 6th, featuring a face-off between Georgetown University and the University of Kentucky. This match promises to be a grand celebration for basketball aficionados across the nation. On that day, even the NBA will yield the spotlight to this highly anticipated event, as fans nationwide turn their gaze toward this arena to witness the emergence of this season's NCAA champion. The level of attention surrounding this match is unequivocally at its zenith. Furthermore, Xiang Yuan is poised to fulfill his promise to Carter by bestowing upon him a championship of even greater significance. Xiang Yuan initially believed that this promise might not materialize until his sophomore year. However, with the opportunity now presenting itself, seizing it became imperative. NCAA Championship, here I come. Chapter 48, The Dream of Olajuwon. On April 6th, the NCAA March Madness Men's Basketball National Championship Final is set to commence, with Georgetown University facing off against the University of Kentucky for the title. The University of Kentucky is the favored contender, with ESPN predicting their chances of victory at 74.3. Georgetown University's last appearance in the NCAA Finals dates back to 1985, when they narrowly lost to Villanova University by just 2 points, relinquishing that year's NCAA championship. 12 years later, Georgetown finds itself unexpectedly back on the grand stage of the finals. Their opponents, the illustrious University of Kentucky, who claimed the NCAA championship last year by defeating Syracuse University, are in peak form this season, determined to defend their title. This matchup has garnered immense attention, attracting numerous NBA stars to witness the event. Georgetown's renowned NBA players, Patrick Ewing and Alonzo Mourning, are present to support their alma mater. Meanwhile, from the University of Kentucky, Anthony Walker, a pivotal player from the 1996 NCAA championship team who was subsequently drafted by the Boston Celtics as the 6th overall pick, also attends to cheer on his former teammates and current underclassmen. Before the game, Tang Zhishuan approached Xiang Yuan and presented him with a red string. "What is this?" Xiang Yuan inquired. "This is a lucky string I obtained for you back home. Wear it on your wrist, and may it bless you with victory," she replied. "Thank you." Although he was skeptical about such charms, he appreciated the sentiment. Seeing the hopeful glimmer in Tang Zhishuan's eyes, he reluctantly tied the red string around his wrist. This game is of paramount importance to Xiang Yuan. He has resolved to announce his entry into the NBA following this match. Thus, whether for his future, his family, or the promise made to his brothers. He must exert every ounce of effort, deliver a flawless performance, and secure the championship. In preparation for this game, he had begun to spend accumulated points, which he had long been reluctant to use, to draw cards, directly engaging twice with the golden card pool, resulting in an A-level coach card and a B-level player card. Xiang Yuan selected 2 days of rest, utilizing both character cards to free up space in his card pack. After using these 2 mats, he still had 2 slots available. His score stood at 600 points, and he also possessed an opportunity to draw from the system's complementary platinum card pool. Jishuan, I am going to prepare for the competition. Rest assured, I shall secure the championship. Xiang Yuan declared to Tang Jishuan. Yes, I believe in you, and I will pray for your success, Tang Jishuan replied. After bidding farewell to Tang Jishuan, Xiang Yuan returned to the dressing room. Once there, he took a refreshing bath and lit incense. Then, he caressed the red string on his wrist and accessed the system interface. Platinum card pool, activate. Xiang Yuan first utilized a complimentary draw opportunity. The outcome of this draw was less than satisfactory, yielding merely an A-grade player card, which left him somewhat disheartened. Although an A-grade card can indeed provide a certain degree of enhancement for Xiang Yuan, it falls short of ensuring an extraordinary performance in such a crucial competition. What he truly requires at this moment is a player role card of at least S-grade caliber. Xiang Yuan gazed at the mere 2,000 points remaining at his disposal, pondering for a moment. Should he opt to utilize a smaller amount of points to draw several times from the lower-tier card pool? Or should he expend the entirety of his 2,000 points in a singular endeavor to draw from the platinum card pool? Xiang Yuan weighed his options repeatedly in his mind before finally making a resolute decision. The probability of obtaining a desirable card from the low-tier pool was exceedingly low. Even with a greater number of attempts, it did not guarantee a satisfactory outcome. Thus, he resolved to directly engage with the platinum card pool. Once he reached his decision, Xiang Yuan no longer hesitated and promptly opened the platinum card pool. He silently prayed that if fortune did not favor him this time, he would have no choice but to rely on that A-grade card during the finals. The platinum patterned card pool ascended into the air, shimmering with a silvery hue, exuding an air of opulence. Xiang Yuan closed his eyes, silently offering a prayer in his heart. After approximately a minute, he opened his eyes and gazed at the virtual interface before him. A character card hovered in the air. SS-grade character card, Hakeem Olajuwon character overview, center. NBA 1984 first overall pick, Hall of Fame player, ranked 11th among the 75 greatest players. One of the most agile and versatile centers in the game. The all-time leader in total block shots in NBA history. Throughout his career, he averaged 21, 8 points, 11, 1 rebounds, and 3, 1 blocks per game, with a peak season average of 26, 1 points, 3, 5 assists, 13, 0 rebounds, and 4, 2 blocks. Badges, 1. Slasher, gold effect, significantly enhances the ability to make running hook shots, layups, or close-range jump shots when driving into the paint. 2. Master of the drop step, gold effect, provides greater stability when executing back-to-the-basket drop steps and jump hooks in the post, improving ball protection. 3. Dream shake, gold effect, greatly increases the likelihood of deceiving defenders with post fakes and enhances the shooting capability of offensive players. 4. Post spin master, gold effect, significantly boosts the success rate of post spins or drives. 5. Rim protector, gold effect. 6. Perpetual motion defender, gold effect. 7. Mobile fortress, gold effect. 8. Back-to-basket defense master, gold effect. 9. Defensive deterrent, gold effect. 10. Defensive anchor, gold effect. Additional skills: hook shot master, finishing specialist, powerful finisher, pick and roll expert, alley-oop finisher, post punisher, rebounding king, pick and pop shooter. Catch and shoot specialist, board master, box out expert, positioning specialist, heartbreaker, iron wall, playmaking maestro, and fancy passer. Omitted: special skills, low post deception, shot blocking. Upon seeing this card, Xiang Yuan leaped 3 feet into the air, filled with exhilaration, and let out a jubilant shout. It's the dream, Olajuwon. Xiang Yuan was remarkably familiar with Hakeem Olajuwon. In a previous life, anyone with an interest in the NBA would undoubtedly have heard of this name. This individual could be described as possessing unparalleled prowess, excelling in both offensive maneuvers beneath the basket and mid-range jump shots. As a center, he was not only swift, but also possessed remarkably refined skills. His signature dream shake allowed him to effortlessly elude opponents, making him a nightmare for adversaries. Moreover, He demonstrated exceptional ball handling abilities akin to that of a point guard, with rapid dribbling and impeccable timing for evading defenders. During the 1993 to 1994 and 1994 to 1995 seasons, Olajuwon led the Houston Rockets to 2 NBA championships. This card undoubtedly ranks among the elite within the SS tier of character cards, with an astonishing 26 badges. All of which are gold or silver. It left Xiang Yuan in awe, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Truly, it is deserving of its SS classification. Forget about A or S tiers. This card grants Xiang Yuan over 90% confidence in securing victory in this crucial match, aiding Georgetown University's team in clinching the NCAA championship for the 1996 to 1997 season. Chapter 49, the final showdown seated on a bench in the locker room. Xiang Yuan accessed the system interface to review his current attributes. Host, Xiang Yuan height, 203 centimeters weight, 98. 4 kilograms points, 600 badges. Explosive leaper, bronze. Space creator, silver. Come here, silver. Back down punisher, bronze. Brawler, bronze. Catch and shoot, silver. Special skills, none character cards. 22 ability evaluation, offense 75, defense 74, playmaking 70. Athleticism 74, finishing 70. Basketball IQ 71, aesthetic appeal 57, leadership 53, attributes abbreviated, overall rating 68, an overall rating of 68. Furthermore, after utilizing the Jameson character card, Xiang Yuan acquired 2 badges, Backdown Punisher, bronze, and Brawler, bronze. Subsequently, upon employing the Hamilton character card, he obtained an additional badge, Catch and Shoot, silver. With these capabilities, even without the use of a character card, Xiang Yuan's strength was already sufficient to compete in NCAA matches. Regrettably, such prowess does not guarantee a dazzling performance or a championship title. He must continue to grow stronger. Xiang Yuan clenched his fist. However, that is a matter for another time. Right now, this match, he possesses an advantage. Xiang Yuan produced the resplendent SS level card and chose to utilize it. Ding. The host has activated the Hakeem Olajuwon character card. At the moment the system's voice resonated, he felt a remarkable transformation surging through his body. Simultaneously, his mind expanded with newfound knowledge, granting him a deeper comprehension of basketball techniques such as footwork, agility, and passing timing. A shift in attributes was inevitable. Ability evaluation, offense 85, 10, defense 87, 13, organization 80, 10, athleticism 82, 8, finishing 83, 13, basketball IQ 78, 7, aesthetic appeal 69, 12, leadership 68, 15, attributes abridged. Overall evaluation, 79, 11. 79. What a concept. Xiang Yuan recalls that prior to his rebirth, there existed a gaming company known as 2K Games, which developed a title called NBA 2K. This game featured a rating system that Xiang Yuan found to draw intriguing parallels with the assessment mechanisms of the real world. At that time, the NBA 2K series had progressed to its 2K24 edition, which introduced a newly minted number 1 draft pick named Victor Wembanyama. His rating soared to an impressive 84, marking him as the highest-rated rookie in the history of NBA 2K. It is noteworthy that prior to Wembanyama's emergence, the highest-rated rookie in NBA 2K was Zion Williamson, the first overall pick of 2019, who held a rating of 81 in 2K20. In contrast, LeBron James, a number 1 pick from the celebrated 2003 class, who would later ascend to the pinnacle of the all-time scoring leaderboard, had a mere rookie rating of 78 in the same series. Historically, these games tend to assign modest initial ratings to rookies, with previous number 1 picks typically hovering around the 78 mark, making the discourse surrounding Wembanyama's score all the more captivating. Although Xiang Yuan's overall score of 79 is not equivalent to a 2K rating, it is likely quite comparable. Should Xiang Yuan enter the draft with such an evaluation, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a prodigious talent, a coveted first overall pick that teams would willingly endure hardship to secure. Regrettably, this assessment comes after the enhancement provided by the character card. If Xiang Yuan were to play another year in college, he would likely reach such heights, becoming the object of fierce competition among teams. However, at present, in the eyes of scouts, his standing is not yet elevated. Moreover, Xiang Yuan has not announced his intention to participate in this year's NBA draft. Thus, to the scouts, he remains merely a promising prospect worthy of attention. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. Everything will change following this game. Let everyone witness the sheer ferocity of Xiang Yuan, bolstered by the Dream Character card. With 1 hour remaining before the game commences, the players of Georgetown University gradually entered the locker room. At that moment, a voice suddenly emanated from the coach's office within the locker room's partition. "Xiang, come over here." Upon hearing Coach Thompson's summons, Xiang Yuan quickly rose. However, just a few steps in, he unexpectedly stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. "Xiang, what happened?" Bob Caraway, who was standing nearby, rushed over to help him up. "Thank you. I'm fine. I may have just been sitting too long." Xiang Yuan dismissed the incident, attributing it to the temporary adjustment required after utilizing the character card. After regaining his footing, he entered the coach's office. Coach Thompson, having heard the commotion outside, regarded Xiang Yuan with a concerned and anxious expression. "What's wrong? Is your body all right?" he inquired. For athletes of their caliber, the ability to control one's body and maintain coordination is exceptional. Thus, such a fall is an uncommon occurrence. If it were to happen, it would be a matter of great sensitivity. With the finals approaching, any injury to Xiang Yuan would pose a significant setback for Georgetown University. Xiang Yuan assessed his body and found no issues. Thus he replied, "Coach, I am perfectly fine." "That is reassuring." Coach Thompson sighed with relief. "I called you here to discuss something important." "Please, go ahead, Coach." "This match is crucial. We must adhere strictly to the established tactics we have practiced the most. Therefore, you cannot change positions. In other words, you will play as the center for this game," Coach Thompson asserted decisively. In such a significant match, the role of strategy becomes even more pronounced, and the coach's capabilities will greatly influence the course of the game. Even the open-minded Coach Thompson would not dare to experiment with unfamiliar lineups in such a critical setting. Fortunately, Xiang Yuan desired to play the center position. "Understood, Coach. I will follow your arrangements," Xiang Yuan replied. "Excellent." Coach Thompson nodded and added, "Although your performance has been somewhat inconsistent, you must deliver your best in this match." "Rest assured, Coach. Just wait for the celebration," Xiang Yuan declared confidently. "Very well. I believe in you. Now, go prepare." Xiang Yuan nodded and exited the coach's office. Subsequently, he noticed Carter approaching him. "Xiang, I heard you took a fall. Are you all right?" Carter inquired with genuine concern. "I'm fine. Just a minor mishap," Xiang replied. "That's a relief. Just try not to get too anxious. Otherwise, you might underperform during the match," Carter advised. Xiang Yuan chuckled and said, "As long as you perform consistently, everything will be fine. Just watch me in this match. The championship? It will undoubtedly be yours." Carter, taken aback, remarked, "Such confidence?" Xiang Yuan retorted, "Do you lack confidence?" Carter erupted in laughter. "Ah, my brother, you know me well. Of course, I possess confidence. I merely fear that you may not." After the laughter subsided, Carter suddenly fell silent. He raised his gaze to the ceiling, reflecting on the journey that had led them to this moment. "Indeed," Xiang Yuan acknowledged, "we are merely one match away from the championship." Carter's expression turned grave as he locked eyes with Xiang Yuan. "Remember your promise, Xiang." "Rest assured, my good brother," Xiang Yuan declared, clenching his right fist and extending it towards Carter. Understanding the gesture, Carter mirrored him, and their fists gently collided. This was the solemn vow of the Georgetown duo, a historic moment in the NCAA championship. A resounding proclamation echoed, "Trimble, Kentucky. The championship is ours." Chapter 50, all will be revealed in the capital of the United States, Washington. The home of the Washington Bullets, the predecessor of the Wizards, the Capital One Arena. The annual NCAA Men's Basketball Championship is about to commence. A fierce battle is on the verge of unfolding. Thousands of spectators have filled the arena. Fans donned the regalia of their respective teams. Some even painted their faces with vibrant team colors. Their fervent cheers reverberated, seemingly threatening to burst through the roof and soar into the heavens. Supporters of the University of Kentucky Wildcats wore classic white uniforms accented with blue checks, while the fans of Georgetown University sported their signature gray-blue jerseys. The crowd was distinctly divided, each side claiming roughly half the arena, creating a palpable sense of competition. Indeed, the fans were genuinely vying against one another, striving to outdo each other in fervor. In addition to the fans and NBA players, a plethora of celebrities, whether basketball enthusiasts or mere thrill seekers, congregated at the venue. NBA scouts from various teams had already arrived to assess the talents and potential of these players. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to ESPN. I am your host, Ronald Terry. Hello, I am commentator Ronald Terry. We are currently situated at the site of the 1996-97 NCAA Championship Final, a thrilling match that will commence in just 1 hour. Terry, could you share insights about the two protagonists of this match? Certainly, host. Let us first discuss the Kentucky Wildcats. As a venerable powerhouse, they triumphantly secured the NCAA championship title last season. Although they have bid farewell to Anthony Walker this season, they have infused fresh talent into the team. And the core members of their championship roster remain intact, ensuring their formidable prowess. This season, their team averages an impressive 78.1 points per game, with a shooting accuracy of 49.4, an average of 39.7 rebounds, 18.3 assists, 4.3 blocks, and 5.7 steals per game. Now, let us turn our attention to Georgetown University, another esteemed institution that has not fared as well in recent years. Particularly last year, despite having the illustrious Allen Iverson. They astonishingly failed to advance beyond the Big East Conference. This year, having lost the 1996 NBA Draft's first overall pick, they made an unexpected journey to the NCAA Finals against the odds. It must be acknowledged that the two freshmen they recruited played an indispensable role. They not only seamlessly filled the void left by Allen Iverson, but also propelled the team further, creating a sense of miraculous achievement. Furthermore, this year's coach John Thompson seems to have had a stroke of inspiration, frequently innovating in his utilization of the team's roster, yielding commendable results. This season, Georgetown University averages 76.6 points with a shooting percentage of 47.3, 40.1 rebounds, 19.8 assists, 3.7 blocks, and 5.1 steals per game. Host, since we have just discussed Coach Thompson's tactical adjustments at Georgetown, there is one name that must be mentioned. Terry Xiang Yuan. Host, indeed. This remarkable Chinese player has significantly altered my perception of Eastern athletes. Prior to Xiang Yuan's emergence, I never believed that an Eastern individual could possess such physical prowess and basketball skills. Not only you, but I too share this sentiment. And I believe many fans in our country feel the same way. I have heard that Xiang Yuan faced considerable discrimination, enduring disdain since high school. Allegedly, he was rejected by all the girls in his school, which is truly heartbreaking. Even after joining the school basketball team, he faced humiliation, with many urging him to leave the team. Nevertheless, Xiang Yuan persevered and ultimately reached this prestigious stage. Terry interjects with some hearsay he picked up from unknown sources. Host, what a resilient young man. Terry, indeed, strong and versatile. Coach Thompson's adaptive strategies are inextricably linked to Xiang Yuan's contributions. Host, this is indeed remarkable. China is an ancient and mysterious land, and it is astonishing to discover that their players embody such mystique as well. Terry chuckles. Haha. I am not well versed in that area. Now, let us shift our focus to Vince Carter. The star player, renowned since his high school days, has continued to showcase his exceptional prowess upon entering university, surpassing the expectations of many. He has become a box office draw at Georgetown University, possessing a leaping ability unmatched by his peers, deftly maneuvering between opponents to display specific moves. Watching him play basketball is truly a visual delight. The host remarked, his pick-and-roll strategy with Xiang Yuan can be deemed a classic. Terry responded, indeed, yet the essence of this strategy lies with Xiang Yuan, without his precise long-range shooting ability. It could be easily countered. The host, in incredulous tones, noted, it seems that the core of Georgetown's astonishing team is indeed Xiang Yuan from China. Currently, both players have garnered a fair share of fans, and Terry, wishing to avoid conflict, shifted the topic, stating that Kentucky University lacks a definitive core player, relying instead on their formidable collective strength. Observing Terry's evasion of the previous topic, the host pivoted to his point, asking, can we not consider Derek Anderson as a core player, given his stellar statistics and prowess? No, I do not mean to imply he is not a core player. Terry clarified, what I meant is that Kentucky boasts several core players, such as Nazar Muhammad and Jamal Magloire, all of whom possess significant strength, contributing to the overall might of Kentucky. It appears Mr. Terry holds a favorable view of Kentucky's championship prospects? Yes, Terry did not shy away from the question, stating directly, Kentucky's defense is formidable, with both of their center players having solid fundamentals and greater height than Xiang Yuan, thereby limiting his effectiveness. The scope for Georgetown's pick-and-roll strategy is rather constrained in this scenario. I believe Kentucky's chances of winning the championship exceed 80%, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The host interjected. I hold a differing opinion. Terry replied, oh, you believe Georgetown will claim the title? Not necessarily. I think both teams have an equal chance, the host responded ambiguously. Terry retorted, you old trickster. Everyone harbors their own thoughts regarding this match. Ultimately, the outcome will be revealed after the game. Will it be Georgetown or Kentucky? All eyes in the arena, as well as those from across the United States and around the globe, converge at this moment upon this venue, and these two teams. All answers shall eventually be unveiled. Chapter 51. The game begins 10 a.m. The 1997 NCAA Championship finally commences amidst great anticipation. On the grand screen, following the fervent display of the promotional video, the starting lineups for both teams emerged. The University of Kentucky starters included point guard, Dylan Wilson, shooting guard, Derek Anderson, small forward, Ron Mercer, power forward, Nazr Muhammad, center, Jamal Magloire, coach, Rick Pitino. The Georgetown University starters featured point guard, Victor Page, shooting guard, Vince Carter, small forward, Jeremy Williams, power forward, Bob McKillop, center, Wang Yao. Both teams presented their customary starting lineups. However, the only deviation was that Georgetown University's lineup appeared more conventional. The positional changes of Xiang Yuan have become a topic of lively discussion among fans. Thus, upon viewing such a roster, some supporters experienced a tinge of disappointment. However, the majority of Georgetown fans breathed a sigh of relief. If positions were to be altered whimsically in such a crucial match, they would indeed begin to question Coach Thompson's capabilities. As the whistle sounded, the game officially commenced. The opening tip-off was about to take place. Opposing center Jamal Magloire stood tall at 211 centimeters, towering over Xiang Yuan by 8 centimeters. Nevertheless, Xiang Yuan possessed the badge of exceptional leaping ability, which could somewhat compensate for the height disparity. The referee tossed the ball high into the air. Xiang Yuan leaped into the air, seizing the ball. Unfortunately, he had jumped prematurely. From this very jump ball, one could sense the extraordinary tension that enveloped the match. The game resumed, but this time, Xiang Yuan was unable to secure the ball. The University of Kentucky took the initiative to attack first. In their opening play, they employed a dual center offensive strategy, featuring the towering Jamal Magloire and Nazr Muhammad, allowing Kentucky to effectively utilize a Twin Towers approach. The team set up in a 1-2-2 formation, with Magloire executing lateral movements to utilize screen plays. After a series of cuts, Muhammad set another screen and positioned himself near the free throw line. At that moment, Georgetown's defense closed in. Consequently, the ball handler, Dylan Wilson, passed the ball to Muhammad, who made a seamless shot, effortlessly scoring 2 points. 2-0. A straightforward yet successful tactic, underpinned by the prowess of Kentucky's towering players. Now it was Georgetown's turn to attack. Victor George dribbled the ball into the front court, while Carter maneuvered to the arc to receive a pass. Xiang Yuan joined the play as well. Observing the scene, everyone anticipated Georgetown's plan to execute a pick-and-roll, one of the signature strategies of the Georgetown duo. After the screen, the opposing team switched defenses, and Xiang Yuan drew away Carter's defender, leaving Carter facing the opponent's center. Recognizing the opportunity, Carter opted for a personal drive. He skillfully navigated through the defenses, penetrating into the paint. However, Kentucky was not easily subdued. Awaiting Carter beneath the basket was none other than Nazr Muhammad. Standing at an impressive height of 2.08 meters, Muhammad possessed remarkable leaping ability. He had been poised for this moment, his heart racing as he saw Carter charging in with the ball. Muhammad seized the moment, leaping high to block Carter's shot. Yet, he had significantly underestimated Carter. The two players took off almost simultaneously, but the height of Muhammad's jump paled in comparison to Carter's. Despite their apparent parallel ascent in the air, there was one crucial difference. Carter's hang time far surpassed Muhammad's. Let us not forget, during high school, Carter had already made a name for himself as a renowned dunker across the nation. As Muhammad descended, he could only watch in disbelief as Carter remained airborne. At that moment, he was powerless to intervene. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. The fans of Georgetown's team were ecstatic. Look, that is our Carter. A spectacular dunk. Behold the unfortunate Muhammad, destined to become a splendid backdrop. Simply magnificent. Carter, my admiration for you knows no bounds. I wish to bear your offspring. Everyone, calm down. One gentleman has already lost his composure. How can you be so certain he is male? Amidst the cheers from the crowd, Xiang Yuan has envisioned the opening of a novel inspired by this play. I, Vince Carter, have just executed a breathtaking dunk over Muhammad. Splendid. As they returned to defense, Xiang Yuan and Carter exchanged a hearty high five. Just watch me. Carter smiled proudly at Xiang Yuan. although he had been dunked on. The opposing team's morale remained largely unscathed. After all, the game had only just begun. This fierce contest held countless uncertainties. In the subsequent plays, the University of Kentucky continued to display exceptional performance and tactical acumen, fully revealing their offensive characteristics. Their strategies succeeded in multiple consecutive rounds. Meanwhile, Georgetown University's pick-and-roll tactics proved useful but could not guarantee a high success rate. Carter's stamina could not sustain the relentless execution of such impressive dunks. Consequently, Georgetown's pick-and-roll success rate was not particularly high. At times, after executing a pick, when Carter penetrated, he would immediately face staunch defense. He could only attempt a forced layup, which had a rather low success rate. Occasionally, Carter would pass the ball back to Seong Yuan. However, the opposing center, McGlure, consistently shadowed Seong Yuan closely. This was not an issue for Seong Yuan, who had encountered such defenses many times before. The problem lay in McGlure's towering height. When he raised his arms above his head in defense, Seong Yuan's line of sight was severely obstructed. Consequently, Seong Yuan's three-point and mid-range shooting percentages began to decline. 6 minutes into the game, following Muhammad's flawless free throws, the University of Kentucky led 17-11. In the first half of the game, under the protection of their towering duo, Derek Anderson had already scored 7 points, including a three-pointer. If this continues, Georgetown University's situation appears dire. Coach John Thompson decisively called for a timeout, although it was merely the first half and not yet concluded. The players of Georgetown University had already felt the formidable strength of the University of Kentucky. The expressions on their faces were grave. Coach Thompson held the tactical board, yet wore a countenance of ease. It was not that he was oblivious to the pressure. Rather, he understood the necessity of not appearing overly stern. He needed to instill a sense of calm in his players. Indeed, upon witnessing their coach's demeanor, the players of Georgetown began to relax somewhat. However, this was merely a psychological gambit, with little substantial impact on the current state of play. What Coach Thompson needed was a strategy to navigate the prevailing predicament. Yet, as he glanced at Carter, whose forehead was already beaded with sweat, he privately furrowed his brow. He found himself lacking effective solutions. The disparity in overall strength was not something that could be bridged by a coach's ingenious tactics alone. What to do? Just as he was deep in contemplation, a voice broke through. "Coach, I have an idea." Chapter 52. I will dominate the opponent's center. What idea? Coach Thompson inquired, slightly perplexed. Having been a coach for so long, he had been unable to conjure a breakthrough strategy in such a short span. Could this 17-year-old have any viable suggestions? Thompson initially dismissed Seong Yuan's proposition as a jest. Nonetheless, in this critical moment, he recognized the importance of addressing his players' morale. Thus, he did not refuse but instead encouraged Seong Yuan to share his thoughts. Seong Yuan, unyielding as ever, now stood as a man of a commendable overall evaluation of 79. Faced with the team's difficulties, it was imperative for him to step forward. "Coach, may we consider an alternative strategy for the upcoming matches?" Coach Thompson observed the earnest expression on Seong Yuan's face, realizing he was not jesting. "What strategy do you propose?" Coach Thompson inquired instinctively. "Isolation plays," Seong Yuan replied. "Isolation plays? Do you think I haven't contemplated that?" Coach Thompson responded with a hint of displeasure. "While your one-on-one plays with Carter may yield some effectiveness, it is only against teams of lesser or equivalent strength. As you should be aware, the caliber of the Kentucky team is formidable against such defensive prowess. The efficacy of isolation plays is akin to that of pick and rolls. Your suggestion holds no merit." "No, Coach, there is another scenario," Seong Yuan countered. At this moment, the players from Georgetown University were captivated by their exchange, gazing at Seong Yuan with a mix of admiration, unsure whether they were in awe of his audacity or something else entirely. Only Carter nudged Seong Yuan with his elbow, signaling him to refrain from further comments. Coach Thompson, on the verge of anger, restrained himself only due to the significance of the finals. "Then enlighten me, what other scenario do you envision, if you cannot articulate it?" "Even in this championship match, I shall have no choice but to bench you for a spell," Coach Thompson stated sternly. Seong Yuan paid no heed to the emotions of his teammates and coaches. At that moment, seizing the opportunity was paramount. With a voice brimming with confidence, he proclaimed, "There is also the possibility that I can completely dominate the opposing center." "What? Dominate? Has he lost his mind?" Seong Yuan refrained from speaking and take a moment to calm down. His teammates could no longer contain themselves, exclaiming in disbelief, and even Carter urged him to gather his thoughts. Coach Thompson's expression darkened significantly. He was taken aback by Xiang Yuan's blatant disregard for the situation, just as he contemplated sending Xiang Yuan to the bench. He was met with the young man's unwavering gaze, which exuded an air of invincibility and confidence. This look miraculously quelled Coach Thompson's anger, compelling him to reconsider the matter. If Xiang Yuan could indeed overpower the opposing center, Coach Thompson mused, then the current predicament would be easily resolved. He mentally calculated the scenario. If Xiang Yuan could effortlessly score on offense and simultaneously restrict the opposing center on defense, then offensive concerns would dissipate, and defensive strategies could shift focus to the perimeter, granting Carter some much-needed freedom. If this were true, the more he pondered, the more exhilarated Coach Thompson became. As long as it was a reality, all obstacles would vanish. He glanced at the clock. Merely 6 minutes had elapsed in the first half. Given this, what harm could there be in trying? If it proved ineffective, a timeout could be called to restructure the plan. The cost of experimentation was simply one timeout. This was a decision made. With resolve, Coach Thompson promptly devised a strategy centered around Xiang Yuan, implementing a star player isolation play. The teammates were left in shock. What kind of enchantment had the coach succumbed to because of Xiang Yuan? It was utterly inconceivable. Yet, there was no option but to comply with the coach's directive. Except for Carter, everyone was filled with conflicting emotions. They harbored a flicker of hope that Xiang Yuan wouldn't perform well and would be replaced by Coach Thompson. Yet they also yearned for him to truly deliver on his promise to dominate the opposing players. This was a championship battle. They too aspired to claim that shimmering trophy. Even if they might never have a chance to enter the NBA, winning the NCAA championship would render their collegiate journey fulfilling. Carter said nothing. He simply delivered a firm punch to Xiang Yuan. Everything was encapsulated in that one decisive gesture. The timeout has concluded. The players from both teams return to the court. The A team prepares to serve. Victor George dribbles past the half-court line. Switch on the screens, switch on the screens. The Wildcats players shout fervently. Yet, they soon realize that the A team seems disinclined to execute any screen and roll tactics. At this moment, Xiang Yuan has positioned himself in the low post. With Magloire blocked behind him, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the ball handler. Xiang Yuan settled into position and extended his right hand, signaling that he was ready for a pass. The strategy was straightforward. George hesitated for a moment but deftly lobbed the ball into the paint, placing it skillfully into Xiang Yuan's hands. Magloire thought, is he planning to take me one-on-one? He observed Xiang Yuan, who stood nearly half a head shorter than him, and nearly burst into laughter. How dismissive must one be to underestimate my defensive prowess? He pondered, while his body remained engaged. He positioned himself closely to Xiang Yuan, stabilizing his stance as he pressed against him, raising both hands to assume a defensive posture. To be fair, Magloire's defensive abilities were indeed commendable. At the collegiate level, he could effectively guard the majority of centers in one-on-one situations. Naturally, with the exception of that remarkable individual from Wake Forest University named Tim Duncan. Unfortunately, that particular player did not make it to the NCAA finals. As for Xiang Yuan, he was not yet a cause for concern on Magloire's radar. Thus, Magloire heightened his focus, determined to impart a lesson to Xiang Yuan, ensuring he understood the reasons behind the brilliance of blooming flowers. Unbeknownst to Xiang Yuan, in that fleeting moment, Magloire had contemplated an array of thoughts. Upon receiving the ball in a low position, an overwhelming and exquisite sensation washed over him, causing his entire being to tremble. It was a marvelous connection with the ball, an exquisite fluidity in the manipulation of his feet, an astute clarity in reading the defense, and a commanding grasp of the game's overarching dynamics. Empowered by this sensation, Xiang Yuan initiated his movements. He first executed a pivot, seemingly poised to pass the ball. Magloire, in his mind, scoffed, realizing it was mere pretense that had cost him a chance to block. He resolved to seek an opportunity for redemption. However, before this thought could fully materialize, Xiang Yuan abruptly pulled the ball back to his front and made a shooting motion. A stealthy strike. This was no game to toy with. Magloire quickly moved to defend, his height a distinct advantage. Although he was momentarily deceived, the ball remained within his defensive reach. He could almost visualize the statistics of a block beckoning to him. Yet, he remained naively unaware of what was to come. Xiang Yuan's shot was a feint. After faking out Magloire, he maintained his balance, stepping forward with one foot while keeping the other grounded. He maneuvered beneath the basket and executed a delicate layup, sending the ball through the hoop. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Xiang Yuan's mind. Ding. The host has activated the character card's special skill, Under Basket Feint. Skill duration, 30 minutes. Skill cooldown, 18 hours. Chapter 53, Block. Block. Magloire wore an expression of regret. He had been faked out. It was rather disheartening. However, conceding a basket was a common occurrence, and he failed to grasp the significance of the moment. The Wildcats launched their offense. As Magloire scrutinized Xiang Yuan, who was defending him, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Since you scored on me, I shall reciprocate. Thus, he decided not to follow the play strategy this time and positioned himself in the low post. Once settled, Magloire raised his hands to signal for the ball. His teammates, understanding his intent, opted not to run the play either, directly passing the ball to Magloire. Upon observing the situation, Xiang Yuan realized that he was about to be targeted. Excellent, splendid. What I fear most is that you might refrain from doing so. Magloire confidently dribbled the ball twice. Magloire executed a confident half-turn. Magloire skillfully employed a delicate hook shot beneath the basket. Xiang Yuan confidently leaps, empowered by the Super Bounce badge, the Rim Protector Elite badge, the Back-to-the-Basket Defensive Master badge, and the Defensive Anchor badge. Xiang Yuan executed a swift and decisive block. With a resounding clap, the force of the block was considerable, leaving his hands slightly reddened, akin to the flushed cheeks of Magloire. The block executed by Xiang Yuan sent the ball soaring to the three-point line in the backcourt, where Carter happened to be stationed. With remarkable agility, he intercepted the ball mid-air and swiftly dribbled towards the front court. The Wildcats players were caught off guard, unable to mount a defense in time. Carter dashed towards the basket, leaped, and gently placed the ball into the hoop with both hands. In a bid to conserve energy, he eschewed any showy dunks. The amazement team had scored for consecutive points. Coach Thompson, who had been seated, instinctively rose to his feet. It seemed to be making a difference. But it was still premature to draw conclusions after just 2 possessions. Let us observe further. The Wildcats remained oblivious to the shift in momentum. Give me the ball. Magloire urged his teammates, who chuckled and teased him for being overly confident. Little did they know that a formidable center had descended upon the court. In the next possession, Magloire continued to back down Xiang Yuan. This time, instead of opting for a half-turn hook shot, he faked a move before turning for a jump shot. With his towering height and long reach, such a shot is often unguardable at the collegiate level. However, Xiang Yuan was not among those who could be easily intimidated. What once appeared to be an easily reachable hoop for Magloire was suddenly obscured by a colossal figure ascending in the air, blocking his line of sight. Panic surged within Magloire as he realized it was too late to retract his shot. The basketball had already departed from his fingertips. Thwack! Another resounding block echoed through the arena. Magloire felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, standing frozen in place. He sensed the crowd's roars were mocking him. His complexion had shifted from flushed to somewhat pale. Meanwhile, no one on the amazement team paid any mind to his psychological state. The ball had once again fallen into the hands of the amazement team. After Xiang Yuan blocked the shot, he sprinted towards the front court. In a 4-on-5 situation, the stun team managed to score 2 points through Jalen Williams. The stun team launched a quick 6-0 run, leveling the score at 17-17. With the gap erased, the Kentucky coach refrained from calling a timeout, trusting his players to adjust their performance on the court. Instead, he signaled from the sidelines for them to continue executing their established strategy. Having suffered 2 setbacks that resulted in a 6-point deficit, Magloire felt hesitant to demand the ball for a one-on-one play, opting instead to adhere to the coach's game plan while waiting for an opportune moment to reclaim the momentum. Unbeknownst to the Wildcats, Xiang Yuan's performance was just beginning. This time, as the Wildcats advanced the ball, they resorted once more to their frequently employed twin-center offensive strategy, which had proven effective in previous matches. Although Xiang Yuan had defended against this tactic adequately before, managing to disrupt some shots, the level of interference had not been substantial enough to significantly lower the opponent's shooting percentage, keeping the stun team on the back foot. However, the dynamics had now shifted entirely. The consecutive blocks delivered by Magloire reactivated another special skill of Xiang Yuan's Elijah roll card, his shot-blocking ability. Once this skill was activated, Xiang Yuan felt a marked enhancement in his timing for jumping to block shots, his ability to anticipate the shooting motions of the opposing players, and his overall judgment of the game's flow and tactical outcomes became remarkably lucid. As the Wildcats executed their play and Derek Anderson prepared to shoot, Xiang Yuan had already anticipated this critical moment. He began to reposition himself early, and as Anderson leapt to take his shot, he seized the perfect opportunity, soaring high to deliver yet another volleyball-like block. 3 defensive possessions, 3 blocks. The crowd erupted in cheers. My goodness, am I here to watch the Wildcats get steamrolled? That block was simply exhilarating. Are we about to witness 3 highlight plays? The Kentucky players were left bewildered. Report it. Inflate the stats. On the court, Carter seized another opportunity, scoring on a fast break. 17-19. The stun team had taken their first lead. At this moment, the Wildcats began to sense that something was amiss. In the next offensive possession, as the Wildcats concluded their play, they noted that Xiang Yuan was once again in position to defend. The 3 blocks had left a profound impression on them. Consequently, Rich Jerry, who was poised to shoot, opted to pass the ball to Dylan Wilson. Stationed beyond the 3-point line, faced with tight defense, Wilson had no favorable opportunity and hastily launched a 3-pointer. The basketball arced through the air, only to land squarely in Xiang Yuan's hands. It was a complete air ball. Xiang Yuan glanced at the basketball in his hand, then at Carter, who had already begun his sprint towards the front court. With a surge of power in his arm, he executed a long pass, sending the ball soaring across half-court. Derek Anderson raced frantically in pursuit, yet he still lagged a full stride behind Carter. As Carter received the ball in the front court, he approached the basket, feigned a move, and left Anderson, who had leaped to block, in his wake. With ease, he scored 2 points. 17-21. The tide had turned. Coach Thompson rose once more. After several plays, he had witnessed Xiang Yuan's defensive prowess and its impact on the game's momentum. Could it truly be effective? Was he truly this formidable? As the head coach, Thompson had overseen nearly a year of Xiang Yuan's play, yet he had never realized the extent of his defensive capabilities. Although Xiang Yuan's performance was often erratic, oscillating between highs and lows with occasional bursts of brilliance, the Xiang Yuan before him today was unprecedented. Was this a testament to his rapid improvement, or had he concealed his abilities during training and games? Coach Thompson preferred to believe it was the former. If it were the latter, it would imply that his vision had waned, rendering him incapable of discerning the true capabilities of his own players. However, these were mere trifles. For Coach Thompson, whether Xiang Yuan was hiding his strength or genuinely progressing, it was a tremendous surprise. As long as they could secure victory in this match, nothing else mattered. At 57 years of age, with the team experiencing stagnation in recent years, he had long contemplated retirement. If he could claim another championship before hanging up his whistle, onward, let us go, Coach Thompson bellowed from the sidelines. Host, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We are live at the NCAA Championship, with ESPN bringing you the latest updates. The current score stands at 17-21, with the University of Kentucky trailing by 4 points. The Kentucky Wildcats coach has called a timeout. They have just suffered a 10-0 run from Georgetown University, turning a 6-point lead into a sudden deficit. The outstanding center, Xiang Yuan, has stifled Kentucky's offensive rhythm during this period with his remarkable defensive performance, thereby influencing the entire course of the game. What an extraordinary display, wouldn't you agree, Terry? Indeed, it has been spectacular. 3 consecutive blocks have left Kentucky's offense in disarray. Host, how will Kentucky respond next? Let us wait and see. The pause has concluded. And the match resumes. As the University of Kentucky Wildcats initiated their offensive, both the Georgetown University Hoyas and the spectators present recognized Kentucky's strategy, evading Xiang Yuan. The Wildcats abandoned their dual center approach in favor of a more straightforward tactic. Such simplicity bore its own effectiveness. After 4 offensive possessions, employing strategies such as passing and cutting, driving and distributing, and screen plays, Kentucky finally broke their scoring drought, amassing 5 points. However, despite these 5 points over the course of 4 possessions, Kentucky still found themselves trailing, and the deficit continued to widen. The underlying issue was their inability to contain Georgetown's offensive onslaught. Georgetown's attacking strategy remained refreshingly simple yet remarkably efficient. Xiang Yuan wreaked havoc in the paint at the University of Kentucky, leaving the Wildcats center questioning his very existence. With enchanting footwork, he executed shoulder fakes and hook shots, followed by fading jumpers and deceptive layups. His diverse offensive arsenal left the Kentucky defense in disarray. Over the course of 4 possessions, Kentucky managed to score a mere 5 points, while Xiang single-handedly amassed 8 for Georgetown University, dominating both ends of the court. The score stood at 22-29, with Kentucky trailing further behind. As time ticked away, Kentucky adhered to their simplistic tactical approach, striving to evade Xiang's shot-blocking prowess through passing and screens. Aiming to score from the perimeter, their efforts proved fruitful, as Xiang failed to record any blocks during this stretch, and Kentucky enjoyed a fortunate surge in shooting accuracy. Consequently, They clung tightly to the score, preventing the gap from widening. On the other side, Georgetown's strategies revolved entirely around Xiong, with the objective of creating opportunities for him to exploit one-on-one matchups in the post. During this period, Xiong truly evoked the shadow of the legendary Hakeem Olajuwon, proving nearly invincible in the paint. His extensive offensive repertoire, bewildering footwork, and considerable defensive reach left spectators in awe of this towering talent from China. Scouts watched Xiong's performance with gleaming eyes, recognizing him as a formidable prospect. They discreetly noted his name, placing him high on their lists. Scouts from teams with potential lottery picks in the coming years pondered the prospect of adding Xiong to their rosters. Soon, the first half concluded, with the score at 39-48, leaving the Kentucky Wildcats trailing by 9 points. During halftime, the atmosphere in the Kentucky locker room was palpably tense. Coach Rick Pitino paced the floor in silence, while Jamal Magloire and Nazar Muhammad wore expressions of unease, having alternated in defending Xiong without success. The other players quietly focused on regaining their stamina, refraining from conversation. As there was little to say, to be frank, prior to the match, the Kentucky Wildcats had underestimated the Georgetown Hoyas, who, in recent years, had not been regarded as a formidable opponent and posed no threat to Kentucky. This year, Georgetown appeared, in the eyes of last year's champions, as nothing more than a fortunate upstart. What characterizes an upstart? Superficiality, lack of foundation, and insufficient confidence. Thus, they sought to demonstrate the extent of their prowess through various means. What of the Georgetown duo? Merely two fledgling novices, insignificant in the grand scheme. Could they possibly stir up any substantial waves? This encapsulates the true state of mind of the University of Kentucky players just before halftime. Yet, reality dealt them a harsh blow. They now found themselves trailing. Do you comprehend the situation? Coach Rick Pitino finally ceased his pacing, observing the expressions on his players' faces, and spoke in a chastising tone. No one responded. All players wore expressions tinged with disappointment. I had warned you before the game, do not underestimate your opponents. Yet, none of you heeded my words. And now, what do you have to say? Jamal Magloire lifted his head, yearning to retort to the coach. Coach, ever since that Xiong Yuan from the opposing team delivered 3 consecutive blocks, we have ceased to take them lightly. However, upon witnessing the hesitant expressions of his teammates, he ultimately swallowed his words. Coach, the most dismissive one here is actually you. Jamal Magloire thought silently, though he dared not voice it. Enough of your long faces. Show me your spirit, your pride. Coach Pitino commanded. He then began to strategize. In the second half, we will predominantly employ a twin-center offensive strategy. Adapting is necessary with other tactics. Focus intently. If you encounter further blocks, do not dwell on it. Keep your eyes fixed on the ball-less position. Reclaim it immediately to reinitiate our offense. On defense, we shall adjust. When that Xiong Yuan attempts to score in the paint, Wilson. Coach Smith pointed at point guard Dylan Wilson. You will double-team him. A steal would be ideal, but if that is not possible, at least impede his offensive efforts. Our objective in the opening minutes of the second half is to tire Xiong Yuan, rendering him ineffective in the latter portion of the game. I have analyzed the game footage of Georgetown University. My assessment indicates that Xiong Yuan's explosive performance is unlikely to be sustained for long. You all must exude confidence. Do not be intimidated by this unexpected turn of events. Understood? Understood, coach. The players responded in unison. Following the coach's speech, their confidence gradually began to return. Excellent. A mere 9-point deficit. Easily recoverable. Remember, exhibit your attitude. Secure that coveted championship for me. We must defend our title. Do you have confidence? Yes, we do. The players of the University of Kentucky shouted in unison. The once mighty team seemed poised to reclaim their former glory. Chapter 55, Encountering the Double Team. After the halftime intermission, the second half of the match commenced. The outcome of the first half of this final left many in disbelief, as the highly favored University of Kentucky found themselves trailing by over 9 points. As the second half began, all eyes were fixated on a singular question. How would the University of Kentucky bridge the gap in points? Once the game resumed, the University of Kentucky's strategy unfolded before the spectators. Initially, on the offensive front, they made slight adjustments to their dual center tactic, altering the positioning of screens and shots. This adjustment led to Xiong Yuan executing 3 remarkable blocks. The fans of Kentucky began to voice their discontent, criticizing Coach Pitino's capabilities. However, they soon realized that the situation was not as dire as it appeared. While indeed blocked by Xiong Yuan, The subsequent plays resulted in the basketball either rolling out of bounds or being anticipated by Kentucky's players. In essence, though blocked, possession was retained. Thanks to this tactical execution, Kentucky's offensive efficiency surged dramatically. On the defensive end, they commenced double-teaming Seong-Yuan. Initially, Georgetown University was unprepared for this tactic, as they had not employed a double team in the first half, causing Seong-Yuan to become somewhat complacent and unprepared for the sudden change. Consequently, Kentucky managed to steal the ball from Seong-Yuan on 2 consecutive occasions. In just 3 minutes into the second half, Kentucky had clawed back 6 points, narrowing the deficit to a mere 3. The previously subdued emotions of Kentucky's fans erupted in jubilation. See, this is the strength of the University of Kentucky. In the first half, we were merely biding our time. Now watch us dominate Georgetown, they proclaimed. Georgetown relies solely on Seong-Yuan and Carter, while every player in Kentucky embodies the spirit of Seong-Yuan and Carter. Go, Kentucky! The championship is ours. Although Georgetown's fans were anxious, they refused to be outmatched in spirit. How amusing. Everyone is Seong-Yuan. Just look at your center. Without the double team, he would still be overwhelmed by Seong-Yuan. They retorted, we were simply careless at the outset. You've only managed to close the gap by a few points. Where was this bravado when you were down by 9? Let us not forget, we are still in the lead. With that, the rivalry intensified as fans from both sides exchanged barbs. The atmosphere is currently rife with chaos and clamor. However, the situation among the fans has yet to influence the players on the court. Coach John Thompson has wisely called for a timeout. It is evident that the opposing team made adjustments during halftime. If we do not respond promptly, the hard-earned lead may be eroded. Coach Thompson first addressed Seong-Yuan, stating that the opponents have adopted a double-team strategy. Focus your attention. Once you are double-teamed, find a way to pass the ball out immediately. Do you understand? I understand, Coach, Seong-Yuan replied. Turning his gaze to the other players, Coach Thompson emphasized the need to enhance their concentration. Keep your eyes on the basketball, fight for every possession, and do not allow the opponents any opportunities for second-chance points. Understood, Coach. The team responded in unison. Coach Thompson nodded in satisfaction, but then glanced at Seong-Yuan with a hint of concern. In the latter stages of the first half, Seong-Yuan had single-handedly propelled Georgetown University forward, excelling in both offense and defense, which helped establish their lead. Although there was a brief respite during halftime, as the second half commenced, Seong-Yuan not only faced the same defensive responsibilities, but was also subjected to a double team, intensifying the pressure upon him. Coach Thompson now harbored significant concerns regarding Seong-Yuan's stamina. Seong, how is your energy? Do you need a moment to rest? Given that only a short time had passed since halftime, Coach Thompson could not discern whether Seong-Yuan was fatigued and thus opted to inquire. Rest assured, Coach. I am fine, Seong-Yuan assured him. That is good to hear. Now, let us go. We have less than 20 minutes remaining until the NCAA championship. Stay steady and hold strong. Yes. The timeout swiftly came to an end as both teams prepared to re-enter the court. Seong-Yuan gazed at the players from the University of Kentucky across the court, a smile gracing his lips. Do they think they can thwart me with a double team? They are oblivious to the multifaceted skills of Olajuwon, whose passing ability is equally formidable. With this thought, he beckoned Carter to come over. What is up? Carter inquired, puzzled. Brother, if they attempt to double team me again, position yourself either beyond the three-point line or cut towards the basket. Essentially, find a spot where you can maneuver effectively. I will ensure the ball reaches you, Seong-Yuan instructed. All right, just watch me. As long as your pass is on point, I will secure the score, Carter replied confidently. The two exchanged a high five and strode onto the court with their heads held high. The game resumed, with Georgetown University on the offense. The strategy remained unchanged, with Seong-Yuan initiating the attack. At this stage of the match, his teammates had not had many opportunities to shine. Even Vince Carter had only managed to accumulate 10 points, 2 assists, and 2 rebounds. Undoubtedly, the most remarkable performer on the court was Seong-Yuan. Thus far, he had achieved a stat line of 23 points, 4 rebounds, and 6 blocks. Yet, this was far from the conclusion. Seong-Yuan's performance shall persist. Moreover, it shall unfold in an alternative manner. Georgetown University's offense continues to revolve around the interior play of Seong-Yuan, due to his superior agility compared to the opposing center. Magloire, the adversary, has never successfully managed to circumvent and defend him. Thus, receiving the ball in the paint remains an uncomplicated endeavor for Seong-Yuan. Upon receiving the ball, Seong-Yuan dribbled it merely twice when the opposing point guard, Wilson, stealthily maneuvered to Xiang Yuan's side, intent on pilfering the ball. However, Xiang Yuan was already prepared, thwarting Wilson's attempt. Undeterred by his failure, Wilson remained resolute. Success in stealing the ball would have been fortuitous, but its absence was anticipated in their strategy. Following the predetermined tactics, Wilson advanced to encircle Xiang Yuan, closing in. With a flicker in his eyes, Xiang Yuan began to harness the expansive view of the court, keenly observing the unfolding dynamics, particularly the position of Carter. Carter, displaying remarkable agility, had already initiated his movement the moment he noticed the opposing point guard circumventing Xiang Yuan. He sprinted from the top of the arc towards the left corner, closely shadowed by Derek Anderson. However, as they neared the midline, Anderson was momentarily impeded by the formidable power forward, Bobcat Over. This brief delay allowed Carter to reach the three-point line at the corner. Under ordinary circumstances, this scenario would not pose a significant issue. Even without direct defense, the proximity would suffice, provided the ball arrived in Carter's hands at an opportune moment. Yet, Xiang Yuan had already anticipated Carter's trajectory. In a moment of understanding, just before the Kentucky defense could fully solidify its double team, he executed a challenging pass, threading the ball behind Maguire's back. The pass was intricate, yet Xiang Yuan delivered it with exquisite precision. Carter caught the ball at the perfect moment, bent his knees, leapt, and released a shot. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, swishing through the net for a three-pointer. Chapter 56. The Intensifying Battle. This three-pointer by Carter marked the beginning of a dynamic connection between the Georgetown duo. Kentucky continued to rigorously enforce their double-team strategy, prompting Xiang Yuan and Carter to devise an alternative mode of collaboration. The other players on the team rallied to support this tactic, diligently setting screens to create opportunities for Carter's movement. Each time Carter found a chance to break free, Xiang Yuan's passes arrived at the precise moment, allowing Carter to convert them into points. Even when Carter faced staunch defense, his teammates managed to carve out opportunities. Although their finishing efficiency did not rival Carter's, it sufficed. Thus, within approximately 5 minutes, while Xiang Yuan's scoring diminished under the double team, he racked up an impressive 6 assists. His assists had surged from a mere 1 in the first half to 7. During this period, he also secured 3 blocks, elevating his total to 9. The statistics now stood at 26 points, 7 assists, and 9 blocks, complemented by 7 rebounds. Xiang Yuan is making a formidable bid for a historic quadruple-double in the NCAA championship. Simultaneously, Carter's scoring figures are steadily climbing. The duo from Georgetown has truly showcased their terrifying prowess to the world. The University of Kentucky can only manage a meager defense. However, it must be acknowledged that Kentucky's strength remains formidable. Aside from the talents of Xiang Yuan and Carter, they hold advantages in 3 other areas. Moreover, their bench strength surpasses that of Georgetown University. Thus, despite the exceptional performances of Xiang Yuan and Carter, the point gap has not widened significantly. With 12 minutes remaining in the game, the score stands at 56-63, with Kentucky trailing by a mere 7 points. As the game progresses towards its climax, Kentucky's advantages become increasingly pronounced. Their robust bench allows the starters to rest to some extent. In contrast, Coach Thompson of Georgetown is reluctant to substitute his key players, especially Carter and Xiang Yuan. The two are essential for maintaining Georgetown's lead. Coach Thompson cannot fathom the difficulties Georgetown's offense would face, nor the vulnerabilities in their defense. Should either of them leave the court, he can only hope that Xiang Yuan and Carter can endure. Unfortunately, this remains but a distant wish. Xiang Yuan has persevered from the opening whistle until now, having taken not a moment's respite apart from the brief pauses and halftime intermission. From the commencement of the second half, he has remained the linchpin of both offense and defense for his team. Coach Thompson can only imagine the extent of Xiang Yuan's exhaustion at this point. Carter, too, finds himself in a similar predicament. His playing style is inherently taxing on stamina. Although he has been striving to temper his desire for flashy performances, opting for layups over dunks and shots over drives to conserve energy, he has reached a stage where, after merely a minute's rest in the first half, he is beginning to falter. Gradually, Carter's movements lose their previous alacrity, and the quality of his teammates' screens begins to wane. Consequently, following Xiang Yuan's passes, Georgetown University struggles to secure favorable offensive opportunities. In stark contrast, their opponents remain vibrant and vigorous. Coach Smith of Kentucky University astutely identifies the fatigue afflicting Georgetown University, a development he had anticipated. A spark ignites in his eyes as he gestures from the sidelines. Kentucky resumes their dual center strategy, and with their players brimming with energy, their movements become swifter. This shift in momentum makes it increasingly challenging for Xiang Yuan to contest shots and provide blocks, diminishing his ability to disrupt Kentucky's scoring attempts. As a result, Kentucky's offensive efficiency begins to ascend once more. Simultaneously, they intensify their efforts to double-team Xiang Yuan, employing 2 substitute players to rotate in this task. Under such circumstances, the players tasked with double-teaming Xiang Yuan maintain ample stamina. Consequently, the shooting accuracy of Xiang Yuan's teammates begins to falter, with even Carter's shots losing precision. As the game progresses, Georgetown's errors start to accumulate, allowing Kentucky to steadily close the gap. Before long, the score tightens to 66-69, with the margin shrinking to a mere 3 points. Witnessing this turn of events, Xiang Yuan realizes that he can no longer afford to continue in this manner. Even faced with a double team, he must refrain from passing the ball. Although he is fatigued, Kentucky has underestimated him. Throughout this period, he has primarily focused on facilitating assists, meaning his stamina has not been overly depleted. While it is somewhat challenging to provide help defense and blocks, his offensive energy remains sufficient. Thus, Xiang Yuan once again activates his isolation game, this time against a double team. In contrast, this time he refrained from requesting the ball in a low position. At this moment, the duration of the unique skill of footwork in the paint, bestowed by the Elijah character card, had already elapsed. Although some experience lingered in Xiang Yuan's mind, it was insufficient for him to adeptly employ the dream shake once more. However, let us not forget that Elijah possessed a repertoire beyond this singular skill. When Xiang Yuan initially examined the character card, the multitude of badges seemed to dance vividly before his eyes. In the ensuing round, he repositioned himself to just a step behind the free throw line. He began his attack facing the basket. This alteration left the University of Kentucky utterly unprepared. Upon receiving the ball, Xiang Yuan surged directly towards the basket, a center, making a breakthrough. The opposing double team was caught off guard and had no time to react. Xiang Yuan skillfully maneuvered past the opposing center, advancing to a position just beyond the free throw line, poised for a decisive shot at the basket. In that moment, he executed a graceful hook shot. The rival center, eager to defend, leapt in an attempt to block the shot, but inadvertently struck Xiang Yuan's wrist instead. Beep. Swish. The ball found its mark. The referee's whistle pierced the air. An impressive and one, exclaimed Carter, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Well done. Awesome. This remarkable play significantly bolstered the morale of Georgetown University. Subsequently, Xiang Yuan calmly sank his free throw, adding 3 points to the scoreboard. Georgetown University reclaimed a 6-point lead. Energized by the recent play, the team united in their defense. Kentucky University attempted 2 strategies, but struggled to find a suitable opportunity. As the shot clock dwindled, the ball was ultimately in the hands of Derek Anderson. Under Carter's vigilant defense, he executed a series of between-the-legs dribbles before suddenly stepping back for a jump shot. The shot was aesthetically pleasing, yet Carter's defense remained steadfast. The basketball struck the rim and bounced high into the air. Rebound. Xiang Yuan secured a prime position, his sights set firmly on the rebounding ball hovering above. With a powerful leap reminiscent of a celestial ascent, he grasped the rebound in his arms. A smile illuminated his face upon claiming the ball. However, this joy swiftly evaporated amidst the shouts of his teammates in the excruciating pain that followed. Chapter 57. The onset of injury. At that moment, time appeared to stand still. The cries of his teammates echoed in his ears, yet they felt distant to Xiang Yuan. A wave of agonizing pain surged through his nerves, momentarily robbing him of the capacity to attend to the external world. Moments before, Xiang Yuan had soared high to seize the defensive rebound. However, at that instant, the robust substitute center from the University of Kentucky, named Dick Pullman, leaped as well. The two collided violently in midair. It remained uncertain whether Dick Pullman acted with intent. The outcome was that Xiang Yuan, struck by Pullman, lost all sense of balance while suspended in the air. Despite this, he clung desperately to the basketball in his grasp. Yet, he was utterly unable to control his movements beneath him. Xiang Yuan's left leg propelled into the air before he landed on one leg. Ordinarily, this would not be significant. However, by a curious twist of fate, as Xiang Yuan descended, his right foot fortuitously landed upon the instep of Kentucky University's substitute power forward, Leander Adetokumbo. Xiang Yuan's right foot twisted, and he fell heavily to the ground. No one could ascertain whether Leander Adetokumbo's actions were intentional. However, The outcome was that Xiang Yuan had injured his right foot. He was acutely aware that this was no mere sprain, it was a grave affliction. His foot bore significant issues. One contributing factor was undoubtedly the toll of relentless exertion. Additionally, there was the possibility that the occasional enhancements from character cards, while protected by a degree of inheritance, introduced an alien force into his body, inevitably impacting him when executing certain movements. The cumulative strain could either lead to no issues or culminate in severe complications. Reflecting on the pre-match incident when he had stumbled in the locker room, he recognized it as a harbinger of this injury. Coach Thompson rushed over, and upon witnessing the agony etched on Xiang Yuan's face, he directed a questioning glance towards the team physician. The physician understood the unspoken inquiry and, without uttering a word, solemnly shook his head. It was imperative to escort Xiang Yuan back to the locker room for further examination. Yet, he was acutely aware that the likelihood of Xiang Yuan's injury being serious was alarmingly high. The large screen at the venue was already replaying the moment of Xiang Yuan's injury. At the moment Xiang Yuan landed and made contact with admirable, the degree of flexion in his ankle was not significant. Given this, it indicated that the sprain was relatively minor. However, the extent of his agony seemed disproportionate to such a trivial injury. He had just attempted to gently probe Xiang Yuan's foot, and with years of experience, he surmised that Xiang Yuan's ailment was not merely a simple sprain, but rather a more serious injury. Numerous names of foot injuries flitted through the team physician's mind, and none of them had a recovery period shorter than 2 weeks. Therefore, when faced with Coach Thompson's inquiry and hopeful gaze, he could only shake his head. This gesture essentially conveyed to Coach Thompson that he should relinquish any hope of Xiang Yuan returning to the game. Coach Thompson's expression darkened to such an extent that it seemed he could weep. Yet, he found himself powerless to alter the situation. At that moment, Carter rushed over. Upon witnessing the grim countenance of the coach and the physician's troubled expression, he instinctively sensed that the situation was dire. A surge of anger welled up within him, and he turned to storm onto the court to confront Dick Pullman and Balotelli, intent on exacting retribution on these treacherous individuals. "Carter, stop right there." Coach Thompson's authoritative voice rang out. Simultaneously, several teammates firmly restrained Carter. "Don't hold me back. I'm going to avenge Xiang Yuan." Carter struggled fiercely against their grip. "Violence is not the answer. If you go now, you will jeopardize your future." Coach Thompson admonished with anger. "It doesn't matter. Let me go." Carter shouted defiantly. "If you seek vengeance, then defeat them in the game and secure that damn championship trophy for your brother. You coward." Coach Thompson's words resonated deeply. At last, Carter fell silent, though the fire of fury still flickered in his eyes, revealing the depth of his rage. Nonetheless, the coach's words served as a reminder. The championship must be claimed. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan lay on a stretcher, having been transported back to the locker room. The team physician administered a preliminary pain relief treatment before preparing for the next phase of professional examination. However, Xiang Yuan had already deduced the nature of his injury without the physician's assessment. He suffered from a stress fracture in his ankle. How did he know this with such clarity? The answer lay in the system. As he crumpled to the ground, clutching his right foot in agony, the system had issued a notification. At that time, however, he was consumed by intense pain and unable to heed it. Now, with the physician having alleviated some of his suffering, his rationality began to return. He then accessed the system interface. Ding. Detection indicates the host has sustained a stress fracture in the right ankle. Estimated complete recovery time, 12 to 16 weeks. Stress fracture of the right ankle? 12 to 16 weeks? As Xiang Yuan's vision darkened, everything around him seemed to drift away, as if he were suspended in another dimension. In his mind, only the name of this injury and that dreadful number lingered. A stress fracture of the ankle is a nightmarish affliction for a basketball player. Encountering such an injury means that even if he undergoes surgery and manages to recover, his physical condition will inevitably suffer a significant decline, and psychologically, he will harbor reservations that impede his ability to perform at his fullest potential. In a previous life, the once celebrated little giant of China, the NBA superstar Yao Ming, faced a similar fate, enduring 2 stress fractures that ultimately led to his premature retirement at the height of his career. Had it not been for this cursed injury, Yao Ming could have enjoyed an even more illustrious professional journey. He stands as a quintessential example of what if within the NBA. With this injury, Xiang Yuan's draft prospects are destined to be thwarted. Moreover, even if he recovers in the future, his draft stock will plummet dramatically. Is it possible that my career, before it even begins, is already drawing to a close? What lies ahead? What will become of my parents? And Tang Jixuan. Xiang Yuan was on the brink of despair when, unexpectedly, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding. A special reward item has been detected. Foot injury exemption card. Shall the host utilize the foot injury exemption card? It was as if a ray of light pierced through the boundless darkness, illuminating the path ahead and rekindling hope in life. Xiang Yuan's tears of joy flowed freely. Indeed, how could I have forgotten this reward item? System, I adore you. Subsequently, Xiang Yuan silently recited in his heart, activate the foot injury waiver card. Ding. The foot injury waiver card has been utilized. Injury recovery in progress. Time required for recovery, 10 minutes. Chapter 58, The Return of the King. 10 minutes of recovery time. There are still 10 minutes and 32 seconds remaining in the match. However, this duration is not counted against the match time. It is simply a standard 10 minutes. Xiang Yuan silently calculated in his mind, excluding free throws, out-of-bounds plays, and timeouts. He should still be able to return during the final stages of the match. At this moment, he could only fervently pray that his teammates would maintain their composure amidst the current circumstances. Thus, he quickly called for the team doctor. Please do not arrange for any examination just yet, Xiang Yuan instructed the doctor. I feel capable at the moment, and I wish to stay and watch the remainder of this game. Xiang Yuan intended to buy some time. This request was reasonable, and the team doctor sighed in agreement. After all, it was merely a matter of a dozen minutes. The two turned their attention to the large screen in the locker room, where the score stood at 66-72. Despite the recent foul against Xiang Yuan, he did not receive free throws, as the team had yet to reach the foul limit. Georgetown University had substituted in their backup center, Randall Brewster. The game continued. The players and fans of the University of Kentucky felt a flicker of joy within. There were still 10 minutes left in the game, and Kentucky was trailing by only 6 points. Though most hoped for no injuries, Xiang Yuan's exit was, in fact, a boon for Kentucky. Without their formidable weapon on both offense and defense, Georgetown's strength had diminished significantly. However, reality diverged slightly from their expectations, for Carter erupted. Fueled by fury, Carter seized control of the game. He charged towards the paint with reckless abandon, attempting strong layups. Perhaps he would miss, but more often than not, he drew fouls. At times, he received the ball beyond the arc and, without hesitation, launched a three-pointer. Perhaps fortune favored him, as Carter's shooting percentage from long range was commendable, hitting 3 out of 4 attempts. Nevertheless, Georgetown could only rely on Carter's outburst to cling to hope. Apart from Carter, the rest of the team was thoroughly overwhelmed by Kentucky on both ends of the court. Thus, the teams exchanged blows. In just over 8 minutes, Carter scored 13 points, showcasing his formidable individual prowess to the fans, media, and scouts alike. Previously, although Carter had performed admirably, his brilliance had been overshadowed by Xiang Yuan. Now, everyone understood that the Georgetown duo was indeed a duo, not merely a single star. Regrettably, even with such efforts, Georgetown could not stabilize the score. With 2 minutes remaining, Derek Anderson from Kentucky sank an open three-pointer, leveling the game. Shortly thereafter, Carter forced his way through the defense, drawing a foul and earning 2 free throws. However, fatigue took its toll, and he converted only one of his 2 attempts. Kentucky swiftly secured the rebound and launched a fast break. Due to fatigue, Georgetown's defense was slow to respond, allowing Kentucky an easy 2 points. 87-86. Kentucky had seized a 1-point lead. Witnessing this turn of events, Carter felt a surge of frustration. Would he betray his brother? A fierce determination burned within him, yet despair gradually crept in, competing with his fighting spirit. Carter recognized that Georgetown's strength had indeed waned. What they needed now was nothing short of a miracle. With just 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining in the game, Coach Thompson called for a timeout. This pause was not intended to devise new strategies. Rather, it served to disrupt the rhythm of the University of Kentucky and provide his players with a moment to catch their breath, as the championship loomed tantalizingly close. An unexpected turn of events unfolded at the most critical juncture. Coach Thompson felt as though he were on a roller coaster, soaring at one moment, reveling in the breathtaking vistas filled with boundless anticipation, only to plummet to the depths in the next, grappling with an overwhelming sense of weightlessness. Expressions of gravity adorned the faces of all present, some even displaying a look of profound despair. It was evident to all that Georgetown University's chances of victory were dwindling. The fervor among Georgetown supporters had waned, replaced by a tightness in their hearts. Meanwhile, the Kentucky fans remained subdued, mindful that their advantage had only materialized following the injury of a pivotal player on the opposing team. The atmosphere in the arena felt as though it had solidified, akin to a pot of broth still warm beneath a surface slick with cool oil. As the timeout concluded, Georgetown University had but one timeout remaining, while Kentucky retained two. The players re-entered the court, with Georgetown initiating their offensive play. Kentucky commenced a full-court press defense. Georgetown struggled to advance the ball to the front court, eventually finding its way into the hands of Carter. His legs trembled slightly, and he was nearly devoid of strength, relying solely on sheer willpower to persevere. Yet, his determination was unwavering. With all his might, he executed a crossover, deftly maneuvering past his defender, positioned near the free throw line. He rose to take a mid-range shot against the oncoming defender. Swish! The basketball sailed through the net. 87-88. Georgetown University has once again reclaimed the lead, rekindling their hopes for victory. Unfortunately, the University of Kentucky remained unfazed by this turn of events. They executed their backcourt play with steady advancement. At this moment, only 1 minute and 7 seconds remained on the clock. Kentucky began to run their strategy. Georgetown, with all their might, attempted to thwart this play. Kentucky's initial tactic faltered. Yet they remained composed and initiated another strategy. Ultimately, due to fatigue, Georgetown inadvertently allowed an opportunity to slip through. Jamal Magloire found himself unmarked beneath the basket and executed a two-handed dunk, drawing a foul from the defending Bobcat Ovi. This resulted in a 2+1 situation. Ovi, in frustration, struck his own head, but the error had already been made. Magloire converted the free throw. 90-88. Kentucky led by 2 points with just 50 seconds remaining. Subsequently, Georgetown missed their shot. Kentucky, seizing a good opportunity, attempted a shot that grazed the rim twice before falling outside the basket's reach. With 34 seconds left, Georgetown trailed by 2 points but held one last offensive chance. They still had the opportunity to level the score or take the lead. However, observing the state of the Georgetown players, the overwhelming sentiment was one of despair. Carter could barely move. Coach Thompson called for one final timeout. At that moment, as despair enveloped the Georgetown fans, a sudden eruption of cheers ignited near the players' tunnel. All eyes turned in that direction. A tall figure, almost majestic in the eyes of Georgetown supporters, emerged from the tunnel. This figure bore a distinctive yellow complexion, unlike the majority present. He ran towards the fans, waving in greeting. It was Xiang Yuan. Chapter 59. The allure of competitive sports. This scene profoundly shocked everyone present. Both Georgetown and Kentucky fans erupted in enthusiastic applause for Xiang Yuan. The flashes of media cameras were incessant, as reporters envisioned how to convey this moment in tomorrow's news coverage. Coach Thompson and Xiang Yuan's teammates were filled with astonishment. No one had anticipated that Xiang Yuan would make a return in this game. Amidst the fervent applause, Xiang Yuan returned to the team. "Xiang, is your foot all right?" Coach Thompson inquired. "No issues at all. Thank you for your concern, Coach." Xiang Yuan flexed his ankle and bounced a few times in place, affirming that he was indeed in excellent condition. "Incredible!" Coach Thompson exclaimed, based on his years of experience. He had deemed it fortunate that Xiang Yuan's injury was not a fracture, and to discover that he was completely unscathed was truly astonishing. The teammates of Xiang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the situation. What a relief! Indeed, it's fortunate that he is unharmed. Xiang Yuan has returned, and there is hope yet. At that moment, Carter approached, regarding Xiang Yuan with a skeptical gaze. He had been beside him during the ordeal and was acutely aware of the extent of Xiang Yuan's suffering, which was far beyond what a mere sprain could inflict and recover from in just a few minutes. With a somber expression, he posed a troubling question. "Xiang, you didn't resort to a cortisone injection to take the court, did you? If that is the case, I cannot condone it." As Carter's words hung in the air, the atmosphere grew tense. Ultimately, as a true brother, Carter was genuinely concerned for Xiang Yuan, valuing his friend's future over the championship. Coach Thompson suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and turned his inquiring gaze towards the team physician who had followed closely behind. Xiang Yuan looked at Carter with deep emotion, shaking his head gently. The team doctor promptly interjected, "Rest assured, I stake my life on the fact that Xiang Yuan has not received any injections. I would never risk his future by administering one, although the reasons remain unclear. Xiang Yuan's injury poses no issues. The reality is that he is indeed untroubled at present." Upon hearing the doctor's assurance, Carter finally felt a sense of relief, a smile returning to his face. "Excellent, splendid," Coach Thompson exclaimed with delight. "Now, let me outline the situation on the field and reconfigure our strategy." As the discourse shifted to the current state of play, Everyone gradually emerged from the joy of Xiang Yuan's return, their spirits dampening slightly. Although Xiang Yuan has made his return, it has come rather belatedly. During the period of his injury and recovery, they were unable to maintain their leading advantage. Georgetown University now trails by 2 points, with a mere 34 seconds remaining on the clock. Particularly, Carter wears an expression of deep remorse, feeling an immense sense of guilt towards his good friend. Just as Coach Thompson was about to make an introduction, Xiang Yuan interjected. "Coach, I am fully aware of the situation. May I make a request for the upcoming play?" Coach Thompson nodded in agreement, saying, "Go ahead." Xiang Yuan Dao. "In these fleeting 30 seconds, I implore you, Coach, to devise a strategy that will afford me a chance for a three-point shot in the final moments. Let us execute a game-winning three-pointer." A game-winning three-pointer? Coach Thompson regarded Xiang Yuan Dao with a serious gaze, inquiring about his level of confidence. In truth, he had contemplated a direct approach for a three-point game winner himself. Yet, he was acutely aware that the complexity of achieving a three-pointer to clinch victory far exceeded that of a two-pointer to equalize. The University of Kentucky would undoubtedly mount a formidable defense against the three-point shot. Furthermore, the shooting percentage for three-pointers is significantly lower than that for two-pointers. Should a two-pointer find its mark, there remains a chance to push the game into overtime. Conversely, a missed three-pointer would likely seal the fate of the match. Thus, after careful consideration, Coach Thompson was hesitant to embrace such a considerable risk. Nevertheless, the initiative had now been taken by Xiang Yuan Dao. Coach Thompson mentally simulated the scenario. Once Xiang Yuan took the court, the creation of opportunities became somewhat more effortless, utilizing tactics such as screens. It was not overly challenging to generate a three-point shooting opportunity for Xiang Yuan in the final seconds. Naturally, this opportunity would not be an open one, thus ensuring a certain shooting percentage was imperative. In simpler terms, the risk remained considerable. However, Xiang Yuan's return mitigated the risk to a notable extent. Prior to his comeback, the success rate of three-point strategies was merely 20%, which made Coach Thompson hesitant to embrace such risks. Yet, after Xiang Yuan's return, the success rate of this strategy rose to 40%. Although still low, it was a significant improvement. A 40% probability is certainly worth the gamble. Coach Thompson paced back and forth, repeatedly weighing his options in his mind. As time ticked away, the timeout was nearing its end. All the players from Georgetown University attentively focused on their coach, eagerly awaiting his decision. Xiang Yuan was exceedingly anxious, fearing that the coach might hesitate to take risks. Fortunately, in the end, Coach Thompson resolved to take a bold step. "All right, let us give it everything." Once the decision was made, Coach Thompson swiftly began to devise a strategy. This tactical formation had long been meticulously pondered in his mind. However, he had struggled to determine who would execute this plan. Carter's physical condition had deteriorated significantly, and the other players lacked the requisite confidence. Now that Xiang Yuan had returned and expressed his willingness, organizing the strategy became considerably simpler. Coach Thompson harbored a degree of admiration for Xiang Yuan. At such a young age, he was willing to shoulder responsibility, demonstrating the potential to become a star player in the NBA. The pressure associated with this shot was not something just anyone could withstand. If successful, all would be well. But if he failed, he would face the ire and scorn of countless fans, a burden few at his age could bear. However, what Coach Thompson was unaware of was that Xiang Yuan possessed unwavering confidence in this shot. This was because he had yet to utilize a special reward bestowed by the system, a clutch shot guarantee card. Special reward item, clutch shot guarantee card effect, upon use. In any basketball game, if a shot is attempted within the last 3 seconds while trailing by 1 point, a 2-point or 3-point shot will be guaranteed to succeed. If trailing by 2 points, a 3-point shot will be guaranteed to succeed. After Coach Thompson had finalized the tactics, Xiang Yuan employed the card. The timeout had concluded. "Go ahead. Do not feel pressured. You are all still young. This match does not define everything. Maintain a calm mindset, and God will bless us." Coach Thompson delivered his final remarks. Subsequently, the players from both teams entered the arena. In just 34 seconds, the champion of the 1997 NCAA tournament would be determined within this Capital One arena. The finale, which has ignited the fervor of fans across the nation and even the world, was about to reach its conclusion. Would the University of Kentucky successfully defend their title? Or would Georgetown University emerge as the underdog? All would be revealed in these fleeting seconds. The enthusiasm of the fans had set the entire venue ablaze, their cheers soaring to the heavens. Outside the arena, supporters awaited the outcome with bated breath, anxiously tuning in through various media channels. This is the allure of competitive sports. Chapter 60. Gradually fading away the day following the 1997 NCAA championship, on the quaint pathways of Georgetown University, Tang Jixuan. Her hair styled in a ponytail and clad in athletic attire, radiated youthful exuberance as she engaged in an international phone call. On the other end was her dear friend, Rong Qingxi. The two chattered animatedly, having already been on the line for nearly an hour, oblivious to the potential cost of the call. Their excitement overshadowed any concerns. And then what happened? Rong Qingxi inquired eagerly. Don't rush me, Tang Jixuan replied, taking a brief breath, her tongue brushing against her slightly parched lips before continuing. Then Yuan Ge got injured. A hefty African-American collided with him, and another person deliberately placed his foot under Yuan Ge's. What? How could they be so cruel? Is he hurt? Rong Qingxi gasped in shock, her concern palpable. Yes, Tang Jixuan lamented. My heart nearly leaped from my chest as I worried for Yuan Ge's condition, while simultaneously loathing those two despicable individuals. Unfortunately, I couldn't enter the court and was left anxiously watching from the stands. When I saw Yuan Ge being carried out on a stretcher, my mind went completely blank. I sat there in a daze for over 10 minutes, unable to focus on the game at all. Eventually, as the match neared its end, I managed to collect myself a bit and glanced at the score, only to see that our team was trailing by 2 points. On the other end, Rong Qingxi exclaimed, but the American media reported that Georgetown University won the championship. Let me finish, Tang Jixuan recounted. Later, in the final 30 seconds, Yuan Ge suddenly appeared, sprinting out from the player tunnel, with the seemingly clumsy team doctor trailing behind, shouting in pursuit, which was utterly amusing. It seems his foot is fine, Rong Qingxi sighed in relief. Indeed. Upon witnessing this, I too felt a wave of reassurance wash over me. Then, Yuan Ge entered the court. You cannot fathom the atmosphere in that moment, as nearly everyone around was applauding and cheering for him, sending chills down my spine. He was magnificent, Rong Qingxi exclaimed. Indeed, there was even more magnificence to behold, Tang Jixuan replied. What was happening? Rong Qingxi inquired. When Yuan Ge stepped onto the court, the team was trailing by 2 points with only 34 seconds remaining, and they were making an offensive play, passing the ball rapidly as time slipped away. Tang Jixuan explained. How tense. Just listening to you makes my palms sweat. Rong Qingxi gasped. Indeed. I felt the same way, cold sweat trickling down my back. Tang Jixuan continued. And then? Rong Qingxi asked. Just as there were less than 2 seconds left in the match, the ball was passed into Yuan Ge's hands. Tang Jixuan exclaimed. Rong Qingxi gasped again. With an air of admiration, Tang Jixuan remarked. There stood Yuan Ge, glancing at the three-point line before decisively executing a suave, elegant three-pointer. Did it go in? Although she had already anticipated the outcome, Rong Qingxi couldn't help but ask. Of course, that three-pointer had a perfectly arched trajectory. The center from the Wildcats leapt with all his might and barely grazed the edge. Tang Jixuan declared proudly, after the ball went in, time expired. And Yuan Ge thus clinched victory for Georgetown University with a stunning three-point shot. You should have seen the crowd. They went wild. My ears were nearly deafened by the uproar. Some fans even stormed the court, only to be escorted away by security. Rong Qingxi, on the other end of the line, was captivated, longing to fly to America to experience the atmosphere firsthand. The statistics. Rong Qingxi, intrigued by such details, eagerly inquired. Just a moment, Tang Jixuan, not particularly attuned to such data, was aware only that Xiang Yuan had won the match. Thus, she rummaged through her bag for a sports newspaper she always carried. Unfolding the paper, the headline blared in the most striking font, Georgetown University's astonishing team, the new champions. Having perused this newspaper several times, Tang Jixuan had become quite familiar with its contents, despite not retaining specific statistics. She quickly located the section detailing the match data and read it aloud to Rong Qingxi. In this game, Kentucky University's shooting guard, Derek Anderson, delivered an outstanding performance, scoring 23 points, along with 6 assists and 4 rebounds. Additionally, center Jamal Magloire contributed 14 points and 8 rebounds, while power forward Nazar Muhammad added 11 points and 12 rebounds. On the opposing side, Georgetown University's Vince Carter showcased an exceptional display, amassing 27 points, 5 assists, and 6 rebounds, while Victor George recorded 9 points and 9 assists. Undoubtedly, the most remarkable performance of the match belonged to Xiang Yuan, who achieved an astounding 39 points, 10 rebounds, 7 assists, and 9 blocks, nearly accomplishing an unprecedented quadruple-double in NCAA history. Particularly noteworthy was his triumphant return to the game after sustaining a foot injury, where, with Georgetown trailing by 2 points, he re-entered in the final 34 seconds and executed a breathtaking three-pointer just 2 seconds before the end, sealing the victory against Kentucky University. Wow, those statistics are simply explosive. Xiang Yuan must surely be the MVP of the finals, exclaimed Rong Qingxi. Indeed, Tang Jishuan replied. It was spectacular. I can hardly witness such thrilling games back home. Next semester, I genuinely wish to join you in the United States as classmates, Rong Qingxi remarked. Huh? Tang Jishuan momentarily froze, before quickly responding, that sounds wonderful. Little girl. Why does your tone seem somewhat unwelcoming? Rong Qingxi teased. How could that be? Have you forgotten? I invited you to the U.S. during high school. Yet you never came. If you truly came, how could I not be delighted? Tang Jishuan explained. All right, I was just joking. That's still uncertain and can be discussed later, Rong Qingxi said. When the time comes, you must have your brother Yuan sign something for me. I'll keep it and wait for its value to appreciate, huh? By the way, how are things progressing between you two? Rong Qingxi suddenly inquired. Tang Jishuan's face flushed momentarily before it fell into a frown. There hasn't been any progress. He seems to be avoiding the topic. She hesitated to continue. And what else? Rong Qingxi pressed. Moreover, he is going to leave me, Tang Jishuan sighed. Leave you? Where to? Rong Qingxi gasped. He announced in the post-final interview that he intends to enter this year's NBA draft. He wants to play in the NBA. Tang Jishuan responded. After that, he may not even reside in the same city. Qingxi, it feels as though the distance between us is only going to increase. Chapter 61. David Stern and the draft report following the NCAA finals. A name from an ancient Eastern civilization reverberated throughout the United States. Xiang Yuan. Dominating the game. Injured. Making a comeback. Delivering the final blow. Each topic was sufficiently riveting. Moreover, in the aftermath of the finals, Xiang Yuan dropped a bombshell. He announced his intention to enter the 1997 NBA draft, aspiring to ascend to the highest echelons of basketball. This revelation caught the vast majority off guard. Apart from Coach Carter and Coach Thompson, Xiang Yuan had confided in no one regarding this ambition. He had told Carter that after leading him to an NCAA championship, he would pursue a career in the NBA. No one anticipated that they would indeed clinch the title in their freshman year. Carter was equally astonished, realizing that Xiang Yuan's words had held true. When Xiang Yuan conveyed this news through the media, Carter was left in disbelief. Was this a betrayal? Yet, there was little he could do, as Xiang Yuan had long made a commitment to him. Coach Thompson was not overly surprised. He merely felt a twinge of concern and regret. Xiang Yuan's prowess is indeed sufficient to contend in the NBA. Coach Thompson, however, harbors concerns regarding the potential scarcity of enlightened coaches in the league who would permit Xiang Yuan the flexibility to play various positions. He has long recognized that Xiang Yuan's talents manifest across multiple roles, establishing him as a genuine polymath and a truly versatile player. Nevertheless, even he cannot afford to be excessively capricious by frequently altering Xiang Yuan's position. Thus, he predominantly assigns Xiang Yuan to the center position, reserving positional changes for exceptional circumstances. Coach Thompson's original intention was to allow Xiang Yuan to complete a full 4 years in college, thereby affording ample time to refine his position and explore diverse roles, achieving distinction in each. However, after Xiang Yuan articulated his eagerness to advance to the NBA, Thompson found himself unable to present any valid objections. Consequently, Xiang Yuan was granted the opportunity to pursue his aspirations. Xiang Yuan's decision has truly caught the scouts of various NBA teams off guard. No one anticipated that he would declare for the draft after just one season, leaving these scouts with insufficient knowledge about him. When their respective owners inquired about Xiang Yuan, many scouts were unable to provide a comprehensive scouting report. Consequently, they began to work tirelessly through the night, gathering information, data, and game footage to compile a report on him. However, while these scouts were scrambling to catch up, a relatively complete scouting report had already found its way to NBA Commissioner David Stern's desk. New York, NBA headquarters. The 55-year-old David Stern, with glasses perched on his nose, was diligently reviewing the draft report. Name: Xiang Yuan. Age: 18. Position: center, provisional, college, Georgetown University. Nationality: China. Height: 6 feet 8 inches, approximately 2.03 meters. Weight: 218 pounds, approximately 99 kilograms. Player template. None available. NCAA statistics. Participated in 37 games, averaging 29.8 minutes per game, with 21. 1 points, 8. 7 rebounds, 4. 7 assists, 1. 6 blocks, and 1. 3 steals. Shooting percentage of 63. 2. 3-point percentage of 38. 6. Free throw percentage of 88. 4. Draft position prediction. 7th to 15th in the first round. Strengths. Excellent physical attributes, solid fundamentals, refined interior techniques, a diverse array of offensive strategies, and comprehensive offensive skills. He possesses outstanding footwork in the paint, adept at using his steps to evade defenders while also demonstrating remarkable three-point shooting ability. He is a superb finisher in pick-and-roll situations, excelling in both low-post play and rebounding, with a tenacious attitude towards competition. His organizational skills are notable, showcasing a strong potential for leadership, exceptional court vision, and high basketball IQ, allowing him to leverage both his strengths and exploit his opponent's weaknesses. He is a player with a resilient spirit, thriving under pressure and ready to shoulder responsibility. With significant potential, he possesses the qualities to become a star player. Weaknesses: inconsistency in performance, variability, and a somewhat ambiguous position. While currently categorized as a center, his height may present challenges against other taller players in the league, particularly in low-post confrontations. Xiang Yuan's playing style lacks clarity and a definitive positioning. This star-like approach, if nurtured properly, has the potential to evolve into that of a superstar. However, if not adequately developed, due to its limited functionality, it may be challenging for him to secure a rightful place within a team, ultimately relegating him to the status of a marginal player. Xiang Yuan's wingspan is not particularly remarkable, which limits his defensive capabilities. He can only rely on his considerable leaping ability to compensate. His defensive prowess since entering the league remains a topic of debate. In summary, the 18-year-old Xiang Yuan recently achieved a stunning three-point buzzer beater in the 1996-1997 NCAA Finals, earning the title of MVP. His performance in the finals was nothing short of extraordinary, showcasing dazzling statistics, solid low-post skills, and exceptional passing. However, a critical flaw lies in his inconsistency. He can be exceptionally strong at times and merely average at others, making it difficult to place unwavering trust in him during every game. Furthermore, his lack of a fixed position may adversely affect his survival in the NBA. Upon entering the league, he will be surrounded by elite teammates who will not willingly concede their positions to a newcomer, and no coach would favor such an uncertain arrangement. Having reviewed the report, David Stern, the NBA president, whose astute business acumen and management experience have propelled the league into one of the most successful professional sports associations worldwide through various commercial strategies and international promotions, began to radiate a unique wisdom. Chinese? He inquired, seemingly both questioning and confirming his thoughts. His assistant, standing before him, nodded in affirmation, responding, "Yes, a Chinese." Delighted by the confirmation, the light in David Stern's eyes grew even brighter. In recent years, the development of the NBA appears to have stagnated. As president, David Stern has grayed considerably. The domestic market has become saturated, and viewership has begun to decline. Among the four major leagues, the NBA is considered the youngest. Thus, he is eager to explore overseas markets. He has long believed that sports like football, baseball, and hockey are too localized, resulting in limited international appeal. In contrast, basketball is a highly global sport. His research has shown that many people abroad are not particularly interested in baseball, hockey, or football, but they have a profound affinity for basketball. Consequently, he has been exploring ways to penetrate these markets. Previously, he encountered difficulties when attempting to establish a foothold in Europe. Now, the emergence of Xiang Yuan has ignited hope for tapping into the Eastern market. Just as he was despairing over the lack of guidance, a solution has seemingly fallen from the sky. This is indeed a timely boon. Swiftly, he instructed, arrange for increased promotional efforts to elevate Xiang Yuan's profile and enhance his draft position. Do you understand? David Stern commanded eagerly. Chapter 62. The Battle for Second in Command, mid-April. Washington. In a restaurant, Xiang Yuan and Carter sat across from each other. The table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes, including hamburgers, pizza, and steak. Beside Carter, a large cup of Coca-Cola stood prominently. With one hand grasping a slice of pizza and the other holding the refreshing beverage, Carter indulged in his feast with great delight. Xiang Yuan savored his steak and sipped water, casting envious glances at the cola in Carter's hand, swallowing hard. Just a few days prior, he had consulted a professional trainer who firmly advised him to abstain from carbonated beverages. Consequently, he could only watch wistfully as Carter indulged in the pleasure of gulping down cola. Ever since Xiang Yuan resolved to participate in this year's NBA draft, the two had often found themselves in each other's company, spending even more time together than he did with Tang Jixuan. This frequent companionship only intensified Tang Jixuan's already palpable irritation. "Hey, you don't have to fulfill your promise of hamburgers and pizzas entirely. I can't eat that much," Carter remarked with a belch after taking a hearty sip of cola. "That won't do. When I, Xiang Yuan, make a promise, I see it through. If I say 100, it must be 100, not a single one less," Xiang Yuan retorted. "Huh, do you think I'm foolish?" Carter scoffed, adopting a mocking tone. "You're just using this agreement to treat me to a meal while cleverly avoiding Tang Jixuan." At Carter's words, Xiang Yuan's expression fell. He anticipated that this sharp-witted, thick-browed friend would see through his ruse. "Seriously, what are you thinking?" Carter inquired. "If I were you, with such a beautiful girl by my side, I would have already been with her. Why are you dragging this out? Are you a scoundrel?" Or, as he spoke, Carter feigned trembling, crossing his arms protectively over his chest as if to ward off an impending invasion. "Get lost with your theatrics," Xiang Yuan retorted irritably. "To be frank, I need to earn money first. Once our family's financial situation stabilizes, only then will I consider romance." "Haven't you told Tang Jixuan?" Carter asked, puzzled. "Even if I did, she wouldn't understand," Xiang Yuan replied. Carter shook his head, saying, "Do as you please. I can't interfere with your affairs. But rest assured, after you leave, I'll look after Tang at school, ensuring that no bothersome individuals disturb her." This conversation felt oddly ominous. "By the way, Carter," Xiang Yuan suddenly adopted a serious tone. "You've confirmed that you want to participate in the draft, right?" Carter took another sip of cola, then grinned at Xiang Yuan's envious gaze. "I'm sitting this year out for a couple of reasons. Firstly, I want to complete more of my studies. Secondly, I plan to play another year in college to enhance my draft prospects. I aim to be the top pick, after all. Oh, and another reason, I want to enjoy another year of cola, huh?" Xiang Yuan's expression darkened as he turned away, choosing to disregard the bothersome individual. If circumstances allowed, he would have relished the opportunity to play another year in college. Following the conclusion of the NCAA finals, his overall evaluation had soared to 70. The card featuring Elijah had bestowed upon him a remarkable 4 badges, 2 gold, 1 silver, and 1 bronze. These distinguished accolades included dreamy footwork, gold, powerful finisher, gold, master of positioning, silver, and master passer, bronze. Given Xiang Yuan's current prowess, in a year with fewer prospects, he might have had a fair chance at securing a top 3 draft pick. He yearned to experience the thrill of being the first overall pick, to relish the attention from the media and the pursuit from various teams. Alas, time waits for no one. He was compelled to participate in this year's NBA draft, inevitably missing the chance to contend for the coveted top spot. "Xiang Yuan, you are quite the sensation now," Carter exclaimed upon returning from the restroom, holding a newspaper he had somehow acquired. He glanced through it and stumbled upon a report concerning Xiang Yuan. "What is going on?" Xiang Yuan inquired with curiosity. "ESPN has updated its draft ranking predictions, and your position has risen," Carter declared with palpable excitement. "By how much?" Xiang Yuan asked. "You're now ranked 12th. Just ahead of Derek Anderson from the University of Kentucky," Carter responded. "Let me see," Xiang Yuan said, taking the newspaper. The sports section prominently featured the latest draft predictions from ESPN, occupying a significant portion of the page, unmistakably taking center stage. The forecast indicated that the first overall pick was undoubtedly Tim Duncan. The second pick was assigned to Keith Van Horn from the University of Utah, who had been dubbed by the media as the second coming of Larry Bird, a tall white player standing at 6 feet 10 inches, possessing a calm demeanor and shooting abilities akin to Bird's. ESPN had bestowed upon him high praise and expectations, placing him in the second position, just behind Duncan. Xiang Yuan indeed recalls this vividly. In his previous life, after entering the NBA, Keith Van Horn did not squander his talent and exhibited remarkable performance. Unfortunately, relentless injuries shattered the potential of this prodigy, leading to his premature retirement after only a few years. Delving further, ESPN's predicted third pick is Chauncey Billups from the University of Colorado. Billups had a commendable collegiate career, contributing to his team's impressive performance, which ranked 18th nationally. As the team's star player and primary scorer, he earned a spot on the NCAA All-American first team and the second team. It must be said that ESPN's predictions possess considerable merit. Xiang Yuan remembers that in his previous life, the top 3 selections in the 1997 draft were indeed these 3 individuals, in the exact same order. As for the players that followed, his memory falters. He only recalls Tracy McGrady being selected 9th overall and Steven Jackson at the 42nd spot in the second round. In this draft projection, McGrady is anticipated to be the 11th pick, while Jackson is predicted at the 38th, which is fairly consistent. Next, Xiang Yuan came across his own projected ranking and profile. Xiang Yuan, team, Georgetown University, age, 18, height, 203 centimeters, weight, 99 kilograms, best comparison, Scottie Pippen. Following this were some statistics and an analysis of strengths and weaknesses. This comparison is quite commendable, Carter remarked, leaning in to offer his opinion. He then suggested, once you enter the NBA, you could play the small forward position like Pippen. There are too many giants in the league, and your height may be a disadvantage as a center. With a mischievous grin on his face, Carter added, after you hone your skills in the NBA for a year, when I join the league, I'll be the core of the team. And you can be my perfect second in command. Huh, dreaming big, aren't we? Xiang Yuan cast a disdainful glance at Carter. Scottie Pippen? No, my ambition is to surpass Magic Earvin Johnson. By the time you enter the NBA, I will already be an all-star, and at that point, I might begrudgingly accept you as my second in command. Chapter 63. Joint Trials in the Spirit of Perseverance, Xiang Yuan, after announcing his participation in this year's NBA draft, chose not to return to his homeland but instead devoted himself to fervently accumulating credits within the limited time frame. Although he had resolved to enter the NBA prematurely, he had no intention of relinquishing his academic pursuits at Georgetown University. As a native Chinese individual, Xiang Yuan held his educational qualifications in high regard. He was determined not to live his life merely as a high school graduate. Fortunately, the American university system operates on a credit-based model, permitting graduation upon the accumulation of sufficient credits. Thus, even if he were to join the NBA, he could seize opportunities during the off-season or breaks to return to classes and complete his degree requirements. Much like his predecessor, Vince Carter, who valued his education immensely, Xiang Yuan remained committed to his studies after entering the NBA, ultimately achieving his degree through self-directed learning. During the intense 2001 playoffs against the 76ers, Carter even returned to his alma mater to secure his diploma, nearly arriving late for the game. Time passed swiftly, and before long, Xiang Yuan's freshman year came to an end. It was then that he bid farewell to Carter and, alongside Tang Zhishuan, embarked on his journey back home. At this juncture, Xiang Yuan's name had begun to resonate within the domestic basketball community. As the second Chinese individual, following Song Tao, poised to participate in the NBA draft, Xiang Yuan's prominence began to soar within the country. Soon, his performances in American high school basketball leagues, as well as the NCAA regular season and tournaments, found their way to the desks of major media outlets and leaders of the Basketball Association back home. Xiang Yuan has emerged as a remarkable talent. Major media outlets across the nation have begun to fervently report on news surrounding him. In this era, domestic basketball is in its nascent stages of development, with many individuals just beginning to engage with news related to the NBA. Presently, in the hearts of the Chinese populace, the most influential basketball player remains the legendary Michael Jordan, revered as the deity of the sport. At this juncture, the future icon, known as number 824, has only just embarked on his own legendary journey. Meanwhile, another towering figure capturing attention, Yao Ming, is only commencing his basketball career. In contrast, Xiang Yuan is already preparing to make a bid for the NBA draft, with predictions placing him at the 12th pick, a position within the coveted lottery zone. This news has certainly caused quite a stir, even impacting the business of Xiang Yuan's parents, albeit in a positive manner. However, this is still insufficient to avert the threat of bankruptcy. After fielding inquiries from several prominent domestic media reporters at the airport, Xiang Yuan escorted Tang Zhishuan home before returning to his residence, weary from the day's events. To his surprise, both of his parents were at home, having prepared a table laden with home-cooked dishes, eagerly awaiting his return. Upon a glance, Xiang Yuan discerned that they were undoubtedly poised to discuss a matter of considerable significance. It was inevitably related to his intention to enter the NBA draft. When Xiang Yuan announced to the media his intention to participate in the talent show, he had not informed his parents in advance or consulted them, as he feared they would not understand and would hinder his decision. Indeed, after dinner, his mother spoke first, Xiang Yuan, you have grown up. We understand that there are certain matters you can decide for yourself. But your father and I still hope that you will discuss some important issues with us. Mom, I understand, replied Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan's father remarked during this period. We have acquired a wealth of knowledge regarding the NBA and have come to understand the significance of your impending journey. Your future is yours to shape. And we shall support you unconditionally. Our only wish is for you to diligently pursue your chosen path, while ensuring that your studies do not fall by the wayside. Rest assured, father, Xiang Yuan replied. But let us set aside this topic for now. How is your business faring? Do not concern yourself with that, his father responded. I am aware that business is currently challenging. However, once I secure a place in the NBA, I shall soon earn a substantial income, and you need not worry any longer. Enough of this for now. Today has been exhausting. You should rest, his mother urged. As the conversation drew to a close, Xiang Yuan felt a sense of relief, realizing that the familial hurdle had been surmounted with relative ease. He had initially prepared an extensive array of arguments and a plethora of materials concerning the NBA, yet none were necessary. His parents must have devoted considerable time amidst their busy schedules to study these matters. The love of parents is often quiet yet profound and magnificent. In the following days, Xiang Yuan gathered with several classmates and friends he had known domestically. He then spent 2 enjoyable days in the company of Tang Zhishuan and Rong Qingxi. Xiang Yuan now dares not venture to the gymnasium of the university. He has become an absolute celebrity there. As he walks along the path, the vast majority of students from the university readily recognize him, rushing forward to surround him, requesting photographs and autographs. Xiang Yuan had no choice but to don a mask and a hat to evade a potential calamity. Thus, after enjoying a month of blissful life in his homeland, the NBA pre-draft workouts were set to commence. Bidding farewell to his parents in Tang Zhishuan, Xiang Yuan boarded a flight to the United States. Currently, his projected draft position stands at 12th. However, this is merely a prediction. Teams holding lottery picks, as well as those with the 15th and 16th selections, have a reasonable chance of acquiring Xiang Yuan. Consequently, teams interested in him will initiate workouts. The workouts are comprehensive, assessing players' physical attributes through various tests, including height, wingspan, vertical leap, reach, and shooting, thereby offering a thorough evaluation of both static and dynamic talents. Following these assessments, team managers will gauge a player's performance to determine whether their capabilities align with the team's expectations. After the talent evaluation, rookies typically engage in competitive scrimmages, allowing coaches to observe players' basketball intelligence and playing styles. These preliminary assessments are foundational, leading teams to consider their specific needs and player types for selective workouts and evaluations. This scenario is ideal for a player who has a particular team in mind and is eager to join them. Alternatively, there exists a different type of workout known as the collective workout, which is officially organized by the NBA. This collective workout is designed to facilitate better communication between draft-eligible rookies and the teams possessing draft rights, serving as a mutually beneficial event. During the collective workout, this year's rookies are afforded the opportunity to fully showcase their talents and capabilities. Simultaneously, various teams can assess all participating players, gathering the necessary information to make informed decisions regarding their draft selections. The collective workout serves as a crucial avenue for enhancing one's visibility and vying for a higher draft position. Although Xiang Yuan is not particularly concerned about his draft rank, he still decided to participate in the collective workout. On the day of the collective workout, Xiang Yuan arrived at the training facility alone. Before his arrival, he was unaware of which rookie players would also be attending. Upon reaching the venue, he was astonished to discover that Deng Dai was also present. Chapter 64. Capitalizing on opportunities. The 1997 rookie class, while not as illustrious as the legendary 1996 cohort, nevertheless holds a notable place in history. This draft produced several figures who would later achieve great renown, such as the beloved Tracy McGrady, Chauncey Billups, and Bobby Jackson, who played for the Houston Rockets. Among them, the most emblematic is undoubtedly Tim Duncan, affectionately known as the Big Fundamental, hailed as the greatest power forward in the annals of basketball history. It is safe to assert that the position of the first overall pick in this draft was never in doubt. Duncan, a senior from Wake Forest University, had already garnered widespread acclaim prior to the draft. Although he did not secure an NCAA championship, his prowess on the court was indisputable. Even though another standout, who claimed the NCAA title and dazzled in the finals, could lay claim to some fame, he paled in comparison to Duncan's stature. Throughout that season, Duncan averaged an impressive 28 points and 14 7 rebounds per game. He became the 10th player in NCAA history to surpass both 2,000 points and 1,500 rebounds during his college career, as well as the first to achieve the remarkable feat of accumulating over 1,500 points, 1,000 rebounds, 400 blocks, and 200 assists. In a fervent quest to secure Duncan, the entire NBA was swept up in a wave of strategic maneuvering. Without question, every team aspired to select Tim Duncan. Among those with the greatest hopes were the Boston Celtics and the San Antonio Spurs, as well as the Denver Nuggets and the Philadelphia 76ers, who also harbored aspirations of landing him. Thus, it was a complete surprise to many, including the eager scouts, that Duncan chose to participate in the joint workout. After all, whether he attended or not, the top pick was undoubtedly his for the taking. No one could contest that. Standing there, seemingly dazed, Duncan was surrounded by a throng of admirers, including media representatives, team staff, and players hoping to forge a connection with the eminent star. In this joint workout, 12 of the 29 NBA teams sent representatives, including the Vancouver Grizzlies, Denver Nuggets, New Jersey Nets, Golden State Warriors, Toronto Raptors, Milwaukee Bucks, Sacramento Kings, Indiana Pacers, Cleveland Cavaliers, Los Angeles Clippers, Dallas Mavericks, and Orlando Magic. Some teams, recognizing their slim chances of acquiring the first overall pick, opted to forego the Duncan spectacle and instead focused on observing other prospects in hopes of finding a desirable option. Approximately 40 rookies attended this draft. As Xiang Yuan gazed around, he recognized but a few faces. Among the players he had encountered in this lifetime were Ron Mercer and Derek Anderson from the University of Kentucky, as well as Tim Thomas from Villanova University, both of whom were present. Furthermore, among those he was more familiar with from his previous life, aside from Duncan, Tracy McGrady was notably absent. However, Chauncey Billups had indeed arrived, along with Bobby Jackson. It is worth mentioning that Xiang Yuan also spotted a former CBA luminary, God Shamgod, at the event. Xiang Yuan recalled that Gauda Shanmu Gauda had once been the scoring champion of the CBA. However, he could not remember much else. It was surprising to learn that he was indeed one of the NBA rookies of the 1997 class. Xiang Yuan intended to strike up a conversation with a few players, only to find that no one paid him any heed. To be frank, despite Xiang Yuan's formidable skills and commendable performance in the NCAA, as an Asian player amidst a sea of predominantly black and white athletes, he appeared rather unconventional. There lingered an air of discrimination towards him, as they were reluctant to engage with him extensively. They harbored doubts about his potential to make a significant impact in the NBA. Many believed that his projected draft position was not reflective of his true capabilities. Initially, at the conclusion of the NCAA finals, Xiang Yuan's anticipated rank was merely at the tail end of the first round. However, approximately a month later, for reasons unknown, the media's narrative began to shift, fervently promoting Xiang Yuan, which consequently propelled his draft position upward to the 12th spot, with a continued upward trajectory. This inevitably encroached upon the interests of other players. Who wouldn't desire a higher draft position? As some players ascended in rank, others inevitably found their position slipping. Thus, apart from the top 5 players who seemed secure in their standings, the competition among those ranked thereafter grew increasingly fierce. Xiang Yuan traversed the training ground a few times before ultimately making his way towards Duncan, desperately squeezing through the crowd. It was not out of a desire to curry favor with Duncan. Rather, he had a task at hand. Following the conclusion of the NCAA finals, Xiang Yuan had reaped substantial rewards. After completing a primary mission along with 3 secondary ones, he accrued a remarkable 5,000 points solely from his achievements. Additionally, he was granted 2 opportunities for special reward draws. Upon reaching a comprehensive score of 70, the system not only unlocked the diamond card pool but also activated the feature for redeeming points for special reward draws. However, the points required for redemption were exorbitant, amounting to a staggering 5,000 points. He had come to realize that the character card pool served as a foundation, while special rewards represented an advanced level. The allure of these special rewards was undeniable, their functionality exceedingly potent. This time, from the 2 special rewards, Xiang Yuan drew a stamina recovery card, beginner level, and a skill replication card. Special reward item, stamina recovery card, beginner level, effect. When the host encounters a stamina crisis during a match, using this card restores 1/10 of the host's total stamina. This is a valuable asset. Typically, stamina crises arise in the latter stages of a game when players' energy levels are dwindling. If the score remains closely contested, Recovering a portion of stamina can significantly influence the outcome of the match. The other item boasts an even more impressive effect. Special reward item, skill replication card effect. When used on a player within a 1-meter range, it can replicate one of that player's unique skills. Skills without specific attributes cannot be replicated. Once replicated, this card is consumed, and the host permanently acquires the replicated skill. Incredible! Xiang Yuan fully understood the difficulty of obtaining skills. He had yet to cultivate any skills himself. Despite having utilized numerous character cards, many of which possess skills, he had never received a skill as a reward from the system. Now, with this card, he could finally acquire a skill. Allen Iverson's signature crossover, Michael Jordan's fadeaway jumper, Hakeem Olajuwon's dream shake, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's skyhook. As soon as he contemplated these skills, Xiang Yuan felt an insatiable desire welling up within him. Initially, after acquiring this card, he had been indecisive about which skill to replicate. However, upon laying eyes on Duncan, his hesitation evaporated. Universally acknowledged as the greatest power forward in history, any skill drawn from Duncan would undoubtedly prove immensely beneficial to Xiang Yuan. 5 minutes later, after finally managing to squeeze within a meter of Duncan, Xiang Yuan gazed at the stone Buddha with fervent intensity, mentally opting to employ the skill replication card. A beam of invisible purple light connected both Xiang Yuan and Duncan. Chapter 65. The trial begins with a flourish. The purple light lingered for approximately 10 seconds before gradually fading away. Ding! The host has acquired a special skill, 45 bank shot. Skill description, derived from the renowned technique of the stone Buddha Duncan. This skill comprehensively enhances the host's foundational abilities, footwork, and various techniques, significantly increasing the host's shooting accuracy for bank shots at approximately 45 degrees from the edge of the 3-second area. It is the 45 bank shot. Xiang Yuan was utterly exhilarated. This was none other than Duncan's signature move. Although it appeared deceptively simple, its execution was fraught with difficulty. If it were otherwise, why had only Duncan mastered this technique throughout the years in the entire NBA? This move cannot merely be employed at will. It necessitates a solid foundation of fundamental skills. Duncan's offensive prowess in the paint could be deemed a veritable textbook on interior techniques. Whether through feints or sheer physicality, he exhibited mastery beyond compare, with his bank shot being particularly renowned among his many exquisite skills. At this moment, Duncan remained blissfully unaware that Xiang Yuan had exploited his opportunity. He merely noticed a peculiar, fervent gaze directed at him from the crowd. As he mentally sifted through his recollections, he recognized the owner of that strange look. He held no prejudice against this Chinese individual. Thus, he offered Xiang Yuan a subtle nod before slightly shifting his position to evade his gaze. Xiang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, a gesture of reciprocity, before departing. The wool had been secured. This joint trial could undoubtedly be deemed a worthwhile endeavor. Following a flurry of excitement, the joint trial officially commenced. All players gathered together and, in accordance with the drawn numbers, began the trials one project at a time. The official personnel of the joint trial, along with staff from various teams and members of the media, formed a large circle around the training ground, commencing their assessment of the players' myriad abilities. The order of the number drawn by Xiang Yuan was 21. The first player to undergo the trial was named Blevin Knight, who was predicted to rank 17th in the ESPN draft rankings. The initial assessment naturally focused on fundamental metrics such as height and weight. This Blevin Knight is indeed a remarkable talent, standing at a mere 1.78 meters and weighing 78 kilograms. Such stature and weight, yet he manages to secure such a high ranking, indicates that he must possess extraordinary qualities in other areas. Indeed, his offensive and organizational skills are impeccable. The combined consisted of 10 assessments. The second evaluation was the vertical leap from a standstill. Subsequently, the sequence included the running vertical leap, bench press, shuttle run, sprint, shooting drills, dribbling followed by shooting, and running shot drills. Finally, based on the circumstances, a competitive trial commenced. In no time, one assessment after another was completed, and approximately 10 minutes later, Blevin Knight's evaluation concluded. The attending staff meticulously recorded his performance metrics, which were displayed on the large screen at the trial venue. The screen showcased the names of all participating players alongside their respective test data. It seemed that, apart from height and weight, the remaining metrics were ranked. The atmosphere in the room began to grow tense. Next, it was a matter of each participant sequentially repeating all the trial assessments. Duncan drew the number 14. As Duncan stepped onto the court, all eyes widened in anticipation, eager not to miss the performance data of this nationally acclaimed top prospect. When the results were revealed, an unexpected silence enveloped the crowd. Barefoot, he measured an astounding 211 centimeters in height, weighed 113 kilograms, and boasted an impressive wingspan of 2.27 meters. His vertical leap from a standstill reached 2.88 meters, a vertical jump of 76 centimeters, and the running vertical leap was 2.99 meters. The bench press stood at 145 kilograms. While his shuttle run and sprint times were not particularly extraordinary, they remained within acceptable limits. During the shooting drills, he astounded the audience with his remarkable shooting consistency and accuracy, leaving everyone in awe. One could only marvel at the undeniable prowess of the recognized top pick. After Duncan's test, the subsequent rookie players fell into a state of despondency, and the staff present also appeared somewhat disinterested. After all, it is far easier to transition from modesty to extravagance than to regress from extravagance to modesty. Thus, the tryouts proceeded with a steady rhythm. Soon, it was Xiang Yuan's turn. Taking a deep breath, he stepped onto the trial court. This time, he refrained from utilizing any character cards. Firstly, given his current physical attributes and an overall score of 70, he was already well equipped to compete in the NBA, even amidst this pool of exceptionally gifted individuals. Secondly, for Xiang Yuan to achieve significant improvement, he would need to employ an S-level or higher character card, as ordinary A-level and B-level cards would yield minimal enhancement, let alone C-level cards. At present, he possessed only one A-level card. He had decided not to use his points for the time being, preferring to reserve them for crucial moments to draw from a higher-tier card pool or exchange for special reward opportunities. Therefore, he resolved to rely solely on his inherent capabilities for this evaluation. After the measurements of height and weight, Xiang Yuan was pleasantly surprised to discover that he had grown taller, now standing at 2.04 meters. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Observing this outcome, the team staff began to whisper among themselves, intrigued by the situation. After all, Xiang Yuan's previous height was 2.03 meters, and this additional centimeter suggested he possessed even greater potential. Following the height and weight assessment, Xiang Yuan positioned himself at the vertical jump area. As the only Asian participant in the venue, Xiang Yuan's test drew considerable attention, and many began to converse privately. Unfortunately, much of the commentary was unfavorable. Can he truly succeed? An Asian player? I've heard that their physical gifts are not particularly strong. He actually predicts a 12th pick? What a farce. It's all the media's doing. Perhaps he has some means of currying favor with them. Just watch, he'll reveal his true colors during this tryout. Conversely, a few voices rose in his defense. You haven't seen him play. I believe his jumping ability is quite impressive. Just watch the finals. His footwork in the paint is solid. Our school is in the East District, and I know him. His skills are remarkably well-rounded. Xiang Yuan gazed at the testing pole before him, concentrating intently as he mentally shielded himself from the cacophony surrounding him. With a surge of energy, he leapt. The vertical jump, 88 centimeters. The recorder's voice rang out. What? 88 centimeters? This must be a trick. Duncan only managed 76 centimeters. After all, Duncan is not known for his leaping ability, yet 88 centimeters is indeed quite outrageous. This figure could easily place him among the top 3. Unexpected, indeed. In truth, it was not only the spectators present who were astonished. Xiang Yuan himself was equally surprised. That badge of super jumping prowess had proven effective even outside of competitive settings. Thus, even at the beginning of the test, Xiang Yuan captivated everyone present. Chapter 66, Trial Training Matches. As Xiang Yuan progressed through each testing event, the murmurs of skepticism gradually diminished. The reason was clear. Xiang Yuan's performance was undeniably impressive. True strength is the most effective means to dispel doubts. In events such as the approach jump, bench press, shuttle run, baseline sprints, and sprints, Xiang Yuan consistently delivered results above standard. Furthermore, during the subsequent shooting drills, his accuracy was remarkably high, particularly from the 45-degree angle, with Duncan's signature techniques enhancing his performance. Xiang Yuan's shooting percentage from this position exceeded his usual rate by over 10 percentage points. And then there were the three-pointers. Although the appreciation for three-point shooting had begun to rise in this era, it had not yet reached significant heights. Yet, Xiang Yuan had been reborn from the year 2023, where three-point shooting had become the most vital offensive strategy in basketball. Xiang Yuan was acutely aware of the formidable ability of the three-point shot to alter the course of a game. Consequently, during his training sessions, He would often extend his practice by shooting three-pointers after completing his training tasks. In the absence of defenders, he could successfully make over 70 out of 100 attempts. And on days when his rhythm was exceptional, he could exceed 80. It is noteworthy that in his previous life, the sharpshooter Stephen Curry, who transformed the dynamics of the entire league with his three-point prowess, could only convert around 90 out of the same 100 attempts. Thus, during this trial, Xiang Yuan's three-point shooting once again astonished all present. Although he occasionally attempted three-pointers in NCAA games, no one anticipated that a player predominantly positioned as a center would possess such extraordinary three-point shooting skills. Such precision in shooting warranted a transition to shooting guard, akin to Reggie Miller. Yet, others argued that a small forward position would be more suitable, given his height similarity to Bod. A power forward role could also be advantageous, as it would help stretch the floor. Wasn't a center position even more fitting? What position should he actually play? Many team staff members expressed their astonishment, uncertain how to report back to their superiors. Nevertheless, they acknowledged the necessity of conveying Xiang Yuan's remarkable talent. As for the challenge of utilizing him effectively should he be selected, that dilemma was left for the coach to ponder. 2 hours later, the testing phase of the trial concluded, and the final rankings were announced. Xiang Yuan has consistently ranked among the top in several events, particularly excelling in vertical leap and three-point shooting, where he secured third and first places, respectively. Today's trials have concluded. However, the overall joint evaluation remains ongoing. Following the completion of the testing events, the highlight of the trials, a competitive scrimmage, is set to take place. Due to the exhaustive nature of today's assessments, the scrimmage has been scheduled for the following day. On the second day, the participating players reconvene at the venue. The over 40 rookie athletes are divided into two main groups, each comprising approximately 20 individuals. These groups are further split into two teams of around 10 players each, who will compete against one another. The starting lineup consists of those predicted to rank higher, based on their performance in the earlier events, while the remaining players serve as substitutes. However, the distinction between starters and substitutes is minimal. To thoroughly evaluate each player's abilities and characteristics, the playing time allocated to each athlete is nearly equal. Xiang Yuan was assigned to the second group, taking the position of starting small forward. The rationale for his placement in this role lies in the fact that this trial match does not impose stringent positional requirements. Additionally, his stature undoubtedly played a significant role in this decision. In the NCAA team, Xiang Yuan stood as the tallest player, thereby assuming the role of center. However, upon arriving here, he found himself surrounded by numerous players of greater height, many of whom were also positioned as centers, relegating Xiang Yuan to a more reserved role. This scenario is akin to the experience of the National College Entrance Examination in China. Before the exam, one may be regarded as an exceptional student, ranking among the top in their grade, exuding confidence and distinction. Yet, upon entering a prestigious university, one quickly discovers a plethora of academic prodigies from across the nation, rendering any prior advantages utterly insignificant. Such is the sentiment experienced in this team, where the starting center is Tony Batty, standing at 2'11" meters and weighing 104 kilograms. Hailing from Texas Tech University, the starting power forward, Keith Van Horn, measures 2'08" meters and is from the University of Utah. Xiang Yuan serves as a small forward, while the shooting guard position is held by the 1'98" tall Anthony Parker from Bradley University. The point guard is occupied by the first trialist, Blevin Knight. The bench is comprised of Chris Anstey, Jason Lawson, John Thomas, John Taylor, and Gerald Honeycutt. On the opposing team, led by Tim Duncan and Chauncey Billups, are other projected later-round players. It is indeed remarkable to compete against Duncan in the initial scrimmage. Xiang Yuan was filled with excitement. He understood that he was not yet a match for Duncan. However, he harbored a sense of confidence, believing that Duncan could not easily overpower him. Furthermore, he was convinced that he would eventually surpass Duncan. Once the team divisions were finalized, the first scrimmage commenced swiftly. During this initial contest, the attention of the various teams was predominantly directed towards players such as Derek Anderson, Antonio Daniels, Ron Mercer, and Tim Thomas. As an hour elapsed, the first scrimmage concluded. In this bout, Tim Thomas delivered an impressive performance, amassing 20 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists. Derek Anderson contributed with 18 points, while Ron Mercer recorded 15 points and 5 assists. Additionally, a player named Danny Fortson shone brightly, achieving 19 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists. Despite being projected to be drafted at the 21st position, It was anticipated that his standing would significantly improve following this combine. This exemplifies the profound impact of the combine. Following the conclusion of the first scrimmage, the second contest commenced. Xiang Yuan, accompanied by his temporary teammates, stepped onto the field. As he gazed at Duncan across the way, a fervent spirit of competition ignited within him. To exploit an opportunity, one must seize it from the right source. Otherwise, what merit is there in the endeavor? Yesterday, he had emulated Duncan's signature skill. Today, he intended to leverage Duncan's immense reputation to demonstrate to the scouts of various teams that selecting him, Xiang Yuan, with their draft picks would be an unequivocal choice they would not regret. As the match commenced, this trial confrontation was rife with personal ambition. Each individual aspired to showcase their abilities during this fleeting moment. Thus, all players on the field were equal, devoid of a central figure. Even Duncan found himself deprived of the spotlight, marginalized as his teammates refrained from passing him the ball. They understood that once the ball reached Duncan's hands, the likelihood of that possession concluding was exceedingly high. Here, it is quite similar. No one is willing to pass the ball to an unfamiliar individual of Asian descent. Xiang Yuan sensed the overwhelming malice emanating from the Oreos. With no alternative, he had to exert effort to seize the opportunity himself. Thus, the on-site staff witnessed a more diligent Xiang Yuan. He displayed active defense, tenacity in securing rebounds, finesse in interior offensive techniques, and precision in his long-range shooting, including three-pointers. Within a mere 20 minutes of playing time, he endeavored to showcase his abilities to the fullest. Particularly astonishing was his impeccable 45-degree bank shot, which left Deng Dai in awe, as it mirrored his own style. Duncan found it hard to believe that there existed another player with such solid fundamentals. Throughout the training match, Xiang Yuan amassed an impressive tally of 17 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 blocks. He could feel the gaze of various teams' personnel upon him intensify with fervor. After today, his predicted draft position was bound to rise once more. Chapter 67. A storm is brewing. A few days after the joint tryouts, ESPN once again updated its latest draft prediction rankings. The top 3 remained unchanged, while the subsequent rankings underwent significant alterations. Tim Thomas surged to the 4th position, while the 7th position saw a shuffle. Tracy McGrady fell from 11th to 13th, whereas Derek Anderson ascended to 11th. Among these changes, none elicited as much discussion and excitement as Xiang Yuan. His draft position soared, climbing directly to the 6th spot. Consequently, a cacophony of praise and skepticism ensued, overwhelming the airwaves. However, at the eye of the storm, Xiang Yuan remained unfazed by the clamor. He enlisted several trainers and withdrew into a period of intense training, shutting out the world beyond his windows and dedicating himself to rigorous practice each day. Prior to this seclusion, Xiang Yuan had chosen a representative. He opted not for the well-known sports agent Bill Duffy, but rather for Mark Bartelstein, who had previously represented both Kevin Garnett and Allen Iverson. During Xiang Yuan's intensive training, the external landscape was tumultuous. By late April, the 1996-1997 regular season concluded. This season remained firmly in the grasp of Michael Jordan. He participated in all 82 games, averaging 29, 6 points, 5, 9 rebounds, and 3 assists, leading the league in these categories. Under the guidance of Phil Jackson, the Chicago Bulls executed the triangle offense to perfection. Scottie Pippen adeptly fulfilled his role as the second-in-command, averaging 22 points, 6, 5 rebounds, 5, 7 assists, and 88 steals. Dennis Rodman claimed the rebounding title with an average of 16, 1 rebounds per game. The Bulls finished the regular season with a staggering record of 69 wins and 13 losses, narrowly missing the historic benchmark of 72 wins and 10 losses they had previously set. Such a formidable team, bolstered by exceptional players, required equally great adversaries to etch their legacy into the annals of history. This season, the Chicago Bulls encountered such rivals. Michael Jordan found his match as well. As the regular season drew to a close, amidst a chorus of skepticism and accusations of collusion, the league controversially awarded the regular season MVP title to Karl Malone, whose performance paled in comparison to Jordan's. This decision subtly highlighted the emergence of an era defined by the Bulls and the Jazz. The Utah duo continued their pursuit of greatness. Although John Stockton relinquished his title as the assist leader and failed to achieve a 10th championship, his mastery in orchestrating the team's offense and controlling the game's tempo reached new heights. Karl Malone remained a formidable force, participating in all 82 regular season games, averaging 27 points, 9 rebounds, and 4 5 assists, leading the Utah Jazz to a commendable record of 64 wins and 18 losses. With fresh talent added to their roster and the peak performance of their star duo, the Jazz were resolutely aiming for the championship. As April drew to a close, the battleground of the 1996 to 1997 playoffs was poised to erupt once more. In the Eastern Conference, the Chicago Bulls' primary rival was once the Orlando Magic. However, this season, the Magic have suffered the loss of their cornerstone player, the renowned Shaquille O'Neal, also known as the Big Diesel. With O'Neal's departure, the Magic have forfeited their competitiveness for the championship title. As for the other teams, it is not a matter of disdain. Rather, they simply lack the prowess to contend against the Bulls. The only teams still making a valiant effort are the Miami Heat and the New York Knicks. The Miami Heat boasts the formidable duo of Alonzo Mourning and Tim Hardaway as their central figures. Alonzo Mourning, a distinguished alumnus of Georgetown University and a senior to Xiang Yuan, has reached his pinnacle this season, averaging 19, 8 points and 9 rebounds. His fellow cornerstone, Tim Hardaway, contributes an impressive 20, 3 points and 6 assists per game. Under their leadership, the Miami Heat exhibit formidable competitiveness. Conversely, the New York Knicks boast key players Patrick Ewing and Allen Houston, complemented by the formidable talents of John Starks and Larry Johnson, rendering them equally competitive. Consequently, the Chicago Bulls effortlessly swept the Washington Bullets 3-0 in the first round. In the second round, they executed a gentlemanly sweep of the Atlanta Hawks with a 4-1 victory. Meanwhile, both the Heat and the Knicks triumphed over their respective opponents in the first round, leading to a dramatic confrontation in the second round. This encounter unfolded into a gripping battle, ultimately culminating in the Heat's elimination of the Knicks after a grueling 7-game series. Regrettably, the Heat emerged from this contest significantly weakened, paving the way for the Bulls to prevail in the Eastern Conference Finals. The Bulls, well-rested, easily dispatched the Heat with a 4-1 series victory, securing their place in the finals. In the Western Conference, the Utah Jazz stood virtually unchallenged. During this era, the NBA landscape favored the East, while the West appeared comparatively weaker. Even the Los Angeles Clippers, lacking star power and with their highest-scoring player averaging only 15.0 points, managed to reach the playoffs, underscoring the West's overall frailty. However, with Shaquille O'Neal joining the West, he steered the Los Angeles Lakers to a commendable fourth-place finish in the regular season, ensuring their playoff berth. Additionally, the Houston Rockets, bolstered by Hakeem Olajuwon, Charles Barkley, and Clyde Drexler, claimed the second seed, posing a significant threat to the Jazz. In the first round of the Western playoffs, the Utah Jazz swept the Los Angeles Clippers 3-0. In the second round, they faced the Lakers, who featured a rookie Kobe Bryant. Unfortunately, this year, Bryant was still a novice, having played 71 regular season games with an average of 15.5 minutes, contributing merely 6 points, 9 rebounds, and 3 assists. His impact in the playoffs was minimal, leading to the Jazz's comfortable 4-1 victory over the Lakers. On the other hand, the Houston Rockets dispatched the Minnesota Timberwolves 3-0 in the first round and overcame the Seattle Supersonics 4-3 in the second round, setting the stage for a showdown with the Jazz in the Western Conference Finals. Ultimately, the Utah Jazz advanced to the finals with a 4-2 series victory. Sadly, Sir Charles Barkley missed out on the final opportunity to claim the championship. In the grand finals, a monumental clash ensued as Michael Jordan once again demonstrated why he is revered as the basketball deity. In the inaugural match, Jordan scored an impressive 31 points, culminating in a pivotal jump shot just before the final whistle. In stark contrast, Malone faltered in the closing moments, missing 2 critical free throws that led to the team's defeat. In the second game, Jordan unleashed a formidable performance, amassing 38 points and securing another victory. However, the formidable duo from Utah did not yield so easily, as they fought back to win 2 consecutive matches, leveling the series at 2-2. In the fifth game, Jordan once again showcased his prowess with another 38-point game, guiding his team to a narrow victory of 90-88, placing the Bulls ahead 3-2. The sixth match, a potential series-clinching game, proved to be fiercely contested. With just 26 seconds remaining, the score stood at a deadlock of 82-82. Following a timeout for the Bulls, Jordan faced a double team, but having anticipated this, he deftly passed the ball to the waiting Steve Kerr on the perimeter. The shot was successful. Shortly thereafter, Tony Kukoc intercepted the Jazz's inbounds pass, adding another 2 points. The Jazz found themselves unable to recover. On June 13th, 1997, the Bulls once again claimed the championship title, marking the conclusion of the 1996 to 1997 season. The NBA draft of 1997 is set to take place on June 25th in Charlotte, North Carolina. A tumultuous era is on the horizon. Chapter 68, The Madman Sprewell. Just days before the draft commences, Xiang Yuan has finally concluded his training. It must be said, a professional trainer truly excels in their craft. The various training regimens were meticulously organized, remarkably reasonable, and the risk of injury was almost non-existent. Consequently, during this period, Xiang Yuan experienced a comprehensive enhancement. Fundamental skills, strength, stamina, shooting, rhythm, ball handling, passing, and layups. Although Xiang Yuan's abilities have not experienced a qualitative leap, he has become increasingly adept at adapting to the rhythm of the NBA. After his specialized training, Xiang Yuan accessed his attribute panel. Host, Xiang Yuan height, 204 centimeters weight, 97. 8 kilograms points, 5,600 badges. Explosive leap, bronze. Spatial conjurer, silver. Come over here, silver. Post punisher, bronze. Brawling maniac, bronze. Catch and shoot specialist, silver. Dreamy footwork, gold. Powerful finisher, gold. Box master, silver. Playmaking maestro, bronze. Special skill, 45 backboard shot roll card, 12 ability evaluation, offense 78. Defense 77. Playmaking 74, athleticism 80, finishing 78, basketball IQ 72, aesthetic appeal 63. Leadership 62, attributes slightly adjusted, overall rating 73. This overall rating can be considered indicative of a competent starting player within the NBA. Xiang Yuan is filled with anticipation for the future. Recently, numerous teams have extended individual tryout invitations to him. Prior to the specialized training, he informed his agent, Mark Bartstein, that he could arrange the tryouts at his discretion, but they must not exceed 5 teams. Additionally, the tryouts should occur only after the completion of his specialized training. Thus, while Xiang Yuan was undergoing his training, Bartstein meticulously selected the teams for the tryouts. First and foremost, Bartstein needed to ensure that these teams possessed suitable draft positions, thereby increasing the likelihood of selecting Xiang Yuan. Otherwise, attending the tryouts would be a futile endeavor. Subsequently, among the teams capable of drafting Xiang Yuan, he filtered those that would be conducive to his future development. Furthermore, he assessed which of these teams could offer Xiang Yuan a favorable contract. It is undeniable that having an agent significantly conserves energy. If Xiang Yuan were to handle these matters himself, it would undoubtedly prove quite challenging, as many aspects are beyond his comprehension. Ultimately, after Xiang Yuan concluded his specialized training, Bartstein informed him of the selected teams for the tryouts. These 5 teams are the Denver Nuggets, Boston Celtics, Golden State Warriors, Toronto Raptors, and Sacramento Kings. The Denver Nuggets hold the 5th pick, the Boston Celtics possess the 6th. The Warriors have the 8th, the Raptors the 9th, and the Kings the 11th. Each of these teams has the potential to draft Xiang Yuan and has shown a degree of interest in him. Bartstein arranged for these 5 tryouts to be concentrated within a span of 2 days. Following Bartstein's meticulously crafted itinerary, Xiang Yuan first visited the Golden State Warriors. This season, the Golden State Warriors can be described as a tangled mess. They struggled to achieve a record of 30 wins and 52 losses, which is far from ideal. At the season's conclusion, they dismissed head coach Rick Adelman. Furthermore, the team's management is contemplating a trade that would involve parting ways with the left-handed sharpshooter Chris Mullin. Consequently, they are in urgent need of fresh talent. Among this year's rookies, they have their sights set on Antonio Daniels and Ron Mercer. However, with only the 8th pick, it is highly unlikely that they will be able to secure either player. Among the remaining options, they have expressed interest in Adonal Foyle. During the joint tryouts, they dispatched staff members, and Xiang Yuan's performance during these evaluations piqued the Warriors' interest. They now have an additional candidate on their radar. Although Xiang Yuan's current projected draft position is 6th, it is merely a projection. On draft day, aside from the top 3 picks, the situation is exceedingly difficult to predict accurately. Who knows if Xiang Yuan might slip through the cracks? Moreover, the Chinese community in Golden State is relatively substantial, and the fans are more inclined to embrace Xiang Yuan. Coupled with the vast potential of the Chinese market, the Golden State Warriors extended a fervent invitation for Xiang Yuan to partake in a trial. They had no reason to refrain from doing so. On the day of the trial, the general manager, assistant coaches, and key players of the Warriors gathered at the venue. The components of the team trial diverged significantly from those of the joint trials. Beyond the fundamental exercises, the team trial allowed their own players to evaluate the newcomers in a more intimate and meticulous manner, thoroughly assessing their capabilities. One pivotal aspect of the trial was the high-intensity shooting training. This entails first exhausting the player's physical stamina through various running and strength exercises before proceeding to shooting. Under conditions of fatigue, shooting accuracy tends to diminish, thereby providing the most authentic evaluation of a player's true shooting proficiency. Fortunately, Xiang Yuan had undergone extensive training in this area. During his initial attempt at this training, his shooting percentage was dismal, reminiscent of his early days when he was engaged in systematic activation tasks. Thankfully, after specialized training, Xiang Yuan made significant strides in this discipline. Following the foundational trials, the Warriors' management was quite pleased with Xiang Yuan's performance. Subsequently, the Team S players were to assess him. Typically, this involved one-on-one matchups. The player who faced off against Xiang Yuan was none other than Sprewell, a figure later dubbed the Maniac by fans. At this time, the infamous choking incident in NBA history had yet to transpire, and Sprewell remained unblemished by controversy. During that season, he averaged 24, 2 points, 6, 3 assists, and 6 rebounds, establishing himself as a prominent shooting guard in the league, excelling in both offensive and defensive play. Generally, core players of such caliber tend to shun participation in these trials, perceiving them merely as opportunities to scrutinize rookies, hardly enticing. However, Sprewell's character inclined him to relish such environments. Despite his formidable prowess, he derived immense pleasure from dominating inexperienced players, enjoying the thrill of overpowering newcomers. Thus, he volunteered to participate. Xiang Yuan and Sprewell stood on the court. Sprewell took the initiative to strike first. "Kid, let me give you a taste of the cruelty of the NBA. So you won't end up weeping later. We'll play one-on-one to 21 points. If I allow you to score more than 5 points, consider it my loss. How does that sound?" Xiang Yuan. This brother is truly audacious. However, one must admit that Sprewell's prowess is undeniably impressive. An all-star player, once named to the NBA first team, and a member of the NBA all-defensive second team. It is indeed rare for a typical rookie, apart from a powerhouse like Duncan, to contend with him. Alas, Xiang Yuan is no ordinary rookie. Chapter 69, Relentless Pursuit. The tryouts with the Golden State Warriors have concluded. Although Xiang Yuan did not emerge victorious, it is important to note that his performance was not devoid of merit. He secured a commendable 14 points in this one-on-one contest. His skills, acquired from Duncan, combined with his finesse in the paint, rendered him nearly unguardable, even against the formidable Sprewell. Upon reaching his 4th point, Sprewell acknowledged Xiang Yuan's prowess, retracting his earlier bravado. After all, he recognized the futility of underestimating his opponent. The match unfolded with both players exchanging points, ultimately resulting in Sprewell's triumph. This encounter vividly showcased Xiang Yuan's capabilities, leaving the Warriors' management both exhilarated and apprehensive. They felt as though they had stumbled upon a hidden gem. Yet they were deeply concerned about the challenge of acquiring him with their 8th draft pick. The question of trading for a higher selection loomed heavily over the minds of the executives, lingering without resolution, regardless of the Warriors' sentiments. Xiang Yuan hurriedly made his way to Sacramento, adhering to the same approach as before. Moreover, the Kings were even more ruthless. Xiang Yuan engaged in one-on-one challenges with 3 players from the Kings team. The first match featured Billy Owens. Xiang Yuan narrowly triumphed. In the second match, it was Colas Williams. Xiang Yuan suffered a narrow defeat. In the third match, it was Mickey Richmond. Xiang Yuan faced defeat. After 3 grueling one-on-one matches, he was utterly exhausted. Fortunately, the results were quite satisfactory. The Kings directly approached Xiang Yuan, inquiring whether he would consider relocating to Sacramento, promising him a top-tier rookie contract. Under the guidance of his agent, Xiang Yuan refrained from giving a definitive response. To be candid, he found Sacramento to be quite appealing. Here, his prospects for growth appeared promising. However, the Kings held the 11th pick, which was of a lower rank. Furthermore, they had explicitly stated their intention to preserve the current roster and refrain from trading up in the draft. Consequently, they devised a plan. The Kings intended to release a statement post-workout, insinuating that Xiang Yuan had performed poorly during the trials, and that he harbored significant injury risks and character issues. Such claims would likely cause his draft stock to plummet. The Kings assured him that as long as he remained unselected before the 11th pick, they would undoubtedly bring him to Sacramento at that rank. In response to this maneuver, Xiang Yuan expressed his admiration and promptly declined. The NBA is a commercial league. Xiang Yuan had witnessed far too many tales of deceit and betrayal in the realm of the NBA during his previous life. Promises? Loyalty? Merely a jest. Such clandestine maneuvering leaves no trace of evidence. What if, at the crucial moment, the Kings refused to acknowledge their commitments? In that eventuality, Xiang Yuan would be left helplessly watching his draft stock plummet, with no solace to be found. After concluding his tryout with the Kings, Xiang Yuan immediately flew to Denver. Upon his arrival, it was already quite late. Yet, despite the hour, the Denver Nuggets did not postpone his tryout to the following day. This gesture deeply moved Xiang Yuan, leading him to believe that the Nuggets held him in high regard. The thought that the Nuggets possessed the 5th overall pick made the prospect of this high-altitude city seem somewhat appealing. Although he experienced mild altitude sickness, he dismissed it, reassuring himself that he would acclimate in due time. However, the reality was far from what Xiang Yuan had envisioned. The Nuggets had not deferred his tryout out of esteem. Rather, they had simply lost interest in it. Prior to his audition, they had evaluated Tony Batty, and, as a result, the Nuggets management had decisively determined that if Batty remained available beyond the top 4 selections, he would undoubtedly be their choice. Of course, should any of Keith Van Horn, Chauncey Billups, or Antonio Daniels fall to the 5th pick, they would promptly abandon Batty in favor of a new prospect. Yet, the likelihood of this scenario was exceedingly slim. Thus, the Denver Nuggets had essentially reserved their selection for Tony Batty. Consequently, Xiang Yuan's tryout had become a mere formality. During the evaluation, the upper echelons of the Nuggets had mostly vacated the premises. The only personnel remaining to oversee Xiang Yuan's tryout was a relatively peripheral assistant coach. The team's main players had departed, leaving behind a few individuals who seemed disinterested and merely went through the motions. The trial training for Xiang Yuan was marked by such treatment. During the trial, even the final one-on-one session was omitted. The entire process of the trial training lasted less than half an hour. As Xiang Yuan concluded his trial, he stepped outside, harboring a tumult of frustration. The Denver Nuggets. This grievance had been firmly established. That evening, he promptly checked out of the hotel, choosing not to linger in Denver. He boarded a late-night flight, heading straight to Boston. The following morning, Xiang Yuan arrived at the North Shore Garden, home of the Boston Celtics. The Celtics regarded Xiang Yuan with considerable importance. A significant reason being the newly appointed head coach, who also held the titles of team general manager, executive president, and chairman, Rick Pitino. Prior to assuming his role with the Celtics this year, he had been the head coach at the University of Kentucky. Indeed, it was the very same Kentucky team that had been defeated by Xiang Yuan's last-minute three-pointer in this year's NCAA Finals. The head coach at the time was none other than Rick Pitino himself. Upon arriving at the training facility, Xiang Yuan was astonished to see Rick Pitino, who greeted him with evident delight. The memories of the NCAA championship finals were still vivid, with this young man from China standing before him, having snatched away what should have been his NCAA title. Xiang Yuan's physical prowess, mastery of interior techniques, shooting capability, defensive skills, and his extraordinary composure during critical moments have all left an indelible impression. He had initially contemplated trading for a draft pick around the 10th position to bring Xiang Yuan under his wing. Unfortunately, Xiang Yuan's projected draft position has now escalated to 6th. Thus, he finds himself at an impasse. During this training session, he intends to personally assess Xiang Yuan's caliber. He summoned most of the players from his team. After completing a series of standard drills, Xiang Yuan faced off against 5 key players from the Celtics: Antoine Walker, David Wesley, Rick Fox, Eric Williams, and Todd Day. Due to the need for stamina recovery, this training session extended unusually long. In Denver, the trials concluded in half an hour, while in Boston, they lasted over 2 hours. The outcome of the trials left Rick Pitino increasingly conflicted. He realized that Xiang Yuan was indeed impressive. However, this impressiveness was merely adequate. The prowess of Xiang Yuan appears to have diminished since the NCAA Finals. Chapter 70, Tracy McGrady. In truth, Xiang Yuan harbored a strong desire to join the Boston Celtics, a team synonymous with tradition and excellence in the league. The Celtics hold the record for the most championships in NBA history, having triumphantly claimed the title 16 times in the years 1957, 1959 to 1966, 1968 to 1969, 1974, 1976, 1981, 1984, and 1986. This remarkable feat includes an unprecedented 8 consecutive championships. The roster has boasted iconic figures such as Bill Russell, Larry Bird, John Havlicek, Bob Cousy, and Kevin McHale, all of whom are enshrined in the Hall of Fame. These legends serve as the benchmark Seong Yuan aspires to surpass. Who wouldn't dream of playing for such a prestigious team? Thus, he approached this tryout with great anticipation, showcasing his existing talents to their fullest extent. However, Coach Rick Pitino had witnessed Seong Yuan at the zenith of his capabilities. During that memorable game, Seong Yuan utilized Hakeem Olajuwon's character card, which propelled his overall evaluation to an impressive 79. He also possessed an array of badge effects and employed a clutch shot card. At that time, Seong Yuan was indeed formidable. As a first-hand observer, Rick Pitino held considerable expectations for Seong Yuan's abilities. Presently, Seong Yuan had made significant strides in his skill set, even acquiring an additional ability. Nevertheless, compared to that earlier performance, there remained a discernible gap in his prowess. Although this disparity would eventually be bridged, Rick Pitino remained unaware of it. Subconsciously, he recalled the label associated with Seong Yuan: unstable and unpredictable. Such a player was not what Rick Pitino desired. Consequently, his interest in Seong Yuan gradually waned. Seong Yuan could sense the shift in his own state. However, he found himself powerless to alter it. He could not afford to indulge in high-tier card pools merely for a trial, primarily due to the scarcity of points at his disposal. The cards from the lower-tier pools held little significance. After completing his trial with the Boston Celtics, Seong Yuan felt that his prospects of securing a position in Boston were rather bleak. His next destination was the Toronto Raptors, the final team he would be auditioning for, and the one he anticipated the most. If given the choice, Seong Yuan would undoubtedly select the Toronto Raptors over the Boston Celtics or any other team. As for the reason, in a past life, during the 1997 NBA draft, the Toronto Raptors selected Tracy McGrady with the 9th overall pick. As a former teammate of Yao Ming, McGrady enjoys considerable popularity in China. At that time, Seong Yuan was also quite fond of McGrady, frequently emulating his playing style. However, lacking a systematic approach, Seong Yuan's skill on the court could only be described as rather ordinary. One of Seong Yuan's desires is to play basketball alongside McGrady. However, the most significant reason lies in none other than Vince Carter. Seong Yuan distinctly recalls that in a previous life, the Toronto Raptors engaged in a subtle stratagem during the 1998 NBA draft. They cunningly seized Antoine Jamison, a player the Golden State Warriors ardently desired. With the 4th overall pick, the Warriors, quick to respond, promptly selected Vince Carter, a player the Raptors coveted, with the 5th pick. Subsequently, both teams entered negotiations, culminating in a trade that saw Carter and Jamison exchange places. In this transaction, the Raptors not only acquired their desired Carter, but also received a sum of cash from the Warriors, while Carter's rookie contract, being the 5th pick, was $1 million less than that of Jamison, the 4th pick. This maneuver by the Raptors was a clever ploy that outsmarted both the Warriors and Carter. Nevertheless, it was certain that Carter would be heading to Toronto. In this life, although history may shift due to Seong Yuan's presence, the affairs of the NBA have remained largely unchanged over the past 5 years since his rebirth. Seong Yuan anticipated that only through personal involvement could true change be realized. Therefore, he believed that the Toronto Raptors' decision regarding Carter was of little consequence. Furthermore, he was confident that once he joined the Raptors, within a year, he would undoubtedly make a significant impact, thereby enhancing his influence within the team. Then, during the 1998 draft, he would lend a strategic hand to ensure that the Raptors secured Vince Carter. McGrady, Carter, alongside himself. Just envisioning such a lineup was exhilarating. With anticipation in his heart, Seong Yuan arrived in Toronto. Upon his arrival, his agent communicated with the Raptors. Due to the extended duration of his training in Boston, coupled with the lengthy flight, Seong Yuan was exhausted and in no condition to partake in the tryout that day. The Raptors concurred with this assessment. Thus, Seong Yuan spent the day resting in Toronto to recuperate his energy. The following day, he arrived at the tryout venue. Only to his astonishment, he encountered Tracy McGrady. The trial session for Seong Yuan coincided with that of Tracy McGrady. As a member of the McDonald's All-American team, McGrady's statistics for the 1996-97 season, boasting an impressive average of 27, 5 points, 8, 7 rebounds, and 2, 8 steals, were indeed remarkable. Although his fame did not quite rival that of contemporaries such as Lamar Odom, it was sufficiently notable. Initially, McGrady intended to pursue a collegiate career, harboring a keen interest in the University of Kentucky Wildcats. However, news of his potential to be a first-round draft pick emerged, prompting him, under the counsel of his high school coach, to forego college altogether and take his prodigious talent directly to the NBA. During the pre-draft combine, McGrady was unable to attend due to a family emergency, which resulted in a slight drop in his projected draft position. Yet, he remained indifferent, viewing these projections as mere speculation. Nevertheless, he actively participated in individual workouts with subsequent teams. The Toronto Raptors became the 7th team to conduct a trial with McGrady. Among the teams vying for his attention, the Chicago Bulls exhibited the greatest interest. After completing his workout with the Bulls, McGrady was nearly convinced that he would be joining this highly sought-after franchise. Hence, he did not place much importance on the upcoming session with the Raptors. However, Xiang Yuan was acutely aware that, according to the course of history, McGrady's path to the Bulls was nearly impossible. In a twist of fate, just hours before the 1997 draft, Bulls general manager Jerry Krause was negotiating with the Vancouver Grizzlies, offering Scottie Pippen as the central piece to acquire the 4th overall pick to select McGrady. Just hours prior to the draft, Michael Jordan declared that if the team traded Pippen, he would retire on the spot, effectively extinguishing any hope of McGrady joining the Bulls. Unbeknownst to McGrady, his destiny was destined to intertwine with that of Toronto. At present, he remained in an exceptionally relaxed state. Upon seeing Xiang Yuan, it appeared that he had just awakened from slumber. Noticing Xiang Yuan's presence, My D was the first to greet him, exclaiming, "Hello, I know you, Xiang Yuan." Xiang Yuan has encountered numerous celebrities by now, and the excitement he once felt upon first seeing Carter has long since faded. However, McGrady still holds a special place in his heart. "Hey T-Mac, it's you," he exclaimed. Yet, upon noticing McGrady's bleary eyes and pronounced dark circles, a wave of concern washed over him. "Come on, my friend, take care of yourself. Make sure to perform well in the tryouts," Xiang Yuan advised. Chapter 71, Another 79. In an environment where one is sincere, making friends is, in fact, a rather effortless endeavor. Xiang Yuan is quite diligent. Moreover, McGrady possesses a commendable character. Thus, it did not take long for the two to become intimately acquainted. "Xiang, what did you mean by take it seriously earlier?" McGrady inquired. Recalling Xiang Yuan's words after they had grown closer, he expressed his confusion. "Oh, what I meant is that you should regard this trial seriously," Xiang Yuan elucidated. "Oh, I see," McGrady replied, rubbing his eyes, and quietly confided to Xiang Yuan, "However, I am destined for the Chicago Bulls. This trial is merely a formality." Xiang Yuan observed that McGrady was quite naive. However, he soon came to terms with it. After all, McGrady was merely a high school student. A little innocence was perfectly normal and, indeed, a positive trait. Recognizing this, Xiang Yuan resolved to take on the responsibility of guiding him. He intended to prepare McGrady with a cautionary lesson, ensuring he understood the folly of putting all his hopes on a single, unreliable opportunity. Just as Xiang Yuan contemplated how to articulate this, a sudden thought struck him. If the Raptors were to select McGrady with their draft pick, what would they use to choose him? Xiang Yuan had previously overlooked this issue, which left him feeling quite distressed. Upon reflection, he decided to refrain from voicing his thoughts. Firstly, the two of them were essentially in a competitive relationship. If McGrady were to be selected by the Raptors, it would mean that he would forfeit his chance to join the team, and consequently, the likelihood of reuniting with Carter next year would diminish significantly. Between McGrady and Carter, Xiang Yuan would undoubtedly choose Carter. To realize the ideal of the three of them playing together, he would need to persuade the Raptors to consider trading for a higher draft pick this year. Secondly, he simply could not fathom how to initiate the conversation. It would be absurd to tell McGrady that he was already aware of Jordan's impending actions in a few days. McGrady would likely think him a fool. Xiang Yuan contemplated for a moment. After all, McGrady's talent could not possibly be overshadowed. Let it be, then, he shall take the lead. Xiang Yuan's current task is to perform exceptionally well during this trial. The trial commenced swiftly, with Tracy McGrady taking the lead. McGrady, bearing dark circles under his eyes, navigated through each drill. It was evident that he was not exerting his utmost effort, yet his performance was commendable nonetheless. Such is the nature of his innate talent. At this stage, McGrady's character still exhibited some immaturity. He lacked diligence in various aspects, including his training attitude and playing condition. There were even whispers questioning his professionalism. In his past life, it was only in his second season that McGrady began to acclimatize to the rhythm of a professional athlete's life, channeling his energy into daily training, which ultimately allowed him to showcase his true potential. One could argue that the current McGrady is merely an unblossomed bud, yet to reach full bloom. Otherwise, would NBA scouts coaches, and managers be so oblivious as to overlook his talent, allowing him to slip to the 9th pick? McGrady's trial concluded swiftly. Observing the expressions on the faces of the Raptors executives, Seong Yuan surmised that their thoughts mirrored those of Rick Pitino after watching Seong Yuan's trial the previous day. Quite impressive, yet merely satisfactory. However, the Raptors were acutely aware of their position, holding only the 9th pick. Did they truly expect to find an all-star caliber player at that position? The odds were slim, though not entirely impossible. In their eyes, the 2-3-meter-tall high school player, while possessing considerable physical talent, lacked other reliable offensive skills apart from a sharp drive, demonstrated a mediocre defensive attitude, and was overly reliant on ball possession. Such attributes may not align with those of a future all-star. The Toronto Raptors were relatively new to the NBA, having joined the league in the 1995-1996 season. Consequently, the team's staff possessed limited experience and a significantly less discerning eye. In this regard, Jerry West of the Los Angeles Lakers was several steps ahead. Last year, this iconic figure, upon witnessing Kobe Bryant's trial, overcame dissenting opinions and persuaded Lakers owner Jerry Buss to part with the star center Vlade Divac in exchange for the 13th pick from the Hornets, bringing Kobe to Los Angeles. This move has been immortalized by countless fans as a classic. This year, he was set to make his mark once again. A few days ago, after witnessing McGrady's workout, he became convinced of McGrady's immense star potential. Consequently, he approached Lakers owner Buss once more, proposing to trade the all-star small forward Eddie Jones as the principal asset to acquire McGrady from the team that had drafted him. The Lakers did not possess a first-round pick at that time. Just imagine McGrady, Kobe, and Shaquille O'Neal on the same team. It would have been utterly extraordinary. Alas, this transaction was vetoed by owner Buss. The Lakers had recently completed a similar trade the previous year, and this year, Buss was reluctant to pursue that path again, primarily due to his desire to refrain from expending excessive effort on developing high school talent. One was sufficient. Why two? As a result, this deal, which could have heralded a Lakers dynasty, was tragically aborted. These events underscore the magnitude of McGrady's talent. However, for Seong Yuan, these matters were of no concern. Following McGrady's workout, it would be his turn. Seong, give it your all. As McGrady descended from the workout floor and seated himself, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, he enthusiastically cheered on Seong Yuan. McGrady felt no sense of rivalry between them. After all, he was destined for Chicago. Seong Yuan turned back and gave McGrady an okay hand gesture before proceeding towards the training ground. Prior to the commencement of the trial, Seong Yuan accessed the system interface. Within the system's card pack, there remained but a single character card. This was an A-level card, acquired from the free draw opportunity bestowed upon him by the rookie gift package before the NCAA Finals. A-level character card, Eddie Jones character description, NBA first round, 10th overall pick in 1994, a player of comprehensive skills, averaging 14, 8 points, 2, 9 assists, 4, 0 rebounds, and 1, 7 steals throughout his career. In his peak season, he averaged 20, 1 points, 4, 2 assists, 4, 8 rebounds, and 2, 7 steals, and was a 3-time NBA All-Star. Badges, omitted. Special skills, none. Seong Yuan hesitated for a moment. Although he felt that utilizing an A-level card during the trial was somewhat excessive, he ultimately decided to proceed with it. There was no alternative. This was the only way to truly impress the upper management of the Toronto Raptors, to position himself as a prime candidate, and perhaps even entice them to trade up for a draft pick or, akin to the Los Angeles Lakers, to secure his acquisition. Thus, Seong Yuan resolved to take the plunge. The inheritance level of the Eddie Jones character card had reached 82. With the enhancement from the character card, Seong Yuan's overall rating has once again ascended to 79. Initially, when his overall rating was at 68, he employed the Olajuwon character card, which elevated his score to 79. Now, with his baseline overall rating already at 73, the utilization of this card has also raised his rating to 79. Seong Yuan once again felt a surge of power within. Toronto Raptors, if you do not trade for the 4th or 5th pick to select me, it would be an affront to my role card. With unwavering confidence, Seong Yuan strode purposefully toward the training facility. Chapter 72. The Raptors uncover a treasure. The trial session followed the same routine as before. While the Raptors did not regard this event with the same indifference as the Denver Nuggets, they also did not afford it excessive attention. However, after Seong Yuan's second trial event, the atmosphere began to shift. Vertical leap, 95 centimeters. Upon this revelation, the The Raptors staff were left in a state of disbelief. They recalled that during the joint trials, Xiang Yuan's vertical leap was only 88 centimeters. Had his physical prowess truly improved in such a short span? What does a height of 95 centimeters signify? For comparison, the former NBA leaping champion Steve Francis achieved a vertical leap of 114 centimeters, while Michael Jordan reached 98 centimeters and Kobe Bryant 97 centimeters. Clearly, this leap was quite impressive. Following the vertical leap, he transitioned to the running vertical jump, 108 centimeters. Next came the bench press, 130 kilograms, the shuttle run, baseline sprints, and various drills, all maintained an exceptional standard. During shooting practice, his accuracy was remarkable even in standard shots, and astonishingly, his high-volume shooting achieved an accuracy exceeding 60. The Raptors staff blinked in astonishment. Were they truly witnessing a trial for Duncan? Or perhaps for Van Horn? The Raptors personnel were perplexed. Had Xiang Yuan not exerted himself fully during the joint trials? Typically, one is expected to showcase their complete abilities during such events. Unless. The Raptors staff began to whisper amongst themselves, pondering this conundrum. Was it possible that he genuinely desired to join the Raptors? That seemed the only plausible explanation. Well, this is the first time I've encountered a gifted player eager to join our team. Indeed, other athletes of note had gone to great lengths to avoid this newly established franchise. Moreover, the distance to their location was a deterrent for many. The mindset of the Chinese was inscrutable. Well, let us proceed to the one-on-one trials and assess his additional capabilities. After some private discussions, the current head coach of the Raptors made arrangements. Walter Williams, why don't you take the lead in testing his mettle? Walter Williams, the starting shooting guard and small forward for the Raptors, stands at a height of 2.03 meters and weighs 99 kilograms. This season, he averages 16 for points, 7 assists, and 5.0 rebounds, a commendable performance. Upon hearing the coach's instructions, he donned his basketball attire and stepped onto the trial court. Let us begin. Observing Xiang Yuan's performance, Walter Williams refrained from uttering any superfluous words. Very well, Xiang Yuan nodded. The one-on-one commenced, and ultimately, Xiang Yuan emerged victorious with a score of 21-17. Their heights were comparable, yet Xiang Yuan's prowess in the paint was evidently superior. In one-on-one encounters, having refined post skills provides a significant advantage, as there are no teammates to set screens, pass, or create opportunities. Hence, the ability to create one's own shot is paramount, especially when executing low-post offense. How do you feel? The Raptors head coach quietly inquired after Walter Williams exited the court. Quite impressive, Walter Williams nodded, acknowledging the strength of his opponent. However, given their similar heights, it appears there may be limited opportunities for him at the center position in the NBA unless he can adapt to another role. Walter Williams spoke candidly. Well, take a rest. Marcus Camby, you're up. Marcus Camby, the Raptors' second overall pick from last year, is averaging 14, 8 points and 6.3 rebounds this season. He embodies the archetype of a traditional center with considerable height, long arms, impressive leaping ability, and exceptional shot-blocking skills. The team views him as a future cornerstone player, making him an ideal candidate to assess Xiang Yuan's capabilities. Following another round of one-on-one, Xiang Yuan surprisingly faced defeat with a score of 19-21. This match left Camby sweating nervously, as he had not anticipated that Xiang Yuan could pose such a threat. Camby's defensive and shot-blocking abilities are typically outstanding, providing him with an edge in one-on-one situations. Yet, during their confrontation in the paint, Camby found himself momentarily bewildered by Xiang Yuan's agility. In a typical match, he managed to block only one of Xiang Yuan's shots. Furthermore, Xiang Yuan's finesse with his floater and bank shot was remarkably accurate. Fortunately, having played a year in the NBA, Camby had improved and gained valuable experience. Otherwise, considering his performance from a year prior, he might very well have fallen to Xiang Yuan's skill. As the one-on-one concluded, Camby turned to give the coach a thumbs up, signifying that Xiang Yuan was exceptional. The coach nodded, his enthusiasm growing ever more palpable. One could say that Xiang Yuan's trial was nothing short of explosive. And how could it not be? After all, it was an A-level character card. For the sake of Carter, Xiang Yuan truly gave his all. The Raptors were pleasantly surprised to discover that they had indeed unearthed a treasure. During the joint training session, the Raptors were also present. At that time, no one had realized that Xiang Yuan possessed such remarkable talent. Undoubtedly, apart from Duncan, he was the most promising player in this draft class. Consequently, The Raptors management hurriedly sought to gather information. After extensive inquiries, they discovered that Xiang Yuan's exceptional abilities seemed to be known only to the Raptors. This was a tremendous advantage. Thus, the Raptors executives immediately issued a confidentiality order, resolutely preventing any news of Xiang Yuan's impressive performance during the trials from leaking out. At this point, McGrady had already been cast aside by the Raptors' higher-ups. The ninth pick? The Raptors no longer desired it. They began strategizing on how to trade up in the draft. At the very least, they aimed to secure the sixth pick. If they could select Xiang Yuan with the sixth pick, it would undoubtedly be a boon. However, the Raptors had one matter to resolve. During the trials, the attendees were all Raptors staff members, with the exception of McGrady. After McGrady completed his trial, he had no immediate obligations, so he leisurely sat on the sidelines, watching Xiang Yuan's performance. The Raptors did not think much of it and allowed him to stay. Now, they deeply regretted their decision. Had they known, they would have expelled McGrady. The Raptors were anxious that McGrady might leak information about Xiang Yuan's trial. Yet, they were at a loss as to how to approach McGrady. They couldn't simply say, "We apologize, but we no longer intend to select you. Instead, we wish to choose Xiang Yuan, and we request that you keep our decision confidential." Ultimately, the Raptors devised a plan. They approached McGrady and informed him that if he was not selected before the ninth pick, the Raptors would certainly choose him. McGrady was indifferent to this, believing that regardless of where he was picked in the first round, the Chicago Bulls would trade for him. The Raptors then discussed with McGrady that there was a team friendly to the Raptors that had its eyes on Xiang Yuan and hoped to select him during the draft. This team requested that the Raptors keep Xiang Yuan's trial results confidential, and thus, the Raptors hoped McGrady could help them maintain this secret for a few days. McGrady did not think much of it and readily agreed. The Raptors then ceased any further trial arrangements and hastily concluded this session. They needed to focus on strategizing how to trade up in the draft. Chapter 73. Conversations in the sunset. After completing all the trials, Xiang Yuan hurried back to Washington. At that moment, Carter was still diligently working on his credits. Upon Xiang Yuan's return, Carter was absolutely elated. Recently, he had been subsisting solely on cafeteria food, with no opportunity to enhance his culinary experience. Now that he had the chance to indulge with Xiang Yuan, he was determined to feast lavishly. Given Xiang Yuan's rising draft position, Carter was well aware that his lottery spot was virtually secured. With such a coveted position in the lottery, the value of a rookie contract would undoubtedly soar. A conservative estimate would place it around $4 million over 3 years, which seemed quite feasible. Not to mention, he could also anticipate lucrative endorsement deals with sports brands in the future. It is noteworthy that Xiang Yuan's agent, Mark Bartine, has already begun negotiations for commercial endorsement contracts with various major brands. Tracy McGrady's decision to bypass college and enter the NBA was significantly influenced by his coach's revelation of a 6-year, $12 million endorsement offer from Adidas. Despite McGrady's projected draft position being lower than Xiang Yuan's, one can only imagine the extraordinary endorsement contract that Xiang Yuan could secure if negotiations were successful. Therefore, Carter felt no psychological burden whatsoever regarding the prospect of indulging in a lavish feast. Xiang Yuan sought out a fine restaurant nearby and arranged to meet both Carter and Tang Jixuan. With the draft fast approaching, he found himself unable to devote time to either of them separately. Thus, he had to make this arrangement. Carter was quite indifferent to the situation, however. Tang Jixuan felt a tinge of disappointment. After such a long separation, she had hoped that Xiang Yuan would spend a couple of days with her upon his return. Nevertheless, being a sensible young woman, she understood the significance of his current endeavors and chose not to voice her discontent. After sharing a delightful dinner, the trio ventured to a quieter CF to engage in conversation. "Xiang, which team do you aspire to join?" Carter inquired with curiosity. Yes, Brother Yuan. Which team do you wish to join?" Tang Jixuan echoed the sentiment, equally intrigued. Xiang Yuan pondered for a moment and replied, "Currently, there are 3 teams I am particularly interested in: the Toronto Raptors, the Boston Celtics, and the Golden State Warriors. Why not the Washington Wizards?" Tang Jixuan pouted. This left Xiang Yuan momentarily speechless. "Miss, did you not mention that you frequently study the NBA? Surely you are aware that the Wizards do not possess a first-round draft pick this year?" Noticing Xiang Yuan's predicament, Carter quickly interjected. "They only have the 46th and 49th picks. Do you truly wish to see Xiang Yuan fall to the end of the second round?" "I am indeed aware that the Wizards lack a first-round pick, and I do not wish for him to drop to the end of the second round," Tang Jixuan argued. "But does that matter? He should want to join the Wizards most. Lowering her head to conceal her disappointment, she added, "Whether one can achieve something is one matter, but whether one desires it is quite another." Carter responded, "Well, that logic is impeccable." He cast a glance at Xiang Yuan, conveying that he was single and unable to assist him in this matter. "I certainly wish to join the Wizards, it's just that, at this moment, it is not feasible. Should an opportunity arise in the future, I will find a way to join them," Xiang Yuan quickly clarified. "That sounds more reasonable," Tang Jishuan conceded, her petulance dissipating. "So, you mean to say that your foremost desire is to join the Toronto Raptors?" With the dangers seemingly averted, Carter continued to inquire. "Toronto is quite distant, and the Raptors are a newly established team. In every respect, it does not appear to be the best choice for Xiang Yuan. Moreover," Carter was aware that the Raptors currently hold only the 9th pick. Xiang Yuan nodded and said, "Indeed, I aspire to join the Raptors. Within this new team, there may be greater opportunities for development. I have just completed a trial with the Raptors, and they seem quite pleased with my performance. From what I gather, they may consider trading up in the draft to select me at the 6th position or higher." Xiang Yuan concocted a plausible excuse. After all, he could hardly disclose to Carter that he was aware of his impending participation in next year's draft, particularly with the Toronto Raptors being the team likely to select him. Fortunately, Carter seemed to embrace Xiang Yuan's words, believing that if he were to be picked within the top 6, his future prospects would undoubtedly flourish. Subsequently, with a hint of regret, Carter remarked, "You are simply too impatient. If you were to wait for 2 more years before entering the draft, while I cannot guarantee you the number 1 pick, securing a position within the top 3 should not pose a significant challenge. Regardless, considering the current rankings, things are looking quite promising. With talent, success will naturally follow," Xiang Yuan replied. "Haha, you speak the truth, yet you are destined to be my second in command. For when I declare, I shall undoubtedly be the top pick." Carter bellowed with laughter. How dull, Xiang Yuan thought, unwilling to continue the debate. With a system at his disposal, he was confident that once he made his mark in the NBA, Carter would be obliged to accept his role as a subordinate. The three engaged in further discussions about the draft at the CAF, and once their conversation reached a natural conclusion, Carter excused himself, citing prior commitments. Though currently single, he was hardly devoid of emotional intelligence. The remaining time was better reserved for a pair of lovers, primarily as Tang Jishuan's gaze toward him had grown increasingly peculiar. From Tang Jishuan's large, glistening eyes, Carter perceived a glaring spotlight, akin to a massive, several hundred-watt bulb. Thus, he feigned ignorance to Xiang Yuan's pleading glance and made a hasty exit. "Come on, let us take a stroll," Xiang Yuan suggested, noticing Carter had already fled. "All right." Tang Jishuan nodded. As they stepped out of the CAF, twilight had begun to descend. The afterglow of the setting sun painted the layers of white clouds in shades of crimson, while the warm orange light adorned the streets, rendering the entire thoroughfare a touch more gentle. The shadows of Xiang Yuan and Tang Jishuan, one tall and the other short, meandered along the narrow path. "Brother Yuan, after you joined the NBA, have you found no time to return?" Tang Jishuan's voice was soft, reflecting her melancholic mood. "Not at all. Occasionally. I still come to Washington for away games. Besides, the NBA season lasts just over 6 months. I will return to complete my credits in the remaining time." Xiang Yuan replied hastily. "Is it merely to finish your credits?" Tang Jishuan inquired. "Also to accompany you." Xiang Yuan, now more astute, added. Tang Jishuan's expression brightened slightly, only to fade again as she lamented, "Since you became a star in the NBA, many beautiful American girls will pursue you, and soon you will forget about me." At this juncture, Xiang Yuan realized he could no longer evade the matter. "I promise you, Jishuan, for at least the next 2 years, I will not date anyone," he declared earnestly. Upon hearing his words, Tang Jishuan felt a flicker of joy intermingled with worry. "And what about me?" Her voice was barely audible, like a whisper. Yet, Xiang Yuan pretended not to hear, responding, "What did you say?" At that moment, Tang Jishuan had lost the courage to continue. "Nothing. I wish you success in the draft." Chapter 74. Trade discussions. A few days before the draft, in Boston, Massachusetts, Rick Pitino, newly appointed head coach of the Boston Celtics, who also held the roles of general manager, executive president, and chairman, was engrossed in studying this year's draft prospects in his office. In recent years, the storied franchise of the Celtics had been mired in mediocrity with poor performance. Nevertheless, when the Celtics extended the invitation to Rick Pitino for the position, he accepted with great enthusiasm. The reason was singular. The Celtics had the highest probability of securing the first overall pick. This meant that the green team had a significant chance of acquiring Tim Duncan. This condition possesses an immense allure. Rick Pitino, who has dedicated many years to coaching at the university level, is acutely aware of Tim Duncan's prowess. Should a team secure Duncan as the cornerstone of their rebuilding efforts, it would be tantamount to acquiring hope for a championship. However, the lottery results left him utterly astonished and disheartened. The Celtics had over a 30% probability of obtaining the first overall pick, the highest among all participating teams. Yet, they ended up with merely the third overall pick. After the lottery concluded, he returned to his office and shattered the items on his desk, unable to vent his boundless fury. Having accepted the invitation to lead Boston, he had long been prepared for Duncan's arrival. In fact, he had devised several plans and strategies centered entirely around Duncan. Now, all of his aspirations lay in ruins. Furthermore, the Celtics not only lost Tim Duncan, they were also unable to secure Keith Van Horn. With the third pick, they could at best select Chauncey Billups, a player Pitino was not particularly fond of. In a previous iteration, the Celtics had chosen Billups with the third pick, only to trade him away shortly after the new season commenced. Pitino still sought to make a desperate attempt. He contacted the general manager of the San Antonio Spurs, intending to offer everything in exchange for that coveted first overall pick. However, before negotiations could even commence, they were abruptly concluded. The Spurs regarded this fortuitous first overall pick as a treasure, and they were unwilling to part with it at any cost. Spurs head coach Greg Popovich publicly stated, "The likelihood of us trading this first overall pick with other teams is as high as our chances of sending our scout R.C. Buford to become the Spurs starting guard." Rick Pitino has once again overturned the table. The architect of the tanking plan, the legendary Celtics figure Red Auerbach, is also scurrying about, devising schemes to bring Duncan back to Boston. Auerbach contacted Popovich, intending to persuade him to reconsider. He assured Popovich that he would accept any terms, provided Duncan was relinquished to Boston. Ultimately, he was met with refusal. The tanking strategy had utterly failed. At his advanced age, he ceased to concern himself with the affairs of the Celtics. The subsequent draft and related matters were entrusted to Rick Pitino. Pitino, however, was left to grapple with a disarray devoid of Duncan and Van Horn. Although the Celtics had recently acquired Anthony Walker, who had performed reasonably well, Pitino saw through his potential and understood that he could not lead the Celtics to resurgence. Presently, the Celtics held the third and sixth picks in the draft. The third pick could only yield Chauncey Billups, given his undeniable talent. Even though Pitino was not fond of him, he could not allow him to fall into the hands of rival teams. As for the sixth pick, Pitino found himself in a quandary. Initially, he intended to select Ron Mercer, a player from his tenure at the University of Kentucky. However, the emergence of Xiang Yuan shifted his focus. The scenes from this year's NCAA championship still linger vividly in his mind, where the young man from China snatched away the NCAA title that should have been his. Xiang Yuan's physical prowess, interior skills, shooting ability, defensive capabilities, and his remarkable composure during critical moments have left an indelible impression. He had initially contemplated trading for a draft pick around the 10th position to bring Xiang Yuan under his wing. Unfortunately, Xiang Yuan's projected draft position has now ascended to 6th. He has also observed the circumstances of the joint workouts. Consequently, he extended an invitation for a private workout with Xiang Yuan. The results of this individual session have only served to deepen Pitino's inner conflict. The time Xiang Yuan has spent playing basketball is still rather brief. From his senior year of high school to university, it amounts to scarcely 2 years. This brevity has led the typically cautious Pitino to harbor some skepticism regarding Xiang Yuan's capabilities. Although Xiang Yuan has showcased commendable performance in the NCAA, Pitino is not inclined to make significant decisions based on a singular explosive game. Furthermore, the draft reports indicate that Xiang Yuan's performance lacks consistency and clarity in style. Such a player holds the potential to ascend to stardom. However, the probability leans towards him becoming a marginal player due to his ambiguous skill set. Pitino feels assured in nurturing Duncan, yet mentoring Xiang Yuan presents considerable risk. As for Xiang Yuan's projected draft position, Pitino has long perceived it as merely a ruse orchestrated by David Stern. With the 6th pick, should he adhere to the original plan and select the reliably contributing Ron Mercer, or take a gamble on the more uncertain Xiang Yuan? This dilemma has nearly left Pitino in despair. Just as he found himself in a quandary, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. On the other end was Glenn Grunwald, the general manager of the Toronto Raptors. Upon answering, Grunwald got straight to the point. "Pitino, we desire the 6th pick you possess. What type of assets can you offer?" Patino instinctively inquired as he began to contemplate which players and assets from the Raptors he particularly desired. "We can offer Ronald Jones along with this year's ninth pick in exchange for your sixth pick and Roy Rogers," Grunwald proposed. Ronald Jones? As a manager, Patino had a mental catalog of talent across various teams. Ronald Jones is a forward with a certain level of immediate impact. Yet to trade the sixth pick for such an asset? He decisively declined. "I'm afraid I'm not interested in this trade." "Oh? Then tell me, what kind of assets are you seeking?" Grunwald replied. Trading is fundamentally a matter of negotiation, and Patino understood that this was merely the beginning of their bargaining, with both parties probing each other's intentions. Nevertheless, he could sense Grunwald's earnest desire for the sixth pick. Which player had the Raptors set their sights on? Was it Ron Mercer? Patino mused internally. However, he held little interest in the Raptors' intentions. He was solely focused on ascertaining what he could gain in return. He swiftly reviewed the Raptors roster and then boldly declared, "We also want Doug Christie." The mention of the name Patino was met with disbelief, as he had never anticipated that the other party would acquiesce. Doug Christie, chosen as the 17th overall pick in the first round of 1992, averaged 14.5 points, 3.9 assists, and 5.3 rebounds this season. Such a valuable asset exchanged merely for the sixth pick? Absurd. Patino intended to convey that they should concede, while he continued to deliberate on whom to select with his sixth pick. However, to Patino's astonishment, the voice on the other end, Glenn Ward, fell silent for a moment before suggesting, "Let us arrange a meeting to discuss the trade details more thoroughly." Chapter 75. The approaching tide. Rick Pitino had not anticipated that his sixth pick would suddenly become a coveted prize. Shortly after concluding his call with the Toronto Raptors general manager, he received a call from the Golden State Warriors. Their request mirrored that of the Raptors, seeking to trade for the sixth pick. After some deliberation, they arranged a time to meet. Subsequently, the Sacramento Kings also reached out, expressing similar interest in acquiring the sixth pick. At this juncture, Patino found himself perplexed. Why was every team vying for the sixth pick? Something was amiss. He promptly dispatched his aides to gather intelligence. Soon enough, reports began to trickle in. Although the information was somewhat vague, Patino meticulously analyzed the feedback and had nearly deduced the intentions of these teams. They sought to utilize the sixth pick to select Seong Yuan. What enchantment did the Seong Yuan possess? Patino found himself in a perplexing situation. However, given the prevailing demand, the sixth pick in his possession had suddenly acquired significant value. He could comfortably adopt a wait-and-see approach, biding his time for the right offer. After all, he had firmly resolved against retaining Seong Yuan if the proposals from potential partners were to his satisfaction. Relinquishing the sixth pick and parting ways with his protege Ron Mercer would pose no dilemma. Patino meticulously gathered information on the circumstances of three teams, embarking on an analysis of which players would best suit the Celtics, seeking to maximize the potential benefits. This scenario merely represented a minor reflection of the undercurrents swirling in the lead-up to the draft, as the date of the 1997 NBA draft drew near. Such occurrences transpired daily. The telephones in the offices of general managers across the league rang incessantly. Each was employing every conceivable tactic to secure advantages for their teams, optimizing roster structures, enhancing competitive strength, or reducing salary expenditures. For teams with dismal records yet holding high draft picks, the draft was of paramount importance, a golden opportunity to escape their predicaments. Securing a player who could serve as a cornerstone for the franchise could indeed alter a team's trajectory. A prime example was the Chicago Bulls selecting Michael Jordan with the third overall pick in the 1984 draft, thereby laying the foundation for their future dynasty. This year, the San Antonio Spurs were set to follow a similar path. Having chosen Duncan, they would maintain formidable competitiveness for the next 2 decades. Any team in possession of a first-round pick harbored hopes of transforming their fortunes through the draft. Even those with only second-round picks dreamed of unearthing hidden gems. At the New York headquarters, David Stern was diligently attending to pre-draft matters. This process had long become second nature to him, with arrangements progressing smoothly and systematically. As the president of the entire league, his responsibilities were manifold. After nearly a full day's exertion, he had almost completed his tasks and paused to summon his secretary for a cup of coffee, reclining slightly in his chair for a brief respite. Nonetheless, even in this moment of relaxation, his mind remained preoccupied with work. Yet, before he could enjoy his rest for long, a sharp knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Perhaps it was time to contemplate retirement. My health seems to decline year by year, he mused internally. Come in. The fleeting thought of retirement quickly vanished from his mind, as the vast league still required his steady hand at the helm. The door swung open to reveal his secretary. "Mr. President, please take a look at these newly submitted trade reports." The secretary handed the document to David Stern. Upon receiving the file, David Stern was about to peruse it when a thought struck him, prompting him to inquire, "First, could you tell me how things are progressing with that Chinese individual? What has been the media's impact? Are you referring to Xiang Yuan?" The secretary replied. "Yes," David Stern affirmed. After a moment's contemplation, the secretary responded. "The media coverage has been fairly positive. His draft ranking has risen to 6th place. However, the secretary continued cautiously, noting David Stern's expression. Following the joint workouts and team tryouts, his evaluation seems to have declined somewhat. Although the media narrative remains unchanged under our guidance, the sentiments circulating among the teams are mixed, suggesting that his final ranking may drop." The secretary paused again, observing David Stern's displeasure, and added, "Nonetheless, he should still secure a lottery pick." "Just a lottery pick?" David Stern mused silently. He genuinely wished to penetrate the Chinese market but recognized that he could not compel teams to utilize their precious draft picks on players they did not desire. In essence, inflating Xiang Yuan's draft stock to entice the Chinese market was a subterfuge. The teams formed the foundation of the entire league and could not be unduly coerced. "Very well. A lottery pick will suffice. It is still a commendable outcome," he conceded. Setting aside the matter of Xiang Yuan, David Stern began to review the trade report recently presented by the secretary. He picked up the first report and scrutinized it intently. The primary focus of this document was a trade concerning draft rights. The parties involved were the Sacramento Kings and the New Jersey Nets. The specific trade proposal entailed the Sacramento Kings sending Michael Smith and this year's first-round 11th pick in exchange for the New Jersey Nets' first-round 7th pick, along with Edu Banjo. In this transaction, Michael Smith's contract amounted to $1.57 million, while Edu Banjo's salary stood at $1.3 million. Michael Smith is a commendable role player for the Kings, having averaged 6 points and 9 rebounds last season. In contrast, Edu Banjo averaged only 2 points and 5 rebounds. It was evident that the Kings had their sights set on a particular player, fearing the instability of their 11th pick, thus opting to trade upwards. Even should they fail to secure their desired player, they could still select a promising rookie with the 7th pick. Meanwhile, the Nets were in dire need of a defensively adept role player. Although their offensive efficiency was commendable last season, their defensive performance left much to be desired. They currently need to enhance their immediate capabilities, rather than selecting a rookie for development. Thus, this trade serves the needs of both parties. Upon reviewing the transaction report, David Stern remained silent, setting it aside to pick up another document. The Toronto Raptors exchanged their first-round 9th overall pick, Doug Christie, and Hubert Davis in return for the Celtics' D. Brown and the first-round 6th overall pick. After perusing both reports, David Stern chuckled and remarked to his secretary, "I surmise that both the Kings and the Raptors are vying for the same player, hence their upward trades of draft picks. It appears that, at least for the Kings, their aspirations may be unfulfilled." He instructed, "Take these 2 reports down and place them in order for the draft day proceedings." Once the secretary departed, David Stern rose to gaze at the New York skyline from the towering heights of his office. Another year of the draft is upon us. What intriguing events will unfold this time? Chapter 76, The Place Where Dreams Begin. June 25, 1997. The NBA draft was held in Charlotte, North Carolina. On that day, Xiang Yuan's parents set aside their demanding work commitments and flew from their homeland to Charlotte to partake in this pivotal moment in Xiang Yuan's life. Tang Zhishuan also attended. Initially, she had no intention of going, as there was no formal relationship between her and Xiang Yuan. However, after Xiang Yuan's invitation and a subsequent nudge from his mother, her resolve wavered. Concurrently, Rong Qingxi advised her that such a high-profile event was essential to attend, creating an impression that Xiang Yuan was already taken, thus deterring other girls from encroaching. Consequently, she decided to go. As the best friend, Carter naturally joined the gathering. He sat in his seat, observing his surroundings, immersing himself in the atmosphere of the draft. This was a place he would inevitably come to as well. Xiang Yuan donned a sharply tailored suit and sat alongside his parents, Tang Zhishuan, Carter, and his agent, Mark Bartenstein, in a designated area of the draft event. This area was not just any ordinary seating. It was reserved exclusively for invited draftees, known famously as the Green Room. Contrary to its name, The green room was neither an actual room nor denoted a specific chamber. It referred to a special section within the draft venue. Here, players could sit with their families and agents, awaiting the moment when Commissioner David Stern would call their names. The green room had a strict limit of 5 invitees. Unfortunately, Xiang Yuan's entourage fell within this allowance. The player list for the green room was determined through a voting process. Prior to the draft, the NBA invited team presidents or general managers to partake in this voting, selecting players they believed would be chosen within the first 25 picks of the first round. Subsequently, the player list for the green room would be established based on the voting results, typically comprising around 14 players. Although being in the green room did not guarantee a first-round selection, it nonetheless represented a significant honor and recognition of a player's talent. Given the attention lavished upon him by David Stern, Xiang Yuan was naturally bestowed with this honor. As the 1997 draft approached, anticipation filled the air. David Stern hoped for a seamless event, devoid of any unexpected complications. Team executives yearned to secure promising talents to enhance their team's competitiveness, ideally selecting future superstars. Each draftee aspired to be picked early, aiming for a lucrative rookie contract and ample developmental opportunities. The friends and family of the players shared in this fervent hope. The draft was a realm brimming with uncertainty and miracles. As time progressed, Xiang Yuan felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. A sentiment entirely natural given the effort he had exerted since his rebirth. He was on the brink of facing one of the most pivotal moments of his life. To claim he was untroubled would be a falsehood. At that moment, his mother grasped his hand. Despite her own anxiety causing her to perspire, she endeavored to fulfill her role as a mother. She comforted Xiang Yuan, saying, "Son, no matter what happens, you have us as your support. Your future holds infinite possibilities. The NBA is merely one avenue. We have many choices, so there is no need to be anxious. Just let everything unfold as it may." Xiang Yuan nodded gently, patting his mother's hand to assure her that he was fine. However, in truth, his mother's words held little significance for him. Only Xiang Yuan himself understood the profound importance of entering the NBA and the impact it would have on the future of their family. Xiang Yuan's father gently patted his shoulder, uttering not a single word. Such was his nature, providing unwavering support from the shadows, never vocalizing his sentiments. Yet his love was always evident and never lacking. Tang Jixuan was equally anxious, yet her position rendered her helpless, leaving her to merely fret in silence. In stark contrast, Carter observed the unfolding situation and suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "Haha, Xiang Yuan, in this draft, you might just secure a position within the top 6. But the first pick is beyond your reach. When I enter the draft, I shall claim the top spot, surpassing you by leaps and bounds. At that point, you'll have no choice but to respectfully address me as the champion. How does that sound? Are you frightened? If you are, just admit it. And I'll hasten my entry into the NBA to ensure I can look out for you." Carter's playful banter had an excellent effect. Xiang Yuan had come to realize that even if Carter participated in the draft this year, he would undoubtedly secure a top position. In terms of performance this year, he had outshone Carter, so what was there to worry about? The necessary steps had been taken. There was no reason to lack confidence. Everything was progressing in a favorable direction. What was there to be anxious about? Thus, Xiang Yuan's mood settled. After all, who would overshadow whom remained uncertain? When the time came, he need not lament or plead for me to take the lead. Ha. Confidence surged back within Xiang Yuan. Mark Bartelstein glanced at Carter, contemplating the prospect of bringing him under his wing once he entered the NBA. At that moment, a chorus of mixed cheers and boos resonated throughout the draft venue. Amidst the commotion, David Stern, donning silver-framed glasses and impeccably styled white hair, strode confidently to the podium. His opening remarks consisted of a lengthy expression of gratitude, thanks to the fans, the broadcasters, the media, and the players. Then, David Stern proclaimed, "Today, here, is where dreams begin," before temporarily stepping away from the stage. This statement ignited the crowd, leaving the prospective players present overwhelmed with emotion and tears of joy. Xiang Yuan felt waves of overwhelming passion coursing through him. At that moment, within the temporary war room of the San Antonio Spurs, the atmosphere remained relatively serene. After all, there was little left to contemplate. Their acquisition of the first overall pick was truly a delightful surprise, a blessing from the heavens. Initially, the Spurs' performance had not been dismal. In the preceding season, they had been a formidable playoff contender. With the likes of David Robinson and Sean Elliott, they battled valiantly against the Utah Jazz, going 6 games before ultimately succumbing. However, during the 1996 to 1997 season, Despite securing Dominique Wilkins, an injury to David Robinson precipitated a drastic decline in their fortunes, leaving them out of the playoffs entirely. Subsequently, they managed to secure the first overall pick with a mere 21 chance, thus granting them the opportunity to bring Tim Duncan to San Antonio. The likelihood of the Spurs not selecting Tim Duncan was non-existent, barring a collective lapse of reason among the organization. Consequently, they were the most relaxed group on site, having already submitted their well-considered decision. Soon, David Stern returned to the podium. It was now the San Antonio Spurs' turn to make their selection. He glanced at the slip of paper in his hand, then raised his gaze to announce. In the 1997 NBA draft, the San Antonio Spurs select with the first overall pick, Tim Duncan from Wake Forest University. Chapter 77, an unexpected trade. As Duncan's name was called, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Meanwhile, in the war rooms of other teams, disappointment prevailed, with the exception of the Spurs. This was particularly true for the Boston Celtics, who, despite knowing Duncan would likely be chosen by the Spurs, found it incredibly disheartening when the moment actually arrived. On site, Duncan wore a radiant smile. Even the stoic figure known as the Big Fundamental could not maintain his usual composure at such a moment. He embraced his friends and family in turn, then donned a cap emblazoned with the Spurs name and logo, making his way to the stage amidst the jubilant cheers. A highlight reel of Duncan's collegiate prowess began to play. After sharing a handshake and embrace with David Stern, the selection of the first overall pick in 1997 was officially concluded. It was a moment of joy for some and sorrow for many. Subsequently, the Philadelphia 76ers, after a prolonged deliberation, ultimately selected Keith Van Horn with the second overall pick. This decision, in itself, was not without merit, as Van Horn's talent was undeniably impressive. In his previous life, Keith Van Horn averaged an impressive 19.7 points and 6 rebounds during his rookie season. Over the course of 9 seasons in the NBA, he maintained an average of 16.0 points and 6.8 rebounds per game. Unfortunately, relentless injuries thwarted the potential of this prodigy. Regarded by the media as the second coming of Larry Bird, he was released following the conclusion of the 2005-2006 season. Nonetheless, his performance in the NBA was commendable and befitting of his draft position. Subsequently, with the third overall pick, the Celtics selected Chauncey Billups. Pitino lacked the omniscient perspective and had not perused any novels. Thus, from his viewpoint, the only viable option at the third pick was to select Chauncey Billups. In a previous incarnation, Chauncey Billups found himself unceremoniously dismissed by the disapproving Rick Pitino after participating in 51 games with the Boston Celtics, subsequently embarking on a tumultuous journey. The relentless trades left Billups somewhat disheartened, and the media's perception of him plummeted. Little did anyone anticipate that he would ultimately play a pivotal role in leading the Detroit Pistons to an NBA championship in the 2003-2004 season, earning the Finals MVP accolade. Now, the youthful Chauncey Billups excitedly donned a Boston Celtics cap, stepping onto the stage with visions of a promising future swirling in his mind. Following the selection of the top 3 picks, the atmosphere was charged with exhilarating anticipation. Truthfully, the initial 3 picks held little intrigue, as nearly everyone was aware of which players the top teams would select. It was merely a matter of order. Furthermore, this year's first overall pick was a foregone conclusion, leaving only the question of whether Van Horn or Billups would take the second or third spot, rendering it rather unexciting. However, once the top 3 were chosen, the real drama unfolded. No one could predict which players the teams holding the subsequent draft rights would select. Some teams were anxious, fearing that their coveted players might be snatched away by others. Others were conflicted, pondering which player to choose with their draft rights. Meanwhile, several teams were actively maneuvering, seeking to acquire better draft positions or to trade their draft rights for desired players. In short, it was a frenzied spectacle, brimming with excitement. In the makeshift war room of the Sacramento Kings, staff members were engaged in a flurry of activity. A piece of news arrived, and their expressions instantly darkened. The announcement was that the Celtics had traded their 6th overall pick to the Toronto Raptors. The Kings had previously engaged in discussions with the Celtics to acquire the 6th pick. However, after deliberation, the Kings president hesitated to part with the valuable asset of Corliss Williamson, who averaged 11.6 points and 4.1 rebounds with a modest salary, causing the trade to fall through. To their dismay, the Celtics swiftly turned around and completed the deal with the Raptors. The Kings harbored no jealousy towards these two teams' transaction. Rather, they were apprehensive. Since the Raptors had moved up in the draft, it was evident they had their sights set on a particular player. believing that they would be unable to secure him at the ninth spot. In essence, they were fearful that the Raptors might emerge unexpectedly and seize away their target. Xiang Yuan. Despite their relentless efforts to gather intelligence, the Raptors remained tight-lipped, leaving the Kings in the dark about whom they intended to select. With the trade finalized, further discussions about alternative transactions proved challenging. The Kings had also inquired about the Vancouver Grizzlies and the Denver Nuggets, each holding the 4th and 5th picks, respectively. Regrettably, both teams seemed to lack genuine interest in trading, with their demands exorbitantly high. Thus, the Kings were compelled to settle for less and reached out to Boston. But the trade with them also fell through, ultimately leading to a transaction with the New Jersey Nets for the 7th pick. The sole desire of the Kings now is that the Raptors do not select Xiang Yuan, for otherwise their trade would be in vain. In the Raptors' makeshift war room, the mood among the staff is relatively relaxed. They feel as though they are walking on clouds, confident in their belief that they are the only team aware of Xiang Yuan's true value, thus holding an informational advantage. They had already inquired about Xiang Yuan's performance in other teams' workouts, which had been rather unremarkable. This only reinforced their conviction that Xiang Yuan is particularly keen on joining Toronto. They even reached out privately to Xiang Yuan's agent prior to the draft to gauge his interest, further solidifying their belief that he wishes to play for the Raptors. Indeed, this turned out to be the case. To ensure they secured Xiang Yuan, the Raptors made a move to acquire the 6th pick. They had contemplated whether to pursue the 4th or 5th pick, but similar to the Kings, they found the asking price exorbitantly high and difficult to accept. Additionally, they learned that Xiang Yuan had never even worked out for the Vancouver Grizzlies, while the Denver Nuggets' desire to select Tony Batty was common knowledge, despite the Nuggets' assumption that others were unaware. Consequently, the Raptors felt that their 6th pick was relatively secure. They also received news of the Kings trading for the 7th pick and surmised that the Kings intended to select Xiang Yuan, causing them to smirk in secret, confident that the Kings' aspirations would be dashed. Without delving into the individual calculations of each team, David Stern ascended the stage, signaling that the 4th pick's results were imminent. The audience held their breath in anticipation. Stern stood on stage and first announced a trade. The Dallas Mavericks would send Michael Finley and Greg Dreiling in exchange for Eric Mobley and the 4th overall pick from the Vancouver Grizzlies. Upon the announcement of the trade, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Chapter 78, First Round, 4th overall pick. Michael Finley, selected in the 1st round, 21st overall in 1995. A former all-rookie selection, he had just joined the Mavericks last season. In the 56 games he played with the Mavericks, he averaged 16, 0 points, 2, 8 assists, and 4, 5 rebounds, with shooting percentages of 43, 2 from the field, 38, 7 from three-point range, and 80, 7 from the free throw line. It is clear that, barring unforeseen circumstances, Finley is destined to become a future star player. Moreover, his contract is still a rookie deal, with a mere salary of $720,000 this year and only $820,000 next year. Such a valuable asset is astonishingly traded for merely the 4th overall pick? The Mavericks have lost their minds. This is truly madness. Mavericks fans are on the verge of despair, with a chorus of boos echoing throughout the arena. The air is thick with outrage, whether in person, in front of televisions, or at radio stations. Any Mavericks fan who hears this news cannot suppress their fury. How foolish. Management, you ought to be ashamed. What kind of perplexing maneuver is this? Who, pray tell, orchestrated this dreadful trade? Farewell, Mavericks, my allegiance has shifted. The most foolish trade in history has come to fruition. But fear not, for we shall fiercely compete for the top draft pick in the upcoming season. The Mavericks are doomed, with such management. There shall never be a bright future. Nevertheless, the anger of the fans cannot alter the reality. From the moment David Stern stood on that stage and announced the trade, it became an unalterable fact. To be candid, this trade left even David Stern astounded. Some may argue, what is so shocking about it? Did not the Los Angeles Lakers execute a similar trade at last season's draft? During the 1996 draft, the Charlotte Hornets and the Los Angeles Lakers struck a deal wherein the Lakers sent their core, all-star center Vlade Divac, to the Hornets in exchange for the 17-year-old high school prodigy Kobe Bryant. This trade was met with widespread criticism at the time. A season passed, and the derision continued unabated. Of course, these critics were unaware of the heights to which Kobe would ascend. Nonetheless, from the fans' perspective, it was indeed a reckless trade. Today, we witness a similar transaction. Only this time, the protagonists are the Dallas Mavericks, and this trade is, in fact, even more audacious. At first glance, these two transactions appear rather similar. However, the circumstances surrounding both teams are markedly different. Let us delve into a brief analysis. Last year, the Lakers had just secured a lucrative 7-year, $120 million contract with the formidable Shaquille O'Neal, bringing this superstar center to Los Angeles. Consequently, they faced a dilemma. The positions of O'Neal and Divac were overlapping. Both were all-star caliber centers, making it impossible for one to serve as a backup for the other. Thus, it became evident that Divac had to depart. In this scenario, the Lakers were not overly concerned with Divac's trade value. Their primary objective was to avoid losing him without compensation. Fortunately, the renowned logo recognized the potential in Kobe Bryant, leading to the consummation of the trade. Each party's needs were met. If one were to disregard future implications and abstain from a godlike perspective on this transaction, the issues seem minimal. However, the other transaction presents significant complications. Firstly, Finley was a rookie player. Since the implementation of the rookie salary scale in 1995, teams selecting rookies gained increased security. Thus, upon the expiration of Finley's contract, the Mavericks could choose to extend it or pursue a trade before its conclusion. Secondly, unlike the Lakers, the Mavericks had not secured a new star-caliber forward or guard. In the absence of Finley, they found themselves nearly devoid of options at the small forward position. Thirdly, fans believed that among this year's rookies, there were few noteworthy players left to select. Therefore, this transaction remains perplexing. Even the operational staff of various teams were taken aback and bewildered by the Dallas Mavericks' decision. Prior to the trade, the Mavericks and the Vancouver Grizzlies maintained a commendable level of confidentiality, leaving no one privy to the news. The primary reason was that no one anticipated such a transaction. Even if whispers of it circulated, skepticism would likely prevail, leading to a lack of attention. Rick Pitino of the Celtics once again slammed his desk in disbelief. Michael Finley, indeed. It was Michael Finley. When the Mavericks approached me to trade the 3rd overall pick, why did I refuse without a moment's hesitation? He tugged at his hair in regret. Initially, when the Dallas Mavericks reached out to trade for the Boston Celtics' 3rd pick, Pitino had no intention of parting with it. After some contemplation, he concluded that the Mavericks could hardly offer anything of value and promptly declined their proposal. He never anticipated that the Mavericks would be willing to part with Michael Finley. In his mind, Finley was undoubtedly a cornerstone player for the Mavericks. Had he known that the Mavericks were genuinely prepared to include Finley in negotiations, he would have certainly acquiesced. Unfortunately, the opportunity for such a decision had long passed, allowing the Memphis Grizzlies to seize the moment. On the Celtics side, there was a palpable sense of regret for not acquiring Finley. Meanwhile, the war room of the Toronto Raptors was enveloped in a disquieting silence, as an inexplicable sense of unease began to permeate the atmosphere. Indeed, moments later, David Stern continued to announce, with the 4th pick in the 1st round, the Dallas Mavericks select Yao Ming from Georgetown University. Upon hearing this selection, David Stern felt a surge of elation. The 4th pick was quite commendable, exceeding even his own expectations for Yao Ming's draft position. The Dallas Mavericks had made a remarkable choice. He began to ponder ways to extend some benefits to the Mavericks, as this selection would have a profoundly positive and far-reaching impact on his future media endeavors in the expansion of the Chinese market. In the green room, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Xiang Yuan found himself momentarily bewildered. What was happening? 4th pick? The Mavericks? He had never even undergone a tryout with the Mavericks. How could they have taken such a bold step? Initially, Xiang Yuan had prepared himself for joining the Raptors. In fact, during his tryout, he had expended an A-grade character card on the Raptors. However, his plans had been entirely upended. Instinctively, he glanced towards Carter, who was exuberantly celebrating, genuinely happy for him. Turning to his agent, he noticed a look of mild astonishment on the agent's face, suggesting that this outcome had caught him off guard as well. When he looked at his parents, he observed a hint of redness in their eyes. His gaze then shifted to Tang Jixuan, who appeared equally thrilled. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. He turned back to the stage, where David Stern was regarding him with eyes that sparkled like gold, a gentle smile gracing his features. As scenes flashed before him, Xiang Yuan's emotions gradually settled. Since he had arrived at this moment, he might as well embrace it, though the reasons remained unclear. It seemed the Mavericks had taken a liking to him. Therefore, all that remained was to congratulate them. After embracing his parents and Carter, Xiang Yuan accepted the Mavericks cap handed to him by an unknown source and placed it upon his head. With his head held high, he ascended the stage. 4th overall pick in the 1st round. NBA, here I come. Chapter 79, the conclusion of the draft within the war room of the Dallas Mavericks. An air of peculiarity enveloped the atmosphere. Despite the smooth execution of trades in the draft proceeding without a hitch, an unsettling uncertainty lingered. The ultimate outcome of these transactions and selections remained shrouded in ambiguity. In essence, this endeavor was a blatant gamble, a grand and audacious one at that. The architect of this risk was none other than Don Nelson, the Mavericks general manager, affectionately dubbed the Mad Scientist. Renowned as a master tactician and innovator, Nelson had only joined the Mavericks in the latter half of the previous year, prior to his tenure in Dallas. He served as the head coach of the New York Knicks, where he had contemplated trading the team's star center, Patrick Ewing, for the then ascending Shaquille O'Neal, a move deemed utterly audacious by the New Yorkers. Consequently, he parted ways with the Knicks. Before his time in New York, Nelson held prominent positions in both the Golden State Warriors and the Milwaukee Bucks, where he consistently pioneered unique strategies, adhering to the fast-paced style of play. In a previous life, he was celebrated for his hack-a-Shaq strategy, which gained notoriety throughout the league. During his tenure with the Warriors, Nelson championed the notion of positional fluidity, aspiring to have Chris Webber play multiple roles. However, Webber resisted this idea, leading to his trade to Washington. And Nelson himself was dismissed from the Warriors due to a lackluster record of 14 wins against 31 losses. Upon joining the Mavericks, he found himself dissatisfied with the roster, persistently exploring avenues to trade existing players, for the current structure of the team was incapable of embodying his vision, even though he was no longer in a coaching capacity. During his university days, by a stroke of serendipity, Xiang Yuan caught the attention of Don Nelson while he was spectating an NCAA game. In that match, Xiang Yuan played as a center, impressively scoring 26 points, along with 7 assists and 8 rebounds. The most pivotal moment was when Don Nelson witnessed Xiang Yuan's multifaceted abilities, a type of player he particularly favored. It was as though he glimpsed a second Chris Webber. Subsequently, he began to observe Xiang Yuan discreetly, and with each performance, Xiang Yuan continued to astonish him. His solid post skills, reliable shooting, high three-point accuracy, formidable defense, excellent court vision, adept passing instincts, sufficient athletic prowess, and adaptability to various positions all contributed to Don Nelson's impression of Xiang Yuan as a raw gem waiting to be polished. When Xiang Yuan executed a game-winning shot against the University of Kentucky in an NCAA matchup and subsequently announced his intention to enter the NBA draft, Don Nelson began strategizing on how to secure Xiang Yuan's talents. By opting not to invite Xiang Yuan for a workout, the intention was to cultivate a low-profile approach, leading others to believe that the Dallas Mavericks were disinterested in him. Despite the absence of a formal tryout, Don Nelson ensured he acquired all footage of Xiang Yuan's workouts, even managing to obtain confidential information regarding his performance during a closed tryout with the Raptors, which they believed was securely guarded. Unbeknownst to the Raptors, they had a mole among their staff. They were under the impression that their insights into Xiang Yuan's tryout were exclusive, hoping to select him with the 6th pick. Ultimately, they were outmaneuvered by the Mavericks. The draft continues, and the subsequent selections unfold. The Denver Nuggets, holding the 5th pick, chose the highly regarded Tony Batty. When the Mavericks traded up to the 4th pick to select Xiang Yuan, the Nuggets executives were nearly beside themselves with joy. Initially, they had feared that the Mavericks intended to snatch Tony Batty away from them. The Nuggets believed Batty possessed the highest potential among this year's rookies, second only to Tim Duncan. To their surprise, the Mavericks opted for Xiang Yuan instead, leaving the Nuggets relieved from their earlier anxiety. At the 6th pick, the Toronto Raptors, having missed their mark, deliberated extensively between Tim Thomas, Ron Mercer, and Tracy McGrady before ultimately selecting McGrady. After all, McGrady was a player they had initially set their sights on, while the other two had not participated in the Raptors' tryouts, making it a gamble they were unwilling to take. Had they not made a trade, their 9th pick could have secured McGrady. However, the influence of Xiang Yuan altered the course of history. Next, the Sacramento Kings selected Tim Thomas with the 7th pick. The Kings also faced disappointment in their trading aspirations. Yet their emotional letdown was not as profound as that of the Raptors. Upon Xiang Yuan's selection, they had learned that the Raptors intended to choose him, meaning they would have had no opportunity to select him even if the Mavericks had not intervened. Consequently, they found solace in the situation, realizing there was no need to mourn for something unattainable. Moreover, Tim Thomas was a commendable choice, rendering the Kings' outcome not too unfavorable. With the 8th pick, the Golden State Warriors chose Ron Mercer, a player the Celtics had originally intended to select at 6th. Rick Pitino slammed the table in frustration. feeling that perhaps he should have declined the Celtics' invitation this year, as it had proven to be an ill-fated season.